Hello and welcome back to our channel. If you enjoy our content, don't forget to like and subscribe. Now, let's begin. Ash got up early in the morning before Pikachu had risen and then stretched and did a few exercises while he watched the sun rise. He was right when he told himself that sunrises on the road would be different than they were all the years he had watched them from the roof of his house. Even though he wasn't that far away from Pallet Town, it was still at an angle that he had never seen the sun rise at before, and he wanted to soak up every moment. After the sun came up and he finished his exercises, the boy sat down by the fire pit and, after lighting a fire, began cooking for himself and his Pokémon. Though they ate Pokémon food, he still liked making new batches daily over the fire so all the flavor could bake into the pellets just right. They loved it, and since he made their food fresh, daily, instead of carrying around days-old helpings, which could easily get stale, it was healthier too. No sooner had the food started cooking and Pikachu come out of the tent, looking hungry and sniffing the air as he ran up to Ash's side. "Hungry, buddy?" he asked his first Pokémon in amusement. The yellow rodent nodded his head furiously in affirmation while holding his arms out. "Pika Pikachu." Ash chuckled upon hearing that and then released his other two Pokémon, Mewtwo and Spearow, so they could eat as well. After he finished making breakfast, the black-haired boy and his three companions settled down for a nice and relaxing early morning meal. At least, they would have if Ash hadn't heard something riffling through his backpack, which was sitting near the tent. He quickly turned around to see what was going on and spotted a Pokémon he recognized all too well. It was a Rattata, and it was currently picking through his backpack in a search for food. Ash simply guessed that the smell of the cooking had lured it in, and now it was trying to find the source of the delicious odor. The amber-eyed trainer quickly grabbed some of the leftover food that he had on his small travel plate and slowly walked over to the foraging Pokémon. When Rattata noticed him, it went to take off until the boy suddenly put the food out in front of it. Seeing this, the purple-furred rat cautiously sniffed at it for just the briefest of moments before, with a final glance at Ash, Rattata promptly devoured the scraps. While the wild Pokémon munched away at the morsels of food, Ash withdrew his Pokédex and scanned the diminutive little thief. Pokédex entry number 019. Rattata, the mouse Pokémon. Its incisors grow continuously throughout its life. If its incisors get too long, this Pokémon becomes unable to eat, and it starves to death. This Pokémon is common but hazardous. Its sharp incisors can easily cut right through hard wood. This Rattata is male and has the abilities Run Away, Guts and Hustle. This Pokémon knows the moves, Tackle, Tail WHP, Quick Attack, Focus Energy and Bite. The black-haired boy looked back at the wild Pokémon after hearing all of that and thought to himself. This Rattata actually seems pretty special. To know all of those moves already and to possess all three abilities that a member of its species can have. Pretty impressive indeed. He was quickly brought out of his thoughts though by Pikachu, whom was bounding over from his place near the fire to Rattata. There, he sat down and began talking animatedly to his rodent kin about whatever it was they fancied discussing in Pokémon speech. While they did that, Ash returned Spearow and Mewtwo, who had just finished eating, and then began tearing the campsite down and packing everything up. Once he was done, he went to get Pikachu but found him standing there behind him with Rattata by his side. The messy-haired trainer was confused at first, at least until his first Pokémon began explaining everything to him that he and Rattata had been discussing. Apparently, according to Pikachu, Rattata had dreams of becoming strong and standing out amongst the many thousands of brethren he had in just the Kanto region alone. And so, he went everywhere he could, challenging strong wild Pokémon to battle any chance that presented itself. He had received plenty of experience and learned the moves he now knew by battling on a regular basis, but he wanted to become more powerful. The only problem was, he didn't know how to achieve it. Fortunately, Pikachu had told Rattata all about Ash and what he was like as a trainer. He also spoke about how hard that he himself, Mewtwo and Spearow trained on a regular basis and about how much stronger they had all become in just a short time of being under the young man's tutelage. Gaining strength and power had apparently been a big point Pikachu had driven home. Rattata came up to Ash soon after Pikachu finished his explanation and then just sat and looked up at the young trainer. The boy bent down and addressed the normal type curiously. "Is it true, Rattata? Do you want to become strong?" The purple rat nodded vigorously. "Rat-ta-Rattata." Ash smiled at hearing that and then asked, do you want to come with me and be my Pokémon? I'll help make you strong if you do, and that's a promise. Rattata nodded again in confirmation. Rattata. Rat. Rattata. Seeing the choice had been made, Ash pulled an empty Pokeball from his belt and lightly touched Rattata on the head with it. The large-fanged rodent was quickly SCKED inside of the ball in a beam of red energy, and it didn't even wobble once before dinging to signify a complete capture. As it did, stars burst forth from the red and white ball. After capturing his third wild Pokémon, Ash stood up and smiled joyfully before attaching the Pokeball to his belt. He then looked down at Pikachu and nodded, thanking him for his help in capturing Rattata before announcing that it was time to set out on the open road. Agreeing with an enthusiastic chirp, Pikachu hopped up onto his shoulder and then, together, they set off for the main road and left the field behind that they had called home for 2 long weeks. Sometime after finally starting out on his journey proper, Ash Ketchum could be seen walking along the road to Viridian City. He was coming closer to the part of Route 1 that cut through a small stretch woods, but just as he and Pikachu were about to enter the forest thicket, he heard what sounded like a battle being waged off to the right-hand side of the road. He and Pikachu looked at one another and nodded before the boy took off and followed the sound of the brawling. Eventually, he came upon the scene of 2 Pokémon, a Nidoran male and female fighting viciously in a stretch of open field. Almost immediately, Ash pulled out his Pokédex and scanned the 2 fighting Pokémon. Pokédex entry number 029. Nidoran, the poison pin Pokémon. Nidoran has barbs that secrete a powerful poison. They are thought to have developed as protection for this small-bodied Pokémon. When enraged, it releases a horrible toxin from its horn. This Nidoran is female and has the abilities Poison Point, Rivalry and Hustle. This Pokémon knows the moves, Scratch, Poison Sting, Double Kick and Bite. Pokédex entry number 032. Nidoran, the poison pin Pokémon. Nidoran has developed muscles for moving its ears. Thanks to them, the ears can be freely moved in any direction. Even the slightest sound does not escape this Pokémon's notice. Its large ears are always kept upright. If it senses danger, it will attack with a poisonous sting. This Nidoran is male and has the abilities Poison Point, Rivalry and Hustle. This Pokémon knows the moves, Peck, Focus Energy, Double Kick and Poison Sting. The boy put his Pokédex away after listening to the scan and then watched, with enraptured attention, as the 2 small Pokémon battled it out with one another. Each one was fighting with higher than normal levels of skill than a wild Pokémon should have, which led Ash to his next decision. He then walked out into the clearing and addressed the 2 Pokémon who, by that point, saw him and stopped fighting. "Hey you two, I see you like battling. I have an offer for you." Grinning, he pointed with one finger. "I challenge you both to a 2-on-2 battle. You 2 against my Pokémon. If you win, then I'll give you each a week's supply of Pokémon food. If you lose, you'll let me catch you and then I'll train you both up and show you what true strength is. What do you say?" Both Nidoran thought about his offer for a moment or two, looking at each other, and then finally nodded to him in agreement. Ash smiled when he saw that and pulled 2 Pokeball from his belt. "Alright, let's get started. Spearow, Mewtwo, show your power." After enlarging and tossing both ball into the air, they snapped open and released Ash's first 2 captured Pokémon. In flashes of light they soon appeared with cries of their names and then settled on the field, ready for battle. "Are you 2 ready? This is your first battle after all the training you've been doing. You ready to show what you're made of?" Ash held his fist up and looked between the 2 of them as he said those words. Mewtwo and Spearow looked back at him and nodded before facing forward and giving twin battle cries. "Row! Bud!" Ash rooted himself in place and prepared for battle while Pikachu jumped down beside of him. "Alright, let's go." At that moment, both Nidorans started to charge and the boy moved swiftly. "Dodge those incoming charges. Spearow, use Aerial Ace on the female Nidoran. Mewtwo, jump out of the way and then hit the male with Absorb." Spearow flew out of the way of the incoming blue-skinned Pokémon that was about to use Scratch on him and then followed up with an Aerial Ace that hit Nidoran and sent her skidding through the dirt. Mewtwo jumped to the side of the male Nidoran, just barely avoiding a peck attack, and then hit the poison pin Pokémon with the tendrils of Energy Sking Absorb. Nidoran quickly grew weak as his energy was stolen and started to fall to the side just before the other Nidoran came in suddenly and hit Budu. The surprise hit sent her flying away from her target and thereby also cancelling Absorb. Budu landed near Spearow with a cry of pain and that immediately garnered Ash's attention. "You alright, Budu?" Budu slowly nodded and stood back up, but both Nidorans were ready to go again and they were already preparing their next attacks. The male Nidoran began using focus energy while the other one launched a poison sting at Budu. Not about to be left flat-foot, the prepared young man called out. Budu jumped to the side to avoid that poison sting and then follow it up with Stun Spore. She did just that and dodged the attack before releasing a cloud of small, yellow paralyzing spores that quickly floated towards the female Nidoran. At the same time, the male of the pair took off at Spearow, fully energized from the use of focus energy. As soon as he reached the hovering flying type, Nidoran began using Peck repeatedly, trying fiercely to hit the tiny bird Pokémon. Ash was faster though and commanded, Spearow use agility to dodge. Before his feathery little fighter could execute the move and dodge though, Nidoran suddenly transitioned into a double kick and managed to hit Spearow, which sent him falling towards the ground and landing with a grunt of pain. On the flip side of the battle, the female Nidoran was about to get overwhelmed by Stun Spore. However, just before that could happen, her male counterpart appeared and used double kick in order to kick up a bunch of dirt into the air. This clever tactic caused the dirt itself to collide with Stun Spore and cancel out the attack. Ash remained calm and looked at Budu and Spearow, who had just gotten back to his feet. "Are you two okay to keep going?" Bud. Budu. The small grass type replied readily. "Row." Spearow. Spearow echoed with a determined squawk. "Alright then you two, let's end this," their trainer announced while raising his fist again. Spearow, pick Budu up. Then use agility and fly toward the Nidorans. Spearow did just that and soon, he was flying at high speeds toward the poison pin pair of Pokémon with Budu grasped securely in his clawed feet. Smirking, Ash yelled. "Now Spearow, let Budu go and use that momentum to hit the male Nidoran with an aerial ace." Budu, use the speed of Spearow letting you go to smash all of your body weight into the female. Spearow and Budu obeyed perfectly and performed their commanded attacks. The Nidoran pair wasn't prepared for the smooth and swiftly executed teamwork strategy and thus, they took the full brunt of the attacks. Spearow let Budu go and the small grass type smashed into the female Nidoran at full speed, like a small torpedo, which sent her sailing through the air. Spearow likewise utilized the momentum of agility and turned in mid-flight toward the male Nidoran, rocketing at the unprepared poison type with a high-speed aerial ace. Within seconds, the small but fierce bird hit his mark and sent Nidoran careening back towards its partner. Ash, however, didn't let up. Now Budu. Use Leech Seed on the female Nidoran while she's down. Spearow, I want you to get in close to the male and use a Rapid Fury attack. Immediately after giving those orders, his Pokémon attacked their opponents again, viciously. Budu launched a small pod of Leech Seed from the bud atop her head, which implanted itself onto the female Nidoran and wrapped her up in energy-stealing vines. As she cried out in pain, the male tried to get up and assist his downed comrade, only for Spearow to appear in front of him and start using Fury attack viciously. After the small flying type had finished his attack, he made use of one more smack of his wing and sent Nidoran flying into his partner, whom was still struggling inside of the health-sapping vines of Leech Seed. Due to this, the pink-skinned male slammed into the blue-skinned female and they both fell completely to the ground. Ash was just about to call out the final attacks until, suddenly, Budu began glowing green. A second later, she caused small roots to appear out of the ground that went creeping rapidly towards the downed and intertwined Nidoran pair. The roots themselves soon encircled the poison pin Pokémon duo and aggressively started sapping precious energy from the pair. The stolen energy then began tracing back along the roots, just the way they had come, and found Budu. The health that had been stolen from the Nidoran pair was then used to nourish her back to full vitality in what seemed to be only the blink of an eye. Ash knew, as soon as he saw what had happened, that Budu had just learned and used Ingrain and was about to comment on it until something else happened. Long, dark green tendrils of energy, much larger than those of Absorb, began flowing from Budu like a host of ethereal tentacles. The surprising and completely unexpected second new move struck the downed pair of Nidoran and started draining large amounts of energy from them. The recovered energy then began speeding back towards Budu, who redirected the flow towards Spearow and started restoring her partner's own health back to normal. Ash himself was stunned. Budu had just learned Ingrain and what he knew had to be Mega Drain, both at the same time. Allowing his mind to process what had just happened, he simply could not believe how fast Budu was growing. Even for a grass type. After Spearow had regained his health, he chirped a quick word of gratitude to Budu, whom smiled in response, effectively showing that any lingering hard feelings she held against her small, feathered partner had truly been forgiven and forgotten. As for Ash himself, now that he saw both of his Pokémon fully recovered, it enabled him to call out what he hoped would be the final attack of the battle. "Alright you two, let's end this. Spearow, pick Budu up again and then speed toward both Nidorans as fast as you can. Once you get right on top of them, stay together and then start spinning to gain more speed. After that, hit them with all your combined force." His Pokémon did as he commanded and began their combination attack. Spearow picked Budu up again and took off with a screech, and within seconds, they were right on top of the Nidoran pair. Unfortunately for the two wild Pokémon, all they could do was brace for impact with wide eyes, their bodies too exhausted to move. Soon, Spearow and Budu smashed themselves into their poison-type opponents like a twin body slam, causing a big dust cloud to kick up from the sheer force of the combined impact alone. Out of the cloud of dust soon emerged Spearow, once more carrying Budu, and both of them quickly returned to Ash's side. Together, they and their trainer, as well as Pikachu, waited for the smoke cloud to settle. After it did, the anxious boy in question saw both Nidoran laying sprawled out on the ground with swirls of unconsciousness in their eyes. Knowing they had won, the victorious young rookie smiled and then pulled two empty Pokeball from his belt. After enlarging them, he tossed both ball at the two unconscious Pokémon, and immediately upon making contact, they were sucked inside. The following few moments were somewhat tense as Ash watched the two Pokeball roll and shake on the ground before finally going still and erupting with stars, the sign of a pair of successful captures. Satisfied with the results, he walked over and picked up both Pokeball before turning to Spearow and Budu and congratulating them. "That was an awesome battle, guys. I'm so proud of you. Your training is really paying off, and I'm super happy with how far you've both come in only a week." At his words of praise, Spearow and Budu vocalized their joy and embraced their trainer in the best way they could. After returning the hug, he congratulated them again before returning the conquering duo back to their Pokeball. Finally, Ash turned to look down at Pikachu and smiled. "Well buddy, you want to meet the two new additions to our team?" The spunky little electric type nodded excitedly. "Pika." With that, Ash pulled out and enlarged the two Pokeball he had just filled with new friends and released both Nidorans, whom appeared and looked to be quite battered. Seeing this, the boy knelt down and took off his pack before fishing through it to find his medical supply case, which was chock full of all kinds of medicines, potions, and recovery items. He quickly selected a hyper potion and 2 oran berries and then went to work on healing his two newest Pokémon. Once he was done a few minutes later, both Nidorans appeared good as new and were now sitting down comfortably while staring up at Ash. He looked at them both in return and then spoke kindly. "Look, I just want you two to know how impressed I was with you in that battle. For wild Pokémon, you were really good. I can train the both of you to be just as strong as my other Pokémon if you want to." He then smiled and clenched his fist. "We all work hard to reach the top on this team because we want to be the best we can possibly be. But for that to happen, in order for us to achieve our goals, we train hard, very hard. Are you two interested in being part of that? Do you want to be the best?" Both of the poison-type companions looked at each other for a few seconds, unable to deny their longing to become stronger, and then turned back to Ash before excitedly nodded and calling out at the same time. "Nido! Nidoran!" The black-haired young trainer beamed brightly at their reply and then reached out and started gently rubbing both of his new Pokémon on the sides of their cheeks. "Okay then, you've got yourself a deal. We're a team now. Pikachu Pie." Pikachu chirped in greeting as he bounded up as well and started to become acquainted with his two newest teammates. After a few minutes of bonding with his newest Poke partners, Ash returned them both and then looked at Pikachu. "Come on buddy, let's get going. It looks like a storm might be coming and I want to get under the shelter of some trees when it starts to rain." I think the remainder of the way between here and Viridian City is lined with nearby forests though, so we should be good. The electric mouse jumped up onto his trainer's shoulder and nodded in agreement. Pika Pi, Pi Pikachu. With their little side adventure finally ended, they set out on their way, locating the road again rather quickly and once more setting course for Viridian City. With storm clouds gathering above, however, both of them were secretly hoping that they would make it to the city without any further detours. Ash had indeed been right about the possibility of running into rain. They had been on the road no longer than 10 minutes when it started pouring rain. He and Pikachu had to take shelter in the hollow of a nearby tree while they waited for the storm to subside. Once it did, the traveling duo emerged from the tree and looked around at the soaked terrain. Ash eventually made his way back onto the main road, and just before he started out, Pikachu suddenly poked him on the side of the head. The boy turned around to see what his Pokémon wanted and saw the electric mouse pointing up toward the sky. When he looked up, his jaw almost dropped. There, high in the sky, was a gloriously full rainbow stretching across the sky. What caught their attention even more so, however, wasn't the rainbow itself but the strange creature who seemed to be making said rainbow as it flew out in front of the arching bough of multiple colors. Ash knew that the creature in question was a Pokémon as soon as he saw it, and he immediately, with great shock, was able to discern its identity. He recognized it from all the books he had read and from the many lectures Professor Oak had given him over the years. The Pokémon he knew he was now seeing, unless his eyes were fooled, had not been seen by human eyes in hundreds of years, until now at least. The creature flying high and loftily above the rain-soaked earth was none other than the fabled and legendary rainbow Pokémon Ho-Oh. Ash and Pikachu could only stare in stupefied awe of the magnificent and majestic Pokémon whom was flying overhead. As its large, rainbow-colored wings carried it across the cumulus heavens, they heard a loud, high-pitched and powerful screech emit from the fabled bird, as if to cement what they were seeing. Ho! The young trainer and Pokémon alike watched with wide eyes as the legendary flying type flew on until it began to disappear out of sight into the clouds. Only when it had vanished did they finally look at one another. Wow, Pikachu! That was just amazing! I can't believe we actually just saw the legendary Pokémon Ho-Oh itself. Did that really just happen? The black-haired boy looked up at his small starter, as if hoping for confirmation that he hadn't just been seeing things. Pikachu, whom was still staring skyward with sharp dark eyes that revealed the inner wonder he too felt, nodded slowly. Pika Pi. Do you realize? His trainer had to swallow in order to get his words out, eyes glued back to the sky again. How many people go their whole life hoping to see what we just saw? And we're not even that far from my own hometown yet. Once more, Pikachu nodded, still in a state of disbelief himself. Pikachu Pi. After a time, the two of them finally recovered from the shock of what they had seen, but, just when Ash was about to start walking again, he felt something very light fall down and rest upon his head. Reaching up, he grasped the strange object and then brought it down to eye level. What he saw shocked him all over again. There, held between his thumb and forefinger, was a rainbow wing. A feather from the legendary Ho-Oh itself. Ash stared at it with wide and wavering eyes for a long while, his attention utterly captivated by the sparkling beauty of the multicolored feather. Pikachu. Do you know what this is? He spoke with a tremor in his tone. This is a rainbow wing. This actually came from Ho-Oh itself. The small electric type on his shoulder also stared transfixed at the feather his trainer held, eyes entranced by the soft, luminous, and sparkling glow of the incomprehensibly valuable item that Ash now grasped firmly. Pikachu Pi. Pika Pi Pikachu. The fascinated young man stared at the feather for a time and admired its multicolored beauty before, finally, he knelt down, removed his pack, took out a strip of blue cloth from one of the pockets and wrapped up the precious item. He then stuck it into his pack for safekeeping and looked up at his partner, smiling. You know what, buddy? I'll take this as a good omen for our journey. Pikachu smiled down at him and nodded in agreement. Pikachu Pi. With a fresh spring in their step and a heart lightened by newfound hope, the two closely bonded partners set off again, their spirits uplifted and both of them possessing a positive outlook for the future as they made for Viridian City. Neither of them knew, however, that, high up in the sky and some ways away, Ho-Oh was thinking to herself at that very same moment. Take my wing as a gift, dear chosen one, and let it bring you good fortune for the ventures that lie ahead. We shall meet again, once you are ready for the trial that wing shall bring. The two travelers from Pallet were close to Viridian City and they were, at last, coming close to the end of the forest. Just as they were about to make their way through the last small stretch of woods, however, a loud scream echoed up to them from down the hill they were standing atop, the sound emanating from somewhere close to the nearby river. Ash turned to the sound while Pikachu's ears perked up and, without needing to discuss the matter, they both came to the conclusion that someone must have been in trouble. Brow furrowing as he went on high alert, Ash prepared himself for action and then started running down the hill as fast as he could. When he finally made it to the source of the distressed call, which was indeed right next to a wide and fast-moving river near a powerful waterfall, Ash saw that a young girl was the one who had given off the perilous cry. The girl in question looked to be a little older than himself and had bright orange hair, which was tied back to the right side of her head in a short ponytail. She was wearing a yellow shirt that was cut low around the stomach, jean shorts that had two red suspenders coming up and attaching over her shoulders and white shoes with red and yellow designs on either side of both. She was also carrying a large red bag on her back, which was slung across her right shoulder by a similarly colored strap. The young girl was crouching down by the edge of the river with her hands over her head and, towering over her, was a huge and ferocious-looking Gyarados. The infamously foul-tempered water-type serpent was glaring down at her, enraged and ready to attack at any second. Not wasting a second, Ash sprang into action. Pikachu. Use Thunderbolt on Gyarados and get it away from her. Smirking, Pikachu jumped off of his trainer's shoulder and high into the air. Pika. Chew. The powerful bolt of electrical energy sped through the air and hit Gyarados head-on, causing it to bellow in rage and pain as it was lit up like a burning Christmas tree. Pikachu, for his part, landed in a battle stance on the rocky riverbank, his cheeks sparking as he prepared to launch himself into combat again. The furiously riled-up atrocious Pokémon looked around for the source of the bolt of lightning that had struck it and, upon laying its eyes on Pikachu, Gyarados became even more incensed and roared. Jai-ah! Pikachu, get ready! Ash called out as he anticipated the aquatic Leviathan's next move. Pika. He replied while crouching low in preparation for the next move. The surly and cross dual-type Pokémon soon opened its mouth and then fired a large torrent of water from its mouth straight at the small mouse. Luckily, Ash was ready. Pikachu, dodge using agility and then start running at Gyarados. The fast and agile electric type swiftly dodged the powerful hydro pump that came exploding from Gyarados' mouth and then started running at it using the speed and evasiveness increasing move his trainer had commanded. Snarling as Pikachu deftly feinted to the side in order to avoid the powerful blast of water, Gyarados opened its wide mouth yet again and charged up a swirling white-blue sphere of energy. In mere seconds, it fired a huge beam of raw draconian energy at Pikachu with all the rage it could muster. Pikachu. Use Thunderbolt on the ground and combine it with focused lightning. Aim it at the ground and the force will send you into the air. Ash swiftly ordered his counter-strategy just as Gyarados unleashed its attack. Pikachu did as he was commanded without flaw, charging up and releasing a bolt of electricity at the ground, while running, which sent him flying skyward. Fortunately, the last-minute maneuver allowed him to avoid the incoming Dragon Rage attack just as it hit the spot he had been occupying mere seconds before. Gyarados didn't stop there though because as soon as the beam of energy struck the ground, the wrathful water serpent brought its tail out of the water and swung it around to hit Pikachu. Ash, for his part, thought fast. Pikachu, hit the ground. Quick! The fast little mouse quickly dropped to the river rocks below his belly just as the thick, meaty tail swipe from Gyarados passed over his head. At that, his trainer spoke hurriedly again. Now, get up and use Double Team to throw Gyarados off. Then start forming a Thunder Wave cage around it with your clones while it's readying its next attack. Pikachu concentrated and then formed 4 duplicates of himself around Gyarados on the river bank. Immediately after forming, they all began discharging a widely arcing Thunder Wave attack that started to take shape as an electric cage around their target. Gyarados itself was at first confused and tried to escape the electric prison. However, every time it touched the electric bars, it would get shocked and recoil back. The enraged Pokémon became even angrier at this and then opened its mouth, forming an orange ball of energy from within that spelled trouble. Ash knew what was coming as soon as he saw it and urgently commanded. His first Pokémon, Pikachu, don't let it use Hyper Beam. Use a max power Thunderbolt on Gyarados and finish it off. All of you. The powerful and power-packed electric type nodded and then hurried to stand at the head of his clones, his much smaller body only a few feet away from Gyarados' far larger one. Then, with a few seconds of crackling from his now sparking cheeks, along with his doubles, he cried out loudly. Pai-ai. Ka. Choo. The group of Pikachu let loose 5 powerful bolts of electricity that replaced the electric cage and instead struck Gyarados with all possible high-voltage fury. The blue-scaled water Pokémon bellowed aloud in great pain, the water of the river conducting and worsening the shock, but kept charging Hyper Beam regardless. Ash knew that Gyarados couldn't be allowed to use such a powerful attack, but luckily, an idea struck. Pikachu. He called out quickly. Aim your own Thunderbolt right at its mouth where Hyper Beam is charging. Gritting his teeth, Pikachu struggled as he started to redirect his current of electricity toward Gyarados' open mouth instead. Then, just before the resilient and stubbornly hardy Pokémon could release its most powerful attack, Pikachu finally hit the mark dead on and started to electrocute the inside of Gyarados' mouth. This caused the monstrous evolved form of Magikarp to roar again in terrible pain and Hyper Beam to also fully dissipate. Once the brutal and overwhelming electric torture was finally over, Gyarados slumped heavily down into the water, covered in singe marks and burns. Then, with a final glare at Ash and Pikachu, the defeated Titan accepted its loss and slowly started diving back down beneath the surface of the river. Before long, it had utterly vanished. Pikachu, even though victory was clearly theirs and his clones were no more, stood his ground, breathing and smirking all the while. Ash himself pumped his fist into the air, cheered and then ran over to his Pokémon. Sliding next to Pikachu, he picked him up and hugged him tightly while congratulating the evolved form of Piku on his victory. "Alright buddy, you did it." Ash laughed happily. "You totally showed Gyarados who was boss. Great job Pai." Pikachu smiled and held up his little fist in victory. Pikachu Pai. After enjoying the moment, Ash finally put Pikachu down and then stood up and made his way over to the orange-haired girl. Even as he approached, he could see that she was now staring at himself and Pikachu in a way that did little to hide her shock at what she had just witnessed. "Are you okay?" the black-haired boy asked with a smile. The girl looked at Ash. "How did you do that?" The track-suit-wearing trainer seemed confused. "What? The Gyarados thing you mean?" The girl stood up and put her hands on her hips. "Of course the Gyarados thing. How did your little Pikachu beat that huge thing?" He merely scratched his Pokémon behind the ears, causing him to make a cute cooing sound of happiness. "My buddy is strong, that's how. He's been training really hard and that battle we just had proved it." Ash looked back at the girl and held his hand out. "I'm Ash by the way. Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town. And you know my partner now, Pikachu." The spirited electric type gave a peace sign at the girl and smiled. "Pika, Pikachu Pai." The girl eventually overcame her perplexity at the sudden turn of events and was polite enough to stretch out her own hand, shaking Ash's. "Nice to meet you both, my name's Misty." She then had the decency to give a small smile and add, "Thank you by the way. For saving me." The younger trainer shook her hand firmly but gently. "Nice to meet you Misty and no problem. If you don't me asking though, why did Gyarados attack you?" Misty seemed to flinch at the mere mention of her attacker but managed to compose herself well as she formed an ashamed look on her face. "I was actually fishing for water-type Pokémon and I ended up drawing the attention of Gyarados. They're really territorial and it must have not wanted me here. It attacked me and my own Pokémon were no match for it." Ash placed a comforting hand on her shoulder and shrugged. "It wasn't your fault Misty. Gyarados are very difficult Pokémon to handle and anyone could have made the same mistake. Don't be too hard on yourself." The orange-haired girl returned the smile that the boy was giving her. "Thanks Ash, I appreciate that. So, what? Are you and your Pikachu pro level or something to be able to handle that Gyarados? I mean no offense but you look a little young to be a seasoned trainer." He scratched the back of his head and laughed awkwardly. "Actually, I just started out on my Pokémon journey 2 weeks ago and Pikachu here was my first one. Anyway, we stopped and did some training for a while after I first left home and now we're heading to Viridian City." It'll be Pewter City afterwards. We're gonna enter the Indigo League circuit and I know they have a Pokemon gym there. The thin and athletic female was completely silent. This young rookie trainer before her and his Pikachu, whom he had only been training for 2 weeks, had just stomped a high-level Gyarados. A ferocious and powerful opponent which she, someone that had been training Pokemon far longer, couldn't even scratch. How such a thing could even be possible was far beyond her. The strange young man did say that he and his Pikachu had been training hard, and indeed, they must have. They would have needed to train exceedingly hard in order to get to the level they were now at. And in only 2 weeks' time as well. Misty was suddenly brought from her thoughts by Ash looking at something which was laying broken and mangled on the ground near the river. She followed his gaze and upon laying eyes on it, she gasped. "My bike!" Her distressed voice came out in a wail as she ran over to and then crouched down beside of her destroyed bike. Ash himself stepped back and he and Pikachu remained silent. "I don't believe it. That Gyarados must have smashed my bike when it was trying to attack me. What am I gonna do now? It'll take forever to get anywhere on foot." The boy behind her took that opportunity to speak up. "I'm really sorry about your bike, Misty. If you'd like, you can come with me and Pikachu to Viridian City. I'll carry your bike there on my shoulders and then we can see if someone will fix it in the city. What do you think?" She looked up at him in awe because of his offer and saw him smiling at her. A faint blush adorned her cheeks. "Would you really do that, Ash?" The gentlemanly young man nodded readily. "Well, of course. It wouldn't be honorable or right to my mom's teachings if I didn't help out a lady when she needed it. I'd be glad to help." Misty smiled again, gratefully this time, and stood back up. "Thank you so much, Ash, I really appreciate this." He just waved it off and then hoisted the broken bike over his strong shoulders. Together, he and Pikachu, plus Misty, set off for Viridian City. Pikachu rode on top of the bike's wrecked handlebars and the newest female addition to their company stayed right in line with her impromptu savior the whole way. The trotting trio arrived in Viridian City just as the sun was beginning to set, and with it, the sky could be seen turning a deep purplish-orange as night slowly fell. The whole way to the city, Ash and Misty had talked about all kinds of topics, namely their dreams and respective goals. Ash had obviously spoken of his longing to become a Pokémon Master, and Misty told him that she dreamed of becoming the world's best Water-type Pokémon trainer. One who was even better than her idols. The first was Prima, whom was part of the Kanto and Johto Elite Four and a literal expert in the field of water and ice types. The second one was a man named Wallace, the reigning Hoenn region champion and Pokémon coordinator genius. He was not only a regional champion and water-type Pokémon Master, but he also had his own Pokémon contest tournament named after him, the Wallace Cup. Just as both the black-haired boy and his orange-headed companion entered the outer suburbs of the city, Ash still carrying Misty's bike with Pikachu sitting atop it, they saw a small police station ahead on the left-hand side of the road. As they walked past it, Misty suddenly stopped and looked at a poster that was hanging on a pole near the station. Getting a closer look, she examined the object in question for a time before gesturing to Ash, whom had stopped and was now curiously looking to see what she was doing. "Ash, come and look at this. It might be a good idea to see what it's about." He did as she requested and stepped up onto the curb beside of her, looking at the poster itself closely. When he got a good look at what it was, he soon found that it was actually a wanted poster and had the image of a man and woman on the front. Their faces were shaded around the eyes so as to not give the full identity, however they looked distinct enough to pick out of a crowd even without a clear face to go by. They were both wearing a white uniform with a large red R printed on the chest and what appeared to be black gloves on their hands that went up to the elbows on the woman and just to the forearms on the man. From what was visible of his one arm at least. The man's white shirt apparently had long sleeves and a slight V-cut at the sternum that showed a black undershirt beneath. He had blue hair that hung down to around neck level, and in his left hand was a red rose, which he was smelling while looking away from the picture. The woman looked to have magenta crimson hair that seemed like it was long and styled into a very unusual fashion, though all of it could not be seen. She was wearing green, bauble-shaped earrings, red lipstick and her own white uniform and black undershirt, which were identical to the man's, only they were cut off at the middle to show her smooth and slim belly. The female in question was holding her left hand out in the picture, as if trying to stop it from being taken. Though, by the smirks on both of their faces, it seemed they didn't overly care who saw them or not. As Ash examined the pictures, Misty held her finger near the writing at the bottom of the poster and read aloud. Wanted, known thieves and Pokémon kidnappers. Crimes are listed as but not limited to, larceny, destruction of private and public property, breaking and entering, disturbing the peace, evasion of police, unlawful operation of hot air balloon in private airspaces and kidnapping of Pokémon. Ash's right eyebrow raised, with Pikachu also looking at the poster now, while Misty's eyes squinted as she moved to the next paragraph below the first. Suspects are male and female, ages unknown, and identities are likewise unknown. Appears to work in only a team of 2 but could be involved with others. Uses Pokémon in their crimes, Ekans and a coughing. Potential danger of suspects is unknown but if seen do not approach, rumored to be affiliated with mysterious criminal organization Team Rocket. She finished with her finger tracing the last line at the bottom of the poster. If spotted please notify nearest police station or call emergency hotline to file a report with proper authorities. Once she was done, Ash frowned. Team Rocket huh? That's really bad, those guys aren't good news. Misty looked at him. What do you mean? You know about them? He shook his head. Not these 2 specifically, no. But Professor Oak has told me about a shadow organization of criminals based here in Kanto that commits a lot of really bad crimes under the radar. Stealing and trafficking Pokémon are supposedly their biggest operation but because they're so secretive and well organized, not a lot is known about them. She nodded and then looked back at the poster. Yeah, I think I've heard a rumor or 2 about them before as well. We'll just have to be careful, especially with our Pokémon. Ash put her bike down on the sidewalk for a moment and then went up to the glass double doors of the police station. I'm gonna find out more about these 2 criminals, he informed just before knocking upon the cool surface. Misty walked up to join him just as he knocked and a short time later, the glass door opened and a blue-haired woman could be seen standing in the entryway. The woman in question had slightly curly, teal-blue hair that was tied into a bushy ponytail in the back with a few strands of hair hanging down around her face. She had a very attractive, pale-skinned complexion and wore red gloss upon her lips. Her eyes were similar to Ash's own in color, which was a light amber. The young woman wore a dark blue police shirt with 2 pockets that had gold buttons over the BRSTS. The center of the uniform tapered into a lighter blue V-shape and both the collar, as well as arm cuffs of the short-sleeve shirt, were colored red. On her lower body was a very short skirt of the same color as the shirt and it rose high enough on her thighs that the entirety of her long, shapely legs were left exposed. Around her waist was a black belt with a gold buckle, cinched down tightly, and across her right shoulder was a black strap that held up the black bag holding all of her police gear. To complete her ensemble, the pretty young woman was wearing black, low-heeled shoes, white gloves and a blue police cap with a dark brim, red trim around the top and a golden star in the center. When the woman stepped out of the station and saw the 2 young trainers standing outside the door, she looked at them and then blinked. Yes. May I help you? Ash smiled politely at her and asked. Yeah, I was wondering if you could please tell us more about the criminals that are wanted in that poster please. Me and my friend just came into town and we saw the wanted sign. Since we both have Pokémon, it made us a little concerned to hear that there are people running around the city trying to steal them. The female officer looked at him and then at Misty before glancing over at the wanted sign. Oh, you mean those 2? She looked back at Ash again and then stepped fully out onto the sidewalk. They're Pokémon robbers and are also wanted for a host of other crimes, as you probably read. She held a hand up. Unfortunately, we don't know a lot about them or who they are. Those photos were taken by a security camera when they tried to break into a Pokémon Center at Vermilion City. They haven't actually been spotted here in Viridian but we've been keeping our eyes out just in case. She then looked over the 2 young trainers before asking. May I ask who you are? Ash nodded and gestured at himself. I'm Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town and this is my buddy Pikachu. He gestured at the small electric type on his shoulder and then pulled his Pokédex off of its clip on his side, sliding it open in the process. I received my first Pokémon and this Pokédex from Professor Oak. He then held the small device up as Dexter started to speak in his robotic voice. My name is Dexter, I am registered to Pokémon trainer Ash Ketchum and was programmed and given by Professor Samuel Oak. Misty went. next and smiled at the woman, holding out a small white card that she had taken out of her red bag. "My name is Misty and this is my official trainer ID." The blue-haired policewoman looked closer at the card and saw that it had a picture of Misty's face on it, as well as her personal information and a licensed league seal at the bottom indicating her official status as a Pokémon trainer. She also saw something else that caused her to blink in surprise before looking at the orange head and smiling. "Well, that's definitely enough for me." She then looked at Ash. "Both of you. Thank you for your cooperation." Gesturing at herself, she revealed her own identity. "My name is Officer Jenny, would you like an SCRT to the Pokémon Center? I'm going through a pretty slow PRD right now so I can drive you there if you'd like on my motorbike." The young preteens looked at each other and smiled before looking back at her and nodding, thanking the pretty officer at the same time. "Thank you, Officer Jenny." She smiled as well after looking at the mangled bike on the sidewalk. "Looks like you could use it too. One of you can hold that thing in the sidecar on the way. Just let me lock up and then I'll meet you over at the garage door." Jenny went back inside to lock up after that, leaving Ash and Misty to walk over and wait for her next to the small garage that was built onto the side of the police station. Although, he first had to go and retrieve his new friend's destroyed bike for her. A short time later the metal door slid open and Jenny could be seen inside of the parking garage sitting on a sleek-looking, white police motorbike with sirens mounted on the sides. It also had a sidecar attached to the right side of the sporty vehicle. Having replaced her hat with a blue helmet that had a clear visor, the fit policewoman looked at the kids she would be ferrying and gestured behind her. "Grab some helmets off that shelf over there behind me and then climb on, I'll get you to the center in no time." Doing as instructed, Ash and Misty walked into the very neat and well-organized garage and went up to a shelf on the back wall that had a few helmets on them identical to Jenny's own. After picking two and slipping them, Misty climbed onto the back of the bike with Jenny and Ash took the sidecar. Then, with Pikachu sitting on his lap between himself and the ruined bike that he was holding between his legs, Jenny slowly pulled out of the garage. Once they were out on the pavement of the driveway, she pressed a button on the console pad of her bike and the garage door automatically shut and locked back. Then, pulling out onto the main road, she called back to her passengers. "Hang on, we're gonna make these roads hot like slugma in a magma cone." She then hit the accelerator and sped down the road with a loud screech of the wheels as they tore up the pavement beneath. The skies above the Viridian City Pokémon Center seemed quiet enough. Evening was nearly at its full coming and the skies were almost dark. The large white building with a big red ball on the top stood secure and firm in the midst of its own private lot, which was also shrouded by well-maintained trees and other shrubbery throughout its entire circumference. The oval-shaped Pokémon Center with its raised pavilion hosted many different sets of steps that lead up onto it from all sides, each one broken up by a section of neatly planted bushes. The white stone surface of the ground was free of any litter or trash whatsoever and the large red P atop the center roof was now glowing as darkness descended, effectively turning it into a brightly shining beacon of hope for any weary trainers and their Pokémon. However, the peaceful tranquility of the atmosphere was soon to be broken since, unseen by all eyes, an invisible foe was slowly lowering itself down into the lot behind the large medical building. As the hidden object in question came closer to reaching its intended landing zone, the foreign invader finally started to become clear since, like a Kecleon shedding its camouflage, the odd craft in question became visible. As if it had been painted to blend into the scenery but a pail of water had washed it away, the slow-moving object was soon revealed to be none other than a hot air balloon. A flying craft which was actually shaped to resemble a Meowth's head and paw. An exceedingly strange sight indeed. However, what was more important were the three individuals riding in the green basket directly beneath the balloon itself. Even more surprising was that, as the engineless transportation aircraft finally reached the ground and silently touched down upon the stone surface, the passengers' identities became clear. The one was a woman with dark magenta hair and the other, a man with light blue hair. They were both wearing the same white uniforms with a big red R on their chests and from their faces, it was clear that they were the same individuals from the wanted poster back at the police station. As the balloon settled on the ground, the woman jumped out first and landed on her long, black, high-heeled boots that went up to her knees. She was also wearing long black gloves that reached to her elbows and a very short white skirt that showed her smooth upper thighs. Which, combined with the matching top, did little to conceal her shapely form and long legs. She smirked haughtily and looked around. Such a sleepy little city, we were able to get here with no interruption or suspicion. It's almost too easy really. The man jumped down after his curvaceous female companion and showed that he too was wearing black boots, though they were shorter in length and his long white breaths were tucked into them. He was wearing gloves also, but they only went to his forearms. Well then, I guess their lack of proper security is on them, he replied with an uppity laugh that made him sound like some rich snob. Like they could ever hope to prepare for the illustrious Team Rocket. Yeah, well, don't forget Jamesy boy. A high-pitched, somewhat accented voice spoke just before another figure jumped out of the balloon and landed on 2 feet between them. The cloak and tech in the balloon made it easy by turning us invisible. The speaker turned out to be none other than a Meowth, whom was actually standing on 2 legs like a person and smirking with his paws on his hips. They really hooked us up back at headquarters with this beauty. The astonishingly talking Pokémon reached back and patted the green basket of the balloon. Yes, and now it's time to pay back the boss by snatching him some rare Pokémon, the long-haired woman snidely remarked as she crossed her arms and looked back at the center. Right, James? Right, the man now known as James flipped his hair back and then looked over at his companion. We still going with the original plan, Jesse? The now identified and skimpily dressed young woman nodded. Of course. She then looked down at the talking Pokémon beside her. Give us the rundown again, Meowth. The self-named Pokémon in question just stepped forward a few paces and looked at the center for several moments before beginning to respond. The plan is pretty simple, and if you follow my instructions, we shouldn't have too many issues with it. The talking Meowth raised his paw and looked across between smug and confident. First things first. We're gonna have Ta dig a tunnel underneath the center. After that, we'll place charges in the hole and then go hold them up for all the Pokémon they have. Once they find out we got bombs hidden under the building, they'll give us whatever we want to keep from getting blown all the way to sin no. Jesse and James both looked at each other and cackled gleefully before nodding. Right. Let's link up our telepads and get some explosives sent over from the supply warehouse at HQ. The blue-haired man eagerly nodded to his female companion's suggestion and then reached into his pocket and pulled out a small black device. Holding it in his hand, it was about palm-sized and looked like a sleek, dark circular disc with a few buttons on one side and 4 metal prongs on the other. The pronged side had a sloping dip in it. Jessie likewise pulled her own out of a small inner pocket she had on the inside of her skimpy white top and held it up. Okay, let's set up the connection. Her blue-haired companion nodded, and then they both walked a few feet away from each other before kneeling down and placing the black discs onto the ground. The devices in question had little feet on the bottom that held them up in a backward-leaning position, which left the button console facing the ground and the side with the metal hooks pointing skyward. They almost resembled 2 small black satellites. Even though they seemed insignificant and odd, the black discs were actually some of the most cutting-edge teleportation technology that existed in the Team Rocket organization's criminal arsenal. Indeed, working together they actually formed a 2-way teleportation gate which allowed back and forth transaction from both ends. Jesse and James took a few seconds to input a couple of commands into the intricate little control pads on the back of the black discs and then looked up as they started to activate. The metal prongs on the front side of the disc started to spark and crackle with electrical energy before, converging into one center point via multiple arcs, they erupted into a bright glow of pinkish-yellow light. At the same time, 2 beams of equally bright light erupted from the discs and met in midair, a few feet above the ground and perfectly on center. As the beams converged upon one another and combined, an even brighter light started to shine and a small portal, like a wormhole between dimensions, began to take shape. The portal itself took on the appearance of an oval, and as it grew larger and more pronounced, Jesse and James both backed away a few paces to give it time to stabilize out. Finally, after several long moments, the man-made teleportation wormhole stopped increasing in size and evened out when it was about the size of a large wall mirror. The now softly gleaming portal of light hovered in place, sustained in form by the 2 arcs of oddly glowing electrical energy that were being fed into it via the discs down on the ground. After a few seconds of allowing the portal to stabilize, it started to shift it and change color. Soon, the mirror of shapeless color gave way to an image that showed an entirely different scene from the landscape around the portal. Like a hole had been ripped between the veil of space and time, a man could be seen on the other end of the dimensional gateway. The man in question was smoothly shaven with dark eyes and he was wearing a black cap on his head, which covered his apparently short dark hair underneath. He also had on a black, long-sleeve shirt with the same red R on the front of it that Jesse and James themselves donned. On his hands were white gloves that went up his forearms. The man had a very serious and stony expression, and in the background of wherever he was, it looked like he was in some kind of a giant warehouse. One with pallets, crates and shelves that went all the way up near the ceiling. It appeared as though he was probably standing someplace elevated as well, because down on the ground and moving about the warehouse were several more men and women dressed just like him. The women, however, wore black skirts and white, thigh-high heeled boots instead of breaths and normal boots as the men did. Seeing who it was that had established the connection, the stoic-looking man frowned and then spoke in voice that showed his obvious frustration. "You three? Oh great. What do you want?" Jesse and James both straightened up their posture as the former replied. "We need you to send us over a few crates of explosives for an operation we are about to initiate." The man raised an eyebrow. "Really? Aha. An operation, eh? Is this gonna be any more successful than the last dozen failures you've had? The equipment in this warehouse isn't for third-rate morons like you who can't even pull off a single successful heist. Some of the most high-tech and expensive inventory in the entire Rocket organization are kept here." James smiled nervously and wrung his hands together. "Well, I wouldn't say we've failed that many times." Jessie, however, immediately resorted to anger as she growled and shook a fist at their Team Rocket comrade. "Listen you. It isn't your job to tell us what we can and can't have. We're equal parts of this organization just the same as you, and besides, you aren't our superior. Now give us what we called for." Rolling his eyes, he sighed and shook his head. "Whatever. You mess up, it's on you. I'll have your order filled and sent through one of the teleporter pads. Stand by." With that, the image in the portal went back to taking on the form of a shining surface of light. However, after a few minutes of impatiently waiting and tapping her foot, Jessie smiled in satisfaction as the portal began shifting and distorting again. "Ha! Finally, took them long enough." Her words were followed by the portal growing and expanding in size until it eventually touched down on the ground and started to resemble more of a doorway. The brightness of it continued to get stronger and stronger until all three of them had to finally look away. When the glowing died down and they were able to look again, they saw that, in place of the portal, there were now 5 large crates of explosive munitions resting on the concrete ground. The black discs that had made the portal were also inactive now, having returned to their resting state after the teleportation transaction had been completed. "Now that's what I'm talking about." Meowth cheered as he ran up to the pallet of explosives and started to look them over. "With this we'll be able to get those saps in the Pokémon Center right where we want them," Jessie foretold with a sneer. James agreed with her and crossed his arms, smirking. "We'll have enough firepower to blow them to the moon and back." "All right." Meowth turned around and looked back at his teammates while grinning toothily. "Time for the next phase of the plan." The 2 human members of the trio went over and picked up the small black discs, storing them away in their uniforms again while the talking Pokémon raised a clawed finger. "Now we'll need to tunnel our way under the center and then place these charges. After that, we can begin phase 2 of the plan, stealing all the Pokémon." With that, they ran over to the back of the Pokémon Center, and as soon as they reached the southward-facing wall, Meowth stopped and pointed down at the ground. "Here, Jess. Have Ekans burrow underneath the building right here." Pulling a Pokeball out from inside of her white vest, which she kept attached to a small loop, the reddish-haired female criminal sneered. "It'd be my pleasure. Ekans, come out here." With that, she released the Pokémon from within, which appeared from the ball in a bright burst of light and materialized to show the long purple snake that was Ekans. Giving a hiss of its name when it took full form and shape, the poison-type Pokémon looked up at Jessie, whom pointed in turn to the spot on the ground that Meowth had directed. "Ekans, I want you to burrow a deep hole underneath this building and get right under the center of it." Nodding at its given command, Jessie's loyal serpent hissed again before turning and looking down at the ground. After that, with a strong recoil and forward fling of its body, Ekans threw itself into the concrete ground. However, instead of bouncing back or hurting itself, the powerful snake was able to smash right through the solid ground and immediately begin burrowing a tunnel straight under the Pokémon Center. Smirking as they watched, Jessie cackled. It won't be long now. I hope there's rare Pokémon in this center, James stated while flipping his hair back. Just you watch, Meowth began with a confident smirk. This plan'll work out perfectly. We'll get a bunch of Pokémon and the boss'll finally make me top cat again. The two simple-minded humans with him just raised their hands and cheered. And we're gonna get a raise and a promotion. Woohoo! There it is. Officer Jenny called out over the roar of her motorbike as they approached the tall, glowing form of the Pokémon Center at a reasonable speed. While not going at a breakneck, ballistic pace by any definition of the word, the female officer still had a heavy foot and she was able to ferry them across town just as fast as she promised. In only a short few moments, Jenny was pulling up in front of the large building and stopped just outside on the street corner. Ash and Misty got off and removed their helmets while the former carried the ruined bicycle out after him. Thanks for the lift, Officer Jenny, Misty said gratefully. We really appreciate it. Ash nodded and Pikachu smiled and chirped in agreement. Yeah, we do, thanks, officer. You helped get us here a lot quicker than we would have on foot. The shapely policewoman smiled at the two kids and waved to them. It was no problem. Now you kids stay safe, don't get into any trouble and make sure you watch out for those Pokémon kidnappers, okay? Ash and Misty agreeing to her request, Jenny saluted them and then pulled her bike around and drove off while yelling back. Tell Joy I said hey. With that, the two traveling trainers turned and walked up the steps that lead onto the raised pavilion that the center was located upon. A short time later, they were stepping through the front doors and entering a massive lobby that looked big enough to hold a large crowd of people and Pokémon. There was an oval-shaped front desk at the center of the lobby and a video call station on the far right end. There was also a second level to the center which had a walkway stretching from one end of the lobby to the other on the back wall. The front door area was entirely comprised of a long glass surface. Together, the two preteens walked up to the desk and, not seeing anyone, Misty pressed a button that was attached to a device on the counter and read. For assistance, please press pager. When she did, a loud buzzing sound filtered out through the Pokeball-shaped speakers suspended above the front desk and alerted the center attendant that there were patrons. In what could only have been a minute, at the most, the double doors at the back of the lobby opened and out came walking a young woman with pink hair tied into what looked like two bows behind her head and ending in a puffy crown at her forehead. She had a soft complexion, blue eyes, and was wearing a very short and visually appealing nurse's uniform. At least, to Ash's eyes it was appealing. The outfit in question consisted of a white apron-like dress with a pocket down on the left side of the material near the belly. The apron was tied into a bow behind her and underneath of it she wore a pink, short-sleeved shirt with a folded-down collar and puffy shoulders. On her feet were white nurse's shoes. The pink-headed young woman walked up to the counter and smiled upon seeing her waiting visitors. Hello and welcome to the Viridian City Pokémon Center. My name is Nurse Joy, how may I help you? Pikachu jumped off of Ash's shoulder and onto the counter just as he responded. Can you please heal our Pokémon up for us, Nurse Joy? Misty took her red pack off and opened it, reaching inside and pulling out 3 Pokeball. Yes, please, Nurse Joy, we would really appreciate it. The Pokémon healthcare professional smiled sweetly. Well, of course we will. She then pressed a button on the intercom system behind the desk and spoke into the microphone. We need a transport table out here for 2 teams. Shortly after saying that, the doors in the back opened again and out came 2 Chansey pushing a big cart with 2 trays on top that had slots in them for Pokeball. The normal type egg bearers hurried up to the counter with one of them looking at Nurse Joy and nodding. Chansey. Smiling at her assistant, Joy thanked the round-shaped Pokemon. Thank you, Chansey, go ahead and place the Pokeball onto the cart and then take them back. I'll be there in a minute. Doing as told, they both took the shrunken-down ball from Ash and Misty and put them into the trays on the cart. Saying his goodbyes with Pikachu, the messy-haired boy watched him jump onto the cart willingly and then disappear through the double doors a few seconds later. Okay, we'll take your Pokémon back for a nice long rest under the PRM and then we'll bring them out to you once it's finished. It shouldn't take too long. Nurse Joy then looked at the mangled bike Ash was carrying and gasped. Oh no. Did something happen? Misty, for her part, just sighed. It's a long story but no one got hurt, that's all that matters. My bike is just wrecked now and I won't be able to use it like this. Joy tapped her chin in thought for a few moments before smiling. Oh, I know. There's a bike shop here in town that could probably fix your bike for you if it isn't too destroyed. I'll give you the address before you leave and you can try taking it there. Brightening at that, Misty smiled gratefully. Really? Oh, thank you, Nurse Joy. Thank you so much. You're very welcome. She answered kindly in turn. And since it's getting late, may I recommend you both stay here for the night once your Pokémon are done? We have rooms here. The two kids looked at each other and smiled. Sure, Nurse Joy, thanks. We'll just get a room after you square away our Pokémon. Oh, and by the way, Officer Jenny wanted us to tell you hello. The pretty nurse tilted her head and smiled. So you already met Jenny then, huh? I hope you two didn't get into any trouble. Misty shook her head. No, she actually gave us a lift here. Joy nodded in understanding. Well, that was nice of her. Though I'm not surprised, while she can be stern, Jenny has a heart of gold. I should know, we've been friends for years. The young nurse then held up her finger. Well then. We'll come get you as soon as your Pokémon are ready. In the meantime, please make yourselves comfortable. After she walked off, Ash looked at his female companion. Hey, I'm gonna go call my mom and see how she's doing. You wanna come? The petite orangette shrugged. Sure, don't really have anything better to do while we're waiting. She then followed the younger boy as he walked over to the video phones and, after sitting himself down, Ash picked up the phone and dialed his home number. Once the black screen and call icon came on, the computer rung for a few moments before the call was finally connected and Delia Ketchum answered. As soon as Ash saw her, he figured that his mother was doing her nightly rituals since she had a towel on her head, a green mud mask on her face and a pink bathrobe on with a red sash around the waist. Hey Mom, did I call at a bad time? He asked in amusement when he saw the state of his mother. Eyes brightening happily as she saw her son on the other end of the line, Delia smiled and exclaimed. Oh Ash, it's you. No sweetie, it isn't a bad time at all, just give me a second. She then turned away from the video phone, which was set up in the living room on a desk near the TV, and ran upstairs as fast as she could. Once in the bathroom she had in her bedroom, she removed the towel covering her hair and quickly took off her mud mask before running back downstairs and sitting in front of the phone. Smiling excitedly, she looked at her son and said just as enthusiastically. Oh sweetie, it's so good to hear from you. I've been worrying about you so much over the last 2 weeks, how has everything been? Are you eating enough? How's Pikachu? Did you catch any new Pokémon? Are you making sure to regularly change your dash? With Misty beside him, Ash interrupted his mother before she could go any farther and embarrass him. Mom. Hey, come on Mom, I'm fine, really. And yeah, it's been really great. Leaning forward, he smiled. Me and Pikachu did some pretty tough training for 2 weeks and yes, I did catch some new Pokémon. All in all, it's been good. We just arrived here at the center in Viridian City and we're waiting for Nurse Joy to take care of our Pokémon for us. She smiled happily at the good news from her child. That is so wonderful, sweetheart, you're already starting to succeed in leaps and bounds. Even though you took longer to get to Viridian than your father did since you stopped to train for a while, he told me that when he first left home on his journey, everything was a disaster. Nothing went right for him. He even told me that a flock of Spearow attacked him. She and her son both shared an amused smile and a laugh at that, but, upon seeing Misty next to him, Delia adopted an expression of curiosity. Ash, who is that with you? Looking at Misty, the boy smiled and then glanced back at his mother. Oh yeah, right, Mom, this is my friend Misty. We met her when we were on the way here to Viridian City. At that, the younger girl moved in and smiled politely at the older woman. Hello Mrs. Ketchum. Ash told me a lot about you on the way here to the city and it's nice getting to talk to you. Delia I smiled at the orange head. Oh, you are just as pretty as a Bellosome dear. It's so nice to meet you too Misty, I'm happy my Ash has already made a friend on the road. And such a pretty one too. Misty's cheeks turned a little red at that, but she retained her composure as she gave a small laugh. Well, I should actually be thankful that I met Ash really. He and Pikachu came along when I was being attacked by a wild Gyarados in a river and they saved me. If it wouldn't have been for them, I might not be here right now. I owe them both my life. Ash even carried my bike, which Gyarados destroyed in its attack, all the way here for me on his shoulders. Your son is a real gentleman, Mrs. Ketchum. Delia's eyes went wide. Really? A Gyarados? He saved you from a Gyarados? At the girl's nod, she looked at her son. Ash, that was so incredibly brave of you. I'm terrified to hear that such a thing happened to you, and I'm relieved to know you're okay, but to be told that you went to such lengths to save this young lady. And then to carry her bike all the way to the city for her. She smiled and leaned forward. That makes me so proud of you, sweetie. You did a wonderful thing and you should be very proud of yourself. I know your father would be too. Good job, Ash, I am so proud of you. Feeling a little uncomfortable at all the praise, he smiled and rubbed the back of his head while changing the subject. Yeah, so, how's everything there, Mom? You doing okay? Leaning back in the desk chair again, his mother nodded with a small sigh. Yes, I'm doing just fine, honey. It's a little lonely without you around, but I'm managing well, don't you worry about me. She then held up a finger like she had suddenly remembered something important. That reminds me, Ash, you need to call Professor Oak too. He's really been wondering about your progress and how you've been doing over the last 2 weeks, so make sure to call him, okay? Her son nodded in assent. You got it, Mom, I will. I should actually probably let you go now so I can call him before it gets too late. I just wanted to call and let you know how I was doing. The brunette nodded in agreement and smiled into the camera again. Yes, you're probably right. Well, thank you for calling and letting me know how you are, honey. Please keep me updated and call home anytime you feel like it. I love you so very much and I couldn't be prouder of the young man you're turning into. She then looked toward the girl next to her son. And Misty, it was so nice to talk to you. If you and my son end up traveling together by some chance, then I hope to actually meet you in person someday. Please take care, dear, and if you go with him, help look after my Ashie. Misty smiled kindly back and nodded. You got it, Mrs. Ketchum, and it was very nice meeting you as well. Have a good night. With that, Ash told his mother goodbye and gave her his love before hanging up the call. Afterwards, he turned and went to say something to Misty before calling Professor Oak, but right then, his eyes caught sight of a strange anomaly. Standing up, he furrowed his eyebrows and then walked forward a few steps to see what had caught his attention. Once he did, with Misty looking after him in confusion, he finally was able to see just what it was that had grabbed his attention. So there, suspended on the wall behind the front desk, was a large monitor. However, it wasn't the screen itself but what was currently being displayed on its surface that had caught his eyes. There, taking up the whole large screen, was the computer image of 4 individual Pokémon that were drawn on what seemed to be some form of ancient stone. As he moved closer to the image that was being displayed on the monitor, Ash examined the 4 drawings carefully in order to decipher what they were. It took him a little while, but after intently staring at each one for some time, he finally understood who the Pokémon were. Ash, what is it? Misty asked as she walked up to stand beside of him. Turning to look at her, the boy gestured back up at the image while explaining. This image caught my eye. It may just be a digital replica, but this picture must have been taken from an actual ancient drawing of 4 unique Pokémon. She looked up at the image as well and stared at it for a few moments. Who are they? Ash reverted his full attention to the image and then pointed, one after the other. Well, the first is of an Arcanine. They're pretty rare in the wild and used to be classified as legendary Pokémon back when Professor Oak was younger, though I don't know why. An enthusiastic smile came over his features then. These other 3 are real legendary Pokémon. The Mirage Trio and legendary birds of Kanto, Zapdos, Moltres and Articuno. Misty shared his enthusiasm as she stared at the image and smiled fondly. Wow! Wouldn't it be amazing to actually get to see those Pokémon someday? Her male companion nodded in agreement, and then, after a few more moments of staring, he looked away. Alright, well, I should call Professor Oak and let him know how things are going. Misty readjusted the bag slung over her shoulder. I'm gonna go find the bathroom while you're doing that. See you in a little bit, Ash. After she had wandered off, Ash went back over to the video phone and sat down before making the call to his mentor. It didn't take long either because, in only a few short rings, the screen lit up and Professor Oak's face could be seen on the other end of the computer. Seeing who had called him, the elder man smiled and gave a hearty greeting. "Ah, Ash. So you finally made it to Viridian City. How did your first 2 weeks go?" The boy smiled fondly at the memories. "It went great, Professor, really. Me and Pikachu did a lot of training and I caught a few Pokémon. I captured a Rattata, a Spearow, the Nidoran duo, and get this, I actually found a Mewtwo." Hearing that, Oak's eyebrow arched. "A Mewtwo? Really? How in Arceus Green Earth did that happen?" He shrugged. "I don't know, Professor, I really don't. All I do know is that I found her getting attacked by a flock of Spearow, headed by the one I caught, and saved her. Sometime after that I caught her when she expressed interest in coming with me." The aged Pokemon professor put a hand to his chin and hummed in thought. Very strange indeed to have encountered a wild Mewtwo out here in Kanto, they usually aren't found here. Interesting indeed, my boy, and regardless, it was a slide of good fortune for you that you made such a rare capture. It sounds like you're doing quite well for yourself already. Ash nodded in agreement. "Yeah, we are, so far at least. Me and Pikachu met a girl named Misty, who we saved from a Gyarados, but it destroyed her bike in the attack. We decided to come with her to Viridian and I carried it here for her. We're in the Pokemon Center right now waiting for our Pokemon to get rested up and will probably crash here tonight." The older man smiled at his student. It sounds to me like you've already experienced quite the adventure, my boy. Well, make sure to keep me up to date on how things go with you and I look forward to hearing what Pokemon you catch next. Do you know where you're going after this?" The black-haired trainer nodded again. "Yeah, I spent the last 2 weeks looking over the GPS in my transceiver and I think we'll head through the Viridian Forest next and on to Pewter City." His mentor laced his fingers together. "Well, that sounds like a plan to me, Ash. Just be careful though, the Viridian Forest can be a dangerous place." "You got it, Professor," he assented with a nod. "We'll be safe and I'll call you again as soon as I have another chance." Just then, with those last words, his memory was suddenly jogged and Ash snapped his fingers. "That reminds me, Professor, can I please ask you a favor?" "About my Pokemon?" The short-haired older man nodded. "Of course, my boy, what might it be?" Leaning his elbows on the desk, the boy explained. "Well, I want my Pokemon to keep up their training schedules, even when they're with you at the lab. But they can't make their own food and I have a specific diet I'm keeping each of them on. If I sent you a list and kept it updated, could you please keep up their meal plan when they're with you?" His mentor smiled in reply. "Of course, Ash, it would be my pleasure. I'm sure your mother wouldn't mind coming over to help me every now and again to give her something to do either. She's a far better cook than I am after all. Do you need me to supervise their training as well?" Ash shook his head. "No, I've already talked to them about it. They understand that when they're with you, I still want them to do their daily training regimes. You won't have to do anything on that end." The world-famous researcher nodded once more. "Well, then you can consider it done. Don't worry about your Pokemon's feeding schedule when they're with me, my boy." Smiling gratefully, he bowed his head and thanked his teacher. "That really sets my mind at ease, Professor, thank you." With that and a few parting words, the call was ended and Ash sat back in the chair. He purposefully avoided making any mention of his sighting of Ho-Oh to anyone, mostly because he feared that most people would never believe it. It was hard enough for him to believe it, let alone trying to convince anybody else. Eventually, as the time ticked by on the clock, Ash and Misty were pulled out of conversation with each other over by the waiting area when Nurse Joy walked out into the lobby with both Chansey pushing a cart behind her. On top of it were their Pokeball and Pikachu, looking freshly rejuvenated and perky as he ate an apple. "Well, it's all done," she spoke kindly as she stopped in front of them. "Your Pokemon have been fully restored and are back to optimal health. We did a full exam on all of them and they are healthy as can be." Pikachu, seeing Ash, jumped off the cart and onto his trainer's shoulder, who smiled up at him and chuckled. "Hey buddy, you feeling good?" The small electric type nodded and replied back happily. "Pika Pie Pikachu." He and Misty then took their Pokeball and both thanked the pretty nurse before the former asked. "Do you think we might be able to get a room for the night, please, Nurse Joy? Misty and I talked about it and we'd like to stay here." "Of course. The pink-haired nurse smiled sweetly. If you'll just come up to the front desk, then I'll register you both and give you a key. Just as he and Misty prepared to follow Joy and do just that, the sound of breaking glass caused the three of them to spin back around toward the entry doors. Just as they did, two black balls came flying through the now shattered front doors and landed on the floor in front of them just a few feet away. Before they could react, both balls exploded and set off a flash bang that rung in their ears and kicked up a cloud of black smoke. The three of them, including Pikachu and the two Chansey, started to cough from the thick screen of smoke and covered their eyes. Amidst their coughing, they suddenly heard two voices, a male and a female one, start to speak. The female one went first. Prepare for trouble. And make it double. The male voice followed. To protect the world from devastation. The woman passionately proclaimed. To unite all peoples within our nations. The man said smoothly. To denounce the evils of truth and love. Her voice spoke the sardonic next lines, followed by the man again. To extend our reach to the stars above. The smoke finally cleared and allowed Ash, Misty and Joy to see the identity of the intruders just as the woman stepped forward and crossed her arms. Jesse. James. The man also stepped forward and crossed his own arms before flipping his blue hair. Team Rocket blasts off at the speed of light. She jammed a finger into the air. Surrender now or prepare to fight. The blue-haired male did the same and smirked. Meowth, that's right. In the middle of the two humans jumped an upright Meowth on both feet, paws on his hips while he finished the strange motto. Seeing this, Joy and both kids stared at him in wonder and yelled at the same time. A talking Meowth? The two-legged feline in question grinned toothily and crossed his arms. I can do a lot more than just talk, you know. Stealin' Pokémon is what I'm really good at. Ash blinked in shock before pointing at the small talking normal type. But how are you walking like that? And talking? That's amazing. Meowth closed his eyes and looked satisfied with himself. I know I'm awesome, but flattery won't save ya or any of the Pokemon here, kid, so save your breath. Wait a minute. Misty narrowed her eyes at the two uniformed intruders behind the talking Pokemon and then gasped. You two are the same ones from the wanted poster outside of the police station. The woman, whose magenta hair was pulled back into a long banana shape that went down to her legs, sneered and folded her arms under her bust. That's right, little girl. We're members of the indomitable Team Rocket and we are here to show you just how bad we really are. We were able to easily slip into this city without anyone even recognizing or seeing us. TSK, you really should be more on guard when bad guys like us are afoot. James spoke those taunting words with a small chuckle. At that, Joy finally asked with a nervous tremble in her voice. Why are you here? The criminal duo laughed at the same time as Jessie pointed at the nurse. Why, we're here to steal all the Pokemon in this center, of course. Meowth cackled and held up his paw in a fist. Yeah, so hand 'em all over and no one gets hurt. Oh yeah. Ash spoke defiantly while stepping forward. And what if we don't? The talking Pokemon cackled again. Then we'll just blow the whole place sky high. Seeing the look of shock pass across their faces, he smirked. Yeah, that's right. We planted bombs under the center and dear time to go off. James pulled out a small, square black box out of his pocket and held it up. We also have it remote set so we can blow the charges any time we want to. Ash, Misty and Joy all gasped in shock and leaned back for a moment while the pink-haired nurse put her hands over her mouth. That's horrible. How could you? The villains laughed and Jessie sneered. Because we're bad, of course. Now hand over all the Pokemon here or else. Ash was gritting his teeth and staring daggers at them for a few moments, his mind working rapidly, before he slowly calmed and then smirked. Yeah, right, you're just bluffing. Misty and Joy looked at him in confusion, trying to figure out what he was doing, while the Rocket Trio laughed again. Oh really? Jessie crossed her arms under her impressive bust again. And how are you so sure of that, little boy? He maintained his smirk and pointed. Because, you came here to steal Pokemon, not blow yourselves up. You're in the building, if you remote detonated it then you'd go up in flames too. You probably set the timer far enough out that you would have enough time to intimidate Nurse Joy, get the Pokémon and then leave. And besides, you're criminals, you don't care, you would let this place blow up anyway, whether you got what you wanted or not. They frowned slightly upon hearing that, and the woman of the group, apparently the leader, retorted coldly back. Well, aren't you just the little brainiac? Even if you're right, we can still get what we came for by force. What makes you think you can stop us? Because. Pikachu, on cue, jumped down from his shoulder onto the floor and angrily crackled his cheeks. We won't let you. Ash finished with a serious and stony expression on his face. That's right. Misty stepped up beside him and held up a Pokeball in her hand, which grew. We'll fight you off and defend this center and all the Pokemon in it. Jessie and James both laughed together again, along with Meowth, before the former asked with hands on her hips. Oh really? You think little children like yourselves would stand a chance against us? It's getting late, Jess, and I think it might be getting to the little brats, James jeered. They don't know what they're talking about. Yeah, we'd wipe the floor with ya. Meowth pointed and glinted his sharp white teeth. Ash and Misty, both, remained steadfast and unmoved, glaring steadily at the three criminals without backing down an inch. Seeing this, Jessie smirked condescendingly. Very well, I guess we need to teach the babies a lesson. She and her partner both pulled out a Pokeball from in their uniforms at the same time, and Jessie twirled around before tossing the ball out of her hand. Here we go, kiddies, watch closely. Come out, Ekans. From the ball emerged the long, purple and poisonous serpent Pokemon, who hissed threateningly upon appearing. James, for his part, flipped his hair and smirked before tossing his own Pokeball into the air. Come on, coughing. Appearing in a burst of light next to Ekans was a floating ball of grayish rock that had craters over all its body, a mouth and two leering eyes. Upon making its entry, a quick burst of smoke came from the craters in it as coughing gave a guttural and deep, coughing. Alright, let's make this fair. Misty threw the Pokeball in her hand. Go Stereo. When the red and white ball snapped open, it released a stream of light from within that took the form of a golden-brown star-shaped Pokemon with a red gem in its center. Appearing next to Pikachu, it readied itself for battle and gave a brisk vocalization. Star. You ready, Misty? Ash spoke as he prepared for his first official battle. Let's do it. The redhead affirmed without fear. Humph. This will be over quickly. Ekans, use poison sting on that little rat. Jessie commanded. Rearing up, the purple snake opened its mouth and started firing multiple bursts of glowing white needles at Pikachu. However, they were both ready and Ash proved it. Use quick attack. In a small blast of white energy, Pikachu took off running across the floor at rapid speed. The rain of poisonous needles missed him entirely as he simply feinted to the side and made a straight charge for Ekans. Taken aback by the speed of Pikachu, Jessie blinked and then shook herself from her stupor. Ekans, don't stop. Keep using poison sting. Her serpentine Pokemon did just that and continued using the same attack to try and hit the other one. Unfortunately, Pikachu proved to be far too quick and was easily able to dodge each blast of needles that came his way. James took that time to command his own Pokemon. Coughing, use sludge attack. The toxic and cratered poison type moved fast and expelled a thick shot of purple goo at Stereo. Misty proved to also be quick on reaction though, since she gave her own Pokemon a swift order. Stereo spin away from that sludge and then use tackle. Displaying impressive speed and agility of its own, Stereo jumped and spun out of the way of the flying ball of goop and then sent itself twirling rapidly through the air like a frisbee. Before coughing could move or react, Stereo smashed its hard body straight into the levitating Pokemon and sent it soaring back through the air. At the same time, Pikachu finally reached Ekans and jumped forward, slamming himself into the slippery serpent like a compact yellow missile. Jessie's Pokemon also went flying, but unlike coughing, it actually hit the ground. More than a little surprised at the prowess of both young trainers and their Pokemon, the two criminal rockets got mad and clenched their hands into fists. That's it, you little punks. Jessie growled. You'll pay for that. James raised his hand. Coughing, use smokescreen. With a throaty groan of its name, Coughing started to expel a thick cloud of black smoke into the lobby, which quickly came to fill the airspace and cut off almost all visibility. CRP, now we can't see anything. Misty cursed in frustration. Before Ash could reply, they heard Jessie yell. Ekans, find that little rodent and then use wrap and bind it. Utilizing its ability to sense body temperature, Ekans slithered quickly into the cloud of smoke and started searching for Pikachu. Locking onto his body heat eventually, the sneaky snake slipped in deftly behind the unaware and blind electric type and then struck, lunging at him and wrapping its strong coils around the small mouse tightly. Ash could hear Pikachu cry out in surprise from within the smoke cloud, but without being able to see, he knew he couldn't help his Pokémon. However, instead of panicking, he remained calm as Professor Oak had always instructed him to do in such situations. Thankfully, he soon came to an idea and spoke on it while looking at Misty. Hey, does your stereo know rapid spin? She looked at him oddly for a moment but nodded regardless. Yeah, why? He turned to her. Have it use rapid spin but while standing on the ground. Maybe, if it does that, Stereo's body could act like a fan and stir up enough air to clear the smoke away. She blinked in surprise at the unusually unique idea but decided to try it nonetheless as she ordered Stereo to do exactly as Ash advised. Amazingly enough, as soon as the multi-pointed star used rapid spin while standing on the floor, its body started to rotate at an incredibly fast speed. This had the effect of stirring up the air around them and, the faster Stereo turned, it soon resembled a fan pushing air currents forward briskly. The sudden uptick in wind speed caused the cloud of black smog to slowly begin dissipating and fading away until, finally, it was no more. With visibility finally restored, Ash was able to see Ekans in the middle of a tight bind on Pikachu, who was trying to get free but could not do so. At that same moment, Jessie called out. Ekans, use bite and gobble up that tiny rat. Just as the toxic snake opened its mouth wide and bared its fangs in preparation to bite Pikachu, Misty acted on the fly. Stereo, attack Ekans with rapid spin. Unlike before, the quick-moving water type went airborne again but this time started spinning through the air at revolutions that left the head dizzy. In no time at all, Stereo reached Ekans just before it was able to bite Pikachu and then struck it with full-force rotational speed. This caused the legless reptile to careen back from the hit and its coils also loosened up a little. On the heels of that, Misty yelled. Now use Swift. From the gem in its center, Stereo came out of its spin and then started raining dozens of sharp energy stars at Ekans. The double attack caused it to totally loosen its grip on Pikachu and thereby allowed him to quickly jump free. At that same moment, James pointed at Stereo and commanded. Coughing, use tackle on that pesky starfish. Thinking it would have an opening since Stereo was facing away, Coughing flew in and attempted to ram Misty's Pokémon. Sadly for it though, that effort came up short since Pikachu, eager to return the favor, leapt to Stereo's defense and jumped in the air to meet Coughing. Tail glowing silver as he used a proper iron tail in battle for the very first time, demonstrating all the grueling work he had put in by painfully striking his tail on hard, rocky surfaces every day. The agile electric type flipped once in the air. Then, face scrunched up intently, he brought his now steely appendage down on the hard surface of Coughing's head with a loud, Pika. The brutal attack was more than enough to stop Coughing and, in fact, sent it tumbling back through the air and landing on the ground near James' feet. While Ash gave a quick cheer at the successful usage of Pikachu's hard-earned new move, Misty called for Stereo to use Bubble Beam on Ekans. In a flurry of large and small bubbles, the water-type starfish overwhelmed its opponent in short order and sent Ekans off in the same manner as Coughing, landing at Jessie's own feet in 5 seconds flat. While both members of the secretive and nefarious criminal organization looked down at their Pokémon in stunned surprise, Ash grinned and clenched his right fist. You ready to end this, Misty? She smiled in a similarly eager manner and nodded. Let's do it. With that, the black-haired boy pointed and called out. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. His orange-haired companion looked at her Pokémon and gave her own final order for the battle. Stereo, use Water Gun. At the same time, both the electric and water type readied their attacks before releasing them at the same time. For Stereo, it expelled a blast of high-powered water from one of its points and Pikachu's whole body crackled with electricity before he unleashed a powerful bolt of lightning with a loud cry of, "Chuuu." Jessie, James and Meowth's eyes widened just before the surge of water and the bolt of electrical energy merged into one dual attack and struck, not merely Ekans and Coughing, but even they themselves. Yaha! The criminal trio yelled aloud as they were electrocuted by Pikachu's powerful electric-type attack and became lit up like a host of brightly shining lanterns. An attack which was made all the worse by the aquatic conductor of Stereo's water gun. When the combination attack finally ended, all three rockets were left standing in awkwardly comedic poses while they jittered and jumped from the electricity still coursing through their bodies. Jessie and James' outfits were smoking and singed, and even Meowth's fur was standing on end. Ekans and Coughing were laying unconscious at their feet. Yes. Ash pumped his fist into the air and cheered. We did it, Pikachu. We won our first battle. Turning to his trainer, the electric rodent cast his arms into the air and joined Ash in celebration while Misty praised Stereo for its own efforts. Misty, that was great. The young man said enthusiastically as he turned to her and grinned. You and Stereo were incredible. She turned to face him and offered her own cheerful smile. Thanks, you and Pikachu were great too, especially for your first battle. We worked well together. After that, he looked back at Team Rocket and smirked. You guys finished yet, or do you want more? We can keep it coming as long as you like. Shaking themselves from their electrified stupor, Jessie and James looked at each other and then down at their beaten Pokémon before the latter blinked in amazement. I can't believe we lost. Jessie growled angrily and glared daggers at the ones who defeated them. You pesky little brats. How dare you? All three of them quickly took a step back in fear though when Pikachu bounded forward and started crackling electricity in his cheek pouches. Seeing this, they sweat-dropped nervously, wanting nothing to do with getting shocked again by the surprisingly powerful little electric type. And maybe we should call it quits and get out of here. Meowth suggested as he backed up toward the door. I agree with him, Jessie, that Pikachu's too strong. James tremulously declared with a shudder before looking down at the detonator SWCH he had been holding in his hand, which had been fried by Pikachu's thunderbolt. The detonator's been destroyed too, we can't set off the explosives anymore by remote. Gritting her teeth, the magenta-haired woman finally relented. Fine. We'll pull back for now. She then pointed at Ash and Misty. But this isn't over, you little twerps. You'll pay for interfering with Team Rocket. With that, she and James returned their defeated Pokémon and then turned tail with Meowth and ran back out the door. However, not wanting them to get away, Ash took off after them while yelling. Hey, get back here, you three. As he ran through the lobby after them, Pikachu on his heels, Misty quickly returned Stereo and yelled after him. Ash, wait up. The two of them hardly made it to the door though before James turned back and, grabbing a strange black ball out of his brief's pocket, he tossed it onto the ground near their feet. Immediately, it exploded into a cloud of thick smoke and halted Ash and Misty in their tracks, both of them hacking and coughing from the offensive screen of smog. After a few moments of struggling through the smoke cloud, the two of them finally got out of it and looked around for any sign of Team Rocket. They soon found it too in the form of a large hot air balloon flying over their heads high above the center. Looking up, they saw the villainous trio making their getaway and Meowth calling down to them mockingly while Jessie and James stood smirking in the basket. Hey twerps. I'd hurry up and get out of dear if I was you. In a little bit that whole place is going up in smoke. Ha 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 ha. James, beside of him, made a gesture in his hand like a bomb going off. Boom. The three of them cackled at that, but Ash just growled and pointed up at them. You criminals aren't gonna get away with this. Pikachu used Thunderbolt and take him down. Backing up a short distance away, Pikachu narrowed his eyes and focused before taking off at a fast run. Then, as soon as he reached Ash, the agile and quick little mouse jumped onto his trainer's shoulder before springing off of it and high into the air. All of his strength training proved itself valuable in that very moment. While he was airborne, Pikachu's small body became suffused in bright electricity before he unleashed it with a loud, Pika. To the Rocket Trio's shock and dread, the powerful bolt of electricity soared through the air like a sharp arrow and struck them head-on. The three of them were soon given the second shock of their lives and cried out in pain as the whole balloon was lit up by the bolt of thunder. Finally, after only seconds, the charge reached its max and caused a fiery explosion. From the smoke went hurtling Jessie, James, and Meowth, once more smoking and singed as they flew high into the sky above the city. I can't believe this happened to us. Jessie whined indignantly while hanging upside down. I can't believe my uniform got so tattered and torn up. James complained as he pulled at the ruined sleeve of his uniform. I can't believe we lost our balloon with my pretty mug on it. Meowth cried, his tail still smoking. Then, just before disappearing into the night sky, the three of them called out together at the same time. Team Rocket's blasting off. Down on the ground, Ash watched the three criminals vanish into the distance with satisfaction while bits and pieces of their destroyed balloon fell to the ground. However, he and Pikachu had no time to celebrate since Misty quickly grabbed his arm. Ash, we need to hurry. The explosives they placed under the center could go off at any minute. He looked at her and nodded urgently. You're right, come on. With that, the two of them ran back inside and found Nurse Joy behind the front desk frantically typing away on her computer. As soon as they reached her, Ash slammed his hand on the counter. Nurse Joy, it's not over yet. Those bombs Team Rocket placed under this building could detonate any time now. She looked up at him and nodded intently, showing that she very well understood the gravity of the situation. Yes, I know. I already called the police and informed Officer Jenny. But we have a bigger problem. Her brow furrowed in concern. We have a lot of Pokémon here at this center, and if it blows up, all of them will go with it. There are too many Pokeball to get out manually, and letting them all out would only cause mass confusion. We need to evacuate the Pokémon out of this center. Misty leaned forward. But how do we do that? She looked at the younger girl and explained. I already contacted the Nurse Joy in Pewter City and let her know that we would be sending over a large group of Pokémon to her. So what can we do? Ash questioned. She quickly came out from behind the counter and gestured for them to follow her. Come on, we don't have much time. With that, Ash and Misty hurried after Joy as she ran across the lobby and through the large double doors that lead into the back of the center. Following her, they found themselves immediately in a large operating room, but Joy didn't stop there. The pink-haired nurse made her way to another door, all the way at the end of the room, and went through it, followed by the two young trainers with her. From there, they stepped into a hallway that had a few doors on either side of the hall. Joy ended up going into the first one on the left, and upon their own entry, Ash and Misty were amazed to find themselves in a room that was full of shelves of Pokeball. The frantic young medic rushed over to a large machine that was in the middle of the room and had what looked like a teleporter tube connected to it for the transferal of Pokeball. Joy sat herself down in front of the computer and started to type quickly. Okay, you two. She began urgently. If you want to help, then take all the Pokeball off these shelves and put them on the teleporter pad. I'll send them to the Pewter City Pokemon Center from there. Hurry. Not arguing with the nurse, both kids began rushing to do just as she commanded. Even Pikachu helped out by running and grabbing Pokeball off the lower shelves. It was fast and frenzied work. Ash, Pikachu and Misty grabbed Pokeball as fast as they could, grabbing as many at one time as possible, before running them over to the transporter. From there, they placed the Pokeball on the pad and Joy would transfer it to the Pewter City Center. By the time the last ball was snatched off the shelf and sent away, a few tense minutes later, both young trainers were sweating profusely. Even Joy had a few beads of sweat breaking out on her forehead from the anxiety of the situation. At last, when the final Pokeball was sent away, she bolted up from the chair and nodded. Okay, that's it, let's get out of here before this whole place blows. Ash and Misty nodded in hectic agreement, and then, as soon as he called Pikachu back to his shoulder, the boy and both young women made a beeline for the door. Once they made it back to the operating room, Joy called out to both of her assistant Pokémon. Chansey, come on, let's go. The two rotund and pink-skinned normal types followed after their superior, and as soon as they all reached the lobby, it was as if time slowed. The final distance to go between there and the front doors seemed like it was a mile away, and their legs felt like they were moving in slow motion. When they at last made it to the glass doors and burst outside into the warm night air, the five of them ran as fast as possible away from the Pokémon Center. It was just at the right moment too, because, upon reaching the end of the concrete pavilion out in front of the building, the time at last came. Underneath the Pokémon Center, all of the charges Team Rocket had placed in Eakin's tunnel finally counted down to 0, and at that moment, the storm came. Just when Ash and the others were about to run down the steps and out onto the street, a massive and ear-ringing explosion erupted throughout the entire lot and shook the city itself all the way to its outermost boundaries. When the initial earth-rattling explosion went off, the force of it was so powerful that it sent Ash, Misty, Joy and both Chansey flying through the air for several yards and depositing them out into the middle of the road. A black cloud of smoke shot up into the sky in the giant form of a Paras mushroom, and it was only rivaled by the chunks of debris, both large and small, that went scattering outwards and upwards, in every direction. By the hand of all of that unrestrained destruction was the Viridian City Pokémon Center utterly annihilated. Large hunks of stone, metal and other dangerously free-falling objects rained down from above as far as 100 yards away. Cars, houses and even other shops and buildings were inflicted by some form of casualty damage as the falling debris landed on everything in sight without regard to size, shape, color or personal property. The sound of the blast was heard in every corner of Viridian, and in the homes of local residents, it felt like an earthquake had suddenly shaken the whole town. Back at the scene, Ash and the others were still laying in the road. Fortunately, they were now covering their heads with their arms and were staying huddled closely to the ground while the sheer chaos was unleashed all around them. They could hear the sounds of debris falling and smashing into the ground, as well as on other things, but they still kept their heads down. Ash, for his part, had pulled Pikachu underneath of him and was shielding him with one arm while the other covered his head. After the initial fiery explosion and continuous rain of debris finally came to an end, what felt like an eternity later, all gradually started to quiet down. Eventually, they couldn't hear anything at all, not even the sound of wreckage hitting the ground. Only the roar and loud crackling of flames. At last, Ash uncovered his head and looked up. As soon as he did, his mouth went agape and he stared in dread amazement at the sight before them. Wow! Look at that! Misty and Joy looked up as well and glanced toward the Pokémon Center. Sadly, where there was once a big building emblazoned with the letter P upon its roof, now there was nothing but a towering cloud of smoke ascending high into the night sky. The Pokémon Center. Misty began in a wavering voice. It's gone. Joy finished remorsefully as she stared at the empty and badly destroyed lot where her medical center had now been reduced to nothing but a burning pile of rubble. While they stared at the scene of devastation before them, the sound of sirens filled the air. Then, in mere seconds, the streets became filled with police cars, a fire truck and an ambulance. Officer Jenny was at the head of the police battalion on her motorbike, and as soon as she came to a stop, she stared at the rising column of smoke in a similar manner of disbelief. "Are all of you okay?" she finally asked after getting off of her bike and running over to Ash and the others. At the same time, her fellow officers immediately went to work setting up a police barricade while the fire crew rushed in with hoses and a team of water Pokémon to start battling the fire. "Yes, we're fine." Joy was the first to answer as she stood up and brushed off her now soot and smoke-covered uniform. "No one else was in the center except us, and before it exploded, we managed to succeed in getting all of the Pokémon transferred to the Pewter City Center." Jenny looked from Joy to the two kids she had originally scritted to the Pokémon Center. "These two helped you?" The red-haired nurse looked back at Ash and Misty and nodded with a smile on her face. "Not only that, but they also helped chase off the criminals who were responsible for placing the bombs that blew up the center." The pretty female officer's eyes widened in surprise as she hurried over to the couple of young trainers. "You two know who was responsible for this?" Ash was distracted as he watched the firefighters and their team of water Pokémon combat the fire that was now burning in the wake of the explosion. Pokémon ranging from Vaporeon, Poliwhirl, Poliwrath, Golduck and even a Cloyster. Misty, however, heard her question and looked at Officer Jenny. "Yes ma'am, we battled them in the center when they came to steal the Pokémon there." Tapping his shoulder, she got Ash's attention and he turned around to face Jenny just as she asked urgently. "Well? Who was it? Who attacked the center?" Taking point, he raised his hand and answered. "It was Team Rocket. Those same two criminals we saw on your wanted poster earlier today. They did this." Jenny's face angrily contorted as she clenched her fist and looked up. "How dare they? Those villains. Doing something horrible like this by blowing up a Pokémon Center of all things. They'll pay for this, I swear we'll get them." Misty interjected at that point. "They were in a big hot air balloon when they went to escape, but Pikachu zapped them and it exploded. They went flying off somewhere into the city, but we don't know where." Jenny nodded firmly at that. "I'll get a couple of units to start an immediate search throughout the city for them." Before she could run back to her squad and give them the rundown though, she stopped and looked at Ash and Misty again. Then, smiling, she raised her hand and saluted them. You both did an incredibly brave and selfless thing today. If not for you, the outcome of all of this could have been much worse. Thank you for playing your part in helping to mitigate this disaster. Both of them looked at each other and then back at Jenny before smiling in gratitude. Ash, chuckling, modestly rubbed the back of his head. You're welcome, Officer Jenny, I'm just glad we were here to help. Misty nodded in agreement. Yeah, I'm happy we were here to help save the lives of Nurse Joy and all the Pokémon in the center. Jenny put her hands on her hips. Well, regardless, you two did a very courageous thing and you have the gratitude of this whole city and I'm sure every person whose Pokémon you helped save. She then looked back. I have to go and start directing my men and inform them of what's happened. You three really should go see the medical unit over at the ambulance to make sure you're okay. Jenny then held up a gloved finger. But, if you stick around until I'm done here, you can return to the station with me tonight. I live there and have a spare guest bedroom. If you aren't afraid to share it, you can stay with me tonight since the Pokémon Center won't be an option now. Ash and Misty adopted expressions that were full of gratitude and quickly voiced it at the same time. Thanks, Officer Jenny, that'd be great. Yeah, thanks so much, we'd love to. Even Pikachu gave voice to his own thankfulness with a chirp of gratitude to the blue-haired policewoman. Jenny then looked at Joy and held up a hand. And you know you're welcome to stay too, Joy, you can room with me. I don't want to see my best friend sleeping outside since your own home just got destroyed. The sweet and kindly Pokémon nurse smiled in return and tilted her head. That would be wonderful, Jen, thank you. Me and Chansey would be happy to stay with you. The two egg-shaped normal types I smiled and called out together. Chansey. Jenny nodded and then went to turn away. Good, well you three go and get yourselves checked up and then I'll come back for you later. If you get tired before then I'll have a squad car take you back to the station so you can clean up and rest if you want. After that, she hurried off to tend to her duties while Ash, Misty, and Joy went over to the ambulance to get checked up by the paramedics. Joy, being a medical professional, could tell they were all fine, but she wasn't ever above having a second opinion. More so, she was a Pokémon medic, not a human one, and the last thing she wanted to do was risk any harm to the two young trainers that had just risked so much for her and so many others. However, even as they went to have a medical checkup done, none of them could know that, at the same time, all the way across town, stuck up in the branches of a high tree, were Jessie, James and Meowth. The three foiled criminals were laying amongst the bristly and itchy pine needles of the tree and, with tattered and ripped-up outfits, were still recovering from their long flight through the air. Ah! Meowth yelped as he hung upside down by his tail. I think I got pine needles stuck in my tail. That was humiliating. James sighed morosely as he hung across his branch like a draped rug. Beaten by two kids. We didn't even stand a chance. Jessie, whom was stuck between two branches with her upper half hanging down, growled angrily at the thought before suddenly smirking and raising her finger. Yes, but we still managed to blow up that stupid Pokémon Center, and if nothing else, we can say that. Meowth, at that moment, put a hand to his furry chin and hummed in thought. I wonder. Dat Pikachu was pretty darn powerful. James looked over at him and dropped his head in a whining fashion. You don't have to tell me. I still can't stop from jittering after that shock. Jessie, however, showed a gleam coming into her eye as she looked up. Hey, you're right, Meowth. That kid's Pikachu was quite powerful. Abnormally so. Meowth looked up at her. Whatcha thinkin', Jessie? Smirking, the scantily clad woman looked down at her two comrades and expounded. That Pikachu had some real promise to be a number one primo Pokémon. What if we captured it and delivered it to the boss? The other two looked at each other and then James blinked in confusion. But why would the boss care about one lousy Pikachu? Jessie cackled softly. He wouldn't care about a normal Pikachu, no, but maybe one that was extra powerful he would. He might even give us a raise or promote us. James' eyes shone like stars. Oh, a promotion? That sounds fantastic. Meowth held his paws out and grinned. Yeah, and it'd mean more cash too. Plus, maybe the boss would be so grateful he'd kick that lousy Persian to the curb and make me top cat again. Jessie clenched her fist and smirked. So it's decided then. We'll make it a goal to steal that twerp's Pikachu. All three of them cheered at that before eventually going silent again. They remained that way for a time too until Jessie finally spoke with a sweat drop. Just as soon as we get out of this tree. Well sis, you don't need to worry. I received all the Pokemon you sent over last night and they arrived safe and sound. It took a little moving around to make space but we managed to find room for all the Pokeball. Joy smiled at the words of her elder sister in Pewter City as she talked to her via the video phone in Jenny's office back at the police station. The time was slightly before 8 in the morning, following the previous night's disastrous upheaval. Thank you Sissy, the apparently younger Joy replied gratefully. When I spoke to the news crews last night, I made sure to announce to all of the trainers who had Pokemon at my center that they were safe and sound and had been transferred to your center before the explosion. She then held her hand up. I told them that they could come talk to me today at the police station if they wanted to know more, so I'll be expecting an influx of worried trainers coming here any time now. The Pewter City nurse nodded. I suppose you'll have to send them all my way to get their Pokemon back. Unless you have any other way for me to transfer them back to you. The other Joy shrugged. I don't know. I got a call from the Pokemon League medical organization early this morning. They saw the news reports and wanted more first-hand information. I told them everything that happened and they said that they would be sending me a new supply of medical inventory as soon as possible. She furrowed her brow slightly. They also said that they would send a new teleporter system within the next 2 or 3 days since they know how urgent it is for the trainers to get their Pokemon back. I can't foresee sending all of them to Pewter City to do so either because it's dangerous to go through the Viridian Forest without Pokemon if you're on foot. She then sighed and dropped her shoulders a bit. So if the teleporter machines arrives in time and I can get the trainers to all wait that long, you'll be able to just send them back to me. But as of right now all I can do is wait on the Pokemon League. She rubbed the bridge of her nose with her fingers. The only other thing they can do right now is resupply me with what I need to do my job, but it's obviously going to take time to build a new center. Viridian is a major hub of travel, especially for Pokemon trainers, so the League understands that we can't be without one here. She rested one arm on Jenny's desk. I'll be going to talk to the city council later today about them renting out a space for me to use temporarily. The League said they would pay for that as well, but even still, it will probably take 1 to 2 weeks before I'm set up in a new location and ready to receive patients. Her sister looked at her sympathetically. It'll be okay sis, trust me. Our center is big enough to take on more clientele until you get up and running in a new location there. Don't worry, everything will work out. The pink-haired woman smiled at her identical sibling and nodded. I know you're right, I just hope it gets worked out sooner rather than later. After her call was finished, Joy stood up and walked out of Jenny's office, stepping into the main area of the police station. The female officer's headquarters was very small and quaint with the double glass door entryway joining the main room of the station. Which was the place where Jenny did most of her work. There were 2 rooms in the small building. A guest bedroom, where Ash and Misty had stayed the night before, he on the floor and she in the bed, and Jenny's office. Which also served as her bedroom. That was where Joy had stayed, sleeping in Jenny's bed with her since the two of them were old friends. There was a small bathroom between both bedrooms and on the far back wall of the main room was a door that led into the garage, where Jenny kept her bike and other things. There was no kitchen though. Instead there was only a fridge, microwave, a small stove, a cabinet with food and dishware and a sink in the main area of the station. Which essentially combined her working area together with the amenities of a kitchen. Joy had been talking on the video phone in Jenny's private office/bedroom because out in the main room, there was only a normal phone. Of course, Jenny's police station wasn't the real one where all the officers in Viridian worked since it wasn't big enough and there was no jail area for prisoners. Her station was mostly for private living use while the main one was located elsewhere in the city. Which was the case for most all Jennies in every city since they were usually always the heads of their respective police departments and had their own private stations. Upon walking out into the main area of the station, she saw Ash and Misty putting on their shoes and hoisting their bags onto their shoulders as they prepared to leave. Jenny was over at her desk, meanwhile, typing on her computer. Are you two getting ready to leave? The sweet-natured nurse asked as the two kids finished preparing and stood up from the blue couch they had been sitting on. Yeah, Ash looked up at her and replied. Me and Misty talked about it earlier and we want to get an early start if we're gonna be heading into the Viridian Forest. Joy looked between the two of them and then asked. Well, I thought you had just come to Viridian together to get your Pokemon healed up and to have Misty's bike looked at? The redhead in question nodded and then gave a small shrug. Yeah, but after the explosion at the center, my bike was lost. We really don't have any reason to visit that shop you told us about yesterday now. And besides, it's safer to go through the Viridian Forest with someone else. Joy nodded in understanding and then Ash looked over at the athletic young girl next to him. Actually, Misty, I wanted to ask you something. She tilted her head at him. Yeah. Rubbing the back of his head, the young rookie thought about what he wanted to say for a minute before finally speaking. Well, I was just thinking. I've really come to like your company, Misty, and you seem like a person I could get along with. You may not want to and I totally understand if you don't, but would you like to travel with me? The girl with the side ponytail blinked in surprise at his offer and repeated. You want me to come along with you? On your journey? Ash looked at Pikachu on his shoulder. Well, not just me, Pikachu likes you too and he agreed with me. He'd like it if you came along with us too. The little electric mouse nodded and smiled at the girl with a cute chirp of agreement. Pika. The boy looked back at her again and offered a small smile. So. What do you say? Wanna come along? Misty stared at him for a few moments without speaking before, finally, she returned his smile with a bright one of her own. Sure, I'd love to. You seem really nice, Ash, and you did more for me than you had to after you and Pikachu saved me from that Gyarados. You carried my bike all the way here for me and you were really brave standing up against those criminals last night. She reached up and gently rubbed Pikachu between the ears, causing him to coo happily. I don't really have anywhere to be and I think I would enjoy traveling with the two of you. She then withdrew her hand and held it out to Ash. Let's do it. Grinning, he stuck out his own hand and shook the one offered to him. Alright, looks like we're a team. Seeing that, Joy smiled sweetly and clasped her hands together. Oh, isn't that wonderful? Two young Pokemon trainers deciding to travel together and help each other achieve their dreams. At that same moment, Jenny sighed and turned away from her computer. Finally, that mess last night has caused a massive uproar for our precinct. I've been answering emails and typing up police reports all morning. She then frowned and clenched the fist she had resting on one of the armrests. I still can't believe we didn't catch the lowlives responsible for all of this. Ash looked at her and shrugged. Well, they must be better at staying under the radar than we thought. I really don't think it was your fault, Officer Jenny, you had police blockades everywhere in town. She stood up and hit her fist into her other hand. Well, I've emailed the warrant with their pictures, along with the information you two gave me about them, to several police departments in other cities. When they finally slip up, we'll catch them. Misty looked at her new traveling companion. I doubt we'll see them again, but it'd probably be a good idea to keep our eyes open. He nodded in agreement. Yeah, I'm just glad Mom and Professor Oak bought the story I told them last night about us getting out of the center before it exploded. They were pretty worried when they saw the news reports and called me. Mom wouldn't have been happy to hear I got involved with stopping a group as dangerous as Team Rocket. She smiled in amusement hearing that. So you just didn't tell them the whole truth then, huh? He chuckled mareepishly and rubbed the back of his neck. Well, I guess you could say that. After their conversing was finished, Jenny volunteered to see them off with Joy joining in. Soon, Ash and Misty were standing out on the street in front of the police station with both older women ready to say their parting farewells. Ash, Misty - Jenny began. You two performed a selfless and very brave act in standing up against those villains last night. You performed a service to this city and to the people in it by being so courageous, and you saved the lives of a lot of Pokemon. For all of this, I salute you. She then struck a pose and saluted both of them while Joy smiled. Yes, I cannot thank either of you enough. Not only did you save me and my Chansey, but you also rescued all of the Pokemon in the center last night. Without you, I don't even want to think about what could have happened. Ash and Misty both went a little red in the face and modestly accepted the praise before the latter raised her finger and asked, in order to devote the embarrassing focus off of them. "How are your Chansey anyway, Nurse Joy? They didn't get hurt at all after last night, did they?" I never really got a chance to ask. The thin and pretty young nurse gave a soft laugh in return. "Oh, they're just fine, Misty, thank you. A little shaken up, but they're resting in their poke ball right now, so I'm sure they will be okay once they get some rest." At that, Ash lightly scratched his temple and sighed. "I don't know, Nurse Joy, I still feel really bad that we couldn't actually save your center." Holding her hand up, she shook her head. "No, Ash, please don't feel bad. You two and your Pokémon did everything you could do. Besides, the Pokémon League is sending me more medical equipment to compensate for what was lost. They're also going to pay to get me set up in a temporary location somewhere here in the city until they can build a new center." She then folded her hands down in front of her and smiled in amusement. "It's funny, but you really should know that we had plans to remodel the old center at some point. This will just make it easier since they'll have to build a new one from ground up." He looked up at her. "Yeah, but what about all the Pokémon that got sent to the Pewter City Pokémon Center and their trainers?" She shook her head. "No worries. In that interview with the news crews last night, I made an announcement to all the trainers that their Pokémon were safe and sound and had been sent to the Pewter City Center. I should be expecting a whole host of them to show up sometime today wanting details." To Ash and Misty's relief, she expounded. "The Pokémon League should be sending me a new teleporter machine in 2 or 3 days, and if I can get the trainers to wait that long, my sister at Pewter City should be able to just send all the Pokémon back to me." Looking visibly relaxed, the newfound trainer straightened up and sighed. "Well, that's good to know, Nurse Joy, thanks for putting my mind at ease." He then looked at Misty. "You ready to head out?" She nodded and then looked back at the 2 public service officials. "Thanks again for being so kind to us while we were here, Officer Jenny, Nurse Joy." Ash gave a small bow of his head. "Yeah, thanks, really, I appreciate it too, ladies." Jenny winked and held up her thumb. "You kids just be safe and take care of each other. And come back soon to see us," Joy added kindly. "I really look forward to seeing you both again. Hopefully things will be more settled by then." With their goodbyes said, Ash and Misty turned and started making their way down the long road ahead of them. After looking back to wave once more, they settled their gazes straight ahead and, as they went, he glanced at his new companion and smiled. "You know, Misty, I'm glad we met. It'll be nice having someone else along." Looking up at Pikachu, Ash chuckled. "Right, buddy. Pika Pikachu." The energetic electric type responded excitedly. "I'm looking forward to it too," the orange-haired girl admitted sincerely. "It'll be nice traveling with someone else and not being alone all the time." Those words said, the newly minted trio continued on their way down the road. They were on track to leave Viridian City behind and enter the vast, wild and dense woodland known infamously as the Viridian Forest. Fortunately, they now had each other, and that knowledge alone brought them both much greater comfort. After their adventures in Viridian City, it had only taken a short time for Ash, Misty, and Pikachu to leave the sprawling urban environment of Viridian behind. Now, in only an hour, they had finally entered the thick, vast and wild expanse of the forest that was named after the aforementioned city. Indeed, the Viridian Forest was aptly described as being a dense and exponentially sizable woodland. Very unlike the city it was named after, the forest in question was completely its polar opposite. The landscape was thick with large, thick and towering trees, their leafy tops stretching high up into the air like massive hands. Moreover, the trees were so near to each other that the tops grew close together and all but totally shut out the sky above in certain places. The grass was very tall along the sides of the road in random sections, providing an ideal hiding spot for Pokémon of various kinds. Although, the underbrush and vibrantly green thicket growing under the trees, out in the forest itself, served as an even greater home for the resident bug types that famously called it their abode. For almost 3 hours, from 9 to 12 noon, Ash and Misty trekked the well-worn road that extended on through the endless forest. The path itself was the only thing around that had any semblance of human maintenance, and even that was only because it served as the main road through the forest. At around lunchtime, the two of them stopped for a break and Ash used that PRD to have the daily training session that they had missed staying with Officer Jenny. Thus, while Misty sat down to watch on a nearby log, albeit tepidly due to her great hatred of bug types, as Ash had learned about, he let his Pokémon out and got to work. While Pikachu, Spearow, and Mewtwo were set to their own training routines and did so without any prompting from their trainer, Ash spent a while getting Rattata and his Nidoran duo adjusted to the same training system. The first thing he did was observe what his 3 newly captured Pokémon were capable of. Rattata, for his part, proved to be a strong fighter and a relentless brawler. In a test battle against Pikachu, he proved to be fast but, unlike most Rattata that preferred striking quickly and then hurrying away, he was quite different. This Rattata liked attacking directly and doing so fiercely. Once he started and got close, he would attack and attack until he was either put down or had put his opponent down. After getting a good assessment of his current abilities and power level, Ash developed a sensible approach in his head toward Rattata's training regimen and wasted no time implementing it. The first thing he did was attach one of the weighted body suits he had an abundance of onto the small rodent's body. He wanted to increase Rattata's speed, even though it was already quite impressive, and adding resistance was the way to go. After that, he began laying the groundwork for the Purple Rat's training routine. There were a couple key components of Rattata's physical abilities that he wanted to improve upon and also increase. Both in the way of strengths and weaknesses. Presently, his strengths were definitely his speed, his ferocity, and his durability. In his match against Pikachu, Rattata had been able to take quite a few hits before his body gave out. His weakness, on the other hand, was his small stature, which bigger Pokémon could easily take advantage of. To combat this, Ash knew that Rattata would need to be even faster to compensate for his lack of size. He would also have to be surprisingly more forceful and powerful when it came to his actual physical attacks. The second weakness he possessed was his overall stamina. While Rattata was a spirited fighter, his all-out approach to battling left him exhausted rather quickly. He would need to increase his stamina and also learn to become more calm in battle so he didn't waste so much energy needlessly. To achieve all of those ends, Ash made Rattata run from one end of the forested clearing they were training in to the other, going as fast as he could for as long as possible. This was primarily for his endurance. From there, he made him practice climbing tree trunks and leaping from branch to hone his agility, speed, and strength. Since climbing, especially while weighed down, took quite a bit of strength to accomplish, it was an ideal exercise. While in the trees, Ash made Rattata leap from tree to tree as well. That was designed to work the power and strength in his legs, as well as increase his jumping ability. Back down on the ground, Ash made use of several thick, fallen down logs in the nearby forest, as well as a few medium-sized rocks he found laying around. To this effect, he used such subjects to increase the power of Rattata's bite pressure. Starting first on the logs, he had the long-teethed rodent practice gnawing and biting upon the thick wooden surface as hard as he could. The trick was to try and pierce through or crunch in half, if possible, the logs using nothing but bite pressure. In a similar manner, Rattata used the rocks to pick up and bite down on in his mouth, though just hard enough to work on his jaw force, not break his teeth. Ash also had Rattata continuously tackle and throw himself into the trunk of a nearby large tree. The purpose of this was to toughen up his body, increase his overall striking force and build upon the power he was able to deliver in each physical attack. The Nidoran duo were very similar in many aspects to Rattata. They both loved battling and were quite good at it, though the fact they were small gave them a similar handicap. Fortunately, neither of them had the same tendency to lose control and go ballistic in a fight like Rattata, which was good news for Ash. Because of the similarities they shared with the long-fanged, purple-furred rat in terms of physicality, size and stature, he was able to simply transpose much of Rattata's training drills onto them. Quite literally, they did all the same kinds of routines as Rattata, right down to the body weight. They even did the same kind of bite force enhancement training on logs and rocks since, like Rattata, they too possessed incisors meant for biting and cutting. It was fair to say that, at the current moment, they and Pikachu followed a similar training regimen. Ash had them work on pushing their physical limitations, enhancing the power, accuracy and strength of their moves and improving upon their inherent type-based and individual weaknesses. Much like Pikachu, Spearow and Mewtwo, Ash also had Rattata and the Nidoran pair work on their moves, practice battling one another and exercise their weaknesses. And through the addition of his 3 newest Pokémon, he was able to add something new to Pikachu's routine as well. Since his first Pokémon could also use biting attacks, Ash had him join Rattata and the Nidoran pair in chomping and gnawing on the logs and rocks he had found. Which was humorous in certain respects since Pikachu had a small mouth and it took even smaller rocks to accommodate it. Lest his cheeks balloon out like a Pachirisu with a jaw full of nuts. Something else Ash found with the male and female Nidoran was that, during their practice battle with Pikachu, they worked quite well together. In fact, the two of them seemed to be quite strategic when it came to their fighting style. For example, when Pikachu was charging up a Thunderbolt to hit the female, the male ran at him from the side and then used his back feet to kick up dirt into the electric type's face, effectively cancelling out the attack. From there, the female had taken a running charge at Pikachu and managed to hit him with a full body slam. That was just one example too of how the Nidoran pair battled together and watched each other's back all the time in combat. Which also apparently made clear to Ash that on the day he captured them, they hadn't really been fighting, only sparring together. With that knowledge, he immediately began processing how he could use their already established teamwork to better their training efforts. To that end, he had them do a lot of partner routines and sparring techniques together. As well as double fights against Pikachu and the other Pokémon to increase that teamwork. All in all, Ash did nothing more or less than assess his new Pokémon's strengths and weaknesses and then assign them to training regimes that would assist in improving both attributes. For his growing Pokémon team, it was becoming a flourishing philosophy that nothing was ever good enough. If they had a particularly strong physical skill or ability, or if they did well at a given move, it could get better. If they had a weakness, due to type or personal shortcoming, it could always be improved upon and turned into a strength. In Ash's mind, more innovation, more work, more sweat and more pain was crucial to development. And not just for his Pokémon but for himself as well. For him, he could not, on good conscience, ask his Pokémon to do anything or push to any kind of extremes if he did not do the same himself. That was why he always worked out and did his own training the whole time they did their own. He wanted it to be fair and reciprocal. If he asked for everything they could give, he would give the same thing in return and share in their suffering. In that way, he knew that they would all bond closer and tighter together. In relatively short order since leaving home, Ash had already developed a generalized training routine for his Pokémon that even now, Pikachu and the rest of the team followed to the letter. Along with basic physical workouts to increase their bodily attributes, he wanted to systemically have them hit on each and every skill that could be honed and improved upon. Move training, combat practice, attack resistance damage, as well as strategy and planning for battle were all points of focus. Along with more reflective techniques like inner focusing, proper breathing, centering the mind and even meditative reflection. From sharpening their moves, finding new ways to use said moves, improving upon their physical conditioning through grueling and arduous training, and even working together to foster a sense of teamwork, all of these different areas Ash strove to develop. Obviously, doing everything he wanted to work on every day was simply not possible. It would take hours and exhaust all of them beyond any point that would be beneficial. Because of this, he knew that some days they would have to do different types of training and work their regimen around rotationally in order to touch on each base he wanted covered. After squaring Rattata and the Nidoran duo away, Ash took a few moments to watch them go at it. Rattata was in the middle of sprinting through the clearing as fast as he could while weighed down by the bodysuit he was wearing. And by the heavy breathing and grunts of exertion coming from the small rodent, Ash knew it was effective. The male and female Nidoran were attempting to run up the side of two trees using nothing but speed and leg strength. Which was made exceedingly difficult and exhaustive by the weights they were wearing as well. After jumping or falling down off the tree, they would then charge at both trees and throw themselves into the solid trunks as hard as possible. The force with which they did so was painful and bone-rattling, but it was one of the best ways to increase their power and resistance when it came to getting attacked themselves. On the other side of the clearing, Ash watched Buta practice hopping from one end of it to the other, as high and as fast as she could, before doing the same thing but at a sprint. She would then run at a tree and tackle it several times, just like both Nidoran, her metaphorical goal being to smash straight through the bark. She would then try to run up the side of the tree, again, just like Rattata and the others, but it was even harder for her. For one, she had no arms, only legs, with which to make the climb. Secondly, the bud on her head made her very top-heavy. And thirdly, she too was wearing body weight. After that, she drilled and trained hard on each of her moves, attempting to get everything out of each one that she possibly could. When she began to breathe and wobble, Mewtwo would refocus herself and go right back to it. Pikachu as well was hammering himself as hard as his little body could go. Currently, he was in the middle of pushing his speed as fast he could go in consecutive sprints across the clearing. Then, from end to the other, he would do the same thing, only this time while performing flips, jumps, spins and other evasive aerial acrobatics. He would also utilize a variety of different fighting and martial arts techniques in his back and forth sprints, such as jabbing, punching, kicking, tail swiping and other such fighting moves. On top of that, he also did the same type of drills that Rattata and the Nidoran duo were working on. Eventually, he ran over into his own corner of the clearing and started working on his electrical attacks. In this, he did everything he could think of, from modifying the size, strength, form and power of his electric attacks, to further improving upon his ability to use it at its utmost destructive, which was focused lightning. In that effort, Pikachu would continuously use attacks like Thunderbolt on the ground or on a rock, and he would do it over and over again. Each time he would pour as much power as he could possibly muster into every bolt of lightning. He would also focus on condensing the molecular structure of the electricity coming out of his body so that it would be like a steel hammer when it hit its target. In terms of density and force, exhaustive and draining, he would literally expend the electricity in his body until he was utterly drained and then collapse to the ground. It was brutal and it was hardcore, but if he was to turn his electric attacks into unstoppable forces of nature, it would take nothing but the utmost intensive of hard work and perseverance. Likewise, Spearow was pushing himself to the very quills of his feathers. Also adorned in his shiny silver body weight, he flew through the sky above as fast as his small wings could carry him, performing as many different complex, unique and skillful aerial acrobatics as possible while doing so. He then flew down into the trees themselves and made use of the natural terrain as flying obstacles. Between all the branches, underbrush and trees that were close together, it made flying a very tight and precise endeavor, which was perfect for increasing Spearow's agility, maneuverability, reaction time and dexterity. Afterward, he came back into the clearing and started flying into the trunk of some of the trees as hard as he could go without getting hurt. The purpose of this was to, of course, increase his resilience and durability but also the hardness of his beak. He also made it a point to sharpen the talons on his feet and increase the power of moves like Fury Attack by clawing, kicking and scraping them against tree bark and rocks. The latter was much preferred since it almost served as an actual sharpener for Spearow's sharp talons. Lastly, he landed down on the ground and worked on improving his worst attribute, which was running, jumping and moving around on his legs instead of flying, like birds were naturally meant to do. It was made even harder whenever Pikachu would launch thunderbolts at him and Spearow had to dodge using nothing but legs and no wings at all. He had suffered many a nasty shock that way, but even still, the small bird was getting better and faster all the time. Of course, it wasn't that any of them were not used to suffering through painful attacks. One thing Ash was big on to really increase their overall resilience was having his Pokémon attack one another willingly. In this very unorthodox approach to training, Ash had one of his Pokémon stand still while one, or more, of the others took turns hitting them with a variety of attacks. They did this right up until the Pokémon in question was about to pass out, and then Ash stopped it and allowed whoever it was to rest, relax and recover from the trauma. He was no heartless trainer though. Ash underwent the same thing he asked of them to do. To date, he had been shocked, tackled, flown into, kicked, bitten and assaulted in many different ways by his Pokémon. And he did it all so that he could show his team that whatever he asked of them, he would suffer through the same in return. If they worked, he worked, and if they experienced pain, he would go through it right alongside them. It was hard getting them to do so at first, but once he assured them that he would be okay and explained why he wanted them to do it, they finally did. He couldn't ask his Pokémon to fight for him if he didn't know what kind of pain they experienced whenever they were hit with some kind of attack. They were not just a team or Pokémon and trainer, they were family. And family did everything together. They would share in all things as one, in happiness, sadness, pain and pleasure. And as the head of the family, Ash knew it was his job to be the example at all times. By the time training was finally done and they had all eaten lunch, Ash was simply relaxing back against a tree while Misty sat on a log next to him. Having just finished her own food, which had been a surprisingly pleasant meal of dried fruit and canned meat that Ash had doctored and spked up, the Orangette was looking at the boy. He, at present, had Pikachu, Rattata, Mewtwo and the Nidoran duo sitting on his lap or around him. Spearow was roosting on his shoulder and, even though they all appeared tired like their trainer, they also looked to be the utmost content. "I've never seen anyone train so hard," she commented with an idle smile while stretching her legs out on the log. For a girl her age, she had quite the long and fit legs that were a pleasant sight to behold. Ash, being one who appreciated such things, even at his age, couldn't help but notice. Though he didn't stare. Yeah well, he shrugged modestly while taking his eyes off the slightly older girl's legs. "We want to be the best, you know. Can't do that if we don't train hard." He then looked at her. "So what about you, Misty, why were you traveling by yourself? Just didn't have anyone to keep you company or something? You still never told me where you were from or what your last name is." At that, he could have sworn that Misty went a little rigid and became uncomfortable, but she just as quickly shook it off so as to confuse him. Instead, she smiled and completely avoided the question. "Well, on a more interesting note, Ash, how did you come to start training with Professor Oak anyway? You didn't tell me about that." Though he found it strange that she deliberately dodged his question, Ash nonetheless decided not to pry and instead went on to answer her question. After a short time of sitting and talking, they finally decided to move out again and got themselves ready before resuming their trek through the forest. Once Ash had returned his Pokémon, of course. The two of them wandered on through the thick forest terrain, staying close on the path all the while, and continued to converse casually among each other. However, after coming out into a somewhat more open stretch on the road ahead, Misty, not paying attention, suddenly bumped into Ash, whom had stopped without any warning. "Oomph!" she grunted while walking straight into his backpack. "Hey, why did you stop, Ash?" He simply remained silent and, instead of answering, pointed ahead. She looked to where he was pointing and there, the confused young girl saw a Pidgey pecking at the ground as it searched for food. Misty glanced back at her companion afterwards and then asked, "What is it?" The boy finally replied, albeit quietly. "This is actually the first time I've seen a Pidgey up close in the wild since I left Pallet Town. I don't know why, but they've been scarce for some reason. Could be due to breeding patterns or something, I don't know. All I do know is that anytime I see a new Pokémon I don't have, I want to catch it. And Pidgey is no exception." The orange-haired girl still seemed relatively confused. "Ash. I hate to say it, but Pidgey are very common Pokémon and they're not even all that strong, to be honest. Don't you think it's kind of a waste?" He shook his head in the negative. "Every Pokémon has the potential to be great, Misty. They just need a certain kind of trainer to bring it out in them. Plus, Pidgey eventually evolve into Pidgeot. Not only are those Pokémon strong, but with the right training, they can also be incredibly fast. I have a Spearow right now, so if I get this Pidgey and then later manage to get it and Spearow to evolve, I'll have two strong flying-type Pokémon on my team." The water-type enthusiast seemed impressed by his foresight and just nodded in understanding. Finally, Ash stepped forward and narrowed his gaze at the wild Pidgey. He then drew a Pokeball and threw it while announcing, "Spearow. Show us how strong you've become." The tiny bird Pokémon quickly emerged from the ball with a loud cry of, "Row!" while taking to the air. Pidgey noticed its unexpected company at that time and turned to face them. Which impressed Ash since, normally, members of that same species would flee whenever faced with danger. "Get ready, Spearow!" He yelled up to his Pokémon, which Spearow nodded to before facing his opponent and hovering in midair. As soon as the two small birds locked eyes with one another, sparks immediately flew and they stared hard at each other. Ready to take action, Ash soon began. "Spearow, use agility," followed by Peck on Pidgey. His first flying type disappeared in a flash of speed and reappeared a second later, hitting Pidgey hard with the thick beak on his face and sending it skidding back a little across the ground. However, the other bird quickly recovered and then took to the air itself, flying at Spearow with impressive speed. Spearow fly to the side and then use Fury attack. Came Ash's counter swiftly. Spearow flew out of the way of the other attacking bird and then moved back in close and started striking his opponent with a vicious Fury attack of wings and beak. Pidgey cried out in pain as it was hit one last time by Spearow's wing and went soaring back into a tree. Falling to the ground, it let out a cry of, Pidga, and lay with wings sprawled out flat on either side. Ash knew that Pidgey stood no chance against his trained Spearow, but he still had to commend it for its heart. Especially once the determined little bird got back up onto its feet and began wobbly rising into the air again. Spearow. He raised his hand and pointed. Run on the ground toward Pidgey and then jump into the air and hit it with an aerial ace. The little multicolored bird quickly took off on his 2 legs, much faster than a flying type should have been able to. Spearow had been training to run on his feet and not merely fly through the air, which meant now, he had a trump card up his wing many did not. He closed in on Pidgey rapidly and then jumped into the air when he was just below Pidgey. The speed and force with which he did so allowed him to twist into an aerial ace, thereby hitting his feathered kindred and sending it flying back into another tree. Pidgey fell limply to the ground, unconscious, while Spearow flew back to Ash's side. The young man swiftly drew an empty Pokeball from his belt and then threw it at Pidgey. The red and white ball made perfect contact and sucked the Pokemon inside, wobbling a few times on the ground before going still and expelling a burst of stars to signify a successful capture. After thanking Spearow, Ash returned him and then went over to pick up the Pokeball that now held Pidgey. The button on the front of the ball was glowing red, however, which meant that he needed to either let it go to Professor Oaks or switch out another Pokemon to keep Pidgey. He ended up deciding to transfer the male Nidoran via his Pokédex in order to keep Pidgey with him and train his newest capture. Soon afterward, he let Pidgey out of the ball and started healing its battle wounds with his usual post-capture medical routine, which comprised of a potion of one of the 4 different kinds, as well as an oran berry. After he healed the small bird of its wounds and Pidgey began eating the berry, Ash scanned it with the Pokédex. Pokédex entry number 016. Pidgey, the tiny bird Pokémon. Pidgey has an extremely sharp sense of direction. It is capable of unerringly returning home to its nest, however far it may be removed from its familiar surroundings. Very docile, and if attacked, it will often kick up sand to protect itself rather than fight back. This Pidgey is female and has the abilities, Keen Eye, Tangled Feet and Big Pecs. This Pokemon knows the moves, Tackle, Gust, Quick Attack and Whirlwind. Ash put his Pokédex away once he was finished and then, after both he and Pikachu spent a few minutes welcoming Pidgey to the team, he returned the small Pokemon and set off yet again. Misty by his side and Pikachu on his shoulder. Ash, are you okay? Misty yelled up to her friend as she stood at the base of the large tree he was currently climbing. I'm fine. He shouted back while straddling a branch with most of his body, nearly halfway up the tree. One hand was over his eyes as he scanned the forest floor far below. Pikachu was doing the same next to him. Well, what are you doing? She repeated her unanswered question with hands on her hips. I'm looking for new Pokemon. The intently searching young man looked as far into the distance as he could, but, seeing nothing, he nonetheless continued to scan. I know there has to be some. I heard there's a lot of bug types in this forest. Misty gave a shiver and grabbed her arms. Why, yeah, well, I hope not. Just come down so we can go, I want to get out of this forest. Finally, he looked down her way and blinked. What's wrong, Misty? You sound upset. The Orangette looked away for a minute and then sighed before calling back up to him. I don't like bug types, okay? They creep me out. Sitting up on the branch he was straddling, the messy-haired boy processed what he had just been told before smiling. Well, Misty, you should have told me that earlier, sorry, we'll come down now and get out of here as soon as we can. He then looked at his little yellow starter and nodded. Come on, bud, let's go down. With Pikachu hopping back onto his shoulder, Ash began his climb down the big tree, but since the branches were so thick and full, the progress was a little slower down than up. However, he was only in the climb for a minute, at the most, before he heard a loud scream, and since it was only the 2 of them, he knew the source came from his female companion. Misty. Fearing for her safety, Ash began a rapid climb down the tree, half tumbling and half falling all the way. When he finally made it to the bottom a short time later, the worried young trainer hopped to the ground while he was still almost 4 feet from the bottom and landed in a crouch with a grunt. Looking up quickly, expecting to see his female friend in mortal peril, Ash's expression, as well as Pikachu's, changed to reflect the confusion they were feeling. The reason for that perplexity was due to Misty, whom was now hanging upside down from a nearby tree branch with her body wrapped around it like a slacketh. Her face was frozen into an expression of disgust and terror while she trembled violently and stared at something down on the ground. Eek. No. No, get it away. Get it away. Get it away. Standing up, the confused young man looked at his panicking friend and held his arms out. Misty, what the heck is wrong with you? I almost broke my neck clambering down out of that tree when I heard you scream. Reaching one hand out, she pointed to a spot on the ground a few feet away and squealed. There. Right there. It's one of those creepy, nasty, crawly bugs. Following her finger's direction, Ash finally saw what had sent her into such a frenzy. There, sitting as harmlessly as could be, was a small green caterpillar that he immediately recognized. Hey, it's a caterpie. A bright smile lit up the boy's face as he spotted the small bug type that was only a short distance away from the tree Misty was now inhabiting. This is great, thanks Misty. The athletic young girl snapped her head back and looked at him like he had just sprouted the wings of a gligger. Great? No, it's not great. I told you I hate bugs, now get rid of it. Smirking, he reached up to his belt and unclipped a pokeball. Don't worry Misty, I'll handle this. He then enlarged and the through ball, which snapped open and released Rattata from within. Alright Rattata, time for your first battle. Let's catch that caterpie. The small purple rat hit a fighting crouch and growled just as his trainer yelled, use quick attack. With a loud cry of, Ratta. The small rat bounded forward in a blur of white and came upon the small caterpillar before it knew what was coming. In a dead aim, Rattata slammed into Caterpie and sent it tumbling back across the ground. To Ash's surprise though, the green worm quickly recovered and got back up. Then, with a cry of, Eee, it leapt at Rattata using tackle. He quickly jumped to the side and avoided the attack and then ran at Caterpie to use his own tackle. Demonstrating impressive evasive ability though, the first stage form of Butterfree leapt off of its back tail and sprung away from the attack. Before Ash could give Rattata a command, Caterpie shot a thick and gooey rope of webbing from its mouth that landed straight on the normal type's face and blinded him. Reeling back and now completely blind, Rattata shook his head rapidly from side to side but was unable to get the sticky webbing of string shot off of his eyes. Just then, Caterpie went into action and jumped at him, tackling Rattata hard and sending him sliding back along the grass. Seeing the situation his Pokémon was in, Ash called out. Rattata, don't forget you have claws. Use them to get that webbing off your face. Just when Caterpie was about to attack again, Rattata reached up with his right paw and used the claws on it to shred through the insect thread stuck to his face. Luckily, just when Caterpie was about to use tackle again, Rattata managed to get the webbing off his face and saw the attack with seconds to spare. In a fortunate turn of events, he jumped to the side and avoided any future damage. Good, now use quick attack and bite to toss Caterpie. Ash's instruction was followed by his Pokémon charging at Caterpie in another burst of speed and ramming himself into the worm head-on. From there, Rattata clamped down it with his strong teeth and then whipped his back, tossing Caterpie into the nearest tree. This time, when the small caterpillar fell to the ground after the rapid two-strike attack, it lay where it was and struggled to get back up. Seeing his chance, Ash pulled an empty Pokeball from his side and enlarged it before reeling back and then tossing it with a strong throw. The ball quickly struck its target and opened before skinning Caterpie inside. After hitting the ground, it only rolled around a few times before going still and letting forth its starburst. Seeing their efforts successful, Ash smiled satisfactorily and hurried up to grab it. All right. Turning to Rattata and Pikachu, he held the ball out and I smiled. We got ourselves a Caterpie, you too. The two rodent Pokémon cheered the addition of their newest teammate while he looked at Misty and showed her the Pokeball. You can come down now Misty, we caught it. Still hanging upside down off the branch, she shivered and made a disgusted snorting sound with her nose. Oh great, now we'll have a nasty bug with us while we're traveling around. Yuck. She no more than finished speaking those words when she suddenly felt something soft and wriggly on her leg. Looking up onto the branch she was hanging from, the young girl saw, to her dread, another bug crawling on her leg. This one however was a light tannish brown with a big horn on its head. For several long moments she simply stared at the bug crawling on her leg before, finally, her eyes widened, her hair stood on end and a loud scream erupted from her throat. Eek. Before he knew what was happening, Ash saw Misty practically flying from the tree and somehow hiding behind him for shelter without his notice. In the uproar, she had also kicked the bug off her leg and it was now laying on the ground beneath the tree. Oh Arceus. Yuck, it's another bug. Another creepy, crawly, slimy bug. This place is so totally disgusting. While she panicked and cursed behind him, Ash looked at the Pokémon she had just kicked off her leg and recognized it without hesitation. Hey awesome. Hands balling up excitedly at his face, Ash's eyes practically shone. It's a Weedle. Man, what's the luck of finding it in the exact same place as Caterpie? Luck. Luck. Misty screamed indignantly behind him. If it's any kind of luck then it's bad luck. These nasty bugs keep finding me and it's horrible. I hate it. Smirking, he looked down at Rattata and raised a fist. Well, I say it's good luck and we're gonna catch it. Right, Rattata? The big-fanged Pokémon nodded and bounded forward again, ready for battle. Rattata. Okay. Ash narrowed his eyes at the second bug type. We have to be careful here, Rattata. Weedle can use poison-type moves from that stinger on its head. We're gonna have to battle smart. Start running around it using quick attack but don't make contact. Rattata did so and, utilizing his speed, he started running in wide circles around Weedle. The toxic bug watched the small rodent sprint in fast circles around it for a few seconds until its patience finally reached an end. Narrowing its eyes, Weedle attempted to lock onto Rattata and then, lowering its head, it fired a burst of glowing needles at him. Fortunately, Rattata was fast and the poisonous worm's aim was way off, thus sparing him of a nasty hit. Still, Rattata continued to charge in circles around Weedle, first appearing in one place and then in another. Becoming a mixture of both angry and anxious, the pre-evolved form of Kakuna started using rapid poison stings at every blur that it thought was Rattata. Every single hail of poisonous needles ended up being for naught, however, since the normal-type rat was too fast to be hit. Finally, seeing Weedle getting confused by all the running, Ash yelled. Now! Hit it, Rattata! Coming in from a leftward angle Weedle didn't expect, Rattata tackled it and sent the small worm flying. Although, to both of their surprise, Weedle shot a string of webbing from its mouth, just like Caterpie, only it attached it to a tree branch. While still airborne, the horned caterpillar used the stringy rope to fly across the small roadside area and up onto the branch its string was attached to. Then, with itself now poised at higher elevation, Weedle lunged down at Rattata, horn first. Not panicking, Ash watched the attack incoming and narrowed his eyes. Rattata, hold. Don't move yet. Don't move. The obedient rodent did as he was told and didn't move. He simply stayed where he was and looked up at Weedle as it came hurtling down toward him. At last, when time was almost up, Ash shouted. Now Rattata. Jump away. Cutting it close, the purple rat sprung away just before Weedle reached it. However, instead of hitting its target, the toxic bug type ended up sticking itself horn first into the ground. Now effectively stuck and unable to move, Weedle presented itself as an ideal target. Which gave Rattata and Ash all the time they needed to execute the next move. Great! Now use tackle and end this. On Ash's command, Rattata charged ahead and jumped, slamming himself into Weedle while the trapped bug type continued struggling to get free. Unable to defend itself, Weedle was swiftly dislodged from the ground and went spinning through the air before landing on the grass with a hard thud. Seeing the swirls in its eyes, Ash smiled triumphantly and pulled out another Pokeball. Here we go. Weedle, you're mine. With that, he tossed the ball and, much like with Caterpie, it struck its target and SCKED Weedle inside. From there, the Pokeball landed back on the ground and shook a few times before completing the capture. Giving a shout of victory, the young man ran over and picked up the ball. Yes. We got a Weedle. He then looked at Pikachu and Rattata on the ground and smiled again. Our team just keeps getting bigger. Kneeling down, he reached out and started petting Rattata as he and Pikachu ran to him. Thanks Rattata, those were both some really great battles. Thank you for helping me catch Caterpie and Weedle. Rattata smiled up at his trainer and vocalized his happy reply before Ash looked at the ball in his hand and saw that the button was now glowing. He reached to his side where he had placed Caterpie's Pokeball and, taking it out, found that it too was doing the same. I suppose I need to decide who to SWCH out now. Since he had more than 6 Pokemon with both new captures, the boy quickly placed the ball onto the grass and then pulled out his Pokédex. I need to make my selection pretty quick before the transfer hold ends. He spoke those words thoughtfully to himself while thinking over who he wanted to send back to the lab. Luckily, newly captured Pokemon that exceeded the carry limit usually had a several-minute window before they were beamed away to wherever the trainer in question had them set up to go. Which, in Ash's case, was of course Professor Oak's. The transfer hold was designed to give the trainer time to consider if they wanted to keep their newly captured Pokemon with them or not. And if they did, it also gave them time to decide which Pokemon went and which one stayed. Wanting to keep Caterpie and Weedle with him so he could get to know them, like with Pidgey, Ash soon decided on sending back his female Nidoran and Spearow. After that was done, he put his Pokédex away and returned Rattata before looking back at Misty, whom was still visibly nervous. Would you calm down, Misty? I caught them both, they're not gonna crawl on you anymore. She shuddered for what seemed the dozenth time and pointed. Yeah, but I know what you're about to do. You're gonna let them both out and scan them with your Pokédex. He nodded his head back and forth. Well. Yeah, I kinda have to. So. She backed up quickly until she was almost on the other side of the woody area that the road cut through. Fine. But I'm staying here until you're done. Rolling his eyes in amusement, Ash held out both Ball and released Caterpie and Weedle from inside. Afterward, he knelt down and kindly introduced himself. Pikachu did likewise, and after reassuring both small bug types that he meant no harm, Ash took off his backpack and started to heal them of their battle injuries. When he was finally finished a short time later and the two kindred but different caterpillar Pokemon were eating the oran berries he offered them, Ash sat back and smiled. Due to him giving them gentle medical treatment and food after that, he could tell Caterpie and Weedle had relaxed around him and were no longer nervous or afraid. Of course, when they finished their berries and Pikachu went up to start making animated conversation with them, the boy knew he had his first Pokemon to partially thank for that. Pikachu was very friendly and he had an innate ability to talk and make friends with other Pokemon shortly after meeting them. It was this that Ash had a lot to owe him for. He knew Pikachu helped talk him up to his new Pokemon and therefore, it aided him in gaining their trust and acceptance a lot quicker than usual. It always did good, after all, to have another Pokemon vouch for you and in that way, as well as many others, he was very grateful to Pikachu. While the three small Pokemon conversed, Ash pulled his Pokédex out again and scanned Caterpie first. It only took a few moments and once it was done, Dexter began reading out the gathered information. Pokédex entry number 010. Caterpie, the worm Pokemon. For protection, it releases a horrible stench from the antenna on its head to drive away enemies. Its short feet are tipped with suction pads that enable it to tirelessly climb slopes and walls. This Caterpie is male and has the ability Shield Dust. This Pokemon knows the moves, Tackle, String Shot and Bug Bite. After scanning Caterpie, Ash took a moment to lament the fact that the Pokédex opted to not mention that touching the feeler on top of Caterpie's head could also cause it to release its stinky pheromone. One more good thing he had to chalk up to being Professor Oak's pupil. Seeing Pikachu and both worms now in the midst of involved conversation, he smiled to himself before scanning Weedle. Soon, he had its information as well. Pokédex entry number 013. Weedle, the hairy bug Pokemon. Weedle has an extremely acute sense of smell. It is capable of distinguishing its favorite kinds of leaves from those it dislikes just by sniffing with its big red proboscis. Beware of the sharp stinger on its head. It hides in grass and bushes where it eats leaves. This Weedle is male and has the ability Shield Dust. This Pokemon knows the moves, Poison Sting, String Shot and Bug Bite. Putting his Pokédex away once he was done, and feeling more than a little surprised that they both knew a move as rare as Bug Bite, Ash looked at Weedle and Caterpie and got their attention. So, how do you two feel coming along with me and getting stronger? He smiled in amusement. I guess Pikachu's told you already what we're doing. The two insect Pokemon looked at each other and then back at him before smiling and giving an enthusiastic chorus of sounds that he took as a yes. Especially once they both crawled over to him and then climbed up his legs, across his torso and onto his arms. For Ash though, the feel of the prickly hair that was on the bottom of their feet tickled and caused him to laugh. Ha. Okay, I guess that's a yes then. Ha 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 ha. Oh man, that tickles. While both of the bug-type caterpillars rubbed themselves against their new trainer and he laughed at the tickling sensation, Misty visibly shivered and slowly walked toward him. So. You're keeping these too? With us? The tan-skinned young trainer looked back at the green-eyed girl and nodded. Well yeah, of course I am. I gotta train them and get to know them, how else would we bond? Her left eye twitched and she gave a half-nervous, half-unnerved smile along with a trepidatious laugh. Hee hee. Yeah. Great, that's really great. Turning to her fully, Ash gestured at the two bug types on his arms. Hey, why don't you come say hi, Misty? They won't bite. Another shiver overcame the young girl as she rapidly shook her hands out in front of her. No, that's okay, that's alright. You just keep them with you, Ash, and I'll admire them from afar. Suppressing a chuckle of amusement at his friend, he shrugged and held up a hand. Suit yourself, but I think you're missing out. They're really friendly. As if on cue, Caterpie and Weedle looked at the girl and voiced at the same time. Weedle. Eei. If Ash ever doubted whether someone could actually change color from fear or disgust, he would never question it again after watching Misty turn bright purple and then rush on to get ahead of them. Your Pokémon really look like they're enjoying their food, Misty commented as she looked at Pidgey, Weedle and Caterpie, whom had their faces buried into their special-made Pokémon food next to Pikachu, Mewtwo and Rattata. Yeah, well, these sandwiches you made are really good too, Ash replied with a smile as he bit into the sandwich Misty had made the two of them. Ah, thank you, Ash. I smiled at him and looked down at the one in her hand. They're just cheese, lettuce, tomato and sour pickle. I learned how to make it when I was little, but I think it's kind of an acquired taste. He shrugged and took another bite. Well, I like it. Looking at the three aforementioned Pokémon, he commented. Further, I take time crafting a unique recipe for each of my Pokémon. I just caught these three, so it might take a while. I'm still experimenting with the others too. Having found yet another clearing in the forest where they decided to stop for another food break, Ash also took the opportunity presented to work on making training routines for Pidgey, Weedle and Caterpie. The former two, while spirited, were going to need a lot of work. It wasn't so much because they were unskilled as to the fact that they were very small and weak as a species. As a general rule of thumb, Pokémon like Weedle and Caterpie were typically never considered to be very strong. Most of the time, trainers caught them just to evolve them as quickly as possible into their final two forms, Beedrill and Butterfree. While Ash knew they would evolve quickly, he still wanted to train and make them as strong as he could beforehand while in their first stages. To do this, he resorted again to putting body weights on Weedle and Caterpie and had them do a variety of different drills. For starters, he had them crawl from one end of the clearing to the other as fast as they could go, before doing the same but while pushing rocks to build their strength. They also climbed up trees wearing weights, only without the rocks. On top of that, he also had them work on the few moves they knew, spar together and work on the variety of different ways they could use and weaponize String Shot, which his earlier battle before catching Caterpie and Weedle had given him the idea for. String Shot was a very underrated move, but if used the right way, it could be very effective and disarming in battle. It could be used to mess opponents up or confuse them, as when Caterpie shot webbing into Rattata's eyes. It could also be used to trap them, make strategic formations in battle and even take advantage of the surrounding terrain. Aside from that, he also had Weedle and Caterpie practice battle against Pikachu, Mewtwo and Rattata, as well as endure attacks from their teammates for as long as they could, to build pain resistance and endurance. Their training was rather straightforward, but, in Ash's mind, it was the best way to strengthen both worms until they finally evolved into their respective cocoon stages, which would also make those forms even stronger. Concerning Pidgey, it had been quite easy deciding upon a training regimen for her. Since she was about the same size as Spearow, she also had many of the same needs and thus, he was able to mostly transpose Spearow's training onto hers. Surprisingly though, she had more endurance than Spearow and it showed in her ability to do her flying exercises and other training drills longer, while weighted down, than the male bird. Something that also surprised Ash was just how fast and agile she was. He knew that Pidgey and its evolutionary line was fast, but the speed and lithe agility with which she demonstrated it was truly amazing. In fact, incredibly enough, in only 1 hour of training, she had somehow managed to learn a brand new move in agility. While flying through the trees around their clearing and using them as obstacles to improve upon her evasiveness, speed, and agility, he noticed Pidgey suddenly glow before disappearing and reappearing at a rapid pace. It was then he knew that she had learned agility. You know, Misty, you have some nice-looking Pokémon. Coming out of his contemplation of the recent training foray for his newest Pokémon, Ash turned to Misty again and smiled. You really do. Being the first time he got to see all her Pokémon, Ash now knew she had Staryu, a Starmie, and a Goldeen. Each of them looking quite healthy and well taken care of. Thanks, she replied while smiling in return. I try to take good care of them. After all, water types are my specialty. Once their snack was finished and they packed up, the two companions returned their Pokémon and then prepared to set out on the last leg of their journey through the forest. Right when they were about to leave the clearing and make their way to the road again though, a loud rustling from the bushes nearby caught their attention. Just as Ash turned to the sound to find its source however, a flurry of movement and fast action erupted from the foliage. To their shock and bafflement, the one who burst forth from the bushes was not a Pokémon but a boy. And not just any boy but one who was dressed in what seemed to be the multicolored armored garb of a samurai. Moreover, the boy was currently in the midst of bringing a sharp-looking katana blade down on Ash with a loud cry of, Kaya-ah. With all of his years training under Machamp, Hitmonlee and Hitmonchan, Ash's instincts were sharp. Just as Pikachu leapt from his shoulder, he jumped and rolled to the side right as the samurai boy brought his sword down onto the ground where Ash had just been standing. The fast young Ketchum then slid right under the strange boy and kicked him in the stomach hard, driving the wind out of him with a loud "oomph," and causing him to bend forward. Pikachu's trainer quickly took advantage of their enemy's stunned state and reached up with his leg to kick the other boy's wrists, which made his sword fly out of his hands and up into the air. Ash then immediately whipped his legs around on the ground in an arc and locked the attacker's legs up with his, bringing the boy down to the grass. Ash kicked up right after that and grabbed the falling sword by the hilt just as it was about to hit the ground. Turning around swiftly, he pinned the strangely dressed stranger to the ground with a foot on his chest and the boy's own katana pointed at his neck. You have 5 seconds to start explaining, Ash informed with a cold edge to his tone. The boy, realizing his dangerous predicament, spoke quickly. I am sorry for attacking you. My name is Jack Samurai and I was only endeavoring to get your attention. Ash stepped back from the boy and allowed him to stand up after a few seconds of deliberation. That was a real stupid way to get someone's attention, you know. Misty spoke up then and she was beyond furious. Yeah, what did you think you were doing? Swinging a sword around like that? You could have really hurt Ash or killed him. The young man with the surname of Samurai merely bowed his head low. Forgive me, both of you. I was only wishing to know if the whom I attacked came from the town known as Pallet. I did not mean any ill will towards either of you, nor would I have really done you any harm. It is my way of testing those whom I first meet. Ash sized the other boy up and finally got a good look at how he was dressed. The armor he was wearing consisted of nothing more than a metal dew, which was colored red at the top and black on the bottom with a yellow strip separating the two. He had a white sash wrapped around his waist and it separated the breastplate part of the dew from the section which covered his pelvis. That part was blue with yellow strips at the bottom. He wore a kabuto on his head that was black and gold with the horns at the front being the latter color. On his feet he wore simple wooden geta and strapped to his back was a large bug-catching net. Underneath his armor he seemed to be wearing a white tank top and green shorts. Eventually, Ash held the boy's katana out and spoke. If you wanted to know where I was from, all you had to do was ask and I would have gladly told you. You didn't have to attack me. Samurai bowed lower. I know and I am sorry. I accept that I may have been a bit too overzealous. You must forgive me, I come from a long line of family that has trained in the noble and ancient art of the samurai for many generations. He then accepted his blade back and returned it fluidly to its sheath. When I decided to leave home and become a bug Pokemon trainer, I swore to my family that I would continue to uphold our tradition. The young man looked at Ash and then Misty. I apologize for scaring you, though I must admit. I have not before received such a spirited and overwhelming response to my methods from any other trainer I have met in this forest. Not even from the other 3 individuals who hailed from the town of Pallet. Misty, who had calmed herself finally, blinked and asked. Why would you have wanted to know if Ash was from Pallet Town? The boy looked at her and then smiled in fond remembrance. Ah yes. Over the last 2.5 weeks 3 different trainers passed through this forest, and when I met them, I challenged them each to a Pokémon battle. He closed his eyes and tilted his head up. Even though I was defeated all 3 times, I resolved to train and become stronger. He put a hand to his chin. The last one I met made passing comment of another young trainer that had received their own first Pokémon on the same day as themselves. Though he did not seem to think highly of this person and questioned whether they would make it here at all. Opening his eyes, he looked at Misty and Ash again. Regardless, I decided that I would redouble my training in preparation for the arrival of that 4th trainer if they did come. Understanding now, Ash smiled while Pikachu jumped back up onto his shoulder. Yeah, you're talking about Gary and the other 2 kids, sounds about right. So you were waiting for me and that's why you asked where I was from? Samurai nodded. Indeed, and now I must humbly ask, will you please forgive me and accept my challenge? Ash smiled at the young man's words. Yeah, I forgive you, Samurai, just don't go doing something stupid like that again. And yes, I accept your challenge. Samurai smiled as well and bowed. Agreed, and thank you for your forgiveness. Now let us battle. The 2 young trainers stood on opposite sides of the clearing as they faced off. Misty was near the middle of the field acting as referee. She called out loudly so both trainers could hear her, this will be a 2-on-2 Pokémon battle between Ash Ketchum of Pallet Town and Jack Samurai. Trainers, choose your Pokémon. Samurai started off the battle as he threw his chosen Pokeball with a shout of, Metapod, I choose you. From within the ball in question, the green cocoon-shaped Pokémon appeared in a flash of light and droned aloud, Metapod. Seeing their opponent, Ash thought for a few seconds on who he would use and then decided. Caterpie, let's go. Appearing on the grassy field quickly from its ball, the pre-evolved form of Butterfree screeched loudly, E-I-I-I. E-I-I. Wanting to get the momentum going in their favor, the trainer from Pallet started things off. Caterpie, use Tackle on Metapod. Caterpie took off to hit their opponent, but Samurai moved to counter. Metapod, use Harden. The sturdy cocoon stayed still as its shell glowed and hardened, becoming stronger and more resilient. Due to this, Caterpie hit Metapod's shell and bounced off. At that, Samurai shouted another command. It is useless, your Caterpie will never get through our defense. Now Metapod use Tackle. Metapod suddenly launched itself at Caterpie, but Ash was fast to react. Caterpie dodged it and then used Bug Bite. The small green caterpillar jumped out of the way and then lunged at Metapod to deliver the attack his trainer had ordered. However, Samurai was ready once more. Metapod hardened again. The hard-shelled Pokémon glowed green again and was given a further layer of protection from Caterpie's Bug Bite just before it hit. The attack once more failed and Caterpie quickly returned back to Ash. Seeing the impasse they had reached, Samurai called out. Your Caterpie cannot possibly win. My Metapod's shell is impenetrable. Your Pokémon's attacks will all fail, meanwhile my Metapod can still use Tackle. Your Caterpie simply is not strong enough to get past our defenses. Ash only smirked in reply. Let's just see about that. Caterpie used String Shot and cover Metapod's face up. Squealing his name loudly, Caterpie reared back and then shot a thick, sticky goop of String Shot out of his mouth that hit and completely covered Metapod's face, effectively blinding it. Samurai appeared confused. Why would you do something like that? String Shot will not hurt my Metapod. I do not even need to have it use Harden to defend against that attack. You are nothing more than a novice compared to the other 3 trainers from Pallet. Ash continued to smirk. We'll see. You know, Samurai, you made a big mistake. The other boy blinked. What do you mean? The messy-haired trainer explained while pointing. For not having your Metapod dodge that String Shot. Samurai still appeared perplexed, as did Misty. The young Ketchum continued without missing a step. That String Shot I had Caterpie use has completely covered your Metapod's face. True, we may not have been able to break through Metapod's defenses, but we can take away your Pokémon's ability to breath. Everyone but him looked shocked at what he just said, and Samurai voiced it with a tremble in his voice. What do you mean? Ash simply pointed toward Metapod again, who was now rolling around the ground in a panic. Metapod. The armored young boy shouted in concern as he saw his Pokémon's state before looking to his opponent again. What did you do to him? The calmer of the two plainly responded. String shot covered your Pokémon's nose, blocking off its airway. Metapod can't breathe, and since it has no appendages to peel off the string shot with, it's beginning to suffocate. Hearing this, Samurai immediately ran out onto the field and quickly knelt down to start pulling the sticky substance off of his Pokémon's face. Once he was done, he took one look at the traumatized bug type in his arms and knew from the exhaustion it was reflecting that the battle was over. Gritting his teeth but accepting the defeat, he thanked his Pokémon and then returned Metapod before walking back over to his side of the field. Once there, he turned and faced Ash again. Clever, quite clever. He then pulled out his last Pokeball. Pinsir, go. As soon as the vicious-looking, horned beetle appeared on the field, Ash thought for just a few moments and then made his next choice. Caterpie, good job, return. He then reached for his next Pokeball and enlarged it after returning the small caterpillar. Pidgey, come on out. The tiny bird Pokemon appeared from her Pokeball with a series of loud chirps. Pidgey. Samurai started the second round off this time around. Pinsir, use tackle. Ash, though, was quick to react. Pidgey, fly into the air now. The small bird bided her time and then flew up high into the air, allowing Pinsir to pass under her. On the heels of that, he called for another command. Now use Gust. Pidgey opened her wings out wide and then started flapping them vigorously, creating a strong gale of wind that headed for Pinsir. Samurai countered quickly though, yelling with urgency. Pinsir, root yourself. The bug-type Pokémon stood its ground and managed to withstand the fast and strong whirlwind. What neither Samurai nor Pinsir was expecting, however, was for Pidgey to come flying out of. The dust cloud churned up by gust and smash into Pinsir hard, knocking it to the ground. Seeing this, the bug's trainer gritted his teeth and waited for his Pokémon to get up before yelling. Pinsir, use Vice Grip. As the now angry and much bigger insect began charging towards Pidgey, Ash smirked. Pidgey, use Agility to get around that attack and then start circling around Pinsir as fast as you can. Reacting fluidly, she dodged the attack and started spinning around her opponent so fast that no one could keep up. Now use Quick Attack. Her new trainer commanded swiftly. Pidgey came out of her circle and sped toward Pinsir like a high-velocity dart. With no resistance, she hit the bug hard in the stomach, which lifted it up off of its feet and sent it soaring back at Samurai. Unable to break its fall, Pinsir hit the ground heavily and then slowly got back to its feet, breathing bread all the while. The bug-type's trainer knew they were in trouble. Pinsir, start charging at Pidgey and then try your Vice Grip again. The stag beetle Pokémon did as commanded and ran at Pidgey again, albeit much slower than before. Ash was going to have her stand her ground and then duck and fly under Pinsir, the strategy being to come up and hit from behind with another gust. However, just as the large bug was about to make contact, Samurai shouted. Pinsir, use Thrash. The thick-skinned bug-type hissed and its eyes appeared to gleam with a fierce, angry spark entering them. This in turn caused it to chatter menacingly as its temper reached the boiling point. When it finally reached Pidgey, Pinsir caught her unawares and, utilizing its increase in power and speed, began pummeling her. After a lasting PRD of brutal strikes that came from its arms and horns, one final smack from Pinsir's right horn sent her flying to the ground and landing roughly in front of Ash, now badly beaten up and bruised. For his part though, the boy remained calm. He knew panicking would gain them nothing. Pidgey, I know you got this. Get up and show them your true strength. Dig deeper, girl, dig deeper. The small bird struggled and fought against her injuries and slowly managed to get back up, bellowing to the sky when she finally made it back to her feet. Pidgey. At that very same moment, she started to glow in a bright white light and then began changing before everyone's eyes. As the light grew stronger, Pidgey's entire body grew and morphed in shape and size until, once it was over, in her place stood a larger bird with a considerably larger wingspan. She also now had bright, colorful plumage atop her head, and even her tail feathers were brightly colored. Once the light faded away to reveal her changed form, the newly evolved Pokémon lifted her head up and gave a noticeably deeper call. Pidgeot. Blinking in surprise that rapidly gave way to joy, Ash smiled widely and then pulled his Pokédex out, which he pointed at his first evolved Pokémon. Soon after scanning her, Dexter spoke. Pokédex entry number 017. Pidgeotto, the bird Pokémon. Pidgeotto claims a large area as its own territory. This Pokémon flies around, patrolling its living space. If its territory is violated, it shows no mercy in thoroughly punishing the foe with its sharp claws. This Pokémon now knows the moves, Tackle, Quick Attack, Gust, Whirlwind, Agility and Twister. After receiving her information, the boy looked back up at Pidgeotto and nodded at her, still smiling ear to ear. She nodded back, as if silently communicating that his motivation had pushed her to evolve. Samurai, meanwhile, was standing in awe, staring with disbelief at what had just happened along with Misty and Pikachu. Ash, re-energized, pointed at Pinsir and yelled. Pidgeotto, use Agility followed by Quick Attack. From there, hit it with your new attack, Twister. Samurai couldn't even utter a command as Pidgeotto began her assault. She disappeared in a blur of speed and then reappeared just in time to smash into the still thrashing Pinsir with Quick Attack, kneeling the bug to the ground instantly and ending its tirade. She then disappeared and reappeared yet again behind the stunned Pokémon and flapped her wings powerfully. This action caused her to WHP up a powerful and dark funnel of violently spinning wind that pulled Pinsir off the ground and into its vortex in mere seconds. From there, the loud and churning Twister swirled the large bug around dozens of times before spitting it back out like a bad piece of meat. Flying through the air and still spinning, Pinsir hit the ground in front of Samurai hard enough to leave an actual imprint of its body. When the Twister died down and all became still once more, the horned beetle was seen laying unconscious with swirls in its eyes. Misty raised her hand seeing that and pointed toward her friend. Since Samurai has no more Pokémon to battle with, that means the victory goes to Pidgeotto and Ash. With their victory secured, Ash ran up to his newly evolved Pokémon and hugged her tightly, congratulating her on evolving and thanking her for winning the match for them. After he returned her, the victorious young man walked up to Samurai, who had just returned Pinsir. That was a great battle, Samurai. Thank you. The helmeted boy looked at him and smiled. No thank you, Ash. That was truly the greatest battle I have ever had. After facing the other 3 trainers from Palette, I can safely say that you are, without a doubt, the best. I wish you well on your journey. May you and your Pokémon prosper wherever you may go, my friend. He stuck his hand out and Ash accepted the invitation, shaking firmly with the other trainer. Thank you, Samurai. I wish you well on whatever you do from here out as well. Hopefully we can meet again someday. The other boy smiled and nodded, handling his defeat graciously. Agreed. I hope for that as well. Misty looked up at the sky at that moment and frowned as she noticed the yellow and purple hue that was gradually giving way to night. You know we'll be lucky to get out of this forest before dark, Ash, let alone make it to Pewter City. Huh? Ash looked back at her and then up at the sky before frowning. Yeah, you're right. We might have to camp here for the night and set out in the morning. At that, Samurai smiled and held up a finger. I have another suggestion. Why do you not just come stay with me? I have a cabin here in the forest that will take you out of the elements. If you are interested. The two of them shared a look between them before glancing back at the other boy and saying at the same time, sure, that sounds great. With that decided, they followed Samurai as he left the clearing and headed into the forest. Before long the road was behind them and, with the armored boy as their only guide, the group of 3 departed into the thick of the wild. After a relaxing and enjoyable night staying in Samurai's small, quaint and cozy log cabin, which he found shortly after coming to the forest and had fixed up, Ash and Misty were well rested and ready for the next leg of their journey. The time was early morning, about 2 hours before 8, and the previous evening of genial and laid-back conversation had been just what was needed to recharge their batteries. Samurai had even proven to be an enjoyable person to chat with, given his long time spent in the forest and all the stories he was able to share. Alas, the time had now finally come to part ways as Ash, with Pikachu on his shoulder and Misty by his side, stood at the end of Viridian Forest. Samurai was with them. Seeing them off, and he said his goodbyes kindly and politely. "Farewell my friends, I do hope our paths meet again." Both traveling friends nodded in agreement. "I do too, Samurai. You turned out to be an okay guy." Misty smiled but then got right up into the boy's face and turned fierce like a grand bull the next second. "But don't ever go scaring people with swords again. Got that?" The bug-type enthusiast quickly leaned back with his hands out in front of him and smiled nervously while sweat dropping. "Yes, of course, I understand completely. Those days are behind me, I assure you. I have learned my lesson well." She nodded in satisfaction at that and stepped back. Ash, taking his own moment, smiled fondly at the strange but nice boy. "Well, so long Samurai. You were my first official Pokémon battle and I had a lot of fun. We learned a lot too, me and my Pokémon, so thank you. And thanks again for letting us stay with you last night." Samurai smiled and the two shook hands as friends. After that, Ash and Misty continued on the main road that left Viridian Forest and went on their way, waving back at the bug-type trainer as they walked. Samurai, for his part, waved in return and said a final farewell, before turning and heading back into the forest. Ash, Pikachu and Misty had been out of the forest for nearly 2 hours and they were getting closer to Pewter City with every step. The sun was also rising higher in the sky and its bright illumination gave clear visual of their surroundings for miles around. As they went along their way, down a flat stretch of land, they could see the distant peaks of Empty Moon, which towered above and behind Pewter City like a giant. The mountain actually separated Pewter City from Cerulean City and any travelers who wished to go to either one had to traverse through the mountain itself. They would be taking that same road soon but for now, they were only focused on reaching the destination set before them. Just as the two of them passed under a large tree that was on the left side of the road however, Ash suddenly felt a heavy weight land on his back, which pushed him to the ground. Whatever it was that had jumped onto him started leaping up and down on his back, causing the boy to become annoyed as he turned around to face his assaulter. When he stood up and looked, his pack fell off his shoulders and it was then that Ash finally saw the perpetrator. Yet, to his surprise, he found that it was none other than a Mankey. The pig-monkey Pokémon had a hold of his pack and was slinging it around with glee as the fighting type trumpeted its success. Mankey. Mankey. Both traveling friends, as well as Pikachu, simply stared in confusion with Misty voicing it. "What is a Mankey doing out here near Pewter City?" "I don't know." Ash replied slowly before pulling out his Pokédex and scanning the out-of-place Pokémon. Pokédex entry number 056. Mankey, the pig-monkey Pokémon. An agile Pokémon that lives in trees. It angers easily and will not hesitate to attack anything. If one gets angry, all the others around it will get angry, so silence is a rare visitor in a troop of Mankey. This Mankey is male and has the abilities Vital Spirit, Anger Point and Defiant. This Pokémon knows the moves, Scratch, Low Kick, Focus Energy, Fury Swipes, Karate Chop and Seismic Toss. After scanning it, Ash would admit to being impressed. The Mankey before him knew a lot of fighting-type moves to be sure. A Pokémon like that on his team would be exceedingly beneficial, especially after some hard training. With that in mind, he knew that he needed to catch it. He didn't know where the mysterious thief of a monkey had come from but he did know that he was going to try capturing it. With that decided, he turned to his friend. "Stay back Misty. Mankeys have really foul tempers so once I start battling him, he's gonna get mad." For a moment it seemed like she might protest but she instead decided to trust him. "Okay Ash. Just be careful." He nodded soundly and then put Pikachu into her arms, though he quickly protested that action with a loud, "Pika Pie." However, Ash merely shook his head. "No Pikachu, I need you to stay with Misty. If that Mankey goes to attack, I want you here to defend her." "Okay." The small electric type nodded in reluctant understanding. Pikachu Pie. Smiling, he gave his Pokémon a quick rub between the ears. "Thanks buddy, I appreciate it." After that, he went over to stand before the mischievous Pokémon now playing with his bag and faced it. Ash then pulled out a Pokeball and threw it up into the air. "Beauty, I choose you." In a flash of light the small Hoenn grass type appeared and announced herself with an energetic, Bud Budu. Looking at his Pokémon, Ash asked seriously. Are you ready, Budu? This won't be easy. Turning a bit to look back at her trainer, she nodded firmly. Budu. Seeing her resolve, he smiled proudly. Okay then, let's do it. Pointing, he commanded. Run at Mankey and slam into it with all your body weight. Lowering her head for the impromptu, unofficial move, she charged at Mankey and hit it head-on, sending the pig monkey flying back against the tree it came from. Almost immediately, the fighting Pokémon came running back, visibly angered and ready to go. As soon as it reached her, Mankey raised its hand and prepared to use Karate Chop. However, Ash ordered his Pokémon to jump out of the way and she did so just in time. At that same moment, the dynamic monkey performed a low kick that swept Budu off of her feet. It then used a scratch attack, combined with a follow-up Karate Chop, which threw Budu down into the ground hard. Budu, are you alright? Ash yelled in concern. Fortunately, she nodded slowly and then stood up. Seeing she was still ready to battle, he issued another command. Alright, use growth and follow it up with Mega Drain. Without waiting she rooted herself and started to raise her grass-type power level. On the other side of the road, Mankey began doing the same thing by using focus energy. Soon, Budu shot out dark green tendrils of energy from herself that headed straight for Mankey. Utilizing quick speed, Mankey made use of its now increased agility and strength to jump high into the air. It then hurtled back down in front of the unprepared Budu and started hitting her with a vicious assault of fury swipes. Ash's first captured Pokémon almost started to buckle when Mankey picked her up and spun her around. It then jumped, still holding on to the small grass type, before throwing her to the ground with a powerful seismic toss. Budu hit the ground yet again and simply laid there, not moving. Ash, though worried for her, remained calm and called out. Listen to me, Budu. I know you can do this. You just need to dig deep down inside of yourself and find the strength to keep pushing. I know you're strong enough to beat this Mankey. Get up and do it. Budu heard her trainer's voice and encouragement and, unwilling to give up, she slowly started to get back up. When she was finally standing on both legs, wobbly but unwavering, she stared down Mankey with fire in her eyes. Ash smiled at the sight of her determination. Okay, Budu, start charging in like you were gonna slam into Mankey again. The hardy little living bud started running towards Mankey as fast as she could. Her opponent prepared to jump out of the way and hit her with another fighting move, but Ash was quicker on the draw. Now Budu. Jump over Mankey and hit it with Leech Seed. Budu gathered all the strength in her lower body that her training offered her and then launched herself over Mankey, shooting a Leech Seed pod down at the pig monkey Pokémon. The seed hit its mark and, unfolding its vines around the angry fighting type, began to sap Mankey of its strength, which caused it to look up and cry, Mankey. Seeing his intended quarry now distracted by the vines that were shocking and stealing its energy, Ash smirked. Budu, use Razor Leaf and then follow up with Mega Drain. The earliest stage of Roserade flipped her head back and forth, expelling a rain of sharp leaves out of her bud that swarmed the restrained fighting type and sent it skidding through the dirt. This had the added effect of freeing Mankey from the small, spidery vines that had been trapping it. Before the furry monkey could capitalize on its freedom though, Budu summoned her inner photosynthetic energy and lashed out at Mankey with Mega Drain. The fighting Pokémon was helpless to fight back as the spindly tendrils of ethereal aura worked to sap it of all the stamina Mankey had left. Seeing their time had come, Ash gave one final command. Time to finish this, Budu, use Stun Spore. She acted swiftly and began letting loose the paralytic yellow powder from her bud that quickly settled down over Mankey, effectively paralyzing the other Pokémon completely. Ash knew it was over when he saw the fighting type go still and went to congratulate Budu for her win when, suddenly, she raised her head to the sky and called out, Bud. In that very moment, something occurred that Ash was not counting on, especially so soon. Budu began to glow blue and white, signaling her evolution. As he watched in amazement, his first grass type started to change and morph before his very eyes until, within a matter of seconds, a totally different and considerably taller Pokémon stood before him. The newly evolved Hoenn native only remained motionless for a short time before raising her now flower-petaled hands and chanting smoothly while twirling gracefully on the spot. Roselia. Ash himself could only stare in shock for a few long moments before his brain finally caught up with him and he ran over, sliding to his knees to hug his newly evolved Pokémon. I'm so proud of you, bud, I mean Roselia. That was a great battle you had against Mankey. Roselia smiled happily in her trainer's arms and hugged him back. Roselia. After spending a few moments congratulating and embracing her, Ash finally returned Roselia and then walked over to the paralyzed Mankey. Bending down, he pulled out an empty Pokeball and then tapped it gently upon the primate's head. Holding the ball in his hand, he watched it roll around a few times before going still and giving the signature star burst to show a successful capture. Afterward, he turned around and smiled as Pikachu leapt from Misty's arms and bounded over to him. Whatcha think, buddy? Bending down, Ash held up the now occupied Pokeball. We got another new friend and Mewtwo evolved. Smiling in joy for their team's newest accomplishments, Pikachu gave a peace sign and then jumped back onto his favorite perch. Pikachu pie Pikachu. I'm happy for you and everything, Ash, but you're not gonna release Mankey right now, are you? Misty asked nervously as she walked over to them. I bet you it's still gonna be really mad at the moment. Even if it is paralyzed. Pulling out his Pokédex to perform the transfer he was going to need to do if he wanted to keep Mankey with him, since he already had 6 Pokémon, Ash shrugged. Nah. I wanna get Mankey healed up, but I'll wait until we go to the Pokémon Center at Pewter City. It'll give it time to calm down. She nodded, appearing immensely relieved, before looking back up at the tree Mankey had been in. I wonder where it came from though. Mankey aren't normally found around here. Deciding to send Rattata back to the lab as he placed its ball onto the teleporter pad, the young rookie focused on what he was doing. I don't know, Pokémon do strange things. After Rattata's Pokeball was sent off, Ash put his Pokédex away and then shrunk and clipped Mankey's ball to his belt. Come on, let's get going, Mist, Pewter City's pretty close from here. We'll talk about it on the way. She was in agreement with that suggestion and thus, they were soon setting out once again for the stony city of Pewter. You're really not gonna challenge the gym for a whole week? Misty asked as she and Ash stepped through the last bit of woods they had encountered before reaching Pewter City. Though the Viridian Forest had technically ended some ways back along the way they had come, the sparse bit of woodland and forest between Viridian Forest and Pewter City were considered loosely connected to the former. I wanna spend one more week training with my team before we challenge our first gym leader. The messy-haired boy crossed his hands behind his head. And I have Mankey now. If I want to use him in the match, then it's gonna take some pretty rough training between now and then. At that moment, they finally came within view of Pewter City itself. Walking out onto a large rock at the top of a woody hill that overlooked the city below, Ash smiled and put his hands on his hips. Awesome. We're finally here. Misty brushed her arms off. I'm just glad to be out of that creepy bug forest. Stepping off the rock, Ash put a hand over his eyes and hummed. Looks like the road cuts down through these trees and into the city. It looks like a pretty big place. I think I can even see the contest hall from here. Misty smiled. It's funny, from here a bunch of the buildings look like they're made of stone. Suddenly, from somewhere below the hill they were standing upon, a rugged male voice spoke stoically. Pewter City is gray, the color of stone. A slight pause. This town has always been famous for stone. Looking down, Ash and Misty saw a man sitting beside some steps that they just noticed had been built into the side of the hill. Strangely enough, there were plain gray rocks of various sizes and shapes sitting on the steps. And each one of them were labeled with a certain credit amount, showing they were for sale. The man himself was sitting beside the steps cross-legged. He had a long dark brown beard, tan skin and was wearing a red toboggan hat, a yellow shirt, long green briefs, dark boots and white gloves on his hands. Further on, some distance away to the right of the man, tucked back against the forest border, was a small wooden cabin. There were rocks all around the outside of the rustic lodgings, which also had credit tags on them, showing that it was most likely his home. Looking down at the man again as they reached the bottom of the steps, Ash blinked at him before glancing back at Misty, whom was still standing on the steps. Do you know this guy? She shook her head. Never met him. Looking at the two kids, he raised a hand and introduced himself. My name is Flint and you were just standing on some of my merchandise. The two young trainers looked back at the rocks he was gesturing toward, specifically the big one atop the hill, and then Ash asked. You sell rocks? Flint crossed his arms. Pewter City souvenirs. Wanna buy some? The boy shook his head. No thanks, we're on the way to the Pokémon Center. I'm gonna spend the next week training before I challenge the gym leader here. At that, Flint raised an eyebrow. You're gonna challenge Brock? Smiling, Ash nodded. That's right. The bearded man simply gave a grunting sound before standing up. Well, if you'd like I can SCRT you both to the Pokémon Center. It's not far in town. The friends shared a look between each other and Ash shrugged. Looks can be deceiving I suppose, he's a really nice guy. Misty went to nod in agreement before Flint leaned over and pointed. Oh, and by the way, that'll be a 2-credit charge for standing on my rocks. Hearing that, they both fell flat to the ground in a full-on face fault. When they finally made it to the Pewter City Pokémon Center with Flint leading the way, Ash and Misty stared up at the huge building towering before them. The bottom level was made up of multiple glass windows and the sides, foundation and middle section of the building were all crafted out of solid stone. The top of the center had a small circular tower resting on it, which was also comprised of glass windows and stone, and a large satellite was fixed atop of it like a flag on a sandcastle. On the middle stone section separating the bottom and top parts of the center there was a large black P that certified the building as a legitimate league medical facility. And on the very top of the center, on both ends, were 2 large Pokeball. Steps lead up to the center from the street and the lot was enclosed by finely cut grass and well-maintained, large green bushes, completing the neat and tidy look. Walking into the center, they entered a wide and open lobby, finely furnished and very clean. Though, it was apparent to see from size comparison that the Pewter Center lobby wasn't as large or spacious as the Viridian one had been. After thanking the mysterious rock merchant and seeing him off, Ash and Misty went up to the front desk where Nurse Joy was doing something on her computer. When she saw them, the pretty nurse smiled and gave a warm greeting. Well, hello and welcome to the Pewter City Pokémon Center, my name is Nurse Joy. How may I assist you today? Ash stepped forward. We just need a healing session and a checkup for our Pokémon please. Misty lifted her finger. And a room for the next week if you have any available please Nurse Joy. She nodded and chirped in reply. Of course, we have plenty of rooms available and you may stay as long as you like. Now about your Pokémon. With that, they handed their Pokeball into Joy and then, just before giving Pikachu up, Ash asked. I've been anxious to know, how are all the Pokémon doing that were sent here from the Viridian Center? Can you tell us please Nurse Joy? She tilted her head in confusion for a moment and looked at both kids. Well, how do you know about that? Did you see it on the news? Misty shook her head. No ma'am, we were with the Nurse Joy in Viridian City when the center there was destroyed. Hearing this, Joy's eyes widened. Wait. Are you two Ash and Misty? They looked at each other and then Ash nodded. Yeah, that's us. How did you know? Smiling brightly, the female nurse explained. Oh well, my little sister told me all about how you kids helped her. She said that if it wouldn't have been for you, the Pokémon at her center would have been stolen, or worse. You both are real heroes the way I heard it. Misty turned a tad red at the compliment and Ash rubbed the back of his neck. I wouldn't say that Nurse Joy. We just did what we could to help is all. Well, I appreciate your modesty, Joy began kindly. But you two really did an amazing thing and you have our gratitude for it. And I know the trainers of those Pokémon would feel the same way. Misty asked the question she knew was on both of their minds. Has any of those trainers come to get their Pokémon? Joy shook her head in the negative. No. My sister called me this morning and said that the Pokémon League will have a new transporter machine delivered and set up within the week. She managed to convince all the trainers to just wait in Viridian until it arrives and then she'll have me send all the Pokémon back to her. The city council already motioned to give her a temporary location to reopen her practice once the league restocks all of her supplies, so things are looking up. Ash and Misty both looked relieved to hear the good news and with all that said, Pikachu finally jumped up onto the counter. A Chansey pushing a cart soon appeared and, after getting all the Pokeballs situated on it, Ash said his goodbyes with Pikachu. Just before Nurse Joy followed the cart off, Ash stopped her with a raised hand. "Oh, wait, Nurse Joy. Can you please?" He began while reaching for his Pokédex clipped to his side. "Register me for the Indigo League before you go." The smooth-skinned woman looked at the black and red device being held out to her and then smiled before taking it. "Of course, Ash, give me just a minute." After that she instructed Chansey to take the cart back and wait for her in the medical ward. From there, she took Ash's Pokédex and slipped it into a slot on the side of her computer. Typing a few keys once she did that, it only took a few seconds before the green light on the small device blinked and a dinging sound registered from the computer. "Alright, there you go." Removing the Pokédex from the slot, she handed it to the boy and smiled again. "You're all registered for the Indigo League." Ash thanked her once he received his Pokédex back and then afterward, she nodded at both kids. "If you two need anything else while you're here, please don't hesitate to ask. It is a pleasure having you at my center." Feeling flattered by her kindness and gratitude, they graciously accepted her praise and then Ash turned to his traveling companion. "So, wanna go find a place to eat?" Misty offered him an agreeable smile. "You know I am pretty hungry, let's do it." With that, the two friends left the Pokemon Center and headed out to explore Pewter City and find a good restaurant to enjoy a well-deserved, relaxing meal. "Good. Mankey. Keep going." Ash grunted as he worked a series of jabs and kicks down the clearing they were training in. The weighted bodysuit and small, shiny silver dumbbells he held in his hands made it all the harder. Beside him, Mankey, whom was equally weighted down, was mirroring his trainer. They made it all the way to the end of the clearing and then turned around and started going the other way again. Though this time they did rolls, jumping kicks and other explosive combat techniques to do so. Nearby in the clearing, Ash's other Pokemon were in the midst of their own exhaustive training routines. Pikachu, Rosalia, Pidgeotto, Weedle and Caterpie. Each one was pushing themselves as hard as they could in their individual training routines. It had been 3 days since arriving in Pewter City and outside of sightseeing and spending time getting to know Misty better, Ash had spent a large amount of time training himself and his Pokemon into the ground to prepare for the upcoming gym match. Pikachu, Weedle and Caterpie were still performing the same all-encompassing training regimens they had been given, but Pidgeotto and Rosalia's own had to be slightly tweaked due to their evolution. While Rosalia's general plan and method of training was the same in terms of physicality, move drilling, combat practice and other related routines, the overall intensity had been increased. For one, Ash had increased the weight she wore, which made moving gracefully for her a difficult feat, though she had been improving. He had also started drilling her much harder on her moves, especially her energy-draining ones. That meant she had been giving the trees in their small training area one serious workout, although she was careful not to harm them and drain too much energy at one time without returning it. Naturally, as a petite and gentle Rosalia, it meant that she wasn't made to take a large amount of damage at one time. Thus, Ash had naturally been drilling her hard on training methods and techniques that was meant to heighten and increase her overall durability and resistance. Pidgeotto was essentially in the same boat as Rosalia. Her training remained the same concerning its foundational principles, but Ash had considerably upped the weight she wore. He had also increased the amount of time she did flight training, as well as her ground running drills, her wing and talon combat fighting routines and her total body physical training. Out of everything, Pidgeotto had struggled the most with swimming drills. Since Ash was a proponent for attacking every potential weak spot one had, he had even been working with Pidgeotto on how to swim. Which was something he also wanted to get Spearow on as soon as he came back from the lab. While swimming for birds was a very foreign concept, it was the same in theory as someone with arms and legs. Mostly, Pidgeotto kept herself afloat in the water, moved through it and even dove by making use of her wings, tail feathers and feet. The body mechanics to the technique had been tough to get and Ash had struggled with her over the last 3 days. Yet, thankfully, there was a river that flowed near the forested clearing they occupied daily and it was perfect for just that type of training. Of course, Pidgeotto wasn't the only one Ash had been splashing around with in his newfound swim training routine. Pikachu, Rosalia and Mankey had been joining them as well. Alas, Weedle and Caterpie simply didn't possess the physical means to move around aquatically. Instead, they stuck to their rigorous ground training schedule. Overall, Pikachu and Mankey had picked up swimming the soonest, especially the latter. Rosalia had been a little slower going, but she too eventually got her petals and small legs working in the right manner. Pidgeotto had struggled the most for obvious reasons, yet she had been picking it up at her own pace. Ash could tell that with her water, ground and air training, the latter two being done while wearing heavy weights, the evolved flying type was already growing in terms of sheer physical ability. Her flight speed increased, as well as her endurance and stamina. Her durability had also made impressive gains, her moves were becoming more and more powerful and she had fully adapted to her evolved form. All things that would greatly aid her once she evolved into a Pidgeot. As for Mankey, Ash's newest Pokémon had begun a grueling regimen. Since he was a fighting type, Ash had been working with Mankey personally on imparting the same knowledge and skills that his own Pokémon fighting coaches had given him. Every day thus far they had been drilling on a vast array of fighting drills and techniques. Concerning the moves Mankey already knew, as well as the routines and combinations Ash had to teach him. On top of hardcore fighting and combat training, which was done with Ash and the other Pokémon, Mankey also did a punishing retinue of physical drills and moves to increase every level of his fitness ability. From strength, cardio, resistance, flexibility, and every other area of physical skill that could be improved upon. Ash had him do sprints, push-ups, sit-ups, pull-ups, swimming, rock tossing and pushing, anything that could be done as a workout, he did. What was more, Mankey also did it while weighted down with a hefty bodysuit. Plus, since he had fingered hands, it also allowed him to do exercises and drills with dumbbells. Like Ash and Pikachu did. Thankfully, Ash saw that he had indeed made the right decision. In waiting for Mankey to calm down after his capture, he found that the spirited fighting type was far more amicable after being healed up at the Pokémon Center and given a night to rest. Since Mankey apparently loved fighting so much anyway, getting him on board with rough training and intense combat drills had been admittedly straightforward and simple. All Ash had to do was keep him satisfied each day with the special, individualized meal plan he had worked up just for the fighting type, and Mankey was a happy camper. Of course, the young man would admit to forever being mystified concerning why his newest Pokémon liked its food so much. The special food pellets, mixed with vitamins and other such enhancers, had been painstakingly worked upon by Ash, but the final recipe Mankey preferred had a very strong and bitter taste. The messy-haired trainer always tried his Pokémon food pellets once he was done making them, if only to ensure they were good, and normally they were not so bad. True, he found all Pokémon food gross, regardless of the different flavors he added into every batch for each Pokémon, but Mankey's was a whole different level of disgusting. At least to him. Once he was finished training with his newest Pokémon, Ash dismissed the hard-working fighting type from the long and intense workout they had been doing all afternoon. Afterward, he walked over toward the river, where Pikachu was practicing his thunderbolts on a big rock. Pika! Pika! Choo! Cried the small but powerful electric type as he emitted a massive bolt of thunder from his small body that struck the sturdy rock head-on. Utilizing the focused lightning component of his electrical attacks, Pikachu had launched a highly condensed and far more intense bolt of lightning at the boulder. His sole purpose being to shatter it with pure electrical power alone. As Ash watched, sweating from his brow after the hard workout, Pikachu's entire body glowed like it was a miniature generator. Hurrying up to his partner's side, he clenched his fists and egged the small Pokémon on. Come on, Pikachu. You've got this, buddy, you can do this. You can do it. Narrowing his eyes, Pikachu turned up the power and gritted his teeth while growling. Pika! Then, with his tail straight out like an arrow behind him, he pushed more force into his lightning bolt. Amazingly, the large rock started to crack and chunks of it began flying off in all directions like sharp little projectiles. Then, with a final loud cry of, Pikachu! The boulder gave way to the overwhelming force of condensed lightning and completely shattered into dozens of tiny pieces. After succeeding in his destructive endeavor, Pikachu powered down and relaxed. With a soft sigh of, cha! He sat down and breathed as the exertion of their long training session finally caught up to him. Hey Pikachu, that was great. Ash praised as he knelt next to the small electric type. You totally showed that rock who was boss, nice work. Coming along really well. Pikachu looked up at his trainer and smiled with a chirpy, Pika. Though their moment of celebration was soon cut off by a voice saying, "So you weren't kidding after all, huh?" Turning around at the sound of the voice, Ash saw the man he and Misty had met 3 days earlier, Flint, standing next to a tree near the edge of the clearing. "Oh, it's you. How are you, Flint?" the boy asked politely as the bearded man walked over to them. "Not bad. I was just taking a stroll through the forest looking for more rocks to add to my merchandise when I heard you and your Pokémon training." Flint looked around at Ash's Pokémon as they trained in the clearing. "Guess you weren't all talk after all." The rookie blinked at him. "Huh? What do you mean?" The older man crossed his arms and looked around the clearing. "Well, when you said you planned on challenging Brock, I thought you were just another upstart rookie who was getting in over his head. But after watching you train for a while, I can see you're serious. Your Pokémon look good, strong." Smiling at the praise of his Pokémon, Ash rubbed the back of his neck. "Aw, thanks, I appreciate that. Yeah, we train like this every day. We just want to get stronger together." He glanced down at Pikachu. "Right, buddy. Hi, Pikachu," came his eager reply from down on the ground. Flint stared at Ash for a moment and then looked down at Pikachu before finally speaking again. "Tell you what, if you're interested, I'll show you a way you can make that Pikachu of yours even stronger. If you do something for me first." The messy-haired boy tilted his head to the side. "What's that?" Flint put his hands on his hips. "Beat me in a 2-on-2 Pokémon battle and I'll show you how to make Pikachu stronger." The only son of Delia and Richard looked surprised initially, but he quickly bounced back and grinned at the prospect of a battle. "That's it. All right then, you're on. Are you ready, Ash?" Flint asked as he and the younger trainer stood across from each other on either side of the clearing. All of Ash's Pokémon were now standing by behind him, waiting to see if they would be needed for the battle ahead. "Yeah, I'm ready, Flint," he called back. "Let's do it." Nodding, the bearded man pulled a Pokeball out of his pocket and then enlarged it before throwing it into the air. "Come on, Golem." From the ball burst forth, in a shining eruption of light, the spherical rock type and evolved form of Graveler. As it appeared on the grassy surface of the clearing, Flint's Pokémon extended its small arms upward and gave a low, grunting groan. "Golem." Seeing their first opponent, Ash narrowed his eyes and thought to himself. "Let's see here. Golem is a rock and ground type. I really want to work my Pokémon out against types they're weak against, so this might be the best of time as any." After thinking over his options for a few moments, he finally decided and looked back at his Pokémon. "Pidgeotto, you're up, girl." With a caw of obedience, she quickly took to flight and flapped her way into battle position, landing softly in front of her trainer in preparation for what was to come. Seeing the boy's choice, Flint raised a single eyebrow. "You're going to use a flying type against my Golem?" He raised his head and laughed. "Ahahaha. Maybe you're more of a rookie than I thought." Ash merely smiled and got himself ready. "We'll see about that." However, just before the battle could start, they suddenly heard, "Hey, what's going on here?" and turned to see that Misty had walked into the clearing. Seeing Ash and the strange man they had met days before facing off in what was obviously going to be a Pokémon battle, she called over to her friend. "Ash, what are you doing?" Looking her way, he waved back. "It's all right, Misty, me and Flint are just gonna have a real fast battle." Not understanding but deciding to simply go with it, she went silent and walked over to join Ash's Pokémon behind him. With her out of the way, both trainers finally began their match. Though Ash, wanting to play it safe and get a feel for Flint's battling style, waited and remained patient. Seeing this, the older man decided to make the first move. "Golem, use rock throw." Raising up, Golem chanted its name as a ring of glowing gray rocks appeared in a circle around it. They didn't stay that way though, since it immediately sent them all flying at Pidgeotto. "Get out of the way of those rocks, Pidgeotto," Ash commanded swiftly. Showing very impressive speed, she shot off to the right side in a fast takeoff maneuver and ascended into the air. Due to her fast movement, the rocks all hit the ground where she had just been and missed their mark. Flint, on the other hand, rapidly ordered his Pokémon to use the same move again. This Golem did, sending another barrage of large rocks hurtling at the now airborne bird. Without needing to be prompted, Pidgeotto swiftly rolled away to the other side and avoided the second salvo as well. Ash, for his part, still gave no command for an attack. Pidgeotto. Stay airborne and keep alert. Just use your speed and evasiveness right now. She nodded at his words without hesitation. Pidgeot. Shaking his head, Flint spoke on what he was seeing. You can't win in a battle if all you do is avoid and evade. Golem use Rock Slide. Hands up once more, the turtle-headed Pokémon called out in a voice that echoed throughout the clearing. Golem. From the power surge that the rock type utilized, several small blue portals opened up in the sky directly above the clearing. However, from those small portals fell far larger boulders that were considerably larger than the rocks Golem had earlier summoned. As the large slabs of stone fell to the earth above and all around Pidgeotto, Ash acted fast and called out. Pidgeotto used agility to get away from all those rocks. In a perfect way of demonstrating the speed and agile grace she had been obtaining through her intense training, the female bird disappeared into thin air. This caused the first large boulder to fall harmlessly to the ground and smash onto the grassy surface without harming one feather on her body. Displaying a feat of aerial evasiveness that was most impressive, Pidgeotto flew gracefully in, out and around each gray boulder that came raining down at her from above. Disappearing and reappearing at different points all across the airspace of the clearing, the swiftly flying Pokémon maneuvered her way precisely around the cascading avalanche to avoid getting it. Down she flew to avoid one, then in an upward curving ascent to narrowly miss another. With a cry of, Pidgeot, she banked sharply to the left to get around the next one and then took a rapid ascent down and up to move out of harm's way of the last rock. The clearing shook and trembled as each boulder hit the ground, but when Flint saw Pidgeotto flying low to avoid the last one, he took advantage of that. Golem used Takedown. Since their opponent was now closer to the ground, Golem took off running and then leapt into the air. Pidgeotto didn't see it coming since she had been focused on avoiding the hail of boulders, but when Golem reached her, she did notice. With all of its heavy mass, the sturdy rock type smashed itself into her and sent Pidgeotto falling out of the air with a cry of pain. Ash saw her fall, but he wasn't able to help her as she hit the ground hard. Following that up, Flint ordered his Pokémon to use a Mega Punch. Thus, capitalizing on its momentum, Golem ran at Pidgeotto as she lay dazed on the ground and then smashed a glowing fist straight into her chest. Crying out again, she flew through the air against her own will and landed once more on the ground with a painful-sounding thud. Misty cringed when she saw that and looked at Ash. Call Pidgeotto back, she can't beat Golem. The typing isn't fair. However, he remained calm and smiled. Don't worry Misty, it'll be alright. Once Pidgeotto got back to her feet, Ash spoke to her. Are you okay to keep going, girl? Looking back at him, she nodded without any doubt. Pidgeot. Deciding to end the battle quickly, Flint made the next move. I'll show you that your friend is right, Ash, sometimes you need to know when to play it smart. With that said, he ordered Golem to use Rock Throw again. However, just when the rock-bodied Pokémon summoned and launched a third salvo of glowing gray stone, Ash yelled. Pidgeotto used agility to get out of the way and then quick attack to get behind Golem. Narrowing her eyes, she waited until just the right moment and then disappeared in a blur of speed, easily avoiding the rocks that were shot at her. Then, in a burst of white, she managed to blitz around behind Golem and flew up above it. Good, now use Gust. On her trainer's command, she used her powerful wings to churn up a strong gust of wind that hit Golem head-on. Even though it wasn't enough to do any damage, it did cause the rock type to slide back across the grassy earth quite a few feet. Flint didn't understand why Ash had his Pokémon do such a thing, but he merely chalked it up to a rookie mistake as he ordered his own Pokémon to use yet another rock throw technique. Mostly since it was one of the only moves that could be used to reach Pidgeotto in the air. Confusing both he and Misty though, Ash simply called for Pidgeotto to dodge the attack and use Gust again, just like before. She did so, flying away from the rocks and whipping up another powerful windstorm that pushed Golem back even farther across the clearing. To make matters even stranger, it seemed to be a strategy Ash wasn't keen on abandoning. Flint continued to have Golem use Rock Throw in a vain attempt to hit Pidgeotto, but each time she would dodge and then use Gust again. Finally, after rinsing and repeating the same tactic over and over, Flint grew frustrated. If this is how you're going to battle Brock, then I'm afraid to say you're going to lose, young man. Golem use Rock Slide again. Just when the slow and stocky rock type was about to summon its energy to call upon another big rain of boulders, Ash smirked. Gotcha. Quick as a flash, he yelled. Pidgeotto, use quick attack to fly around Golem as fast as you can. Shooting downward like lightning, she started flying in a perfect circle around her opponent at speeds that took her in over a dozen rotations every few seconds. Golem became confused seeing this, but what really threw it off was the cloud of sand and dust that her actions caused to shoot up around it like a cloud. Unable to see, Golem's concentration was broken, and that was all Ash needed. Now I want you to use Twister. Make it as powerful as you can, girl. Raising up into the air, Pidgeotto started to flap her wings at a rapid pace. The faster and harder she moved them, the more powerful and intense the windstorm she started to create. Chanting her name on every wing beat, the brightly colored bird kept at her action until, in the span of only a few seconds, she had managed to form a powerful and furiously spinning cyclone. One in which was fast and harsh enough that Misty and the other Pokémon had to root themselves to the ground. With a final pulse of her wings, Pidgeotto sent the whirling tornado spinning at Golem. Being caught utterly unprepared and off guard at the large cyclone speeding toward it, Golem leaned back and tried to get away. Unfortunately for both it and Flint though, Ash's strategy had now become clear. Looking back, Golem saw that all of Pidgeotto's gust attacks had pushed it across the clearing until it was now just a few feet away from falling back into the rushing river behind it. Eyes going wide, the now afraid rock-type looked ahead again just as the large twister finally reached it and pulled Golem into its wildly spinning vortex. Flint and Misty both looked on in amazement as the now powerless evolved Pokémon was tossed and thrown around inside of the twister until, at last, Ash yelled over the noise of the wind. Pidgeotto! Finish it with quick attack! Rearing back, she built up the tension in her body before rocketing forward in a blur of speed at the spinning cyclone. Then, with the precision of her trained and highly accurate eyes, she picked Golem out in the twister and slammed into it. The force of her strike was great enough that it forced the evolved form of Geodude out of the tornado and through the air. Sadly, the only place for it to go was right back into the river, and that was exactly where it fell. With a loud and sizable splash, Golem was moved into the element it hated the most and sunk some ways down beneath the current before managing to fight back to the surface. Acting as though it had been thrown into a scalding pot, Golem thrashed around madly in the water and somehow managed to paddle its way clumsily to the bank. From there, it very awkwardly lumbered up onto dry ground again. Sadly, the aquatic torture had been too much for it. Exhausted and done in by the unforeseen strategic attack, Golem fell down flat onto its front in the grass and laid there with swirls in its eyes. Stunned at what they had just seen, Flint and Misty stared for several moments, unable to react, while Ash cheered and pumped a fist into the air. Yes. That's it, Pidgeotto, you did it, girl. You did it. Perfect. Holding his arms out, he happily caught the victorious bird as she flew into his arms and then started to nuzzle his face with her beak in a sign of affection. Pidgeo. Pidgeo. Pikachu and the other Pokémon all burst into cheers for their teammates' victory, and Misty finally overcame her surprise enough to do the same. Wow, that was amazing, you two. Ash, that was genius, and Pidgeotto, you did so well. I can't believe you actually beat Golem, great job. Flint himself finally returned his defeated Pokémon from across the clearing and then smiled comfortingly at the Pokeball before looking up. I'll admit that was very impressive, Ash. I thought you merely had made a rookie mistake by using Pidgeotto against my Golem, but I see now that you had a strategy planned all along. You and Pidgeotto worked well together, nice work. With those words said, he put Golem's Pokeball away and pulled out another one. Let's see how you fare against this one. Go dash, clicking the button to enlarge the ball, he tossed it while announcing, Rhydon. With a loud and powerful bellow, the temperamental and bipedal evolved form of Rhyhorn exploded onto the scene in a flash of bright light and stars. RHYYYY. Seeing their next and final opponent, Ash examined Flint's last Pokémon closely. Alright, so. Another ground and rock type. This is probably a good time to test out what me and Pikachu have been working so hard on. Thanking Pidgeotto for her help, he allowed her to join the other Pokémon and then gestured for Pikachu. Come on, buddy, you're up. Smiling in pure excitement at the prospect of getting to battle, Pikachu eagerly bounded out in front of Ash and took a low battle crouch. With teeth bared, eyes narrowed and cheeks crackling, he looked not only ready for battle but almost as though he yearned for it. Pika. Though he didn't understand why Ash would have went with a second Pokémon that was even worse off against a dual ground/rock type than Pidgeotto was, Flint wasn't so eager to chalk it up to simple inexperience. There was something unusual and highly unorthodox about the young trainer and he wasn't going to rush into making hasty judgments about him. Rhydon used Earthquake. He took action quickly, not leaving in any room for the boy to start any wild strategies. Flexing its arms, Rhydon puffed itself up and then roared before slamming its hands down onto the ground. The forceful action caused the earth to begin shaking and trembling violently throughout the whole clearing. Pikachu, being so small, started to get bounced and shaken around, but Ash yelled out a command to assist his Pokémon. Pikachu, root yourself low to the ground and use your tail for stability. The small electric type dropped his body low to the ground and laid his tail out flat along its grassy surface for balance. Though he was no longer affected in such a way by the shaking, Flint gave another order of his powerful ground type. Rhydon used Stone Edge. Around Rhydon formed a ring of glowing, jaggedly pointed rocks that it sent flying on a collision course with Pikachu. Fortunately, the yellow mouse was as fast as he was agile and it enabled him to regain his bearings from the earthquake in time to spring himself to the side in a roll. As the stone missiles struck the ground where he had just been and left a deep impression in it, Pikachu leapt up and took off at a fast blitz toward Rhydon. This was on the direction of Ash, who yelled. Pikachu used Quick Attack. In a straight line of white energy that made him look like a STRKNG comet, Pikachu ran across the clearing at speeds nearly too fast to keep up with. He was nearing Rhydon too when Flint preempted the incoming strike. Use Rock Blast. Rhydon snorted and held its stocky arms out as a swirling circlet of small, glowing silver rocks appeared like a barrier around it. Then, when Pikachu was within a few yards of it, the powerhouse rock type unleashed its defensive counter. As the dozens of small but sharp rocks flew at him, Pikachu was lucky enough to have a trainer that could react on the fly. Jump and spin while using Thunder Shock. Not breaking stride, the little electric type leapt into the air and spun rapidly. As he did, he used the aforementioned electrical attack, but since he was spinning, it came out in a widespread, circular arc. The electric aerial defense acted like an actual shield around Pikachu and succeeded in zapping and deflecting all of the many small, sharp rocks that were attempting to hit him. Misty and Ash's other Pokémon all cheered when they saw this, but Flint only crinkled his nose up. Not bad at all. He then called out. Rhydon used Takedown. Since Pikachu hadn't yet landed back on the ground, the large and powerful dual type grunted heavily before charging across the field toward the much smaller Pokémon. Pikachu, look out! Ash shouted just before Rhydon came upon his airborne partner and then slammed its head into Pikachu. With a cry of, Pika! The evolved form of Piku flipped through the air and then landed on the ground hard enough to bounce back off of it. Keeping the momentum going in their favor, the bearded man told Rhydon to use a Stomp attack. When the horned Pokémon converged on Pikachu, Misty fearfully exclaimed. Pikachu, look out! Just when the trunk-like foot of Rhydon was about to descend down upon the electric mouse, Ash hurried to give a last-minute counter. Pikachu, spin on your back and use Thunder Wave. With no time to spare, the hardy little electric type started spinning himself in a fast circle on his back. At the same time, he began using Thunder Wave. In a tactic that was similar to his Thunder Shock defense from earlier, Pikachu created an arcing barrier of electricity around him. As Rhydon's foot was descending down onto him, one of the streams of electricity crackling around him struck the larger Pokémon's foot. The sudden surprise and pain of getting zapped caused Rhydon to stumble back a few paces. Out of danger but still very much in the running to win, Pikachu jumped up just as Ash commanded, use Quick Attack. Since Rhydon was stumbling from a loss of footing, the burst of yellow and white that came hurtling at it wasn't able to be stopped or slowed down. Thus, Pikachu slammed his whole body into the two-legged evolved form of Rhyhorn and sent it stumbling back even further. Deciding to try their hand now or let it pass them by, Ash narrowed his eyes and became serious. Pikachu, get ready. He raised his hand. I want you to focus all of your energy and let all of your power surge through you right now. Build up your electrical energy and then let it go. Use. He paused for a moment and then drew his hand in before pointing one finger into the air. Focused Thunderbolt. Pikachu widened his stance and gritted his teeth as his cheeks started to spark. Not only did they spark, but as he started focusing on calling forth all of his energy and electrical power, his fur stood on end, his tail went straight up and his entire body began glowing. Almost as if he had turned into a little yellow nightlight. Pai. Ka. Ash clenched his fist. Focus Pikachu. Focus. Condense it. Condense that electrical energy and focus it. You know what you want to do now, make it happen. Put all that training to use right here. Paikaika. Pika-ea. The louder Pikachu chanted, the more his cheeks sparked, the bigger those sparks became and the more his body glowed yellowish white. Rhydon, stop whatever Pikachu's doing. Flint ordered hurriedly, feeling more than a little anxious at what the small little rodent was about to do. Use Drill Run. Roaring loudly in a show of dems, Rhydon started running toward Pikachu, but as it ran, its horns started to rotate. Then, in only a span of seconds, the large Pokémon surprisingly leapt off the ground as its entire body started to spin. Soon, Rhydon looked like a living drill as it flew through the air at increasingly faster speeds while spinning more rapidly with each passing second. As Flint's Pokémon barreled toward them at full tilt, Ash yelled. Pikachu, we need that Thunderbolt. Let it go. Right now. At that very same moment, Pikachu's electrical energy reached its apex as the crackling sparks from his cheeks covered almost his entire body. Then, standing up on his hind legs, Pikachu brought his paws into his chest and closed his eyes. Pika. Pika. At last, just when time seemed to have run out, his eyes snapped open and it almost seemed as though electricity even passed through them. With that, he threw his arms out at the same time a massive bolt of thunder erupted from his small body and shot straight up into the sky. Pikachu. The bolt of lightning that fell back to the earth was so powerful, so large and so glorious that it seemed to be the very definition of lightning itself. In fact, the thunderbolt was so intense that, unlike normal ones, this one seemed to actually have density and weight to it. Like a waterfall crashing down from high rapids. With precise aim, the unusual and far more powerful bolt of lightning struck Rhydon while it was spinning its way through the air toward Pikachu. Amazingly, especially to Flint and Misty, Rhydon became completely halted in midair. Even though a common electrical attack should have had no effect whatsoever on a rock and ground-type Pokémon, this one proved to be far different. Not only was Drill Run abruptly cancelled and ended without so much as one more rotation, Rhydon was brought out of its tight ball and became suspended in the air like a live-action dummy. As the thick, heavy, and almost golden bolt of thunder electrocuted Flint's Pokémon, all known logic of type matchups between species went right out the window. This was evidently and clearly seen by the way Rhydon's eyes were bugged out of its skull while its arms, legs and even tail was stuck out ramrod straight like a steel pipe. Even its mouth was left wide agape as the condensed bolt of thunder kept it suspended off the ground and electrocuted it down to its very core. Passing right through the brutes. Iron-hard, tough-skinned natural defense and shattering what type advantage that Rhydon had, only until now, enjoyed. When, at long last, the Titan-worthy bolt of lightning had run its course, Rhydon's whole body disappeared for a moment due to the sheer brightness of light that encapsulated it. Finally, when the thunderbolt died down, it went out with one final explosive bang. The smoke and dust cloud that shot up into the air was big enough to be seen from the city, and Ash, Flint, Misty, and the other Pokémon all had to look away initially. Even a small gust of wind was kicked up and blew through the clearing after the electrical explosion. When the dark cloud of smoke finally faded away and dissipated into the air, everyone got to see the results of Pikachu's final attack. Not only had the lightning bolt caused an explosion, but it even left a relatively deep and wide crater in the very ground itself. Yet, what shocked everyone the most was what was in the crater. There, in a crumpled and twitching heap, was Rhydon. The dual ground/rock-type Pokémon was laying unconscious in the crater. Swirls were in its eyes, its entire body was covered in scorch marks and a small electrical current was still passing through its body, visibly. Seeing this, Flint's mouth opened but he stammered to find the right words to speak. I don't believe it. How is that possible? An electrical attack shouldn't be able to do something like this. Misty herself even seemed stunned. No way. Rhydon was both a ground and rock type, Pikachu's Thunderbolt shouldn't have worked at all. let alone been able to do that. While Pikachu breathed in exhaustion from the long afternoon of training, the battle and the last attack he used, Ash jumped into the air and pumped both fists. Yes. Yes. It worked. It really worked, Pikachu, it worked. Running out to his first Pokémon, he knelt down and scooped the small electric type into his arms. Pikachu, you did it. He praised with a shining smile. You actually used focused lightning in a real battle. And it worked. Though tired, Pikachu was nonetheless very pleased with himself and voiced it with a wave of both arms. Pikachu Pie. Pikachu Pie Pie. Misty, whom had overcome her surprise at seeing Pikachu defeat a dual rock/ground-type Pokémon that he should have been weak against, and with an electric-type attack of all things, stepped forward and smiled. I'll admit to being a little skeptical about that special training you've been having, Pikachu do, Ash, but after seeing that, I can't argue with the results. Flint, having returned his defeated Rhydon, spoke up while walking over to join them. I agree. That was a great match, kid. Ash stood up and still held Pikachu in his arms while nodding in response. Thanks, Flint, you were great too. We had an awesome battle. Crossing his arms, the bearded man gave a small smile of his own. When I first heard you say that you wanted to challenge Brock, I thought you'd just end up going to the gym and getting creamed. When I saw you train, it made me reconsider, but now that I've seen you and your Pokémon in battle, I really think you could take Brock on and win. Misty interjected at that point. Excuse me, but why were you two battling anyway? Ash looked at his friend and answered. Well, Flint told me that if I beat him in a match, he'd show me a way to make Pikachu even stronger. At those words, the man in question nodded. And I will, later on this evening. First though, I think we should take our Pokémon to the center and get them healed up, especially Pikachu. He'll need to be in tip-top shape before we put him through what I have planned. Agreeing that a trip to the Pokémon Center would be a good idea, Ash returned all of his Pokémon and then left with Misty and Flint to head into town. Later that evening, after receiving his fully restored Pokémon back from Nurse Joy, Ash and Misty could be seen walking behind Flint as he led them through the forest just outside of Pewter City. They were following alongside a branch channel of the main river, which had flowed beside the clearing that Ash and his Pokémon had trained in earlier. As they went, Misty leaned over and whispered. Are you sure this is a good idea? The black-haired boy smiled to reassure her. I trust Flint. He raised his Pokémon well, and you could see he cared about them in that battle earlier. Besides, if I don't like what he's offering, we'll just leave. Placated, she nodded and went silent just as they finally came out into a wider area of the river with large rocky shoals on either side of it. Sadly though, since Flint had led them off course of the main river tributary that flowed near town, the secondary water channel they were currently following was dry. Further up the dry riverbed there was a watermill with a water wheel attached to the side of it. The building was sitting right next to the currently empty water channel, and Flint pointed at it as they came into view. There, that's it. In there is how we'll increase Pikachu's electrical power. Ash and Misty shared a look before the former asked curiously. How are we gonna make Pikachu stronger in there? The bearded man looked back at them and explained. You see, that watermill has an electricity generator inside of it that's hooked up to the water wheel outside. Normally, when the water is flowing in this area of the river, that wheel turns. Of course, as you can see right now, it isn't. Flint looked up at the evening sky, which was dark with rain clouds since the local forecast had been calling for a potential lightning storm. We've been experiencing a small drought in this area lately. The main river channel you and I battled by earlier is almost always flowing because its source is in the mountains, coming straight down from Empty Moon itself. He gestured at the dry riverbed beside them. This is just an offshoot of that main channel. Why they put a water wheel here and not alongside the primary river, I'll never know. But regardless, if you're ready to do some hard work, Ash, this little setup might just benefit you and Pikachu. He then held up a hand. We'll hook Pikachu up to the generator inside and then you'll manually turn the wheel outside. The faster you get it to go is the more power Pikachu'll have. Ash looked up at his first Pokémon and asked. What do you think, bud, you want to try it? Excited at the prospect of attaining more power, he nodded firmly and clenched his small fists. Pikachu. With that decided, the boy looked at Flint and smiled. Cool Flint, let's give this a try. A short while later, Flint and Misty were inside the building kneeling next to a large electrical generator machine. Pikachu was standing next to it hooked up by two wires that were connected to his cheeks. While Flint finished preparing the machine for what they were about to do, Misty walked over to the open window and looked out onto the water wheel. There, Ash was standing on top of it holding onto a bar as he readied himself to turn the large wheel and power up Pikachu. "Ash, are you ready?" she asked of her friend. "Yeah," he looked back at her. "Tell Flint I'm ready when he is." Looking up at the increasingly blackening sky though, he could hear the rumbling of thunder and felt raindrops beginning to slowly fall onto his face. "Might want to tell him to hurry up though, I think it's gonna break out in a storm soon." Misty looked back inside and relayed the message. In a few moments, Flint nodded and called back. "Tell him he can start whenever he's ready." She did so, and as soon as he received the go-ahead, Ash immediately began turning the wheel. He started off slow first, both to get used to it and also so as to not overwhelm Pikachu. Within only a short PRD of the wheel turning, electricity started to get generated by the machine. This in turn was fed to Pikachu, whose cheeks sparked to signify that he was receiving it. However, at first, the small Pokémon seemed not to notice anything as he blinked at Flint and Misty and looked around. As Ash continued to turn the wheel and his speed gradually quickened, so too did the rate at which the generator produced electricity and fed it into Pikachu. There was a small red bar on the front control panel as well that showed how much power was being generated. As the process continued and the time ticked by, Pikachu's cheeks continued to spark but he still seemed to be unaware. Seeing this, Misty looked at Flint. "Why doesn't Pikachu seem to feel what's happening?" The older man put a hand to his beard and hummed in thought. "Well, it's just a guess, but after seeing Pikachu in battle I would say that he is able to store so much electrical energy that he simply doesn't feel the effects yet. It'd be like filling up a large bucket with only a small drizzle of water from a tap." She blinked and then looked at the energy meter, which was currently showing that the machine was close to producing half of its total output ratio. "Are you kidding? The machine is already working to pump a lot of electricity into Pikachu, how can he not feel it? He's a small Pokémon, is this normal?" Flint shook his head. "No, I'd say not. A normal Pikachu should have felt the effects shortly after Ash started rotating the wheel. This one must be capable of storing a lot more power than I thought." He then yelled out. "Hey Ash, you might want to turn up the pace, Pikachu still isn't feeling the flow." Outside on the water wheel, Ash, who had by now shed the outer part of his tracksuit, nodded with sweat starting to drip down his face. "Alright, got it." Steeling himself, the young man grabbed tightly onto the bar and began jogging to spin the wheel faster. His jog gradually turned into a run and in no time at all, that run became an all-out sprint until he had the water wheel turning as fast as he could make it go. Inside, the generator experienced a massive power surge as the meter jumped up past 75%. At that, Pikachu did notice once the huge influx of electrical power was fed directly into his cheeks. "Pie." His eyes opened wide and his ears perked up before he squeezed his paws into fists and closed his eyes with his tail going stiff behind him. "There we go, now Pikachu is feeling it." Flint crossed his arms and leaned back while Ash kept spinning the wheel as fast as his legs could carry him. "Come on Pikachu." He called out as rain started to fall heavier upon him and the wind also picked up. "If I can do this then so can you. Stay focused." As more and more electricity was generated by the wheel, siphoned by the machine and fed into Pikachu, the small electric type's cheeks began sparking violently while his body began to tremble from all the energy being pumped into him. When the meter started to climb up to 90%, Flint spoke quickly. "Alright, maybe we should stop now, Pikachu's got a lot of electricity pumped into him." However, before anyone could say anything, Pikachu himself gave a loud, "Pika," and shook his head to signal that he wanted to keep going. "Ash." Misty stuck her head out the window but almost withdrew it in again as she saw a bolt of lightning crackle in the sky some distance away. "Pikachu is really getting a lot in here, maybe you should go ahead and stop now." Shaking his head as rain began falling heavily onto him, the boy yelled back over the increasing force of wind that was blowing. "No. If Pikachu says he can handle it then I'm gonna keep going." As if for emphasis, he went a little faster, breathing heavily as his sweat mixed with the rain falling down onto him. Misty drew her head in and looked back to see that the machine was almost maxed out. Even more so, Pikachu was now beginning to glow as the electricity filling his body formed a visible aura of yellow energy around him. Flint actually had to stand up and back away as sparks of electricity flew out of the small Pokémon in random directions and a blue haze of static filled the air. His and Misty's heads soon jerked in the direction of the generator as the machine surpassed its maximum output and began smoking. Before either one could move, the machine started to rupture as holes erupted on several sides of it, electricity crackled on its surface and smoke sputtered out of the generator like a tailpipe. At the same time, the glow surrounding Pikachu's body became even brighter and expanded until it started to fill the inside of the watermill. The air got harder to breathe, the arcs of electricity coming off of Pikachu became bigger and more widespread and his cheeks crackled viciously until the wires on his cheek pouches were nearly knocked off. Noticing how out of control the situation was becoming and also realizing that Pikachu himself was losing all control over his own body, Flint pushed on Misty's arm. "Come on young lady, we need to get out of here now. That generator could blow at any minute but I'm more worried about Pikachu. He's taken in a lot of electricity and I'm afraid he might be fixing to release some of it." Even though she didn't want to leave the small electric type, Misty could nonetheless see how dangerous the situation was becoming. Thus, she nodded and reluctantly followed Flint outside. Once they were outside on the riverbank, she cupped her hands over her cheeks and yelled above the pouring rain. "Ash! You need to get down from there. Pikachu's about to lose control." The boy saw and heard Misty yelling at him but he couldn't hear. Slowly, he stopped running on the water wheel and eventually came to a stop before shouting back. "What? What did you say?" However, he didn't need to hear her words to know what was going on since, suddenly, a blast of lightning shot through the roof of the watermill and into the sky. Turning his head upwards, Ash saw yet another thunderbolt blast through the roof and into the storming sky above. When he looked toward the building beside of him, he could just barely hear the sound of a loudly clanging generator, crackling electricity and sparks of lightning zapping everything they touched inside. Becoming concerned about his Pokémon immediately, Ash went to yell for him when a loud explosion went off inside. Compounding onto that, he saw several more large bolts of lightning shoot out of the watermill in random directions and soar into the sky. Each one exploding and smashing through the wood of the building like it were paper. The lightning blasts became so prevalent and hazardous that he had to duck down on the watermill every time a new one burst forth. Within seconds, the watermill had sustained intense damage with gaping holes all over its surface from where the lightning bolts escaped through. To make matters even worse, Ash noticed that actual lightning was now flashing straight overhead and he could only guess it was because Pikachu's continual electric discharge was attracting it. Just when he was about to try climbing down in through the nearby window and retrieve Pikachu to escape, he found himself too late. Just when a particularly loud clap of thunder sounded overhead, it was immediately followed by a massive bolt of natural lightning suddenly falling straight from the heavens and striking the watermill. When this happened, it was as if a fire type had launched a spout of fire onto a pile of gasoline jugs. To Misty and Flint's horror, when the bolt of lightning struck the building, not only did it utterly destroy the watermill in a massive explosion but it also knocked Ash from the water wheel and far down into the dry riverbed. For his part, he saw the whole thing. Since one of Pikachu's earlier wayward blasts of electricity had blown a hole in the wall, Ash was able to see inside the watermill just before it was destroyed. Pikachu had been inside, totally consumed by the electrical power surge surrounding his whole body with arcs of lightning shooting in every direction. The generator was also on its last legs and appeared to be on the verge of exploding as well. When the bolt of natural lightning came out of the sky, Ash watched it tear straight through the roof before striking Pikachu. It was then the boy could tell that the lightning bolt had been attracted by all the electricity Pikachu had been emitting. Unfortunately, when the bolt struck him, it also made contact with the generator and caused it to finally explode. All of that combined together is what made the watermill go up in smoke and was also what sent Ash falling down into the riverbed. "Ash!" Misty cried out as she sprinted across the rocky shoals and up to the side of the dazed boy after the initial explosion had ended. "Hey, are you okay? Ash, are you okay?" Feeling her shake him, the messy-haired trainer's eyes slowly blinked open. What? Groaning, he sat up with a wince and felt the soreness in his body from the fall. "What happened?" A bolt of lightning struck the watermill and you went flying off. She answered with worry in her voice and on her face. Are you alright? Does anything feel broken? He slowly shook his head in reply and then looked toward the watermill. Seeing that it was now nothing but a smoking pile of ruins, his eyes widened and adrenaline caused him to jump to his feet. No. Pikachu. Before Misty could stop him, he ran full tilt up toward the smoking building and started looking around for his missing Pokémon. Pikachu. Pikachu, where are you? Calling out frantically for the small electric type, Ash continued his search with haste and searched all around the premises for his friend. At last, he saw Pikachu laying on the rock several feet away from what remained of the watermill. Pikachu. Without any time to spare, he ran up to his Pokémon's side and dropped down next to him. Not seeing any visible signs of damage or injury on the small mouse, Ash quickly scooped him up. Though, when he did, he felt a strong electrical surge pass into his hands and through his body. Even though it was painful and caused him to wince, he nonetheless steadied himself and made sure not to drop Pikachu. As he pulled the electric type into his chest, Ash felt the strong static pull and electrical aura Pikachu was giving off, and it was like thousands of tiny needles pricking into his skin. Pi. Hey Pi, are you okay? Lightly shaking his Pokémon in his arms, Ash swallowed down the nervousness and panic he was feeling and just focused on trying to ascertain whether or not he was okay. Flint and Misty had rushed up to his side by then, but still he continued trying to rouse Pikachu. After what seemed like an eternity, he finally saw the little mouse's ears twitch and his cheeks spark. And even that felt strong enough to do the young man some level of discomfort and unease. At last, Pikachu's eyes slowly blinked open, and when they did, Ash could have sworn he saw what seemed like an electrical charge pass through them. Almost like yellow fire. Pi. Twitching his ears again, Pikachu blinked his eyes a few times and then looked around, confusion evident on his face as he registered his surroundings. Looking up at Ash soon, his nose wiggled and he tilted his head to the side. Pika Pi. Pikachu. Smiling broadly in relief, Ash hugged his first Pokémon tightly to his chest and laughed. I'm so glad you're okay, buddy. You had me worried. Still, Pikachu seemed confused and he voiced it. Pikachu Pika Pi. Pulling back a little, Ash looked at the yellow electric type and asked while looking him over. Are you okay, buddy? Are you hurt? Do you feel hurt anywhere? That was really intense what happened to you in there. You actually got struck by a bolt of lightning and it destroyed the whole building. Pikachu's eyes widened and he quickly looked and felt himself over before glancing at the smoking remains of the watermill. Afterwards, he looked back at his trainer and blinked. Pikachu Pi. The boy nodded. Yeah, you did. Are you sure you're okay? You totally maxed out that machine and it blew up too. I can't believe you aren't even a little singed. Are you positive nothing feels wrong? With total sincerity, Pikachu nodded like nothing had happened to him, even though his entire body was still giving off a strong static pull. Almost to the point where his fur glowed. I don't get it. Misty murmured in amazement. Pikachu absorbed all of that electricity from the generator and he even got struck by a bolt of lightning. How does he look totally normal? Shouldn't he at least be struggling or something, or act just a little bit odd after all that? He's not even accidentally shocking Ash or any of us. How is that possible? The rain having slowed to a more steady and gentle fall, Flint crossed his arms and stroked his beard. It's just as much a mystery to me as it is to you, Misty. By all accounts, Pikachu should either be fried or incapacitated right now. The fact it isn't leaves me at a loss for answers. Ash soon stood up while still holding Pikachu and then looked back at the other two. Pikachu seems fine, but I'd still like to take him to the Pokémon Center just so Nurse Joy can give him a checkup. They both nodded in agreement and then headed back to the city and the Pokémon Center. They left the scene of the ruined watermill behind without much thought since the rain had already put out what few flames there were. Now, if anyone were to ever wonder what happened to the old watermill, such a question would remain a new Pewter City mystery forever. I should really apologize to you for putting your Pikachu in danger like that, Ash. I had no idea it would get so out of hand. Flint sincerely gave his apology a short time later after they dropped Pikachu off at the Pokémon Center for an examination by Nurse Joy. They had only told her that he had been struck by lightning in the storm, though not how it occurred specifically. While Pikachu truly hadn't shown any signs of injury, by the time they reached the center he had fallen asleep in Ash's arms. Which was understandable given the intense strain his small body had just been put through. Now, with Misty in tow, Ash and Flint were taking an evening stroll through the city while waiting for Pikachu. The latter had formally given his words of apology to the former and the boy only shook his head. "It wasn't your fault, Flint, there was no way any of us could predict how that would end. I'm just glad Pikachu is safe and everything. It'll be interesting to see if that power-up did anything for him." At that, Misty spoke up. "Excuse me, Flint, I don't mean to change the subject, but why are we leaving the city and getting into what looks like the outer housing suburbs?" Indeed they were too. The larger buildings and busy streets of the city had gradually given way to nice, quiet, peaceful households and family dwellings that were all neat, tidy and well-maintained. However, after a time of walking and ending up on the far outskirts of town where there were few homes, Ash's eye was caught by a large building nearby. He couldn't see the detail of it well, but it appeared to be shaped a little like a big warehouse bunker. It seemed to have blue outer walls, a pinkish/purple roof, and the front of the building was shaped into a very unique design. Namely, it was made up of several different pieces of finely cut stone, some small and others gigantic. They were literally fitted and crafted together straight into the frontward-facing wall of the building, and there were also light brown painted steel beams set into the stone frame. The door that led into the building was also made of light brown painted metal, and it had two sides to it. Pointing to the building since he could just barely make out what looked like lettering carved into the big stone slab above the door, Ash asked curiously. "Hey Flint, what is that building?" Without breaking his stride, the man answered in his gruff tone. "That would be the Pewter City Gym, you haven't seen it yet?" The boy shook his head. "No, we've been busy training ever since we got here." Flint didn't say anything else but continued to lead them on, down the road and past the gym for just a few hundred feet until they saw the lights of a house directly in front of them. Before long they found themselves standing in front of a large house in the middle of a field that had large rocks, trees, and bushes dotted around the property. The house itself had a solid, gray stone foundation and white sheetrock siding. The roof had a standard peaked shape and was colored bright red. The front door was made of fine yellow tanned wood and had a long red roofed overhang suspended above it. The door itself seemed like it led into an entryway that also sported a red roof and had a single round window in the center of it. Beyond that was the first large area of the house, and it had another round window at the top with two narrow ones down below it. There was also a yellow section of siding beside the two small, rectangular windows that had another identical pair of windows set into it. Below the yellow square of siding was a red overhang roof that stretched out above a glass wall with a sliding door built into it. Around the side of the house there was a normal double glass window, and up on the roof was a small open section with yet another window. Although that particular one most likely led into an upstairs bedroom. The third divided section of the home was the largest by far and likely served as the main living area of the house. It had two sets of windows down on the ground floor, on the east side, and two more on the far west end. On the east-facing portion of the house, up on the roof, there was yet another large open alcove. This as well led to a large rectangular window, which probably also led to another upstairs bedroom. The entire perimeter of the large house was girded by a gray property fence, and within the yard itself there were planted trees and rows of neatly trimmed bushes. Oddly enough, there was a strange raised plateau of land to the west of the house, but it didn't detract from the quaint, neat and homely feel it projected. However, what really caught the eye of Ash and Misty was what they were able to see through the sliding glass door that was near the front door. At present, since it was a warm evening, the glass door was open, allowing them to see inside to what must have been the dining room and kitchen. Both were quite large, and from the furnishing and design of the home, it didn't look to belong to a poor family. Not a wealthy one either, but definitely not a poor family. In the dining room, seated around a big square table and even on the floor, were the biggest group of identical-looking children that Ash and Misty had ever seen. They appeared to range in multiple age groups as well, from young children no older than 5 or 6, to a few older ones who seemed to be between the ages of 8 and 12. Some of the youngest children were playing with toys down on the large red rug near the table, while a few of the others were seated at the table itself. It seemed that a few of the older ones were either helping the younger kids with different tasks, teaching them something, or playing with them. By Ash's count, there were at least 9 children in the dining room. Each one was wearing a different outfit, had a slightly different hair color and or style, and a few of them even had faintly lighter or darker skin tone than the other. However, one common trait that they all shared and made them very noticeable as siblings were the identically squinty eyes each one possessed. As they continued to look inside of the home that Flint had apparently intended to bring them to, Ash and Misty soon spotted someone standing in the kitchen at the sink. The person in question was obviously a young man by his build and easily the oldest of anyone they had seen thus far due to his height alone. Although they couldn't see the front of him, they were able to see what he looked like from behind. The young man had dark brown hair that stood up in a messy spike all across the top of his head. From behind it looked like he was wearing a dark brown pair of briefs with a black belt around the waist. He was also wearing a beige t-shirt. Soon, they saw a little girl with long, dark purple hair dressed in a dark red dress and a light green undershirt run up to the boy at the sink. Pulling at his brief's leg, she spoke in a plaintive, distraught tone. "Big brother, please sew my dolly for me. Its dress ripped." The two peeking young trainers saw the boy turn around, and it was easy to see that he was related to the other children since his eyes were just as squinty as their own. Moreover, he appeared to be somewhere between the age of 14 and 16. From the front, they could see that he was also wearing a white apron over the front of his shirt. Though, what drew their attention the most was how he smiled kindly at the little girl and then knelt down to her level to speak softly to her. "Okay, don't worry, I'll sew it up for you." He then left the still sizable mound of dishes in the sink, which looked to be post-supper, and walked into the dining room. Sitting on the floor amongst the other children, he directed one of the older kids to get him something while the little girl that pleaded for his help placed a small doll into his lap. Before long, a girl with reddish-brown hair, appearing to be a year or so younger than Ash, ran back into the dining from somewhere in the house holding a red sewing kit. She was wearing a white dress with pink hearts on both sides of the chest. Within seconds, the young man had the sewing kit open, selected a needle and thread and began working on mending the torn doll in his lap. All while the little girl sat next to him looking teary and worried at the operation she was currently witnessing. "Flint. What is this?" Ash finally spoke up as he looked over at the older man. "Why did you bring us here?" The bearded rock merchant, who had not taken his eyes off the scene playing before them since arriving, replied forthwith. "That young man you see in there sewing the doll, that's the Pewter City gym leader, Brock Stone." Ash and Misty's eyes both widened. "What?" He nodded. "Those kids you see in there are all his younger brothers and sisters, and he takes care of them. All, by himself." Their shock remained as they turned back to see that two even littler kids were now kneeling next to him as well and kept asking their older brother to read them a story. However, instead of getting upset or frustrated at being demanded so much of at one time, Brock just smiled and agreed to do it as soon as he finished sewing the doll. He takes care of them by himself?" Misty asked like she couldn't believe it. Flint nodded once again. "Yes. He takes care of his little siblings, manages the entire household and provides for them exclusively off of what he makes as the full-time gym leader of this city." After saying that, Flint simply turned around and started walking down the road away from the house. Ash and Misty followed, and after catching up, the former asked once they were a good distance from the house. "So why does Brock take care of all his little siblings like that? Why doesn't their parents do it?" The bearded man looked straight ahead down the road as he answered. "They don't have any. Their good-for-nothing father left them years ago and their mother tried to keep everything going but—" He paused for a moment and his voice seemed to become emotional for just a split second. "But she eventually got sick and passed away." "Why did their father leave?" Misty curiously inquired. "Yeah, and how do you know so much about Brock and his family?" Ash asked suspiciously. Reaching a bench that was along the side of the road, Flint sat down on it with a sigh. "That's because—" He then reached up and, in an act that shocked Ash and Misty, he removed the red hat he was wearing, along with his beard, revealing that it had been a fake. "I am their good-for-nothing father." The two kids stared at him in a mixture of disbelief and amazement. The truth was hard to deny though. Save for looking a lot older and more weathered in the skin and hair, Flint looked the spitting image of Brock. Right down to the spiky dark hair and thin eyes. But, Misty stammered with a pointed finger. "How? Yeah, you're Brock's father?" Ash exclaimed with wide eyes. "Why didn't you tell us that before?" Flint simply sighed and rested his elbows upon his knees. Well, to be honest, that's the whole reason I battled with you and showed you a way to make your Pikachu stronger. Seeing the boy's confusion, Flint explained. You see, I left when Brock was only 12 years old. I used to work at a stone quarry outside of town, and for a long time, me and my wife Lisa were happy with the way our lives were. He furrowed his brow. But once we started having more and more children, it started getting harder to make it financially. Even though my wife used to be a famous TV chef, she had to retire from it after we began having our children. She still got royalties, but when you have several children, it goes fast. And I didn't make much working at the quarry. At that, Ash looked surprised and held up his finger. Wait a minute. Lisa? Cooking star. Are you saying your wife was Lisa Stone? Flint looked at the young trainer and nodded before replying in a fond but somewhat remorse tone. Yes, she was. Why do you ask? The boy gestured at himself. My mom was a huge fan of your wife. When she and my dad first got married, it was her cooking videos and books that helped teach my mom how to cook. She then taught me what she knew before I left to go on my journey. Flint offered a small, amused smile and chuckled. Small world, eh? Well, I'm glad to hear Lisa made such a difference in your own family's life. His eyes went back to the ground again as he turned somber once more. She was good that way. Sensing the shift of mood, Misty tried to steer the conversation back on track. So you were talking about how you didn't make much at the quarry, Flint. Getting Jared out of his sorrowful thoughts about his wife, the squinty-eyed man got back on focus and continued his tale. Right. So as I was saying, I wasn't making much money at the quarry and Lisa was staying home with the kids. So, we talked it over and I decided to try my hand at becoming a successful Pokémon trainer. He held his hand out and expounded further. Before me and Lisa met, I had aspirations of becoming a trainer in my youth. I already even had the Pokémon I battled Ash with today when I met her. But when we decided to get married and raise a family, I gave up that dream and went into the quarry business. As if recalling long-made wishes of what could have been, he looked up at the moon. I hoped that by leaving home and doubling up on my training, I might be able to win 8 badges with my Pokémon and even enter the Indigo League conference. My hope was to win that tournament, take the prize money and come back home to start up my own stone-cutting business. I figured if I could do that, then our family's money troubles would be over forever. A small sigh escaped his lips. But it didn't happen that way. We couldn't manage to make our way into the Indigo conference, and before I knew it, almost a whole year had passed. I simply lost track of time. I was so focused on making my Pokémon stronger so we could win and achieve our goal that I lost sight of everything else. I didn't call or check in with my family very regularly, and most times I couldn't. Eventually I got a call and found out Lisa had fallen ill with a rare and aggressive disease that quickly took her life. I was completely devastated, my entire world fell apart. He reached up at that to rub 2 fingers into his eyes. I immediately decided to come home and be there for my children, but when I came back, I found out that Brock had become certified as an official gym leader in the one short year I had been gone. While his mother was sick, he opened up his gym, quickly became a successful leader and was providing for our family with the income he made from it better than I ever could. Misty frowned. So why didn't you go back to them then? Flint himself frowned deeply. Because I was a coward. I was afraid Brock and my other children would hate me for being away while their mother was sick and blame me for her death. Not that I would have blamed them. His head dropped a little lower. When I found all this out, I was scared of facing my family, but I also came up with a plan. I convinced myself that I would stay in the area and train my Pokémon as hard as I could. Then, I was going to show myself to Brock and my family and offer to take over gym duties from him by becoming a certified leader myself. A look of powerful shame crossed his face. So I built my small cabin, started selling rocks to tourists and began training my Pokémon. I didn't intend for it to take long, but eventually a whole other year passed until I ended up where I am right now. I haven't seen my family in 2 long years and they're only a few short minutes away. Flint's shoulder drooped as well. I told myself it was just to make sure I was ready to take the reins from Brock as gym leader, but really, I was just scared. Scared of their judgment, scared of their hatred, scared of what they would think of me. My shame, guilt and fear kept me away from my family all this time, and I'm even more ashamed to admit it. Finally, he looked up again. Brock is very talented and his skills could take him much farther than simply being a local gym leader, even if it has become one of the main 8 in Kanto. He needs to see the world and stretch his wings in order to grow, and after all I've saddled him with for 2 years, I want to be able to give my son that chance he so desperately deserves. Ash looked at Misty and then rubbed the back of his neck. Well, I appreciate you telling us all this, Flint, but why did you? I mean, why did you take an interest in us, in me? Why did you want to battle me and do what you did for Pikachu? The older man looked at him. Because in you I finally saw a chance, Ash. Seeing the boy's puzzled look, he explained. When I first saw you I thought you were just a jumped-up newbie that had high hopes but no talent to back it up. But after watching you train and then battling you myself, I saw that you have real skill and potential. The boy seemed surprised at his praise, but he went on. You don't remind me of myself at all when I first started out. You seem to have your act together and you know what you're doing. I think you might just be able to help me. Ash gestured at himself. Me? But how can I help you? Flint crossed his arms. If you can defeat Brock, then I'll reveal myself to him and tell him everything I just told you. I'll offer to take the gym from him and be the father to my children that I always should have been. It'll give him a chance to finally go fulfill his own dreams. Ash still seemed a little surprised at what he just heard, but eventually, he smiled and shrugged. That's it? Well, if that's all you need me to do, then of course I'll help Flint. I was already gonna challenge Brock anyway, this just gives me a better reason to do so. Misty smiled as well and spoke up. Yeah, I think it's really great you want to finally reconnect with your family, Flint. If Ash wouldn't be battling, then I would do it myself just to try and help you out. The older man seemed a little taken aback himself by the willing kindness both kids demonstrated in agreeing to help him, but he couldn't deny that it touched his heart. Thus, with a small smile touching his lips, he bowed his head in gratitude. Thank you, both of you. You have no idea what this means to me. Ash grinned and clenched his fist. You just wait, Flint. By the end of the week we'll challenge Brock and we'll beat him. And you'll have a chance to get your family back. The dark-haired, squinty-eyed man felt his heart warm at the determined young boy's passionate and selfless proclamation and nodded. Yes, he knew Ash wanted to win his first gym badge, but he could also now see a fire in the young trainer's eyes to help him as well. And that seemed to give Ash even more determination to achieve victory. Feeling a sense of self-assured ease that maybe the boy before him could actually help get him back together with his family, Flint felt hope kindle in his belly for the first time in years. After a full week of solid and grueling training, Ash stood before the doors of the Pewter City Gym with Misty at his right side, Flint on his left and Pikachu sitting atop his shoulder. Since it was daylight, the boy was able to see the gym clearly, and the front of it did indeed seem like it was made of the finest slabs of neatly cut stone. Though, as Ash looked at the large double doors before him, he reflected on how far his Pokémon had come in their week of training. While all of them had made solid improvements and strident gains in overall power and skill, Pikachu especially had made the most amazing gains. While the little yellow electric type has always been unusually powerful and strong for his young age and species, Flint's power upgrade plan had boosted Pikachu's electrical power from impressive to astounding. While it took a day or two to help him learn to control all the massive extra amounts of electricity in his body, Pikachu had quickly adapted and adjusted. In many ways it was almost as if he were a little rechargeable battery that never ran out and had an endless reservoir that couldn't be filled. His electrical attacks from Thunder Shock to Thunderbolt had increased in outright volt power by several times their original intensity, which was almost unnerving given how strong they had already been before the power upgrade he received. While Ash knew that the watermill generator had definitely played a very large part in Pikachu's increase in power, he believed the lightning bolt that struck him at the end had done the most. After all, Pikachu had practically summoned down the lightning onto him by putting off all the electricity he had been discharging, which essentially turned him into a small yellow lightning rod. Ash's assumption was that all the power from the generator, combined with the lightning bolt, had filled him with more power than even a dozen other Pikachu combined would be able to produce by themselves. Though amazingly, he hadn't been negatively affected by it. Even while at the Pokémon Center being examined by Nurse Joy, Pikachu showed no signs of ill side effects. Aside from a relentless sparking at his cheeks and a faint yellow aura glowing around him occasionally, which only lasted about 2 days, he had been totally fine. Of course, one thing that could have been considered unfortunate was how Ash had to keep him away from electrical appliances or anything else that took electricity during those 2 days. Anytime Pikachu was around something of the sort, it would either cause the appliances themselves to turn on and go haywire or shut down completely. Which was the case with lamp and ceiling lights, they would flicker madly before eventually turning off altogether. A few had even popped when Joy initially examined him. Aside from that and Pikachu needing to regain control over his overall volt power, everything had went relatively smoothly. The only thing Ash worried about now was his first Pokémon using too strong of an electrical attack on an opponent that couldn't handle it. After taking a deep breath, he looked over at Misty and nodded before turning to Flint. "Well, I guess we're gonna head in then." The once more disguised man crossed his arms. "Right. Well, I'm ready when you are." With that, the boy looked up at his first Pokémon and smiled. "Ready, buddy?" Pikachu nodded and sparked his cheeks energetically. Pika. Reaching out, Ash grabbed the door handles and then threw them open before stepping into the gym, Misty and Flint following behind him. As he walked inside, the black-haired boy looked around and found that the interior of the gym was quite plain inside. The walls were made of gray stone on the bottom, as a foundation, and metal the rest of the way up. The ceiling had a high arched design with metal beams supporting it, and on one side of the wall there was a large metal door that could be rolled up. Above that wall-length door there was an equally expansive stretch of windows that allowed sunlight to stream into the gym from outside. On both sides of the hangar-like room were catwalks risen high off the ground, and at the very back of the gym, elevated on a raised platform, was a flat sitting area surrounded by yellow rock. And sitting atop that platform was the same teenage boy Ash and Misty had seen nights earlier with Flint. While the boy was wearing the same tan briefs, beige t-shirt and black belt they had seen before, he now had on a dark green vest with 4 pockets stitched onto both sides. He also now had 2 red pouches, one bigger than the other, clipped to his belt. On his feet were dark gray and white shoes. After spending a few moments looking around and taking in Brock's appearance, Ash heard the young gym leader speak and his voice echoed across the building. "Are you a trainer come to challenge my gym?" Ash straightened up and nodded firmly. "Yes. My name is Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town. And I have come to challenge you, Brock." The boy stood up and raised an eyebrow. "So you already know who I am. Very well then." With that, he leaped down from the pedestal and held up 2 fingers. "We shall each battle with 2 Pokémon. Forest." A few moments after Brock's command, they all suddenly heard the sound of a loud clicking, followed by the feeling of the very floor itself rumbling beneath their feet. Then, before their eyes, the floor in the middle of the gym started to separate and roll back like it was on a conveyor belt. Soon, from the large gaping hole that was left from the floor's vacancy, a huge rocky battlefield slowly ascended up out of the ground until it was set firmly in place. The yellow stone arena had boulders of all sizes comprising its material surface, and it easily took up the largest portion of the inside of the gym. Once the shaking finally stopped and the battlefield was in place, a door to the right of Brock opened up and a boy looking identical to him came running out. The boy was obviously younger than Brock and his hair was just as spiky, if not a tad longer. He was wearing dark blue jeans and a dark and light green striped shirt. When Flint saw the boy, one of his sons, it took all he had not to reveal himself on the spot, but he managed to control his urge to do so. The young boy ran out to the right side of the battlefield and took his place just outside of it, his actions obviously having been rehearsed and repeated many times over. At the same time, another door opened on the catwalk to the left of the room, and from it came all of Brock's remaining brothers and sisters to see the upcoming battle. Misty could see Flint's whole body twitch when he saw the rest of his children appear, but to his credit, he didn't blow his cover yet. Though she could only imagine the self-control it was taking for him to keep his identity a secret after so long. Once everything was ready, Forrest stepped forward and called out. "This will be an official 2-on-2 match between the Pewter City Gym leader, Brock Stone, and the challenger, Ash Ketchum of Pallet Town. Both trainers will battle until either side's Pokémon are unable to battle. There is no time limit and only the challenger may substitute Pokémon. Trainers, choose your first contenders." With his little brothers and sisters cheering him on from above, Brock stepped forward and pulled a Pokeball out from inside of one of his vest pockets. Enlarging it, he reared back and then tossed the ball into the air. "Geodude go!" As the small, double-armed, floating hunk of rock appeared hovering above the battlefield with a grunt of, "Geo." Ash looked at Flint and Misty. "Good luck, young man," the secret father put a hand on his shoulder and then Misty smiled supportively. "You've got this, Ash, battle hard." Smiling and nodding to both of them, the boy stepped up into his trainer's box and looked up at Pikachu. "I think I'm gonna try someone else for this first battle, alright Pi?" Chirping in understanding, the small yellow mouse hopped down beside of his trainer while Ash observed Geodude closely. Then, after a few seconds of deliberation, he made his choice. "Alright. Let's see how this works. Geodude is a rock type, so I'll go with." Picking his selected Pokeball, he nodded to himself and then yelled. "Let's show 'em how far your training has got you, Mankey." As the capture device snapped open, the brutish and fight-loving primate appeared on the battlefield and raised his lithe, furry and strong arms up to chant. "Mank Mank. Mankey. Mankey. A fighting type, huh?" Brock observed. "Well, at least you seem to know your basic type matchups." He then pointed. "Geodude, use rock throw. Mankey, dodge by flipping to the side." Ash called out quickly in response as the two-armed rock type formed and then tossed a large rock at his Pokémon. Mankey flipped out of the way just in time, but Brock was already giving another command. "Now use tackle." Geodude took off through the air at deceptively fast speeds for a Pokémon of its type, though Ash was prepared. "Mankey, slide under Geodude and then hit it with a mega kick while you're under it." The furry monkey acted fast and slid under Geodude just before the other Pokémon was about to connect with tackle. Then, while under it, he used Mega Kick to launch Brock's Pokémon high into the air. His trainer further capitalized on the move. "Great, now leap high in the air to meet Geodude and grab hold of it, then throw it back to the ground with seismic toss." Doing as told, the spunky fighting type jumped up high and met Geodude in the air before grabbing the rock Pokémon. Then, as they both fell, he started spinning it around before throwing the small but heavy rock type back toward the ground. Brock saw the danger incoming, however, and quickly called out, "Geodude. Use defense curl to tuck yourself into a ball and lessen the impact." The pre-evolved form of Golem curled into a tight sphere just before it hit the ground, which saved it from serious damage. It then rose back into the air quickly with only a few scrapes and bruises on its body. "Geodude, use rock slide." On its trainer's command, Geodude chanted its name while raising its arms skyward. As it did this, several small portals appeared above Mankey's head with large rocks falling from them. Once more though, Ash was ready. Mankey, shatter all of those rocks with Brick Break. The boy found himself quite glad that he had trained his newest Pokémon so hard. Mankey had learned quite a few new fighting-type moves that were now proving their worth. Which was evidenced by the lively monkey jumping up and powerfully shattering each rock that fell with a well-timed series of brick breaks. "Now." He shoved his arm out and pointed. "Run at Geodude in zigzag patterns and then start hitting it with multiple karate chops. Then end it with Mega Punch." Taking off like a sprinter, Mankey began zipping toward Geodude in a weaving pattern that confused the rock type so badly, it couldn't react. When the fighting type finally got in range of Geodude, Brock could do nothing but watch as Mankey began assaulting his Pokémon with karate chop after karate chop. He then finished the brutal combo with a well-placed Mega Punch, which knocked Geodude back into a nearby rock and then down onto the ground. Frowning, Brock called to his Pokémon. "Geodude, get up. Don't give up, you can do it." Opening its eyes with a groan, the battered rock type slowly floated back up and then focused its gaze on Mankey with determination in its eyes. At that very same moment, Geodude raised its arms and gave a loud cry of, "Geo-Dude." Then, before all those watching, the hunk of rock started glowing bluish-white as it began evolving. Brock looked on at his Pokémon in surprise, and Ash himself appeared to be in a similar state of mind as he thought to himself. "Ha! Now this is gonna be interesting." When Geodude was finally done evolving, a strong-looking Graveler had taken its place, now on 2 legs. And the 4-armed rock type announced its new form with a gruff-sounding, Graveler. Brock stood in shock at what had just happened for only a moment or two longer before he smiled at the change of events and then ordered his Pokémon, "Okay Graveler, use a continuous takedown attack." The newly evolved rock-type bellowed fiercely before lowering its rocky body down and charging at Mankey like a steamroller. Acting swiftly, Ash shouted, "Mankey, start jumping from rock to avoid Graveler." Moving on. Command, the agile little monkey began jumping from rock to rock that made up the battlefield. Graveler, for its part, was like a wrecking ball, smashing into and destroying each rock as it went, with ease. Unfortunately, Mankey eventually made a slip-up and tripped off of a rock, falling right into Graveler's path. With no lapse in intensity, the newly evolved Pokémon hit him hard and sent the fighting type flying into the air with a cry of, "Mankey." Ash's Pokémon soon fell back to the ground, landing hard, and then Brock ordered Graveler to continue hitting Mankey with takedown. Over and over again he was slammed into and tossed around ruthlessly before he was finally sent careening into a nearby boulder. Upon impact, he smashed the rock to pieces and lay there in a pile of shattered pebbles, very dazed. "Come on Mankey, you can do it. Get up and show them what true strength is." Ash cheered loudly while Pikachu did the same down next to him. "Pikachu." Hearing the words of encouragement, Mankey regained his wits and then slowly got back up. As he did he began fuming in anger, the veins around his face and forehead became visible, even through the fur, and his eyes actually turned red. Seeing the change in his Pokémon's appearance but knowing immediately from the signs what it was, Ash realized that his newest Pokémon had just activated one of his 3 abilities, Anger Point. Knowing it was their chance for a turnaround, the boy shouted, "Mankey! Wait until Graveler gets right on top of you and then jump into the air." Even though Anger Point had come into effect, the ability hadn't taken so strong a hold that Mankey was unable to act with reason. Thus, because of this, the angry Pokémon did as he was told and waited until Graveler was right on top of him before jumping high into the air like a real primate. This sudden, swift move ended up causing the still charging rock Pokémon to ram itself accidentally straight into a boulder. There, it hit the rock and, like a car striking a speeding train, its momentum was efficiently stopped. Smirking, Ash yelled, "Now get in close to Graveler and start using Karate Chop, Fury Swipes and Mega Punch." Brock saw the danger his Pokémon was soon to be in and he urgently attempted to avoid it. "Graveler, try and get up. Hurry." The rock type heard its trainer but could not move due to one of its arms being stuck inside of the rock it had struck. Mankey, seeing his chance, moved quickly and got right up on the inside of Graveler, between it and the rock. From there, he began delivering a punishing onslaught of combination attacks that all struck the rock type dead on each time. The evolved form of Geodude cried out in pain as it was struck repeatedly by Mankey's powerful blows, Karate Chop, Fury Swipes and Mega Punch. Brock himself knew that there was only one way out now and it was a tactic he hated using. The current match was pushing him to his limits and he needed to act fast. "Graveler. Use self-destruct." Ash heard the hasty and last-ditch attack being called for but he couldn't say anything before Graveler was quickly consumed in a blinding white light that soon exploded with a thunderingly loud boom, shrouding both it and Mankey from the eruption that came. After the loud and powerful explosion, everyone in the gym waited with bated breath as the smoke cleared and the dust settled. When it did, it showed Graveler laying unconscious in a small hole created by the force of the blast. What really surprised everyone though was Ash's Pokémon. Mankey was still standing where he had been prior to the explosion. He was covered in smoke and dust and was badly battered and bruised, though he remained upright. Fortunately, the blast had shaken him out of Anger Pointed and was part of the reason he was still standing, albeit barely, and his breathing came in heavy breaths. Brock's little brother Forrest saw that Graveler was unconscious and went to raise his arm while saying, "Graveler is una dash," however, he was stopped short by Mankey suddenly going down to both knees before he fell to the ground unconscious as well. Blinking at the turn of events, he rephrased his wording quickly and continued. "Both Pokémon are unable to battle, that means the leader and challenger are now down to their last contestants. Trainers, please choose your final Pokémon." Ash smiled and recalled Mankey into his Pokeball. "You did a great job Mankey, thank you so much." Very few Pokémon could stay standing for so long after an attack like that. Accepting the outcome of their first battle, Brock returned Graveler to its ball and then smiled at it. "Thanks Graveler, you did a great job. Now take a nice rest." Afterward, the squinty-eyed teen pulled out his last Pokeball while thinking to himself with a nervous sweat drop. Man, this kid is good. My Geodude evolved into Graveler and his Mankey still ended up practically beating him. If I hadn't made him use self-destruct, then his Pokemon would still be standing and Graveler would be out regardless. After a few moments of internal reflection, he enlarged and then threw the ball containing his last battler with a loud shout of, "Onix! Let's go!" As the small Pokeball snapped open high in the air, it released from within the truly massive form of one of the biggest species of Pokemon found, especially in Kanto. Its long, imposing and rocky body looked hard and powerful enough to tangle with a semi-truck, but its somewhat serpentine shape made for a very unique contrast. Fully appearing on the battlefield in all its dynamic glory, the rock snake Pokemon released a loud bellow of, "Onix!" Misty recoiled back when she saw the huge Pokemon and then nervously advised from her place on the sidelines. "Be careful, Ash. That looks like one powerful Pokemon." Glancing back at her, he grinned and gave his worried friend a thumbs up. "Don't worry, Misty, this match is well on its way to being over, trust me." The slightly older girl furrowed in brow confusion at his strange statement, but she nodded anyway, trusting his judgment and hoping that he really did have something planned. With his piece spoken, the black-haired boy knelt down to Pikachu's level and smiled at him. "I'm sorry, buddy, I'd like to use you for this last battle, but I think you need to do a little more training before we have you fight. Just to make sure your electrical attacks are really under control again." "Do you think he's ready for this though, like we talked about earlier?" Understanding his trainer on both counts, the lively electric type nodded and then held his arms out. "Pika Pikachu! Pika Pi Pikachu!" The young rookie grinned at the response he received. "You're right, buddy, I think he is ready." Ash then stood up before turning and drawing another Pokeball from his belt. He then enlarged it while calling out, "Hey Brock. This has been a great battle and you and your Pokemon have done a great job, but it ends here." The older boy raised his eyebrow. "Well, let's see what you've got then, or if it's all just big talk." Smirking, the messy-haired trainer threw the ball while yelling, "All right, let's win this match." With those words spoken, the Pokeball snapped open and out came a small, purple and rodent Pokemon. Rattata. "What?" Misty screeched loudly as she saw Ash's Rattata materialize on the field. "You're using Rattata, a normal type, against Onix, a rock type. Ash, what's wrong with you?" The boy merely waved his hand back to calm her down. "Misty, chill would ya? I have a plan." "You don't think I'd just send Rattata out there with no strategy in mind, do you? Come on." The orange-haired girl gawked at him disbelievingly and then shook her head. "I really hope you do know what you're doing or this match is gonna be over." The raven-haired boy winked over his shoulder and gave her a thumbs up. "Watch and learn, Misty. You're about to see the benefits of hard training firsthand." He then turned back to the matter at hand and looked down at Rattata. "You ready, buddy?" In reply, he quickly got a very enthusiastic affirmation from the small, big-toothed rat. Rattata. He smiled proudly at his Pokemon's determination and then looked over at Forest, who apparently got the hint as he held both hands up and yelled. "Trainers ready? Go!" With the green flag proverbially given, Ash ordered his Pokemon before Brock could even open his mouth. "Rattata, use quick attack and get up to Onix as fast as you can. From there, you know what to do." He had a whole strategy planned out and he knew all about Onix. Once he found out that Brock had won after using the internet earlier in the week to research him for the match, Ash immediately began training Rattata for the upcoming strategy they were about to use. The small but fast normal type started running in a blur of speed until he was soon leaping across the pointy rock spires dotting the battlefield. Brock didn't know what was going on, but he wasn't going to wait to find out. Thus, he commanded Onix to begin sweeping the entire battlefield with its tail to try and hit Rattata. The mouse Pokemon wasn't about to be deterred from his target, however, and jumped up on top of the rock snake Pokemon's rocky tail. From there, he got around on the rock type's other side, bypassing its defenses and attacks entirely. The squinty-eyed gym leader didn't know why, but he had a strange feeling that was telling him not to let Rattata do whatever it was planning. "Onix, dive bomb it with your head. Hurry!" As quick as the large Pokemon could, it smashed its head down into the ground right where Rattata had just been standing. A dust cloud was kicked up by the attack and no one could see the outcome of the strike. Brock himself felt certain that Onix had hit his target. He felt confident that there was no way a small Pokémon like Rattata could have endured such a crushing attack from a far larger opponent. With that thought in mind, he spoke on it. "Well Ash, you battled hard but it looks like I win, better luck next time." He didn't say it but battling the black-haired boy had been one of the toughest matches he ever fought. If only the rookie in question would have been a little better on who he had chosen as his last Pokémon, it very well might have ended quite differently. Forrest was smirking at his brother's supposed win, Brock's other siblings were cheering, Flint hung his head remorsefully at his lost chance to reconnect with his family, and Misty herself seemed distraught at Ash's loss. The strangest thing, however, was that when she looked at him, he didn't have the look of someone who had just lost. Instead, he had the look of someone in deep concentration and focus. Pikachu also seemed to have his eyes locked onto the slowly dissipating dust cloud that was obscuring Onix and Rattata from sight. Misty seemed confused until she looked toward the hazy cloud as well. At last, when the dust finally cleared, everyone's expressions took a turn of absolute shock. All except Ash for that was, who had the widest grin on his face possible. It soon became very clear that Rattata was nowhere to be seen. Where the small Pokémon should have been, which was laying unconscious in the crater that Onix had left with its head, he was not. The diminutive rat had quite literally disappeared without a trace. Misty spoke on the unusual turn of events first. Where did Rattata go? He's not trapped under Onix, is he? Her voice had turned panicky by that point and Brock himself seemed worried too. The older boy was just about to have his Pokémon move so that they could see if Rattata really was trapped under Onix's heavy body or not when Ash began to do something that made them all look at him as if he were crazy. He chuckled. He, I'm sorry to say this Brock but you just lost the match." Everyone still stared at him like he really had lost his mind. Brock began to think that maybe the young trainer was in denial and just couldn't accept that he had lost. That his inability to face reality was now causing him to spout off nonsense. "Ash, what are you saying? Are you okay?" Misty asked of her friend in concern, worry for him now truly setting in. "Yeah son, it's okay to admit you lost, there's no shame in it." Flint tried to say consolingly even though his own hopes felt dashed to pieces. The boy finished chuckling to himself and then finally looked back at them. "I'm better than okay you too. And here in a second, you'll see why." The small watching crowd still remained oblivious to the meaning of his words until he pointed up at Onix and shouted. "Now Rattata." Brock, Misty, Flint, Forrest and the rest of the stone children all looked toward Onix and saw nothing happening. Misty, eventually, went to break the silence by asking, "Ash, what are y dash?" but that was all she managed to say. At that very same moment, Onix started writhing around in what seemed like pain. Twisting and turning, it thrashed its large body around like mad while bellowing in apparently agonizing torture. "Onix! Onix! Oon Onix!" The massive rock-type Pokémon continued thrashing and flailing itself around the entire battlefield without control. Onix was swinging its tail like a rocky WHP and its head was being flung around wildly, crashing into and destroying almost every rock on the field. Brock, perplexed at what was happening, tried to intervene. "Onix, what's wrong? Stop this. Stop it now." The distressed rock serpent didn't hear its trainer though and continued to thrash around with reckless abandon. It then began smashing its head into the gym floor, over and over again, bellowing in pain the entire time. Everyone but Ash just stood and stared in undisguised shock at what they were seeing. The young man had a calm and cool look on his face as he watched the scene unfold. Brock, on the other hand, stood where he was, mouth practically agape and unable to do anything to help his Pokémon. All he could do was watch it beat itself into oblivion. Finally, at long last, Onix stopped banging its head into the floor and raised itself back up to full height, now looking exceedingly battered and heavily damaged. After a few seconds it gave one weak call of Onix. Before falling to the ground, unconscious, with swirls in its eyes. Everyone in the gym was utterly dumbstruck at what had just occurred. Then, all of a sudden, a small purple body came jumping out from between the boulders that made up Onix's stony body. Seeing this, they all stared blankly as Rattata ran back across the battlefield and came to stand in front of Ash. He then turned around and faced down the unconscious Onix, not so much as one scratch on him. Misty, of everyone, eventually managed to stutter out. Ash. Rattata. What just happened? Smiling proudly at what had just happened, Ash took a moment to revel in the unexpected outcome before he crossed his arms and started to explain. Well, I studied about Pokémon for quite a few years before my journey began. And in that time, I learned a lot about Pokémon. Naturally, I also learned about Onix. At that, he looked toward Brock. So, when I found out you used an Onix, Brock, it was just a simple matter of finding the best strategy to beat it. They may be extremely tough Pokémon on the outside with their rock skin, but, just like with many other rock types, their internal anatomy is extremely vulnerable and sensitive. The intelligent young trainer pointed down at his victorious Pokémon. I taught Rattata that he could get inside of Onix by going through the spaces between the boulders on his body. Once he got inside, Rattata started tackling, biting and hammering away at Onix's soft inner tissues. That's what caused it to writhe around in so much pain and begin beating itself up. He then gestured at Brock's unconscious Pokémon. Onix wanted Rattata out of it and was willing to do anything to make that happen. It started beating itself up so badly that Rattata didn't even have to fight it head to head. He just attacked it from the inside, which caused Onix to beat itself into unconsciousness, allowing Rattata to stay safe inside of it all the while. Ash shrugged. As for me, I was able to just stay back and wait while Onix defeated itself. I admit I was a little concerned there at first that it had hit Rattata with that head smash earlier, but it just wasn't fast enough. Rattata is super quick and really agile. So, there you have it, my strategy in a nutshell. Everyone was totally silent and had nothing whatsoever to say for a short while after he finished explaining. Eventually, Misty became capable of murmuring only one word. Wow. That was totally genius. He rubbed the back of his head awkwardly and smiled. Well, I really got the idea from reading stories about how the same thing happens to Onix in the wild. Smaller Pokémon are always getting lodged inside of them when they're out tunneling. If that happens, Onix feels a lot of pain and can even be set off into a terrible rage if the problem isn't quickly resolved. Ash held up his hand. Professional league trainers are usually called out to subdue the situation and help remove the smaller Pokémon from inside of Onix. That's where I really got the idea from. I just implemented it into a sound strategy that can be used against any Onix in battle if you have a small enough Pokémon to do the job, like Rattata. While everyone processed what they had just been told, he went up to Rattata and knelt down. You did a great job, buddy, and I'm really proud of you. You pulled off that strategy perfectly, and I can tell that all of your training is really paying off. Give it a few years and you'll become one heck of a powerful Pokémon. Smiling, he pointed towards the defeated Onix. You took down that huge Pokémon and it easily makes up 100 or more of you. You should feel very proud of yourself, Rattata, I know I am. The small purple rodent beamed proudly at his trainer's praise. Rattata. Rattata. However, right at that very same moment, a look of confusion passed across his face before, suddenly, he started to glow and slowly change shape. Ash instantly knew what was happening and smiled brightly. Hey, alright, Rattata, you're evolving. After a few seconds of transforming within the bright light, the process of evolution finally ended and left a larger, taller Pokémon in place of Rattata. One in which announced its new identity to its trainer with a gruff-sounding, Raticate. Grinning from ear to ear, Ash pulled out his Pokédex and scanned his newly evolved Pokémon. Pokédex entry number 020. Raticate, the mouse Pokémon. Its whiskers are essential for maintaining its balance. No matter how friendly you are, it will get angry and bite you if you touch its whiskers. Its hind feet are also webbed. They act as flippers, so it can swim in rivers and hunt for prey. This Pokémon is male and knows the moves, Headbutt, Quick Attack, Hyper Fang, Focus Energy, Pursuit and Scary Face. After the readout was done, he put his Pokédex away and then began rubbing his evolved Pokémon on top of the head while smiling again. Well, Raticate, it looks like you just got one step closer to becoming super strong someday. Raticate clicked his long teeth happily at his trainer's praise and then jumped up into his arms. Riffy. Even Pikachu congratulated his fellow rodent kin by waving his arms around and cheering, Pikachu Pi Pikachu. After he finished congratulating and hugging Raticate, Ash let him down and then stood up and looked at Brock, who had just now returned his Onix. The defeated gym leader looked over at Forrest and his younger brother seemed to get the message. Therefore, the boy finally broke free from his shocked stupor that his big brother had been defeated in such an unorthodox manner and did his job as referee. Raising his hand, he pointed in the direction of Ash and Raticate. Since the gym leader's Pokémon are all unable to battle, the victory hereby goes to Ash Ketchum of Pallet Town and his Raticate. The young, victorious rookie broke out into a quick moment of cheering celebration with Pikachu and Raticate while Misty, and even Flint, joined in by clapping and congratulating them. Especially the latter, who knew that his time had almost come. Great job Ash, you did it. You and your Pokémon were amazing. Misty gushed proudly of her friend. I agree young man, Flint began. That was a very exciting and incredible match to watch. You and your Pokémon worked like a real team and your strategies were unique and very effective. Nice work. It was after they were done celebrating that a happily smiling Ash looked over to see Brock walking up to meet him. Ash. The older boy began. That was, without a doubt, the best match I have ever had. You used some amazing and off-the-wall strategies I never would have imagined and you worked with your Pokémon incredibly well. The spiky-haired teen smiled. You were like stone, sturdy and immovable. I learned so much from battling you and for that alone, I am very grateful. With all that said, I believe you have earned this fair and square, no questions asked. Brock then held up a shiny silver badge that was shaped a little bit like a boulder. As he presented it, the boy smiled and held it out between two fingers. Ash, I hereby give to you the boulder badge. This is official proof that you defeated my gym in the eyes of the Pokémon League and is one of 8 badges needed to compete in next year's Indigo League Conference. Ash slowly reached out and took the badge before holding it up so that Pikachu and Raticate could see it better. Well guys, we just took our first step toward the Indigo League. Pikachu smiled and pumped his small fist, chanting, Pika Pi Pi Pikachu. While Raticate I smiled and did the same. Riffy. Raticate Kate Raticate. The boy then knelt down and opened up his backpack before pulling out, from the main section, a silver-plated badge case that looked like a square metal box and had different designs on it. The case had an insignia etched into its surface for every type of Pokémon there was. Such as fire, grass, water and flying, only to name a few. The inside of the case was quite large and was covered in fine red, velvet lining that would mold to each badge, keeping them in place. It had been yet another gift from his mother. The victorious young trainer placed his first badge into the case, on the red felt covering, and then put it away before standing back up to face the gym leader again. Thank you Brock, that was a great match. The older boy shook his head. No Ash, thank you. You showed me so much in that match and reminded me of just how many things I still have to learn about Pokémon. Brock paused for a second and looked away, staring out one of the big windows of the gym. You know, I've never really cared much about Pokémon battling and making my own stronger just to fight. I've always loved taking care of Pokémon and grooming them, making them the healthiest they can be. My dream isn't to be a gym leader like I am right now. I want to become the world's best Pokémon breeder. He then turned solemn. But I'll never realize that dream. Ever since my mother died and my father left to go on his own Pokémon journey, I was left here to take care of my younger brothers and sisters. They count on me and I could never leave them. At that very same moment, the door near the back of the gym, the same one Forrest had come through, was flung open and all of Brock's remaining siblings came running out. Big brother! Big brother! They all seemed to cry in unison as they ran to the teenager and surrounded him. Altogether, each one seemed to grasp at a different part of his body while pleading. No big brother, you can't lose. Yeah, that battle wasn't fair. That boy must have cheated somehow. We know how much you love your Pokémon, he shouldn't have hurt them. Ash and Misty blinked and stared in confusion at the display they were seeing. Brock, though, just smiled in amusement and knelt down. Alright you guys, listen up. He began softly and patiently. I know you're upset and I feel really flattered, but nothing bad happened and Ash didn't cheat. This was an official gym match and he beat me fair and square. He was just the better trainer today. And besides, don't you worry about my Pokémon, they'll be fine after a quick trip to the center in town. Their confusion was replaced with warmness in their hearts as Ash and Misty observed the scene before them. A scene of several concerned children coming to the aid of their beloved big brother when they thought he had been unfairly treated. However, even though the kid seemed placated somewhat by Brock's words, the moment didn't last as Flint finally stepped forward. Too moved at seeing all of his children so close to be able to keep it to himself anymore. "No, Brock, you listen to me. The older man spoke as everyone looked toward him. "I want you to go out and achieve your dream. I owe you that much at least and so much more." With that said, he removed the beard and hat from his head, which immediately caused Forrest to gasp and Brock to shoot to his feet. "Dad?" The younger boy stammered. Is that really you?" Brock's younger brother and sisters appeared incredibly confused as they looked from Forrest to Flint while the latter nodded. "Yes, it's me, son." The acting referee stared in awe at the man standing before them, but Brock simply glared hard at Flint with furrowed eyebrows. Ash and Misty both stepped back, feeling it best for them to take a rear seat for now. Finally, after several long moments of silence, the eldest of the stone children spoke and his voice was harsh. "What are you doing here?" Expecting such a reaction from his oldest son, Flint replied without breaking eye contact with his child. "I know how you feel about seeing me right now, Brock. You hate me and you have every right." One of the smaller children looked up at him and spoke in wonder. "Daddy?" Though just before stepping forward, Brock held his hand out to stop the little girl, Cindy. "You abandoned us," he stated flatly without looking away from his father. "You left us for 2 years and we never heard anything from you, not even after Mom died. Why in the world should I welcome you here?" Flint remained calm. "You don't have a reason to. And honestly, if you told me to get out and never come back, I wouldn't blame you. There is absolutely no excuse I can give to make things right." The wayward parent held an arm out. "I could tell you that I left to go on my journey with hopes of entering and winning the Indigo Conference. That I was hoping I could take that prize money and then come back home and start a better life for all of us. That I did what I did with the best of intentions." He then frowned. "But none of it would matter. Because the fact of the matter is he gestured at himself. "I screwed up. After your mother passed away I should have come straight home to take care of you kids, but I didn't." Brock demanded forcefully. "Yeah, and why didn't you?" Flint finally broke gazes as he looked down at the ground. "I could tell you that I stayed away because I heard you had become a gym leader and were providing better for our family than I ever thought I could. I can say that I came back home and stayed in this area for a whole year without contacting you because I wanted to train my Pokémon to become stronger. That I wanted to reveal myself to you only once I was good enough to take the gym from you and start being the responsible father I always should have been. So that you could finally start out on your own journey and fulfill your dreams." Flint looked back up. "But that would still be an excuse. The fact is, regardless of what I told myself, and no matter how much any of it may be true, I was scared above all else. I was scared none of you would accept me. I was scared you would blame me for your mother's death and for everything that's happened, even though you'd be totally right to do so. I was simply too scared and cowardly to come back and do what I should have been doing all along, and that's the real truth. I have been hiding away and shirking my responsibilities like a pathetic loser, and I can admit that with far greater shame than I hope you ever have to experience yourself." Flint held his hand out. "The fact is, Brock, you would call me a loser, a worthless father and a coward, and you would be right on every single count. And every day for 2 years I have wallowed in my own misery and hated myself beyond any hope of conciliation. Laying awake most nights loathing myself. The truth is." He gestured at Ash finally. "I am here today because of this young man." Brock and the others looked toward the boy, who froze up awkwardly, while Flint continued. "I met Ash earlier this week when he told me that he planned on challenging you." The older man gave a small smile. "I admit, at first I was skeptical. I thought he was just another dewy-eyed rookie. But then I watched him train and afterward I actually battled him myself. And when I did I learned something." Flint nodded. He was the real deal. He wasn't just some loudmouth with no talent to back it up. This boy had both the skill and the determination to do what he said. Unlike me, a hopeless fool when I first started out, this kid had his act together. He was firm, well-organized, smart, and he possessed a bond with his Pokémon that I could never hope to match." He then looked back at his son. "In short, Ash taught me what it was like to be bold and courageous. He taught me the shameful error of my cowardly ways and he made me realize how unforgivably foolish I have been. Flint gestured at the boy in question again, who now seemed rather embarrassed by all the praise. Ash taught me what it really means to face your fears and not hide yourself away in shame and regret. Meeting and battling this kid taught me that I needed to stand up and act like the man I should have been behaving as all along. At that, Ash finally spoke himself. Brock, your dad told me and Misty about everything to do with your family. He also told us that if I defeated you, he was going to finally reveal himself to you guys and try to make amends for the mistakes he's made. Misty nodded and looked at the older boy. Yeah, Brock, trust me, I know how you must feel. I was upset at your dad initially when he told us everything too. But when he told us how much he wanted to make things right and correct the mistakes he made with all of you, I was able to respect him for that. It isn't easy and I know how scary it must be for him. Ash chimed in again. I hope you're not mad at us as well, Brock, but we did what we felt was right too. Your family has really suffered and if anything we could do would help fix that, we wanted to do our part. Flint stepped forward. Listen, son, you have every reason to hate me and no reason to forgive me. I know what I did was terrible and I wouldn't blame you if you never wanted to see me again. The fact is though. He gestured at all of the other children. This is my family and I am their father. I failed them before but I don't want to fail anymore. I want to right the mistakes I've made and be the father I always should have been. I want to make it up. To you, to your brothers and sisters, and to your mother. Brock was totally silent and unmoving when Flint reached out and put a hand on his shoulder. He stared at his father with a solid gaze while the equally firm man spoke bluntly but truthfully. Brock, you're a talented Pokémon trainer, more so than I could ever hope to be. Your skills though will only get you so far in this gym, here in this town. You deserve to stretch your wings and go out into the world. To test yourself, grow and become whatever your heart desires. You deserve a chance to achieve your own dreams. He then patted his own chest. Let me be the father to my children I always should have been and make it up to you in the only way I can. Let me take care of my family as is my responsibility and allow yourself to have the freedom you've more than earned. You have done more than you ever should have had to do, Brock. Let me take over from here as I should have long ago. The young man looked at his father intently for a time before he slowly looked away to the side. After everything, after all the time you've been gone, I don't know if I can trust you now. I've raised and looked after my own brothers and sisters for 2 years. I've kept this whole family going by myself and I just don't know if I can trust you to take care of them. Flint nodded and looked down. I know how you feel. I understand. You have every right to feel this way. After a few seconds, Forrest suddenly spoke up. Hey. Can I please say something? Everyone looked at him and he then glanced toward Flint. I may have been younger than Brock was when Dad left but I do remember why he did. It may not have been right what he did in being gone all this time and I won't excuse how he acted in staying away for so long but. At that, he looked at Brock. Big brother, Mom is gone. I know you've done the best you can to take care of us and you've done a great job but as hard as you try, you can't take the place of Mom or Dad. And you have a life you have to live with dreams of your own. You can't achieve them staying here looking after us. The young man looked at his father again. Dad may have made a mistake but he's realized it and now he's trying to make it right. To me, that means a lot, way more than if he would have just stayed away. I think we should give him a chance. Flint appeared taken aback by his younger son's words while the other children started to slowly speak up, one after the other. Is that really Daddy? I've missed Daddy. Dad, did you really come back to take care of us? Can Daddy stay? Please don't go away again, Daddy. Dad, I forgive you for leaving, I'm just glad you're back again. Brock looked amongst his siblings and listened to their words before he focused his gaze on Flint again. Finally, he slowly approached his father and stopped just a few inches from him. I'm not going to say that it will be easy to forgive you or forget what you did. He began slowly. But I want the same thing you do. I just want what's best for our family and if you're really back to be the father that you say you want to be then. I can support that. A gleam of hope entered Flint's squinty eyes as, at long last, a small smile crested Brock's lips. So with that said, Welcome home, Dad. The long-missing father felt his heart grow warm with affection and relief as his oldest son finally accepted him home. And with that came the breaking of the floodgates as Forrest and all of the other children rushed their returned parent and quite literally tackled him to the ground. Before he knew what was happening, Flint found himself getting tightly embraced and hugged by all of his children, who were cheering excitedly over his return. As he was glomped and practically mobbed by his enthusiastically pleased children, the shock eventually faded and gave way to a breakdown of emotions. With tears now in his eyes, the reformed father embraced all of his children back just as tightly, kissing each one and holding them as if he were afraid to let go. All while his tears flowed down his cheeks in joy, laughter, the first in years, came from his mouth. It was a gravelly and rough sound, but there was no mistaking its joyful and exuberant undertone. As he hugged, he laughed, and the joy he felt at being reunited with all of his children, who were now swarming him, could be seen and felt by everyone else. Seeing this, Brock smiled. Though he knew it would take time before he could fully forgive his father, seeing the joy on his little siblings' faces as they reunited with their long-lost parent was more than worth it to him. And seeing the visible joy and relief on Flint's face as he tearfully embraced and greeted each of his children made Brock believe that his father was really sincere after all. Ash and Pikachu were watching the heartwarming moment with smiles of their own, and even Misty was in the same position. Though she did have a little wetness in the eyes that showed she too was moved by the NTMT reunion. Eventually, Brock looked over at the two visitors and he wiped a hand over his own eyes as well. While he may not have felt comfortable enough yet to show affection toward his father, seeing the sheer happiness of his beloved little siblings did manage to touch him in his heart. Well, Ash, the older boy began. If what both of you and my father says is true, then I suppose I have you to thank for this happening. The boy in question looked at Misty and then back at Brock before modestly smiling and shaking his head. Ah, come on, I didn't do much, Brock. It sounded like he was waiting to do this anyway, it could have been anybody. Flint finally managed to stand back up after his children let him go, and when he did, he was holding one of the little girls in his arms, Susie. Looking at Ash, he smiled and shook his head. No, Ash, I do have you to thank. We all do. All the kids old enough to understand seemed to look at Ash in a different light, with gratitude and appreciation, as Flint went on. You helped give me the courage and the resolve to finally reunite with my family, Ash. You and Misty. If it wasn't for you two, none of this would have happened. This time they both turned a little red at the praise while Brock smiled. Well, Ash, and you too, Misty, I want you both to know how grateful I am. You two helped give us back our family, and I'll be forever indebted to you for that. You're more than a talented trainer, Ash, you've proven yourself to be a good person. And that to me speaks more about you than battling ever could. He then looked toward Misty. And thank you, Misty, for supporting all this and being willing to help if Ash couldn't. I never would have expected this sort of kindness from two complete strangers I never met before. Before either one could respond, Flint looked over at his son. I have an idea then, Brock. Since they're on a journey anyway, why not go with them? The vest-wearing teen looked at his father in surprise. What? I can't do that, Dad. I have to stay here and run the gym and help you take care of the kids. Flint shook his head. No, you don't, son, I'm here now. It's my responsibility and mine alone to take care of my family, and that is exactly what I plan on doing now. And as for the gym, I'll work at becoming certified to replace you as soon as you leave. He looked down at his children and smiled. I have enough money that I've saved up from my rock business over the last year to take care of things until the league gets me certified. Trust me, son, I can handle this. Ash, for his part, spoke up in a carefree manner. I'd be more than happy to have you along with us, Brock, more the merrier. Right, Misty? The orange-haired girl smiled and nodded. Yeah, Brock, why don't you come along with us? The young man still seemed undecided until Forrest spoke up too. Big brother, I think you should do it. You've always taken care of us, now it's your turn to go out and make your dreams come true. Brock remained silent for a time and said nothing at all for the longest while. He postulated and considered the decision before him with deep thought and scrutiny before, finally, he looked at Ash and Misty and smiled. You know what? Sure, why not? As long as you two really don't mind, then I'd love to come along with you. Both younger trainers quickly reaffirmed their commitment to the offer with Ash grinning. Of course we don't mind. Right, Pikachu? He looked to his shoulder where Pikachu had climbed back up, and the small electric type smiled cheerfully before looking at Brock and nodding. Pikachu pie. Misty gave a small laugh. It'll be fun having someone else along. I can already tell traveling with Ash is gonna be one interesting experience. The spiky-haired teen shared in the laugh as he placed his hands on his hips. Yeah, somehow I can see that too just from our match. However, he quickly turned serious again after that light-hearted moment and looked back at his father. The intensity on his face was only matched by his voice when he opened his mouth to speak. I'll go and do this, but before I do, there are just a couple of things you should know. Flint nodded and put his daughter down before replying somberly. I'm sure there are a lot of things about me you want to say and get off your chest, so go ahead son, I'm listening. He was fully expecting a long list of complaints and maybe even an emotional speech from his son about how he had walked out on them and been gone for so long. However, his face showed his surprise when, instead of that, Brock reached into his pocket and pulled out a needle and thread, which he gave to his father. What's this? Flint began to question just before his eldest child started rattling off, rapidly, a long list of things that needed to be done for all the rest of the children. Susie always rips her dresses, so you better learn how to sew, and Timmy only eats eggs made sunny side up for breakfast with slightly burnt toast. Tommy hates red meat, so whatever you make for dinner or any other meal better have some light meat in it dash. In the midst of Brock's ramblings, Flint was jolted into action and quickly reached into his briefs pocket, where he produced a pen and pad of paper, which he always carried with him when he went looking for new rock inventory. Then, while quickly beginning to scribble down all his son was telling him, so as not to forget anything, he pleaded desperately. Slow down son, slow down. I can't write that fast. However, undeterred, and perhaps to even help his father prepare to look after 9 children of various ages, Brock kept going a mile a minute. Cindy sleepwalks, so you have to tie a bell on her wrist before bed. Billy and Tilly never want to take a bath, so you have to get them right before bedtime when they're tired. Yolanda likes to go shopping on the weekend, so you better make time, and I've caught Salvador and Forrest trying to take the child block off the computer before, so keep an eye on them. Now when it comes to the gym and the house, you need to dash. Ash and Misty both watched Brock continue to offload the list of responsibilities Flint would be inheriting while the older man sweated and wrote as fast as he could. In amusement, she looked at him and asked, "Think Flint can handle all that?" Ash shared an amused grin with her and chuckled. "I don't know, but I guess he'll find out after the first week." The two of them then turned their attention back to the scene playing out before them, and even though it was comedic, there was still a happy and cheerful undertone to be felt in the atmosphere, since a long-fractured family had finally been made whole. Whether or not Flint would rise to the occasion of taking on such massive responsibilities so that Brock could follow his dreams remained to be seen. However, by the determined and focused expression he maintained while writing down everything Brock was saying, nodding and asking questions all the while, it definitely seemed that he had enough love for his children to become whatever he needed to be. And that was more reassurance than anything else could give. Episode 4, End. So there's no information at all about this gym's Pokemon type. Ash about in disbelief, not really believing such a thing was possible. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Brock affirmed as he read over the Kanto guidebook he was currently studying. It just says his name is Leonardo and he fancies art. That's it, like you know. That sounds really dumb. Misty deadpanned. Makes this guy sound like some kind of a creepo. Maybe he is. Giselle shrugged. Remember that gym in Shadows Hollow? The people there were about as weird as you could get. Ash sighed and sat back against the rock he was using as a backrest as he looked up at the tree they were using for shade in the roadside campsite they had made the night before. Well, whoever he is, I'm sure we can handle him, right bud? The messy-haired boy looked up on the log where Pikachu was laying curled up. Won't be any match for our mad skills. Pikachu pie. The perpetually cheerful electric type chirped back with a head nod. V. Ash looked down at his lap where his newest Pokemon EV, or V, as he was now known, was curled up as well, comfortably so by the look of it, against his trainer's stomach. Chuckling, said Trainer pet the soft normal type's head. Yeah pal, I know, you too. And don't you worry, I'll make sure they get to see your crazy awesome battle skills. V laid his head back on Ash's lap again, satisfied now that he had said his piece, while the boy went back to rubbing his head again. That is if we ever make it there. Giselle fanned herself as she looked out at the sprawling desert landscape, full of nothing but rocks, sparse grass and open road for miles on end, stretching out before them. It's freaking December, almost Christmas, it shouldn't be this hot. Well, the terrain in Kanto is really varied from place to place. Brock spoke factually as he sat on his own rock. You can go from city to grassy plain, forest to mountain and desert to oceanside really quickly. It can go from looking like Christmas where we're from, to being like summer all over again way across the region. Remember, this is a big region itself. Misty then looked over at Ash. Are you sure V is ready for a gym battle? The black-haired Pallet Town trainer looked down at the resting Pokémon in his lap and reflected on the last week since leaving Susie. In that time, he had started V on a strict training regimen like his other Pokémon were on, and what he found out about the little multi-evolving EV was that he loved to train and battle. Ash had him follow a physical workout program very similar to what Pikachu did and, like the others, V wore a bodyweight suit. Not as heavy as, say, Pikachu's, obviously, but it was enough to make him work hard. Besides the physical training and contest drills Ash had V do, which Soledad had taught him and he now had all his Pokémon train in, he also had him work within his 3 evolutionary forms as well. Outside of working on his individual attacks and moves as Jolteon, Vaporeon and Flareon, Ash also had V practice on moving more gracefully in each evolved stage. Which was like getting new sea legs each time he changed into a new form. As well as training to work through the initial fuzziness that came from evolving so spontaneously. V also was drilled on cycling between his evolved forms faster, as well as training to hone his own abilities in his base state. Ash liked to work out his newest Pokémon's 3 evolutionary stages, but he also didn't want to ignore V's growth as a regular EV either. Especially since building a strong foundation from base level was paramount to gaining an all-around solid skill set. V trained a lot with Pikachu. In fact, they practiced, battled and trained so much together that the two had become very fast friends in a relatively short amount of time. It was interesting to see that V, like Pikachu, didn't necessarily care for being inside of his Pokeball, and for that reason, Ash just kept him outside of it at all times. This in turn only brought the two Pokemon even closer together. As well as all but kill their poor trainer, since ferrying 2 small Pokemon around on his shoulders at all times did get a little exhausting eventually. Oh, I know he is. Ash replied confidently after coming out from his momentary reverie. V's been training hard, I believe in him. Without a doubt. Well, speaking of. Brock stood up. If we want to reach this gym, we had better start out now. Ash and the others soon packed up their temporary campsite, and then, with V and Pikachu on a shoulder each, they set out for the site of Ash's next gym battle. XXXXXXXXXXXXXX. It looks a little like a 2-story cabin. Giselle remarked with a head tilt as she observed the log building before them with a sign reading, Pokémon Gym, in weirdly painted colors above the door. Even the league symbol had been painted purple, which they were all pretty certain wasn't an acceptable thing to do. After around 2 hours of foot travel, the nomadic group of trainers eventually found themselves standing at what could only be described as a roadside gym. Literally, roadside, right smack dab in the middle of nowhere. The gym did indeed look far more like somebody's big 2-story cabin home than a gym, but, then again, they had learned to never judge something by its appearance, so, with no other option, the 4 young people simply strode inside. As soon as they entered the inside of the cabin and looked around, all they saw was a large ground floor with a wraparound upstairs loft, of which was completely covered, from wall to wall, with paintings. Dozens of paintings. Quite literally so, the walls themselves could have been made of paintings and no one would have known otherwise. What caught their attention though was a man sitting near the center of the open area ground floor on a small wooden stool. The aforementioned individual was intently leaning into a big white canvas on an easel with a paintbrush in one hand and a tray of assorted paint colors in the other. As they watched the man's paintbrush fly across the canvas, each of them shared a look amongst the other before Ash hesitantly called out. Excuse us. Sir. No. Wait. The artist quickly snapped back in a heavily accented voice as he leaned farther into his canvas and his brush flew faster. I must concentrate. No talking. Wow, this guy is a little rude, huh? Giselle whispered to Misty, who nodded in agreement as the artist continued to slosh paint around on the canvas before stopping abruptly and then throwing his arms up. Voila! She is Dash, he kissed his fingers. Finished. Ash and the others slowly approached the man and looked around his side where they could see the white canvas covered by some kind of a multicolored, line-streaked mess of paint. In fact, all of them had a different idea of what it was as they took turns guessing. Is it a weird-looking Mismagius? Misty asked with a sweat drop. No, look closer Dash, Giselle pointed her finger and squinted as the artist himself slowly creaked an eye open in frustration. It resembles more of a green-haired man wearing a dress. A tick mark grew on the man's forehead as Brock put a hand to his chin. Nah, you're both wrong. I think it's a Nurse Joy with dyed green hair and a different outfit. The man was now visibly shaking as Ash shrugged. No way, it's a robed weirdo from one of those cults that dresses up and puts on wigs to perform crazy rituals. Enough. The skinny artist shouted as he threw his brush away and rounded on the 4 kids. Are you children blind or just stupid? Can you not see my genius at work? He gestured at the canvas. It is ZE perfect representation of a soul lost in ZE scramble for finding itself in a world that is consumed with vanity and menial achievements through ZE pursuit of empty and soulless materialization. All 4 of them tilted their heads once more at the painting before Brock snapped his fingers. Ah yeah, I see it now. It's a Gardevoir painted with long green hair and dressed in a black robe. Yeah okay, I see it too. Ash exclaimed with a happy smile while the girls both gave their own exclamations of realization. The artist in question, who had a long face, pointy nose, short black hair under a black beret and a thin, black mustache that curled upwards on the ends, found his eyes twitching as his fingers clenched. No. It is my greatest creation of all time. My true masterpiece. He gestured grandly at it. I call it Z Mona Guard. Okay. Ash shared yet another glance with his friends and then smiled nervously. It looks really good. The other 3 all tried to make it seem convincing that they too found the painting interesting, even though getting excited about a Gardevoir in a wig was rather difficult to do. Regardless though, playing to the man's ego worked wonders as he crossed his arms and looked up in a haughty fashion, paintbrush near his right shoulder. Well of course it is. I am Leonardo. The greatest artist that has ever lived. All 4 kids sweat dropped while Ash scratched his head. Right. So we came looking for the gym we heard that's around here and... The black mustached man raised a finger into the air. Ah yes of course. This is ZE Pokémon Gym that you are looking for and I am ZE Gym Leader. He looked over all 4 young trainers. Now which one wanted to take ZE challenge? Ash stepped forward. Me. Sir, I do. My name is Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town and these are Pikachu, Eevee and my friends. He informed while gesturing to the 2 Pokémon on his shoulder and the other 3. So you wish to battle me Leonardo turned to the side and smirked. Very well, I shall humor you young boy. Though I should warn you that victory will be impossible to attain. Ash looked at Pikachu and Eevee and then smirked as well. You just worry about yourself, we'll worry about us. And so, a short time later, Ash and Leonardo were facing each other down on 2 opposite ends of the ground floor where the artist did his painting. Given that Leonardo apparently didn't like referees since, according to him, he simply didn't need such artless wastes sking out the vibe from his gym and studio, the 2 of them were to battle and serve as their own judge. With the fainting of a Pokémon being the ultimate deciding factor. Now. Let me show you what true art in battle is. The beret-wearing man said as he pulled out, surprisingly, 2 Pokeballs and threw them, releasing the Pokémon within with a flourish as both a Lunatone and a Solrock appeared together. As the 2 unique-looking Pokémon appeared floating side by side, Misty called out. Hey 2 Pokémon at once is totally unfair. The man merely flipped his hand at her. Zay work ZE best together little girl, this is how Zay battle. The orange-haired girl looked like she wanted to slam a mallet over the arrogant artist's head, but Ash merely took it in stride. No worries, I'm game for that. He himself pulled out 2 Pokeballs. These two work the best together too. With that said, Ash let the ball fly from his hand, and from them came the Rattata sisters he had captured back at the hidden village. As they appeared, one wearing a pink scarf and the other a purple one to tell them apart, Ash was about to say something. Before the two of them rushed their trainer and bowled him to the ground. As he landed on his backside with the 2 Rattata cuddling themselves into his chest, Ash laughed and hugged them both tightly. I've missed you both too. Even though it's only been since this morning. He then looked down at them seriously after the initial greeting. Hey listen, you two think you can help me take down this guy's Pokemon for me? Rata. They both answered in unison before jumping off of his lap and running over to stand in the center of the room, where they glared down their levitating opponents. Ha! Please, do not make me laugh. Leonardo laughed sarcastically. We will make short work of these 2 little rodents. He then pointed and commanded. Solrock, Lunatone. Use Flare Blitz and Moonblast. Solrock's body was shrouded in flames and Lunatone's gave off a pale pink glow before they launched their attacks at the Rattata sisters. Both of you. Evasive action, quick. Ash commanded. The 2 small Pokemon listened to their beloved trainer and each one acted within perfect tandem of the other. Utilizing a combination of the extreme speed and agility that was part of their daily training regimen, the contest drills Ash had taught them all to use, as well as the moves Focus Energy and Quick Attack, which were used simultaneously, the 2 Rattata took immediate action. Just as Solrock came upon the pink-scarfed Rattata using Flare Blitz and the powerful energy from Moon Blast bore down upon the purple-scarfed one, both Rattata promptly vanished, on the spot. What? Leonardo yelled. Zat speed. It is impossible. Nothing's impossible. Ash replied back, just as the 2 female normal types appeared directly behind their respective floating opponents and smashed their heads into Lunatone and Solrock. The attack was powerful enough that it sent the twin rock/psychic type duo floating back across the length of the room with 2 grunts of pain. Impressive indeed, since normal type attacks typically were not effective against rock types. Follow that up, girls. Ash yelled. Use Pursuit and Hyper Fawn. He commanded of the purple and pink-scarfed Rattata in turn. As the 2 small Pokemon took off running at their opponents at quick speed using Quick Attack, the artist gym leader waved the brush that was in his hand through the air. I do not think so, you little bratty critic of ZE Fine Arts. Just before the Rattata duo could jump at Lunatone and Solrock and deliver their attacks, Leonardo gave the simple command of, use ZE Lunasol, counter my appealing crafters of ZE Art of Battle. At that moment, Solrock and Lunatone came together, one almost in perfect line with the other, as the former's eyes glowed blue. As soon as this happened, both Rattata became frozen in midair just as they jumped, their bodies going rigid, which showed that Solrock had just used Psychic. Then, at the same time, Lunatone's own eyes glowed in a similar fashion and sent several rings of hypnotic energy at the suspended Pokemon. No, that's hypnosis. Giselle exclaimed fearfully. At that same time, the rings of sleep-inducing energy washed over the Rattata sisters and instantly put them into a deep slumber. Aha! Leonardo yelled victoriously. Now our victory, she is nigh. Smirking, he pointed at the now fast asleep Rattata, still afloat in the air. Lunatone, Solrock. Use Stone Edge and Psyshock. Pika. V. Pikachu and Eevee cried out to their endangered teammates while Ash clenched his teeth and his friends all gasped. Separating from each other, Lunatone glowed with psychic energy while sharp spears of rocks formed and glowed around Solrock. Rattata! Ash yelled, stepping forward and throwing his fists out as the concern and fear he felt for his Pokemon boiled up in his belly like a fierce fire. Wake up! Time seemed to slow at that very moment. Just as Lunatone and Solrock launched their attacks, Ash's eyes glowed blue for just the briefest of moments. This caused a nearly invisible surge of blue aura to stream out of Ash and towards his sleeping, imperiled Pokemon. The energy moved so fast it was unseeable to everyone else, but right before the 2 attacks could strike the Rattata sisters, the surge of strange aura hit them and like an electrical shock from Pikachu, their eyes snapped open. Unfortunately, there wasn't enough time for them to evade the attacks since they were still being held by Psychic, but since they were able to see Stone Edge and Psyshock coming at them, the two Rattata were able to brace as best as they could for the hit. This proved to be their saving grace since not being unconscious and unable to prepare themselves allowed Ash's Pokémon to mentally fortify their resistance for the sake of their trainer and the battle they were fighting. Even though the pain of both attacks were great and sent them crashing to the wooden floor of the cabin with loud cries of pain, neither one of them gave into unconsciousness. This caused Leonardo to display some surprise at his opponent's durable Pokémon, and he commented on it. Perhaps ZE are not as useless in battle as I assumed earlier, but ZE results shall still be ZE same. Showing how tough they were, the female Rattata got back to their feet with scuff marks on their body, but they were ready to fight, and Ash capitalized on that front. That's what I'm talking about. Both of you use focus energy, maximum power. Rattata. They both growled in their gruff, scratchy voices while dark red energy began radiating up and off of their bodies. Soul Rock. Use ZE Fire Spin to trap Zos 2 and Lunatone, use Power Gem. Soul. Chanted Soul Rock as it spun in place like a wheel and set a spiral torrent of flames at both Rattata. And at the same time, Lunatone's eyes glowed before a bright beam of red and white fused energy shot forth at the wall of flames that had now sprung up around Ash's Pokémon. Within seconds the beam of energy shot into the ring of fire and went straight for the purple-scarfed Rattata. Though, using Quick Attack which was enhanced with focus energy, the pink-wearing one shot over towards her sister. Turning to her running sibling, the Rattata who was in danger jumped up straight into the air just as the other one did the same, only directly at her. Just before the beam of energy could hit, the two Rattata's feet came together, and as soon as they touched, they immediately pushed away from each other again. This sent both of them hurtling away from one another from the power of the push, allowing them to easily evade the blast of energy with seconds to spare. Unfortunately though, that still was the least of their concerns. Outside of the small ring of fire that was burning on floors that had been specially made to resist the flames of battle, Leonardo ordered Lunatone to use Psychic on the fire itself. As the blue field of psychic energy surrounded it and took control, the flames encasing both Rattata began slowly closing in on them with the intention of burning the two small Pokémon into SBMSN. The purplish pelted Pokémon looked all around them as the fire grew closer, and at the same time, each of them ended up getting burned by the flames that moved too closely, too quickly for them to escape. After jumping back from the enclosing ring of fire that had not only burnt them but also left both Rattata with small burns on the back of their left flanks, essentially leaving a status condition, the two sister Pokémon looked at each other and then nodded. Realizing their only chance of escape was through teamwork, Ash's Pokémon backed up until they were as close as they could comfortably get to the fire itself. Then, with a burst of speed, they took off running at each other as fast as possible. Just as they reached each other, the two front-fanged Pokémon jumped at one another and started using the other's paws like a ladder to ascend into the air. The pair basically looked as though they were running up a mirrored wall, with that mirror reflection actually being the sisters running in perfect tandem with each other. Every time their paws moved apart, they came back together in total synchronization and used this unique technique to climb themselves up into the very air itself. Within the span of a few seconds, both Rattata appeared at the top of the ring of fire to the amazement of everyone watching. Well, at least, everyone except their trainer, who cheered them on far down below. Once they were cleared of the fire below, they used the same move they had earlier. Pushing off of the other, the rodent Pokémon flew in opposite directions away from the spinning tunnel of fire just as the psychic energy controlling it finally snuffed the flames out entirely once they closed in too close together. As the fire dissipated in a cloud of orange sparkles that went scattering up into the air, but luckily not near any of Leonardo's paintings in the corners of the room, Misty and Giselle looked at them with appreciative awe while Leonardo pulled at his hair. Naya. What will it take to defeat these little rodents? A lot more than that. Ash said proudly as his two Rattata came scurrying back to his side of the field with a small limp, due to the burns they had sustained. Very well. The painter shot back. I will put an end to them forthwith. He raised his finger into the air. Lunatone, Soul Rock. Use Future Sight and Solar Beam. Luyuyun. The moon-shaped Pokémon chanted as it glowed for just a moment before it disappeared again just as quickly. Soul. The sun-shaped one also chanted as it started glowing a little yellow from the rays of sun shining in through the windows in the room. Ash knew both attacks could spell massive trouble for his Rattata, but in that same moment, he also had a strike of inspiration that it could just be the very thing they needed to turn the battle to their favor. Rattata! He called out. I want you both to use Quick Attack and then Hyper Fang on Lunatone and Solrock. Rata! They each replied back together as they took off in bursts of silvery speed and charged towards the two levitating Pokémon. Leonardo knew that his Lunatone and Solrock were not fast enough to evade Ash's quick Rattata, even in the air with levitation, so instead he merely allowed his Pokémon to take the attacks. The two Rattata soon smashed themselves into their opponents and did immediate double damage by chomping their glowing fangs down onto the rough surface that was the Sun and Moon duo's skin. What none of them knew though, especially Leonardo, was since the Rattata sisters were burned, meaning afflicted with a status condition, it had activated their special ability called Guts. Guts was an ability that increased a Pokémon's attack power greatly when they were affected by a status condition. Because of this, their attacks on Lunatone and Solrock were far more effective than usual and did far more damage. Seeing the damage it did to Leonardo's Pokémon as they hovered back with their eyes shut in pain, Ash acted on it and gave a further command while they continued to charge up energy. Rattata! Both of you use Quick Attack, repeatedly. Doing as they were told, the female Rattata started using rapid Quick Attack on their enemies, smashing into them over and over again without fail and taking full advantage that their opponents couldn't fight back. That's weird that Leonardo isn't making his Pokémon do something, Giselle said in confusion, though Brock knew why. He's just sacrificing them right now. They're gathering power and energy for two really strong attacks to take out Rattata, so Leo is just letting them take the abuse. That's awful. Misty said in disgust. No good trainer should do that. Ash, knowing time was precious, decided to ready themselves now by having his two Pokémon use Hyper Fang one last time. Viciously, the normal-type siblings ran at their opponents one more time and then jumped up, bringing their teeth down once more on Lunatone and Solrock and digging in as far as they could. Now stop and hang on to them. Ash yelled while his Pokémon bit down onto Lunatone and Solrock. Don't let go whatever you do. The two Rattata didn't disobey and used their teeth and paws to grasp onto the levitating rock-like Pokémon without giving an inch. Leonardo saw this, but he also saw that his Pokémon were finally ready to release their powerful attacks and smirked as he raised his hands. Now. Show them true art. Release your attacks, my lovelies. Solrock, glowing brightly like a small sun itself, aimed at Lunatone or, more specifically, the Rattata hanging onto its face, and launched a very powerful solar beam at its partner. It knew there was a chance Lunatone would be hurt, but Solrock also knew how Leonardo felt and that no sacrifice was too much in the name of art. At the same time, a small glint in the air above Lunatone appeared just before a massive amount of psychic energy appeared out of nowhere and went soaring towards Solrock. Lunatone's mindset was, much like Solrock's, that no sacrifice was too great for victory. This very same mentality was what Ash was hoping for though as he yelled, Rattata. SWCH yourselves around behind Lunatone and Solrock and use them as shields. No. Leonardo cried in panic as he watched his challenger's Pokémon scramble up and around the hard surface of his own Pokémon's bodies until they were now hanging off of the back of Lunatone and Solrock like rock climbers. If rock climbers used teeth and paws, that was of course. No longer in the direct line of fire, both Rattata held onto their opponents and helped keep them in place right up until the two opposing attacks verged upon them. Then, at that point, Ash suddenly yelled for them to jump away. With only seconds to spare, the Rattata sisters jumped off and away from their opponents, leaving Lunatone and Solrock right in the direct path of the others' very own attacks. Soon enough, Leonardo's Pokémon were lost in the light of their own attacks gone horribly wrong. All while the two Rattata scampered safely away back to Ash to avoid any casualty damage. As the two attacks eventually passed and faded away, Lunatone and Solrock just floated in the air for a second with battle damage very visible on their bodies. Then, like the rocks they seemed to be modeled after, each of them fell to the floor with swirls in their eyes. No. Leonardo looked up and screamed. I cannot believe Zay lost to such annoying little pests. No. Yeah. Ash cheered as both of his Pokémon came running back to him to celebrate their victory. That's the way to battle, girls. You were so awesome. As he embraced them, the disgruntled artist of a gym leader returned his defeated Pokémon with a scowl and then pulled out his last Pokeball. You might have beaten them, but you will not defeat this last Pokémon. For he is my strongest. As the ball went flying into the air, Leonardo announced its identity while the Pokémon inside of it appeared down on the floor. My partner and muse in art. Come help me paint a portrait of Victory Smeargle. As they all watched the unique Pokémon from the Johto region appear as Leonardo's final choice of the match, Brock hummed in thought. Well, this will be interesting. Smeargle doesn't know any moves except Sketch, and it allows it to permanently copy any move its opponent uses. This is going to be something, that's for sure. Ash, after seeing Smeargle, looked down at his two Rattata and asked, "You two want to keep going?" Looking back at him, they gave a firm nod and small sound off in reply before looking forward again. Smiling, he prepared for battle. Alright, let's do it then. Both of you use quick attack and pursuit. The glow of their bodies preceded the next step they took as the Rattata sisters took off in a fast charge at Smeargle while using pursuit to assure themselves a hit. However, Leonardo didn't seem concerned or even gave a command as Smeargle remained stock still until right when both Rattata were about to attack him. Then, showing an impressive amount of agility, speed and evasiveness, Smeargle simply jumped to the left in a cartwheel and cleanly avoided the pink-scarfed Rattata's attack. When the other one made to avenge her sister's lost chance and jumped at Smeargle head first, the paint-loving Pokémon jumped a little with its arms crossed. Then, right as Rattata passed under it, Smeargle used one hand to springboard itself off of her back and through the air in the opposite direction, spinning several times in the process. Rattata attempted another quick attack at Smeargle, followed by a Hyper Fang, but once more, the slippery Pokémon managed to evade her using its graceful agility and evasive technique. Attempting a tag team effort, the sisters used pursuit to close the distance between themselves and Smeargle, but the artistic Pokémon simply spun away from the first one and then dropped onto its back and kicked the second one up and over its head to evade the last attack. Man, that Smeargle is quick and agile. Ash observed as he watched it continue to evade his Rattata while they kept trying to hit it. You have no idea. Leonardo yelled out in a laugh as he threw his arms up. Now prepare to watch your precious little rodents get exterminated. He jabbed a finger forward just as Smeargle sidestepped another attack by the Rattata duo. Smeargle. Use Sketch. Smear. The unique Pokémon voiced as it jumped back and then began glowing white in color. Then, bringing its tail up and around into its hand, Smeargle began rubbing the tip of it all over its body. What's it doing? Misty asked aloud in confusion, gaining a reply from Brock soon after. It's using its special move, Sketch, which allows Smeargle to permanently copy any move for the entire battle. As it finished rubbing its tail over itself, Smeargle glowed again, this time in a silvery color, and then took off in a charging blur at one of the Rattata using quick attack. Everyone, including the Rattata sisters, were stunned to see Smeargle using such an attack all of a sudden, and it caught the purple-scarfed one by surprise, soon smashing into her head-on and sending her skidding back across the floor. The other Rattata overcame her surprise and then growled before charging Smeargle in order to avenge her sister. Unfortunately, Smeargle was simply too quick and it turned to face her, using quick attack to blur away to the side while bringing its tail up to paint over itself again. Within seconds, Leonardo's Pokémon was using what had to be pursuit, the last move the pink-scarfed Rattata used, to rapidly close the distance between them. This too caught her off guard and it cost her. With a cry, Ash's Pokémon was sent flying into the air, followed by Smeargle jumping after her with quick attack and meeting her up in the air. From there, it then spun around and smashed its head into hers, launching Rattata towards the floor and into her sister with a smashing sound. Landing on its feet, Smeargle once again used quick attack and started blurring all over the room around the two Rattata, who were trying and failing to keep track of its location. However, before Ash could think of a counter, Smeargle went on the offensive and rushed them, bashing into the rodent Pokémon over and over again from all sides without taking time to pause. In a matter of seconds, the Rattata siblings were visibly shaky and covered in bruises from where they had been hit. Ash didn't give up though and called out, "You can do this, you too. Use quick attack into Hyper Fang." On pained legs they did as told and went running at Smeargle as fast as possible with their teeth bared and glowing. Just before they could hit though, Smeargle jumped back and rubbed its tail over it again before using a combination of quick attack and pursuit to evade each Pokémon's attempted attack on it. Once it jumped clear of the last Hyper Fang, Smeargle charged the both of them using quick attack while, at the same time, its mouth started glowing in a way identical to Hyper Fang itself. Reaching the purple-scarfed Rattata first, Smeargle kicked her in the side and then brought its now elongated teeth down onto her back before head-butting her away. Then, turning around, Smeargle used its tail to slap the pink-scarfed one a few times before it again used Hyper Fang, followed by an uppercut kick to the jaw. The rapid attacks sent both Rattata up into the air and then down onto the hard wooden floor with painful-sounding smacks. And when they landed, one atop the other in a small pile, the final hits they endured proved to be too much. Seeing his Pokémon laying with swirls in their eyes, Ash smiled and returned the sibling duo before smiling at their Pokeballs. "You girls did great, now take a nice, long rest." After storing their Pokeballs away on his belt, Ash observed Smeargle intently while Leonardo just smirked in an arrogant fashion and began to gloat about his impending victory and Smeargle's invincibility. Ash lost 2 of his 3 allotted Pokémon in that last one. Brock said thoughtfully. He'll need to be careful with who he chooses next. Making his decision, Ash looked down at V and smiled. "Your time has come, V, it's now or never." V. The fluffy, small Pokémon responded enthusiastically before jumping out to battle. "Really? You're going to use that small thing to beat my Smeargle?" Leonardo said tauntingly. "Pathetic. Truly pathetic." Ash, unfazed, just narrowed his eyes and widened his stance. "Let's show them, V. Pika Pikachu." Pikachu cheered in tandem. V. The multi-evolving Pokémon chirped loudly. "Alright, let's go." Ash called out. V used quick attack and swift. His Pokémon took off in a rocket of speed, but instead of charging headlong at Smeargle, V ran in circles around the other Pokémon while firing multiple rays of yellow energy at it. Smeargle, true to its evasive nature, jumped away from the burst of energy stars and practically danced in and around each of them. And at the same time, Leonardo called out, "Use Sketch and show them how that attack should really work." Running its tail over its body quickly again, Smeargle did this while avoiding V's swift and then, jumping and spinning in the air, flipped its tail around as identical stars of energy went bursting forth down at V. Ash's Pokémon was quick to react and jumped away to avoid it, but Ash was just as quickly calling out another attack. V used Takedown. V. The small normal type cried as she charged at Smeargle and jumped at it. Although, instead of jumping away or dodging the move, Smeargle used quick attack and ran at V, the two of them smashing heads together and then getting forced apart from the force of it. Ash grit his teeth and shook his head. Just trying to hit Smeargle is never going to work. If we want to win this, then I'm going to have to mix it up a little bit. He then yelled out. V, evolve now. Jolteon. V. With a loud cry, V's body glowed and began morphing and shifting as he grew taller, bigger, and completely changed shape. When the light died down, it showed V now standing as a Jolteon in the middle of the room as he looked up and barked. Jolt. What? Leonardo questioned in shock. It evolved. At will? Impossible. No way. V is special, it's entirely possible. Ash replied back. Now use Pin Missile. Jolt. V barked again as the mane around his head glowed and then several glowing white darts of energy shot forth at Smeargle. The painting gym leader overcame his shock just long enough to command Smeargle to get away from the incoming Pin Missile. The copycat Pokémon managed to leap away in just the nick of time to avoid V's attack, but it wasn't for long since Ash shouted once more. Now use Thunder Shock. Jolt. Barking loudly, V's whole body glowed yellow before releasing a moderately sized, powerful jolt of several bursts of electricity. Smeargle was put on its toes again, though this time the strain showed as it needed to rapidly dance and hop away from each bolt of electricity that came its way. Smeargle used Sketch. Its trainer commanded, making Smeargle once more paint itself with its brush and then use the same exact attack V had just used right back at him. However, instead of moving, V stayed where he was and allowed the bolts of electrical energy to wash over him. This of course confused Leonardo, at least until Ash explained. One of these special abilities as a Jolteon is called Volt Absorb, and it makes him immune to all electric-type attacks as long as they aren't overly powerful. Starting to catch on to another strategy that might allow them to win, Ash smirked and then called out once more. V, evolve again. Flareon. The light of evolution once more shrouded the special EV, and this time it passed rather quickly, leaving a Flareon in place of Jolteon. Once again, Leonardo looked dumbfounded and Ash took advantage of it. V, use Ember. Eyes burning with the fire that now roared within his belly, V growled and then released a spiraling funnel of flames at Smeargle. Taken by surprise just like its trainer, the normal type was caught flat-footed for once and couldn't move away. Because of this, Smeargle ended up eating the attack head-on and was launched off of its feet, back across the floor and rolled a few times before coming to a halt. Standing up slowly after a few moments of recovering from the surprise attack, Smeargle shook its head and looked down at the small burn marks on its body. Looking ahead, the gym leader's Pokémon widened its eyes as it saw V running at it with his teeth on fire, showing that he was now using Fire Fang. Starting to feel a small amount of panic since his Pokémon was beginning to get outmaneuvered by the rapidly evolving EV, Leonardo fell back on the only trick they had. Use Sketch. Quickly. Use Sketch, Smeargle. By the time it finished using the move though and then called upon an Ember attack to halt V's forward progress, Smeargle had almost run out of time. Unfortunately for it though, even as Ember hit V full body, the currently fire-natured Pokémon simply ran straight through the fire and then lunged at Smeargle with teeth bared. Not only was V's attack still heading on without pause, the fire shrouding his fangs had only grown in power and heat after he was struck with Ember. Crying out in pain, Smeargle stumbled back and finally fell to the floor as V clamped his teeth down onto its shoulder and immediately left a nasty burn on the other Pokémon's skin. Smeargle, now feeling desperate, rolled away while grunting in pain from the burn, but Ash was one step ahead. V. Vaporeon. Let's go. Even as he ran at Smeargle and jumped into the air, V evolved once more until he was dropping down at his opponent as the water type, Vaporeon. Oh, I love this form so much. Misty gushed with hearts in her eyes as she watched V evolve into Vaporeon. For Leonardo and Smeargle though, whom were by now both utterly dumbfounded at what they were seeing, V's third evolution was anything but pleasant for either of them. Smeargle, in fact, had to roll away again as V launched a powerful water pulse at it, which hit the wooden floorboards with enough force to send water droplets flying. Before it could get its footing though, V was shooting a water gun at Smeargle's feet, causing the normal type to get hit in the gut with the water blast and skid back across the floor. Smeargle, use an attack. Any attack you copied. Leonardo commanded frantically. His Pokémon acquiesced by shooting multiple stars of Swift from its tail, but V countered by using water gun again to dissolve and deflect them. Immediately thereafter, the water explosion that resulted from the impact with Swift was followed by a powerful beam of multicolored, bright energy in the form of Aurora Beam zooming low across the floor. Smeargle, desperate to escape, used Quick Attack to dodge to the sharp left and barely managed to save itself. However, while it was still hovering slightly off the floor from its jump, V appeared in front of it using his own Quick Attack. Smeargle's eyes widened at the speed, and that was followed by a cry of pain as V used one more water pulse, which caught the other Pokémon square in the face and sent it flying again. Slamming into the floor hard, Smeargle managed to struggle back up to its feet slowly and once again saw V charging at it, this time feinting from side to side while using Quick Attack. Using the first copied move that came to mind, Smeargle called upon a fast thunder shock, but just when Leonardo thought his luck would turn if the effective move could hit the water type, his hopes were dashed by Ash yelling. Jolteon. Mid-run, V quickly evolved back into Jolteon, leading Thunder Shock to strike him and once more have no effect. Unfortunately for Smeargle though, that also meant it was clobbered by the evolution Pokémon, taking the full force of Quick Attack and being lifted off of its feet by extension. Now use Thunder Fang and Double Kick. Ash quickly ordered. Crackling electricity lit up around V's teeth as he sank them into Smeargle's other shoulder that hadn't yet been burned by the earlier Fire Fang. Then, right after, the EV that was now a Jolteon slammed both of his back feet, one after the other, into his enemy's gut. This time, Smeargle flew back and smashed through a blank canvas on an easel, but the onslaught wasn't over yet. V began running in circles around the other Pokémon, who struggled to try to stand up again, all while rapidly cycling between his evolved forms and using moves like Water Pulse, Pin Missile and Ember to attack Smeargle. Leonardo's Pokémon was by now barely keeping up with the rapid movement and could only hope to desperately defend itself by moving sloppily away from the attacks as best it could. All trace of grace and agility now absent. It tried to use the copied moves it had stolen throughout the match to counter V, but the quickly evolving Pokémon was too fast and accurate with his own attacks to stop. Seeing Leonardo now sweating and grimacing, Ash yelled. "Now do you see? You can copy a Pokémon's moves, but at the end of the day, only constant practice and hard work with the moves a Pokémon rightfully learns will make them truly powerful." At that very same time, V, as a Vaporeon, caught Smeargle's legs with Water Gun and caused it to flip in the air before landing with a painful thud on the ground. Then, without missing a beat, V took off at Smeargle and then, just before reaching it, reverted back to his normal state. Throwing himself body first at his opponent, V gave a loud battle cry at the same time Ash shouted, "VU's takedown." Slamming himself into Smeargle as hard as possible with all of his body weight, V sent Leo's Pokémon careening into the nearby wall, where it smacked it hard enough to leave an imprint in the wood before dropping to the floor yet again. The final attack was all Smeargle could stand because as it dropped to the floor without even attempting to catch itself, Leonardo and everyone else could easily tell it was now unconscious by the way it lay motionless and vacant-faced. "No!" The eccentric gym leader cried in horror with his hands shooting up to his head. "This cannot be. We lost. How is that even possible? V. You did it. You won your first ever battle. And a gym battle too." Ash cheered with a pumped fist in the air, Pikachu doing the same as he chirped excitedly. "Pikachu Pie." V ran back to his trainer and jumped into his arms. V. Misty, Giselle and Brock ran up to them with the former stating in an amused tone. V made pretty short work of that battle when he started cycling through his evolved forms like that. "Well yeah," Brock chuckled in amusement too as V liked Ash straight up his face, making the boy freeze up for a second with a temporarily stunned expression before laughing and hugging the small Pokémon tighter. V's ability to evolve rapidly like that would take almost anybody by surprise. It's a real advantage in battle. Ash looked over at Leonardo a few moments later and saw the artist now kneeling on the floor with a despondent look on his face as he stared at his beaten Smeargle. Wanting to do the sportsmanlike thing, the boy walked over to his opponent and smiled genuinely. "Hey Leonardo. That was a really awesome battle, your Pokémon did a great job." The beret-wearing man looked up at his victorious challenger for a short time before shooting back to his feet and laughing. "Why of course. Our artistic battle style is almost always unbeatable." He then looked back down at Ash again and, for the first time all battle, allowed a more genuine smile to cross his lips as his tone turned a tad more complimentary. "We are just not used to battling such a unique style of art so different from our own." Smeargle slowly got up after regaining consciousness as Ash looked down at it. "You know, I may not have been at this for as long as some, but something I have seen is that no one style is ever going to work for you perfectly without fail." The young trainer looked back at Leonardo and smiled. People and Pokémon are all different and they have to be treated like it going into their battles. Bending down, the artist took his muse up into his arms and closed his eyes for a time before allowing a small smirk to cross his lips as he shook his head. "I suppose I might have forgotten at some point that art is not rigid and unchanging." His eyes opened once more as he looked down at Smeargle. "Art, like life, is ever-changing and it sometimes must adapt to succeed in the creative blocks it encounters. I had become closed-minded to azure possibilities and had allowed my art to become stale and cold." Leonardo looked at Ash. "But battling you young man has given me a whole new perspective on not just battling but on my art as well. You battle with spirit and passion and that is what Pokémon battling, like life itself, should be as well." Ash nodded in agreement while the tall, lanky man reached into his left breath's pocket with his free hand that wasn't holding Smeargle and produced a small badge case out of it. Holding the case out to Ash, Leonardo opened it with the small click of a button on the front and showed him a small, shiny new badge waiting within. The badge was circular in shape and had a gray outer metal coating while the center of it was fashioned into an appealing-looking golden hue. In some respects, the badge itself looked like something that an artist would create on a canvas and then bring into physical existence. Ash, for stunning battling prowess and artistic fervor ZE likes of which I have not seen in a very long time, I present to you ZE Art Badge. Ash took the badge into his hand and looked at it with a big smile before showing it to Pikachu and V. Meanwhile, Leonardo crossed his arms and gave a small grunt of amusement. You know, if you ever make it that far, then I would recommend you visit my home region of Kalos. Ash looked back at him again while his friends became interested as well. Kalos? That's where you're from? The artist nodded. Yes. I came here years ago to aid in my artistic career, to see new sights and become inspired. And in ZE process I became a gym leader as well. However, my home region is truly a wondrous place to behold. A fond look of remembrance crossed his face. ZE forests are appealing and teeming with wild Pokémon you have never seen here before. ZE cities are expansive and gleaming with ZE marvelous splendor of man's artistic brilliance. And our oceans are clean and full of ZE most intriguing and mysterious water Pokémon you have ever seen. Misty's eyes shone. Water Pokémon? Oh, they sound so wonderful, I'd love to go to Kalos. Maybe one day. Ash said thoughtfully as he looked up at Pikachu before turning his attention to Leonardo again. Thank you for the battle again, Leonardo, I hope to see you again sometime. The foreign painter just flashed a smile at the boy and held up his thumb. Han. Oui, my young monsieur. XXXXXXXX. The next day, while stopping for a break on the side of the road down a long, desolate stretch of rocky, desert terrain that had been stretching for days seemingly, with no end, Ash and his friends were taking a small, well-deserved rest. The hero of the tale was currently sitting on a small rock with all but two of his current team around him. The Rattata sisters were sleeping comfortably on either side of his legs and Ash's first Rattata, whom was now Eradicate, was resting on his lap. Meanwhile, on his right shoulder, his second Butterfree who was once the Caterpie he had found at the hidden village, was sleeping with his wings tucked in over his face to shield it from the intense rays of the sun above. Pikachu and V were resting together under the shade of a larger rock nearby, which was also where most of Giselle, Misty, and Brock's Pokémon were as well. The two aforementioned girls were sitting back against their own rocks trying to keep cool while Brock hovered over a small pot of stew that he was making. I said it yesterday and I'll say it again. Misty breathed as she fanned herself with her hand with sweat rolling down her face. It doesn't feel like December. Well, we'll probably end up experiencing a hot Christmas where we're at in Kanto right now. Brock reiterated a point he had made earlier the previous day before Ash's gym battle. This part of Kanto is closer to the equator so people around here never really experience winter or a cold Christmas. Just please get the food ready as soon as you can so we can get moving again, Brock, Giselle whined. Waiting around like this here makes me feel like I'm in an oven. Unfortunately for her, it was almost an hour before the food was ready, they themselves and their Pokémon were fed, and the dishes put away, before they were finally on the road again. Although, as they made their way down the long road that stretched on into what seemed like an endless bowl of sand and rock, Misty was walking with a slack face and her shoulders dropped down to her belly practically. Seeing the waves of heat that radiated up from the road, she groaned miserably. It's so hot. I'd give anything to see an ocean right now. Hey. Wait a minute. Giselle put a hand over her forehead and squinted into the distance. What is that? Running this way? The others stopped and looked ahead to where she was looking and soon saw a tall figure running down the road towards them. It took a short while to recognize who or even what it was, but as the figure drew closer, Ash's eyes slowly widened as he recognized it. Wow, hey, that's a Hitmonchan. Sure enough, as the punchy fighting type got closer and they could see it clearly, it very evidently was in fact a Hitmonchan. Jogging with its gloved hands up near its face, jabbing and cross-hooking every few steps, Hitmonchan had a serious look as it approached the traveling group of Pokémon trainers. Seeing its way blocked, the fighting type simply stopped in the middle of the road and began rapidly punching and shadow boxing in place while Ash and his friends stared at it in awe. Wow, I can't believe we actually found a Hitmonchan out here of all places. Brock said in surprise while Giselle's eyes began shining. Oh, I would love to have a Hitmonchan. She quickly turned to Ash. Please, Ash. Would you please help catch it? He looked at his girlfriend and blinked as his face took on a slightly confused expression. Wait, what? She nodded rapidly at her boyfriend. Yes, please, Ash. You've captured all kinds of Pokémon already and you're really good at it, please help me. She clapped her hands together and gave him the most pitiful of eyes, making Misty roll her own and look away. Please. Seeing her face, Ash relented and chuckled. Alright, fine, I'll help. Giselle squealed happily and hugged him tightly before pulling away and grabbing a Pokeball from the side of her pink backpack. Smiling confidently, she enlarged and held the ball out in front of her. Alright, let's do this. Ash looked up at Pikachu and then pointed towards Hitmonchan. You have the best control, buddy, let's help Giselle out. Pika. Came the electric type's reply as he jumped off of Ash's shoulder just as Giselle called out her Graveler from its Pokeball. Hitmonchan looked towards the two Pokémon now staring it down and then faced them as it brought its gloves up and prepared for battle. Hitmon. Graveler use Rock Throw. Pikachu Thunderbolt. The couple commanded their Pokémon at the same time, getting the rock and electric Pokémon to release their attacks at the fighting type. As the large hunk of rock Graveler threw came hurtling at Hitmonchan, it stayed in place just until the rock was almost upon it and then jumped and rolled out of the way. Landing up in a crouched kneeling position, Hitmonchan watched the powerful bolt of electricity Pikachu created come at like a twisting serpent of thunder. Not showing any fear, Hitmonchan rolled backwards to avoid the initial bolt and then jumped back and into the air using its strong legs to avoid the straggling crackles of electricity. Graveler use Rollout. Giselle commanded as her Pokémon tucked into a roll and then went tumbling at Hitmonchan. Just as he was upon his target, however, Hitmonchan jumped up and then actually landed on top of Graveler. Then, utilizing an impressive amount of speed and agility, the fighting type jogged in place rapidly, like log rolling, while Graveler rolled in circles in one place. Suddenly jumping up into the air, Hitmonchan's right fist glowed as it used Dynamic Punch before bringing that same fist down on Graveler's rolling form. The power behind the blow was great enough that it sent Graveler out of his roll and tumbling back on his feet while Hitmonchan jumped back slightly. Immediately after, it jumped forward with arms crossed in front of it before those same arms came down onto Graveler using Cross Chop. Crying in pain, Graveler fell and rolled backwards across the road. Though that was only a prelude to what Hitmonchan was facing as Pikachu came jumping up and over Graveler while using Quick Attack to charge at the fighting Pokémon. If Pikachu's speed using Quick Attack wasn't great enough, Ash yelling for him to use Agility only caused the small electric type's quickness to increase that much more. Hitmonchan soon found itself going dizzy in the head as it watched the little yellow blur run in circles around it at speed so fast, the punchy Pokémon had no hope in following Pikachu's movements. That proved to be a great misfortune due to Pikachu suddenly slamming into Hitmonchan from behind, sending the fighting type stumbling forward with broken concentration, barely staying on its feet. But instead of stopping at the one hit, Pikachu, who was still airborne while flying past Hitmonchan, flipped his body around in mid-air and slammed his now glowing tail under the bigger Pokémon's chin. This actually lifted Hitmonchan off its feet and sent it flying up and back while Pikachu landed on his feet just for Ash to yell again. Pikachu used Quick Attack combined with Mega Punch. Pika. Chuu. The electric mouse cried out as he used Quick Attack to launch himself forward with his right fist ped back and glowing. Stop! Came the loud and sudden cry of a woman's voice just as Pikachu, unable to stop and lost to the heat of battle, slammed his little fist into Hitmonchan's face with enough surprising force behind it that the fighting type's head snapped to the side with spittle exiting its mouth. Feet leaving the ground again, the stunned fighting Pokémon was pushed back a few inches from the punch in a stumble before, weak-kneed, it fell to the road on its belly. At that very moment, and just as Giselle prepared to pull out an empty Pokeball to catch Hitmonchan, a young woman with red hair ran out in front of the downed fighting type and knelt beside of it while holding her arms out. Please no. This Hitmonchan isn't wild. She pleaded. Stopping cold, Ash and Giselle shared a confused look between them before he looked back at the red-headed teenage-looking girl. What do you mean? Who are you? I'll tell you IAGGHHNO Misty wait. Wait OWWW, no not the ear. Brock yelled in pain as Misty grabbed him hard by the ear and yanked him downward. Stopping him before he could rush the poor young woman and scare her with another failed pickup line. Ignoring the traumatizing fright she had almost endured at the hands of Pewter City's greatest pervert ever born, the redhead stood up and faced them while explaining quickly. Please, you don't understand, this is my father's Hitmonchan. Your father's? Giselle questioned back as they took in the look of the stranger. The girl had long red hair tied back into a big and tight ponytail behind her head. She was slightly tall, thin, and by the look of her body, she a lean and athletic build. She also wore tight blue running shorts and a white sports bra that looked a little wet, like she had just been working out. Nodding, the girl looked at Giselle. Yes. My name is Rebecca and this is my father Anthony's Hitmonchan. We were out here training with him but he ended up getting ahead of us when my father and I stopped to take a small break. Just then, they all heard, Rebecca, followed by a large, well-built, tall man running towards them from a short ways up the road. Within seconds the man was upon them and, like Rebecca, he too was dressed as though he had been training. The muscular man had short brown hair that was slightly poofed up at the end and he also possessed a stout, long chin. His large torso was wrapped in a white muscle shirt and on his lower body was a pair of black running briefs. Though on his feet, like Rebecca's, he wore white running shoes. Hitmonchan. He dropped down next to his Pokémon as the fighting type got up into a sitting position and rubbed its now sore jaw from where Pikachu had hit it. Rebecca, are you two okay? The father asked in a tone that was accented like he lived in a big city, though it wasn't clear where from. What happened? Don't worry Daddy, it's okay, his daughter reassured as she turned to her father and then gestured back at Ash and the others. These trainers just thought Hitmonchan was wild and tried to catch it. I managed to stop them just in time though. The man known as Anthony, as Rebecca had earlier called her father, stood up while helping Hitmonchan up as well and then looked at the group of 4 young friends. Is this true? Ash, feeling terrible, stepped forward and held his hands up. Yes it is sir and I am so sorry for that. I swear we wouldn't have tried to catch it if we had known Hitmonchan belonged to someone. Giselle nodded quickly. Yes and it was my fault anyway, I wanted to catch it and asked Ash to help me. I am so sorry. The big man just smiled instead of getting mad and waved it off. Hey, don't apologize, I understand, it was our fault for letting Hitmonchan get away from us anyway. I'm just glad no harm got done. He then became visibly curious and interested all at the same time. But I need to ask, who did that to Hitmonchan? He asked while gesturing down at his Pokémon, whom was still shaking itself off from the small walloping it had taken. Nervously, Ash held his hand up while Pikachu ran back to him. That would be me sir. Well, my Pikachu actually. Your Pikachu? Anthony repeated in shock as he looked down at the small Pokémon standing next to Ash. That little thing managed to knock down my Hitmonchan. The young trainer nodded guiltily. Yes sir. Again, I am so sorry. Anthony just put his hands to his hips and laughed. Heh. You don't gotta say you're sorry, I think that's amazing. My Hitmonchan is pretty tough so for your Pikachu to do that is nothing short of impressive. He then gestured at himself. The name's Anthony, Anthony Balzoa, and this is my daughter, Rebecca. You already met my Hitmonchan here. Ash, relieved the man wasn't upset at anything, smiled and then introduced himself and his 2 Pokémon while his friends did the same. Afterwards, Ash and Giselle both approached Hitmonchan, the former speaking first. Hitmonchan, I'm really sorry, if we would have known you had belonged to someone we never would have attacked you. Giselle nodded. Yeah, we're really sorry Hitmonchan. It was my idea, please forgive me. Even Pikachu apologized as he bowed his head. Pikachu Pika Pi. The fighting type smiled in return and nodded its head, accepting their apology as Misty asked curiously. So what are you 3 doing out here anyway if you don't mind me asking? Are you traveling trainers too? Rebecca shook her head. No, actually we're not. We were out here helping to train Hitmonchan to get him ready for the upcoming P1 Grand Prix. P1 Grand Prix? All 4 friends asked simultaneously. Anthony took over as he smiled excitedly and nodded. That's right. The P1 Grand Prix is a special tournament for fighting-type Pokémon only, hosted by Sylph Company, and only comes along once a year. Each Pokémon trainer or otherwise who enters can only use 1 Pokémon the whole tournament and it's a series of 1-on-1 ring matches that goes all the way up to the top. And the winner gets a golden belt certifying them as the P1 Grand Prix champion. Anthony revealed enthusiastically. Wow, where's it held? Misty asked. Well, usually it's held in Celadon City, Rebecca explained. But since that whole mess at the game lounge happened, they instead moved it this year to a small town not far from here. Actually, it's right on the way. And you two are doing this together? Giselle asked interestedly. Well. Rebecca began with a small smile. Not initially. It's always been a dream of Daddy's to train a Pokémon to win the P1 Grand Prix, and at first, I was really against it. He was never home and me, my siblings and mother really missed him. Anthony looked a little downcast at the reminder before Rebecca continued. But I eventually came to see that if it meant so much to Daddy, then after all he's done for us all these years, the least I could do was support him. And plus, we've had a lot of fun training Hitmonchan together. She finished with a raised finger and happy smile. That's really cool that you're doing it together, Misty complimented. It's like a father/daughter thing. Yep. Rebecca is me and Hitmonchan's support team, without her we'd be lost. That's why I call her the coach. Anthony said with a pat to his daughter's shoulder, who blushed in embarrassment and tried to divert the attention away from her. So what about all of you? Are you heading somewhere important? She asked curiously, to which each of them explained their individual goals and reasons for traveling together. They all talked for a short time after that, but soon enough, the father and daughter training duo had to get back to work drilling Hitmonchan for the fighting tournament. Once they said their respective goodbyes and took off running down the road again with Hitmonchan in between, Giselle smiled and spoke somewhat wistfully. It must be really fun to get to do something like that with your father. I wish me and my dad could be that close. She finished in more a whisper to herself than anyone else. Ash, for his part, looked thoughtful for a few moments before turning around and asking of his companions. Hey. How would you guys feel about a small detour? Small detour? Giselle asked. What do you mean? He nodded and smiled cryptically. Yeah, a small detour. Brock, check the map and see how far it is to the next town. The one Anthony and Rebecca said they're heading to. Looking confused but doing as asked regardless, Brock pulled out his map of Kanto from one of the pockets of the green vest he wore and checked it over for a few moments before replying to Ash's inquiry. About 3 days it looks like. But seriously, Ash, why do you want to know? Pulling out his Pokédex from one of the lower pockets of his backpack, Ash opened it up and then grabbed one of the Pokeballs on his side, placing it on the teleporter pad of the device while speaking over his shoulder. Because. After the ball disappeared with a press of a button, Ash smiled to himself and then turned to look at his friends again. I intend to have Primeape take part in the P1 Grand Prix. XX. 5.tie-.1. Ash grunted with sweat pouring down his brow and onto the rocky ground beneath him. Come on, Primeape. Push. Sitting under a nearby tree while wiping the sweat away from their own training, Misty shook her head. Ash and Primeape have been doing nothing but training like crazy for the last 3 days. Watching the black-haired boy and his Pokémon hop up and then jump and grab onto a large tree branch hanging above them so they could begin doing pull-ups, Giselle rubbed the top of her Marowak's head skull as he sat in her lap. Ash always does this before he participates in a big battle, why would this time be any different? Brock, who was wiping his own sweaty torso down while Zubat sat on his shoulder, watched Ash and Primeape let go of the tree branch and then square off so they could begin sparring. Well, that and this type of tournament is something they've never done before. I think they really want to make sure they're prepared. That's part of the reason why Ash wins battles like he does. The two Rattata sisters, Raticate, Pikachu and V began subbing in for Ash to fight with Primeape. Some more than one at a time, while the boy himself stood off to the side and helped coach his fighting type when he saw him doing anything that wasn't just right technique-wise. I think Primeape looks strong and fit, more than ready to take on this competition. Giselle said confidently. I guarantee he's going to do great. She then looked at Brock. Are you still considering signing Graveler up for the tournament? The squinty-eyed teen nodded. Yeah, but not really to win. I'd like to get him some more battle experience after the training we've been doing, but since this is a fighting-type tournament and no other moves that aren't physically based are allowed, I don't really foresee him getting all that far. But hey. Who knows? That's right, Misty said with a smile. Do your best and who knows how far you two could go. They then turned their attention back to watching Ash and Primeape train, but soon enough, it was time for them to hit the road again so they could make it to the town before nightfall. The journey itself only took about 2 extra hours, and when they finally arrived in the town that the P1 Grand Prix would be held within, all of them were a little surprised at how small it was. At least compared to some of the more recent towns and cities they had passed through. Making their way to the Pokémon Center that was located near the big recreational center in town that would be hosting the fighting tournament, Ash and his friends soon enough found themselves standing at Nurse Joy's desk while handing over their Pokémon for healing. Once they had turned all of them in and went over to sit in the waiting area of the center, Ash sat down and sighed to himself. It feels so good to sit on a nice chair for a change. He cracks his neck. But on the subject, this fighting tournament will be a really nice change of pace too. Yeah, usually it's just gym battles, Giselle agreed. This will be nice to break up the monotony. Speaking of which, tomorrow is the sign-ups. Brock looked at Ash. We have to make sure we're there before 8 in the morning to get ourselves signed in so we don't miss it. The younger boy nodded. Right. What I really want to do right now though is go upstairs to our room and go to bed. I'm exhausted. Misty yawned. Yeah. Me too. We've been hitting it pretty hard lately. Get a good night's rest so tomorrow we're ready for all the excitement there's sure to be. Her first friend of the 3 she had made since leaving Cerulean City gave a grunt of agreement as he got up from the table and stretched. Alright then guys, let's turn in and then get our Pokémon tomorrow. The others were all in agreement and got up from the table as well. Leaving the lobby soon afterwards and heading upstairs for a good night of rest before the upcoming day of excitement that was sure to come. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX of the town's recreational center where a line had formed for the P1 Grand Prix sign-ups. As they waited on their turn out in the hot sun, Ash looked up at the building itself and hummed to himself. It looks more like an actual indoor arena than a rec center, at least from the outside. Misty sighed and fanned herself with her hand. I just hope they have air conditioning inside because I'm sweating my butt off out here. Pikachu. The yellow mouse on Ash's shoulder suddenly chirped and then pointed as they all turned their attention to see Anthony and his daughter, Rebecca, coming up to join them in the line. Hey! The big man greeted with a smile and a wave. Didn't expect to see you four here. You kids plannin' on entering the P1 Grand Prix too? Ash nodded. Yeah, me and Brock are. He then smiled. We decided to try it out after hearing you talk about it. Ha! Anthony laughed. That's the spirit, I like it. Well now don't you two go thinking I'll be taking it easy on ya if we end up facing one another in the tournament, you got it? He finished with a wink while throwing up a thumb. Oh daddy. Rebecca scolded lightly with an amused smile before turning her attention to them. I think it's great you two are entering, the more competition here for the tournament the better. Ash looked up at V and then Pikachu on either of his shoulders before glancing back at her again. Well, I was telling my friends last night that it'll be a good change of pace to try this instead of challenging gyms all the time. And if anything, it'll warm me up for the next one I'll be going to in a few days. The small group started chatting randomly after that about different things while waiting for their turn to get inside, but while they waited, none of them were aware of the hidden trio watching them from behind a dumpster near the large rec center. Only a short distance away. As they listened to what was being said amongst Ash, his friends, and the father-slash-daughter fighting duo, Jesse, James, and Meowth lowered the special spy-issue rocket binoculars from their eyes, which also allowed them to listen in on conversations using a built-in, wireless audio enhancement function, and looked at each other. Did you hear that? James asked as he blinked and raised a finger. Those twerps are planning on entering that big fighting tournament inside. Then we must enter as well. Jessie stated as she looked at her teammate. If we can enter the tournament then we might be able to snatch a bunch of strong fighting types in the process. Yeah, but that's the problem. Meowth deadpanned. We ain't got no fightin' Pokemon to enter in the tournament. Aw, he's right. James hung his head low. We don't have any to enter. Well then. Jessie looked over at the main entrance doors to the building, where a tall man in a hat and trench coat was walking into it with a Hitmonlee at his side. We'll just have to procure our own prominent punchy Pokémon, won't we? The other two looked to where she was staring as James tilted his head. But Jessie. Hitmonlee doesn't punch. Exactly. Yes. Whatever. Not listening at all, she grabbed James and Meowth around the necks and sprung forward. Now let's go get us a champion. This is gonna end bad. Meowth said with thin eyes of knowing exasperation as she manhandled the two of them into action. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX the building some time later and saw firsthand how large it was inside. There were dozens of rows of chairs set up all over the inside of the building, and in the center of it was a large, square-shaped boxing ring. "I can't believe it, Rebecca." Anthony turned to his daughter and smiled excitedly. "We're finally here." Before she could reply though, he took her hand and started pulling her towards the ring. "Come on, let's get a closer look." Ash and his friends saw the red-haired girl smile back in amusement at them and then wave as her father pulled her away, leading Ash to look over at Brock. "We should probably go find the locker room, Brock. Remember that lady outside said the first fights don't begin for another hour." "Right." He nodded. "Let's do it." "Girls," Ash looked at Misty and Giselle. "Since only competitors are allowed back there, you two okay waiting out here for us?" They both nodded in agreement, leaving Ash and Brock to leave for the locker room while the ladies headed down ringside. Upon arriving, they saw Rebecca watching her father with a soft smile as Anthony, who was now in the ring, danced around like a professional fighter and shadow boxed against invisible opponents. "Your dad really loves fighting, doesn't he?" Misty asked with a smile as she and Giselle came to stand beside the redhead. "Yeah." She nodded. "My dad actually used to be a professional boxer and almost went pro until he met my mother and they got PRGN'd with me." Rebecca smiled sadly. "After that, he gave up his dream as a fighter and went to work in a meat packing plant providing for me, my mother and my future siblings. He never once ever complained." She then looked over at the two beside of her. "After all my dad has done for us, helping him try to make Hitmonchan a P1 champion was the least I could do. I didn't understand it at first, but my mother helped me understand that sometimes, family has to make sacrifices to be there for each other." Giselle and Misty nodded in agreement and understanding while returning their attention to Anthony sparring an invisible opponent up in the ring. Meanwhile, back in the locker room, a disguised Jesse, James, and Meowth, having snuck in from one of the back doors of the building, were watching their target walk out of the locker room and down the long tunnel hallway that lead from there, all the way back to the main fight venue. Seeing the tall, mostly concealed man walking their way with his Hitmonlee following beside him, Jessie shared a nod with her two fellow coat-covered rockets and gave the silent signal. Seeing no else coming down the hallway at the moment in either direction, they slowed their pace so they were standing nearest to a shadowy corner. Then, right as the trench coat-wearing man went to walk by them, all three rockets promptly pushed he and Hitmonlee into the corner. "Come on, James. Hold him down. Tie his legs," Jesse demanded. "I'm trying, Jesse, but eek." James was suddenly sent flying back out of the dark corner and into the far wall, soon followed by both Meowth and Jesse. As they hit the wall and then landed next to James in a heap, Jesse and the talking Pokémon beside her looked up and saw the big, shrouded man coming out of the dark corner with his Hitmonlee in tow. Reaching up, the man pulled his hat and coat off to reveal a huge, bald, muscle-bound figure of a human being beneath. The man was only wearing a blue tank top and matching sweatpants with fighting shoes on his feet. Looking down at the three rockets that were now cowering before his size, the man cracked his knuckles and scowled at them. Hitmonlee, meanwhile, brushed some loose rope off its shoulders that they had tried to tie it up with and came to stand beside the bald man. "You lowlives trying to steal my Hitmonlee from me? I'll make you pay for that." Hitmonlee crossed its arms and looked down at them while Jesse, James, and Meowth all held their hands up and tried to plead for mercy. No. Please, sir. Please. Why, you have the wrong idea, we dash." That was as far as they got as, seconds later, the hall was filled with the sounds of raining fists and brutal kicks before, eventually and with a well-placed mega kick, Jesse and the other two were sent hurtling through the ceiling high above. As they took yet another trip through the sky, now covered in bruises and welts, Meowth sighed and gave Jessie the stink eye. I told ya it was a bad idea, ya nimrods. Oh, shut up. Jessie snapped back. It was James' fault for not tying them up right. Me? James shouted back. I was the one who got clobbered in the face first with a kick to the nose. As his two human partners argued amongst themselves, Meowth crossed his arms and sighed again just before they disappeared into the atmosphere. I really need to get new teammates. Ladies and gentlemen. Are you ready to rumble? The crowd-packed rec center cheered loudly as the gray-haired, black-suited announcer's loud declaration through the microphone. The first fights will be starting soon, Giselle said as she, Misty and Rebecca sat in the ringside seats they had taken for themselves. I wonder if Ash, Brock or Anthony will be up first. It's hard to say, the redhead answered. There were a lot of competitors here today, so any of them could be up first. As the announcer read out the name of the first two trainers and their Pokémon who would be fighting first, which wasn't either of the three they were hoping to see, Misty sat back and sighed. This is probably going to take a while. Meanwhile, down in the locker room, Ash, Brock and Anthony were in the middle of warming up with their respective Pokémon. Something that most of the contestants were all doing in their own parts of the large locker area. While Anthony worked Hitmonchan on some Shadow Mitts and Brock had Graveler doing quick feats, Ash and Primeape were alternating between jumping Shadow Rope and lightly sparring together. Seeing the first fight come up on the TV suspended above the locker room door, which was between a Hitmontop and a Tyrogue. Everyone kept at least one eye on the fight to help keep themselves revved up and ready to go on for their own fights. That Tyrogue is pretty quick, Brock commented as he walked up to stand next to Anthony, who had stopped working Hitmonchan to watch. Yeah, and Hitmontop has got some pretty brutal kicks, Ash joined in while he and Primeape watched from near one of the long benches. Yeah, but Tyrogue has a weak spot, Anthony observed. See the way it pivots to its right side every time it throws a right cross jab. That shows a prior injury, probably in the ankle from the way it's moving. Wow, you know a lot about fights. Ash said in an impressed tone, which made Anthony look back at him and smile. That's because I used to be a professional fighter myself. Really? Ash and Brock replied together in shock. Yeah. He nodded. I was gonna go big time, but then I met Rebecca's mother, fell in love, and then. You know, life happened. That's why I'm here with Hitmonchan Dash. He placed a hand on his Pokemon's shoulder. So at least one of us can become a champ. Ash and Brock both shared a look and a smile before nodding. That's a really great goal, Anthony. The former complimented, followed by Brock looking down at Graveler and laughing. You and me might need a better reason to be in this thing and win if we want to have a hope in standing a chance against people like Anthony. Grav. The big rock type called back while flexing its four hands into fists and nodding confidently. After several minutes passed and 3 rounds of 10 went by, the preparing contestant saw Tyrogue knock Hitmontop out with a hard uppercut after high jump evading a low spin kick from the other Pokemon. After that, several more first fights passed by. Some centering around reasonably skilled opponents, some that were absolutely one-sided and others still that were nothing short of embarrassingly amateurish. Finally, after what seemed like forever, the TV in the locker room showed the image of Ash on it with the picture of another man dressed in a karate gi across from him. Alright Ash, good luck. Brock wished his friend with a pat to his back. Yeah, and whatever happens always remember. Anthony held his arms up and smiled. Keep your guard up. The boy smiled at both of them and nodded gratefully before looking at Primeape and nodding. You ready, pal? Primeape. He raised his fists in the air and beat on his chest. Alright, let's go. Ash looked at Pikachu and V on the bench. Come on guys, we've got a fight to get to. With his smaller Pokemon soon taking their places on each of his shoulders, Ash walked out of the locker room with Primeape and down the long tunnel that led to the fighting ring. Before they finally stepped into the open and out of the tunnel a short time later, the two of them stopped and waited as the announcer in the ring read out the cue cards he held in his hand. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This first opponent comes all the way from Goldenrod City in the Johto region. He has competed with his Pokemon in several fighting competitions and their record in the circuit stands at 15 wins, with 5 losses. Please give a big welcome to the karate kicking expert and his powerhouse of a Pokémon. Ladies and gentlemen. Dan and Maka. The lights in the building focused on the other tunnel on the far side of the arena where a brown-haired man in a karate gi with a huge, muscular Macamp was coming out towards the ring. Neither of them making any overt, unnecessary fanfare. As they entered the ring to the crowd's cheers, Ash breathed slowly to calm his nerves and then smiled down at Primeape as the announcer called out again. This next fighter is competing in his first ever ring fighting tournament of any kind. He is a young man who comes from a small place known as Pallet Town, right here in our very own backyard region. This young man is an official Pokemon trainer competing in the Indigo League gym circuit, and he's probably the youngest contestant we have ever had. Please put your hands together for new contenders. Ash and Primeape. The crowd cheered again, giving Ash and Primeape their cue to run out of the tunnel and start making their way down the long path to the fighting ring. As the lights of the house shone upon their faces and people gathered on either side of the pathway to the ring cheered and waved them on, Ash and Primeape stayed focused and kept a steady jog going all the way to the ring. As soon as they had arrived and stepped up onto the platform, Ash stopped and hugged Primeape tightly before he could step into the ring. I love you, Primeape. I know you're going to do a great job and make me proud. The sensitive fighting type looked at Ash with teary eyes for a minute before snapping back into focus and nodding. Prime. Afterwards, Ash held the ropes open for his Pokemon and allowed him to slip in first before he followed suit. As they made their way to the center of the ring to square off with their opponents, the announcer walked in circles while speaking through his microphone again. This fight will be 10 5-minute rounds. The winner will be decided either by full knockout, TKO or scorecard by our 3 judges. He pointed to the side of the ring where the lights shone on 3 judges sitting at a table where the bell was at. There will be no substitutions, no use of illegal supplements or weapons in this fight, and there will be no interference by a trainer in the ring. If a trainer steps foot in the ring before the bell sounds, then it will be considered an automatic disqualification. The announcer then gestured to a white and black striped shirt man stepping into the ring and walking over. I now introduce to you referee Paulie Piñata. As the middle-aged, overweight and slightly balding gray-haired man walked up to Ash and Dan, he coughed into his hand and then spoke in a gruff voice that had to have belonged to a cigarette or cigar smoker. Alright, you two, listen up. This is gonna be a fair fight. No biting, no special energy-based moves, and no items that can be used as weapons. And no healing items can be used at any point in the match, got it? Ash and the other man nodded before Paulie looked down and saw the black belt wrapped around Primeape's waist. Hey! He pointed. That do anything special? Ash shook his head. No sir, it's just a trophy to commemorate an earlier victory. The ill-tempered older man just nodded his head from side to side before shaking his hands. Whatever then, I don't care. Now you listen for the bell, and when it goes off, you head to your corner. And if at any point I stop the match, you better darn well stop fighting, got it? They nodded again as the referee backed away after saying, now shake hands and get into your corners. Stepping forward, Ash shook the grown man's hand while looking up at him and smiling. Good luck, sir. The GI-wearing man nodded back. You too, kid, good luck. Primeape and Macamp stared each other down before hitting fists together, for Macamp more than once, and then going back to their corners. As Ash slipped under the ropes and got into position outside of the ring to coach Primeape, the furry fighting type bounced in place while keeping his shoulders loose. Alright Primeape, you got this, bud. Fight safe and fight smart. Remember what me and our teachers back at Professor Oak's taught the both of us, and you'll be good. Prime. The energized fighting type slammed his fists together and nodded. Pika Pi Pikachu. Pikachu cheered him on from beside Ash up on the very corner of the ring. The multi-evolution-based little Pokemon chirped as well from beside of Pikachu. Come on Primeape, you can do it. Yeah Primeape, fight hard. Ash and Primeape, you can win. They all looked back and saw Misty, Giselle and Rebecca cheering them on from their ringside seats and took a moment to wave before focusing on the fight at hand again. Finally, with Primeape and Macamp looking focused in their corners, the bell rung and they stepped out, ready to go. Macamp, for its part, circled Primeape slowly while the pig-monkey Pokemon did the same thing, each one sizing the other up before attacking. Finally, Machamp stepped forward and delivered several lightning-fast jabs at Primeape, making the smaller Pokémon hold his guards up and jump lightly on his feet to avoid the blows. However, Machamp kept pressing forward and used its size to the advantage. This was done by the muscular fighter throwing several quick jabs and crosshooks at Primeape, making good use of all four of its arms with every blow. Primeape, obviously being far lighter on his feet, was able to hop around the ring and avoid the blows while occasionally needing to throw up his guards to block a wayward punch. Unfortunately, Machamp's much large size made it a daunting task for Primeape to attempt to get in and deliver any kind of punches or attacks of his own. Not only that, but since Machamp kept pressing forward in a straight-ahead advantage while using the long reach of its arms to continuously throw several fast punches from one of its four arms, Primeape simply wasn't presented any kind of opening. "Come on Primeape, focus!" Ash yelled. "Take your time and be patient, only take a hit when you get an open target." At that point, Dan yelled out. "Now Machamp, speed it up." With those words, Machamp started moving his feet faster towards Primeape while the punches came even quicker. Once more, Primeape was forced to dance around the ring to avoid them, but this time, his opponent showed that it had its own impressive footwork abilities. For every step in every direction that Primeape would take, Machamp would quickly step that way too and follow it up by throwing several rapid, fast punches, over and over again. This tactic seriously limited down on Primeape's ability to freely move around the ring, and that proved to be very bad indeed. Eventually, pressing ahead in a strong dart forward, Machamp broke Primeape's momentum entirely and started throwing dozens of rapid punches at the smaller Pokémon. With nowhere to go, Primeape held his guards up tightly to his face and tried to weather the storm and block everything he could, but, eventually, he began eating some of them. Machamp worked its fists in patterns. Up and down, side to side and straight ahead at Primeape's body. When he would try to slip to the left or turn around, Machamp would sting his side or gut with a hard punch. Seeing his Pokémon getting backed into the corner of the ring as he tried desperately to defend himself, Ash watched Primeape begin to get brutally pummeled by Machamp's four fists as his guard gradually broke. "Primeape! Primeape, keep your guards up and try to slip out of there!" Ash yelled, but Primeape could simply not get away. The punishment rained down for what seemed like forever until, thankfully, the bell rung. As Machamp hurried back to its corner, Primeape limped over to his and then sat down on a stool that Ash placed under him while his trainer got in the ring with him. "Okay Primeape, listen, Machamp is a lot bigger than you and has a much longer reach. It's using that to box you in and then just rain down abuse on you once you're back in the corner. You can't let that happen or you're just going to get pulverized, alright? You're smaller, more agile and quicker. Use that to your advantage and outmaneuver it." Primeape nodded and then opened his one squinted eye before grunting his name and then running back out into the ring once the bell rung a few seconds later. Immediately, Machamp went barreling in towards Primeape with fists flying, much faster than at the start of the first round. Getting backed into the corner quite quickly again, Primeape put his guards up and had to once more begin fending off an onslaught, but Ash yelled loud enough for him to hear. "Primeape, get away. Remember. You're faster. You're more agile. Machamp, finish it." Dan commanded loudly. "Do it." Just as Machamp stepped back and then prepared to step forward and throw another fierce punch into Primeape's gut, the fur-covered fighting type opened his eyes and narrowed them before tensing his leg muscles up and then jumping. Machamp's punch ended up slamming right into the corner post of the ring as Primeape jumped over its head. Then, with a glowing foot, Primeape smashed it down into the back of Machamp's head hard enough to bend it forward like a hinge. Not stopping there though, Primeape then used low kick to follow up the mega kick and swept Machamp's legs out from under it from behind. As it went airborne and then slammed into the ground, Machamp gasped in pain while Primeape hopped back and bounced on his feet. "Yeah Primeape!" Ash cheered. "Just like that. Get up Machamp!" Dan yelled. "Get up and fight!" Getting to its feet, the four-armed Pokémon grunted angrily and then rushed Primeape while punching quickly again. Ash's Pokémon was ready for it this time though, and instead of running away, Primeape just jumped into the air, using one of Machamp's arms as a springboard. Landing behind Machamp, Primeape surged forward and started throwing dozens of fast, rapid jabs into the other Pokémon's back and sides. Machamp turned around with a wincing grimace and swiped at Primeape again, use a dynamic punch, but the other, more agile fighting type slipped around under it and then pounded the inside of Machamp's right thigh with 4 bruising WHP kicks. Stumbling back a pace or two with a noticeable limp, Machamp was put on its heels as Primeape rushed in and started wailing its hard stomach with Mega Punch after Mega Punch. Eyes popping out and spittle flying from its mouth on every punch, Machamp stumbled back a few more paces while Primeape followed it and kept hammering its torso with punch after punch. No, Machamp. No. Get out of there. Get away. Fight back. Dan ordered desperately. But Primeape now had Machamp's number and he was making the other Pokémon pay for it. Machamp had great power and good footwork, but its agility and dexterity left a definite something to be desired. Moving all around its sides and jumping over his opponent's head like the primate he was, Primeape continued moving in and then retreating back quickly while delivering punishing blows to Machamp's hard body. Finally, with one well-placed Mega Punch to the gut and a sky uppercut to the jaw, Primeape sent Machamp flying high into the air and then back to the ground with a harsh thud. Right as the bell rang and signaled the end of round 2. However, Machamp was now laying out cold on the mat, eyes unfocused and arms splayed out to the sides limply. Running out, the referee held Primeape's arm up while the announcer shouted, "And that is it. At the ring of the bell, Machamp is down for the count. Primeape is the winner." Yes. Ash cheered as he jumped into the ring with Pikachu and V and ran over to embrace Primeape. "You did it, buddy. You won. I'm so proud of you. Primeape. The pig monkey Pokémon responded happily back to Ash while the crowd cheered. A despondent Dan also ran out to his fallen Pokémon. Misty, Giselle and Rebecca all cheered for Primeape. A few minutes later, after exiting the ring and heading back down into the locker room with Primeape in tow, Ash was confronted by Brock and Anthony immediately upon arrival. "Great job, Ash," Brock complimented. "Primeape did awesome in that fight." "I'll say." Anthony nodded. "You managed to help Primeape find that Machamp's weakness and then used your Pokémon's own strengths to overcome your opponent's weaknesses. Now that's a fighter." Ash smiled proudly at Primeape and patted his Pokémon's shoulder while a Nurse Joy, the local town one apparently, hurried up to them with a Chansey in tow and smiled. "Hello. I don't mean to interrupt, but it's mine and Chansey's job to look after and patch up each Pokémon after a fight, so if you don't mind, I'll look at Primeape for you." Ash nodded. "Yes please, Nurse Joy." She then had Primeape sit down on the bench and looked him over before looking at Chansey and asking, "Chansey, please use Heal Pulse on Primeape." Chansey. The sweet-natured Pokémon began chanting as she held her hands out in front of Primeape and began channeling healing green energy into the fighting type, soon effectively healing him of the damage he had sustained in the fight. Ash smiled thankfully at Nurse Joy as Chansey finished and bowed his head. "Thank you, Nurse Joy, and you as well, Chansey." Joy then walked over to a small cart she had rolled into the locker room and took 3 sets of towels and water bottles which she handed to Brock, Ash and Anthony. Or at least, Anthony took the water but not the towel since he already carried a red one around with him on his shoulder. "Here. I've been giving these out to all the contestants in the tournament," Joy informed while giving a starry-eyed Brock his and then stepped back and smiled sweetly at all of them. "You can't dehydrate and everyone likes to wipe the sweat away." They all thanked her for her kindness before Ash tapped Brock's shoulder and pointed up at the TV. As he turned and looked, Brock saw his name and picture now lit up on the screen next to the picture of a bearded man named Ted. "Okay, looks like it's time." He looked at Graveler. "You ready?" The rock-type nodded and then Ash placed a hand on his friend's shoulder. "You got this, Brock." The former pewter gym leader smiled and nodded while Anthony gave him a thumbs up for good luck. Afterwards, he left the locker room with Graveler to get to the ring. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX through his mic a short time after announcing Brock's opponent, a big bearded man named Ted who worked as a lumberjack and was entering the P1 for the first time with his powerful-looking Agron. He is new as well to the P1 Grand Prix fighting circuit and used to be one of our very own gym leaders, right here in Kanto from Pewter City. Ladies and gentlemen, I give to you Brock Stone and his Gravelevelair. The crowd cheered wildly while Brock and Graveler ran out to the ring. Though, as they made their way there, Giselle leaned over and whispered to Misty. Hey, why didn't Ash give his last name when he was up? Probably because of the whole Team Rocket thing, I don't know. The announcer did say he was from Pallet Town though. Misty shrugged. He was probably just being extra cautious. The orange-haired girl then looked over at Rebecca and asked. Hey Rebecca, I've noticed something. Why didn't they weigh in the contestants before the fights and then announce the weights, reaches, height and stuff of the Pokémon before every fight like they do in human fighting? Well, that's because Pokémon ring fighting is so different from what people do, Rebecca explained. In human fighting, people only have so much strength and they don't possess special abilities. Pokémon on the other hand can't be judged by their size or weight to know who they might be best to pair up with in a fight class. Not to mention, some Pokémon have special traits that can help them overcome something like a height or weight difference. It just wouldn't make sense. Misty and Giselle both nodded in understanding as Brock got in the ring with Graveler and then went to square off with their opponent. After the announcer and temperamental referee finished doing their thing, the fighters went to their corners and didn't come out again until the bell rung. You got this, Graveler. Brock cheered once it did ring. Seconds later and the rock type went into action. Unfortunately for the two of them, they had no idea just how aggressive their opponent really was. Aegrogrun. The powerful and huge steel type took off in a rampant charge at Graveler, closing the distance of the small ring in a matter of seconds and grabbing hold of the rock type. Lifting it high, Agron roared and then tossed Graveler into the ropes, ping a fist back as Brock's Pokémon was catapulted back toward it thanks to the flexible ring boundary. Smashing said fist into Graveler's face, which sent him falling back into the far opposite corner with a cry of pain. Agron converged on its opponent once again and, for a second time, picked Graveler up. Rearing back, Agron smashed the rock Pokémon into the ring and then dropped a nasty elbow down onto the smaller fighter with enough force to make Graveler cry out in pain. Standing up again, Agron kicked Graveler toward the ropes on the far side of the ring, and as soon as he hit them and came rolling back, stunned, the foul-tempered Pokémon smashed yet another fist into Graveler's hard, rocky body. Brock watched in desperation as his Pokémon was turned into a pinball and got continuously clobbered all around the ring. Each time hitting the ropes only to rebound back into one of Agron's fists. Having lost total control of the fight at that point, Brock was at a loss for words, and that hopelessness lasted the whole fight until, finally, as the first round mercifully came to a close, he was jumping into the ring to tend to his badly battered Pokémon. Graveler. Are you okay? Looking at his trainer through a squinted eye, Graveler breathed. Grav. Look. Brock glanced back at Agron, who was being confidently tended to by its own trainer. That Pokémon is insanely strong, way more than you are. You have to use speed and hit where Agron isn't expecting it, okay? Graveler nodded and then slowly stood back up just as the bell rung, signaling the start of the second round. Which was signaled by a scantily dressed young woman walking around the ring holding up a ring card, whom Brock desperately avoided looking at for the sake of his Pokémon. Hearing Misty, Giselle and Rebecca cheering Graveler on from their seats, Brock hopped out of the ring and silently prayed for the best. Like at the start of the first round, Agron roared and charged Graveler again, but this time, Brock was quick to act and was sweating while he did so. Graveler used rollout to get away now. The rock type quickly tucked in and took off rolling across the ring to avoid the steel type's charge. Turning around, Agron charged at Graveler again while roaring angrily. However, Brock's Pokémon kept rolling away and made a wide, curving arc to avoid his opponent's lunging grab. Come on Agron, catch that big pebble already and slam it. The Hoenn Pokémon's trainer shouted. Agron kept running after Graveler and attempted to catch him, but Brock's Pokémon had become far too fast by that point. On and on. Graveler rolled around the ring while avoiding Agron's constant attempts to grab, charge down and stomp on him. Eventually, Graveler spun around and zoomed towards Agron, and then, just before reaching it, the rock type launched itself up off the ring mat and up into the air above the steel type's head. Agron looked up, but just as it did so, Graveler unfurled itself and slammed a powerful fist straight down into his opponent's face. Agron growled in pain and stumbled as Graveler landed back on the ground, immediately tucking into a roll again and then slamming himself straight up into the larger Pokémon's gut. Agron stumbled back several paces but quickly righted itself as it roared and then charged at Graveler again. Graveler, wait for it. Brock yelled as Agron got closer. Wait for it. It kept getting nearer and nearer, leading the team to start sweating anxiously. Wait. Wait. Then, just as Agron was upon Graveler, Brock yelled. Now. Roll between its legs. Tucking up into a tight ball again, Graveler used rollout to roll quickly underneath of Agron's legs and then spun around while the big Pokémon was standing confused. Hearing Brock command him to slam himself into Agron from behind, he did so. Without breaking speed, Graveler jumped and smashed his rocky body into the steel type's back with enough force to send it stumbling forward. Then, rolling around to the side, Graveler once more slammed himself into Agron from the side, this time sending his opponent stumbling to the right. Graveler simply repeated this pattern over and again. Rolling around quickly to each side of Agron's body and then slamming himself into it from several different angles. Finally, as Agron stumbled backwaters after taking several heavy hits to the body, Graveler rolled himself into the ropes of the ring and then slung himself straight at the steel type and directly into its face. Groaning and roaring, simultaneously, in pain, Agron was actually lifted from its feet and flew back across the ring before landing heavily near the ropes and going still. The referee quickly came out and got to the ground and began tapping his hand to the mat as he counted aloud. Once he managed to get to 10 though, it was all over and the bell rung, making the crowd erupted into cheers as he went over to grab one of Graveler's arms and announce him the winner. Brock shouted in joy and ran out to embrace his Pokémon while Misty, Giselle and Rebecca cheered and clapped from their seats. Standing up afterwards, Brock held Graveler's right upper arm into the air and allowed his Pokémon to bask in the crowd's cheers while he, himself, laughed happily and pumped his fist into the air. All this happened while Agron's trainer despondently returned his Pokémon and then walked quietly out of the ring. Once they returned to the locker room a short time later, Brock was greeted by an ecstatic-looking Ash. "Man, that was so awesome, Brock. You and Graveler were an incredible team together." "Yeah, Brock, not too shabby," Anthony praised. "You both fought hard, you should be proud of yourselves." Brock smiled modestly, much like Ash had earlier. "Thanks, but that was a hard fight and I expect it to get harder with each passing round." Before they could talk anymore, Anthony's picture and name suddenly appeared on the TV screen above the door, right beside one of a red-haired man wearing a red shirt. "Hey now. Looks like we're up Hitmonchan." The muscular former fighter turned and smiled at his fighting type. "You ready, old friend?" "Hit. Mon." He called back with a head nod while Ash and Brock both wished the two of them well. "You got this, Anthony, stay focused. Yeah, go out and show them what you're made of." Anthony took a deep breath and just flashed a thumbs up before walking out of the locker room with Hitmonchan in tow. In what seemed like only the blink of an eye, but was really almost 10 minutes later, Anthony and Hitmonchan were standing in the ring facing down their opponents across from them. And what an opponent it was too, since Anthony's red-headed foe was battling with a big, tough-looking Hariyama. Having waited to introduce the fighters until they actually got into the ring this time, most likely to save on time, the announcer finished introducing the red-haired man, named Chuck, and then pointed at Anthony. "And in this corner, coming all the way from Saffron City, I give you a man who once almost went pro in the Kanto professional boxers circuit and has years of fighting experience under his belt. Please give it up for boxing veteran Anthony Balzoa and his Hitmonchan." Trainer and Pokémon both turned and stuck their fists up to the cheering crowd while Rebecca stood up and yelled, "Yeah, Dad. Come on, you two can do it." Hearing his daughter, Anthony gave her a wave and a big smile before going out to the center of the ring with Hitmonchan to have the rules of the fight explained to them. Within the span of barely a minute though, the two trainers were standing back outside of the ring as their Pokémon stared each other down while standing in their opposite sides of the ring. As the bell rung, Hariyama took everyone by surprise at the sheer speed it showed. Charging Hitmonchan while rapidly beating its hands out in front of it like karate chops, Hariyama lunged forward and then slammed its palms down into the ring, right where Hitmonchan had been standing. Showing impressive speed however, the boxing Pokémon jumped to the left with a strong spring off his legs to avoid the incoming attack. Then, lunging forward, Hitmonchan delivered a series of fast jabs into Hariyama's side. Amazingly enough though, the larger Pokémon just turned and looked down at the smaller fighting type before smirking and then slamming its right hand into Hitmonchan's face. The blow was hard enough that it sent him skidding back a few feet, but Anthony was yelling up to him at the same time. "That's alright, Hitmonchan, come on. Just shake that one off, shake it off." Doing as told, the punchy Pokémon slammed his gloved hands together and then slowly began circling Hariyama. Hariyama crushed that little bug into the ground. Its trainer yelled. "Come on, do it." Hariyama rushed Hitmonchan once more and began delivering multiple rapid punches at its opponent without giving an inch. Luckily, Hitmonchan was fast on his feet and was able to continuously dodge, duck and weave under every heavy blow to avoid having his bell rung badly. Obviously well trained in the art of boxing, Hitmonchan kept dodging and weaving under and around each punch, every blow, while occasionally snapping a hard punch into the bigger Pokémon's side and gut as a counter. At the same time, Hariyama would occasionally catch Hitmonchan off guard and throw a hard open palm strike into the other fighting type's gut, sides, or face. However, Hitmonchan was not only well trained but also hardy, and even after receiving a few hard blows, he would simply shake himself off and then jump back into the fight. This was a trend that both Pokémon followed for the next 3 consecutive rounds. Each one trading blows occasionally, melons for tat, all while trying to get the better of the other. Eventually though, right in the middle of the 4th round, Hariyama's trainer suddenly changed the fight altogether by yelling, "Hariyama! Sweep the legs! Sweep!" Showing amazing agility and dexterity for such a large Pokémon, Hariyama suddenly dropped down and swept one of its legs out and around in a fast circle. This caught Hitmonchan by surprise and caused Anthony's Pokémon to get knocked off his feet as he began falling backwards. At the same time, Hariyama stepped forward and bent down, taking advantage of the situation by grabbing Hitmonchan in a tight hold and then standing up. With the punchy Pokémon held tightly in its grasp, Hariyama then flexed its muscles before beginning to squeeze Hitmonchan as tightly as it could. The strategy obviously being to choke the smaller Pokémon out by suffocating him completely. The crowd was on edge and watching in rapt attention as Hariyama squeezed Hitmonchan tightly, whom was beginning to gasp and groan in pain as he felt the intense pressure bearing down on him. Misty, Giselle and Rebecca all looked extremely worried and began to cheer in support for Hitmonchan, but Anthony, feeling desperate as he watched his Pokémon struggle, finally had a shot of inspiration as he blinked once, twice, before snapping into action. "Hey Hitmonchan! Use a backwards headbutt." The struggling Pokémon cracked an eye open and, fighting to do as his trainer commanded, mustered up his energy and focus before leaning his head forward, then snapping it back hard. The force of the head snap was great enough that when it impacted with Hariyama's face, the larger Pokémon loosened its grip on Hitmonchan while stumbling back. Landing down on his feet and gasping for air, Hitmonchan jumped 2 paces away and turned around to look at the now dazed Hoenn Pokémon. "Hitmonchan!" Anthony yelled. "Follow through. Follow it up. Go." Eyes narrowing intently, Hitmonchan nodded and then jumped forward, right into Hariyama's center with guards firmly up. Then, like a jackhammer slamming its way into the ground, Hitmonchan began throwing multiple hard, fast and accurate punch combinations straight into the larger Pokémon's gut and sides. The already stunned Hariyama was unable to defend itself, and this led to it eating each and every hard blow until, soon enough, the pain had it beginning to bend over. Seeing the time was right as Hariyama started to stoop, Anthony called out. "Now Hitmonchan! Use SKYYYY uppercut." Right from where he was, Hitmonchan shifted his weight down onto his back heel, turned his body and then rocketed himself up while bringing his right hand up in a fast, powerful uppercut. Catching Hariyama under the chin and lifting it off of its feet by extension, Hitmonchan followed through completely. Even as his opponent actually went up into the air, across the ring a few feet and then landed, with a loud thud, straight on the mat. The referee hurried after seeing Hariyama not moving to get back up and then got onto the ground before beginning to count. Hitmonchan stood ready while Anthony and the 3 girls spectating watched anxiously as the ref counted. Though, at long last, when 10 finally arrived and Hariyama still didn't move to get up, the referee ran over and lifted up Hitmonchan's fist as the announcer declared him the winner, and the entire place erupted into applause. Running out to embrace his Pokémon and congratulate him, Anthony then turned and waved to the crowd with Hitmonchan while the community center continued to cheer and applaud. Although, none were nearly as loud, nor as proud, as Rebecca, who stood cheering and clapping loudest of all for her father. A short few minutes later, Anthony and Hitmonchan were walking back into the locker room where Ash and Brock were immediately upon them and congratulating the pair on their victory. While Hitmonchan began getting looked over and healed up by Nurse Joyce Chansey, Ash and the other two men sat and talked about Anthony's recent fight while a few others fighters were called out to the ring, one after the other. Before any of them knew it though, Ash's picture appeared up on the TV screen again, this time next to the picture of a young man with green hair. "Yo Ash, I think you and Primeape are up again." Anthony pointed. Standing up, the boy looked over at his Pokémon, who was stretching and already preparing himself, and smiled. "You ready for another fight, Primeape?" Primeape ape," he replied back while shoving his fists into the air and nodding. After getting wished luck by Anthony and Brock, Ash and Primeape made their way out of the locker room and back to the ring again. Unlike the first time, which was a new experience for both of them, they found themselves standing in the ring, opposite their opponents, and ready to fight in much less time than it took before. However, as soon as they saw who Primeape would be fighting, both of them had their eyes slightly widening in surprise. "Wow! That's a twist of fate." Ash began quietly. "Another Primeape." Sure enough, Primeape's opponent was none other than another Primeape. Unlike Ash's though, the Primeape they were staring down looked far less controlled and calm than the one wearing the black belt from the Saffron Fighting Dojo. The new Primeape was beating its fists together and slamming them into the mat. Jumping into the air and waving its arms around while bellowing in what could only be obvious anger and fury. Not only that but the other Primeape's fur didn't look well kept and its eyes showed nothing but rage. Knowing what a Primeape could become if its temper wasn't properly toned down and controlled, Ash narrowed his eyes and thought to himself. This Primeape isn't very well trained. It has no control over its temper obviously, so that means its form will be really bad. On the flip side though, it also means that its hits will be a lot harder and more explosive. Like a raging tauros. Primeape, he spoke to his own pig-monkey Pokémon, whom appeared the picture of Serenity next to his volatile kin. "Your cousin over there. I don't think it has any control over its temper. As long as you stay in control of yours and fight smart, you've got this." "Okay." Primeape just nodded in understanding as the bell rang and both identical Pokémon went to work circling each other. Just as Ash said, within the span of seconds, the other Primeape was rushing his while waving its arms in the air and bellowing its name. Ash's Primeape crouched into a ready stance and then, only needing to move a very short few inches to the side, he did a push block with his hands that knocked the other Primeape off balance and almost sent it to its knees. Getting back up and grunting angrily, the temperamental pig monkey rushed Primeape again and started throwing dozens of wild, uncontrolled punches at him without any form or control whatsoever. To make matters worse, its trainer was even egging it on from outside the ring. All but demanding more anger and rage with seemingly no thoughts of the consequences. Ash, for his part, only shook his head sadly at the other trainer's lack of knowledge while his own Primeape continued to easily and gracefully evade each attack sent his way. As the fight progressed and the first round gave way to the second, still, the fight remained much the same. The other Primeape had, by that point, used a flurry of different fighting-type moves, all while expending every drop of energy it had into fueling its blows with tremendous anger and fury. Ash's Primeape, on the other hand, appeared to be nearly gliding across the mat of the ring, not even breaking a sweat or looking tired. As opposed to his rage-filled opponent and kin, who looked as though it would break a blood vessel at any point if it grew any angrier. Finally, coming into the third round of uncontrolled kicks, wild punches, and bellows of sheer rage, Ash saw what he had been hoping. For when, due to the mounting frustration of being unable to hit Primeape, the other one stopped and shook with cold fury. At that moment, as its eyes turned red and its fur stood up on end, Ash knew that their opponent had activated the ability Anger Point. Becoming focused, Ash yelled. "Primeape! It's going into Anger Point. Stay sharp and be light on your feet, I'll give you my signal when it's time." Primeape nodded and then turned his full attention to his emotionally charged brethren as the other Primeape shouted as loudly as possible and then rushed him while using a rapid combination of several different fighting-type attacks. The crowd looked to be anxious and excited as they watched Ash's Primeape get forced to move, dodge and avoid the flurry of attacks at an almost frantic pace. However, unknown to any of them, Primeape was simply doing exactly as Ash wanted because the more his opponent attacked without control, the more exhausted it got. Even under the influence of Anger Point. Finally, after jumping back to avoid a sloppy mega kick, Primeape jumped up on top of one of the ring posts and then flipped up and over his opponent's head. Then, as soon as he landed and before his fighting-type kin could follow his movement, Primeape saw Ash nod and then went on the offensive. Stepping inside quickly with grace and precision that only strict training could create, Primeape began hammering his opponent with blow after blow. A deadly combination of body blows, chain kicks to the legs, kidney shots and stinging face punches. Its focus clouded by rage and unable to concentrate, all the other Primeape could do was poorly attempt to cover itself up and weather the nasty barrage of bruising hits it was taking. Unfortunately, there was still almost 2 minutes to go in the round. It was tired and the angry Primeape had no way to avoid Ash's as he stayed right on its inside guard and continued to pummel it with bruising punishment. Every time the other Primeape would try to get out of the corner, Ash's would simply grab it and throw it back inside before getting right back to work turning his brethren into tenderized monkey meat. Finally, with nearly 30 seconds to go, Primeape threw a hard hook into the other one's stomach, followed by a devastating cross jab that sent the poorly trained Primeape spinning around in a complete 360 before simply dropping to the ground against the ring post. And it was as limp as an Eakins in the sun on hot pavement. Running up to the downed Primeape while the victorious one backed away, the referee dropped down and began counting but, in all honesty, there was no point. Nor was anyone surprised when the bell rung and he stood to lift Ash's Primeape's fist into the air as the winner. The crowd yelled and cheered like crazy but Ash, knowing Primeape's victory had been assured so long as he kept his own temper in check, just nodded and smiled to his Pokémon. This was something that Primeape merely did in return, he too feeling as though the match was a little more one-sided than he had originally hoped for. After that fight was over and the victorious duo returned to the locker room, they spent the next long PRD of time watching fight after fight pass on the TV screen above the door. In that time span, Brock and Anthony had been up to fight in their own second matches and both of theirs had been won with about as much ease as Ash's second fight had been. Brock and Graveler's second opponent had been a Breloom with admittedly fast feet and even faster kicks but in the end, the grass-slash-fighting type hybrid had lacked really any power at all. This, combined with Graveler's sturdy exterior and impressive resilience, proved to be the other Pokémon's undoing when Brock's Rock-type took it out in the third round with a skyward-dropping rollout slam. Anthony and Hitmonchan's opponent had been the Hitmontop from one of the first fights earlier and, while the latter definitely had speed, good form and powerful kicks, the smaller fighting type simply lacked lasting endurance. After about 4 rounds of Hitmonchan leading its distant cousin, of sorts, around the ring in total control of the fight, Hitmontop was finally knocked out. This happening after it missed a double spinning kick, only for Hitmonchan to land out of a backflip dodge and then perform a jump spinning back fist. Needless to say, after eating the punch head-on and being thrown back into the ring's corner post, Hitmontop failed to get up and fell far short of entering the 5th round. At the present moment, they were just finishing up watching the last fight play out between a big, tall, bald-headed man and his powerful, skilled Hitmonlee, against another man's Medicam. The fight was only in its second round but from what they were seeing, Hitmonlee had the other Pokémon desperately on the ropes via an extremely brutal series of very nasty kicks. In fact, from what they had seen out of the bald man and his Hitmonlee, both of them seemed to pride themselves on how much pain and misery they could inflict on their opponents. As evidenced by the punishing series of lower body kicks that Hitmonlee seemed to throw just for pure sport. As they watched Medicam, very badly beaten at the time, get backed into a corner and viciously brutalized by the never-ending series of kicks, Anthony frowned. I can tell that Hitmonlee and its trainer take some sick fun out of hutting their opponents. Just look at those kicks, it's hittin' Medicam with the sharp nails on its foot, and that ain't necessary. Couldn't they call that as being illegal though? Brock asked, to which he shook his head to. Nah, ain't no way they could prove it's being done on purpose. See. They're just gonna see it as bein' an accident. Ash and Brock furrowed their brows just as Hitmonlee threw the final kick and actually sent Medicam out of the ring and into its trainer, much to the crowd's morbid enjoyment. Well, that's that. Ash surmised as he watched the victorious trainer and Pokémon simply leave the stage. Wonder who's next. All of them suddenly had to turn upon hearing a loud crashing sound behind them, only to see that it had been a trainer's Pokémon who had accidentally knocked over a nearby mop bucket onto the floor while practicing. Turning back to face the TV a few seconds later, all of their eyes widened upon seeing who was paired up. That happened sooner than I thought. Ash began, followed by Brock looking at him and nodding. No kidding. Paired off as the next fighters on the TV was none other than Ash and Brock themselves. Hey! Anthony laughed heartily. This'll be good. Two friends going head to head, now that's the kind of competition I like to see. You two give it your best, you hear? The two trainers looked to one another and just smiled. Well. Good luck, Brock. Ash held his hand out. Yeah, you too, Ash. Brock returned the handshake firmly. May the best fighter win. Ash nodded, still smiling, and then walked out of the locker room with Primeape, Pikachu and V in tow. Brock himself, as well as Graveler, followed seconds later. Within the span of 10 minutes, both friends were standing out in the ring amongst the lights of the stage with the crowd roaring behind them. In the seats near the ring, Giselle was whistling in exasperation. Wow. I bet Brock and Ash are really feeling conflicted right now. Misty nodded. Yeah, it isn't ever easy to have to go up against a friend. Hopefully they can put that out of their minds and just focus on giving the fight their best effort. Rebecca just nodded in agreement while, down in the ring, the bell rung and the fight officially began. Apparently deciding to start off with a bang, Graveler tucked itself into a ball and then began rolling towards Primeape at full steam. Focus and stay light on your feet, Primeape. Ash yelled. Graveler is fast and he hits hard. Primeape nodded and then bent his legs just as Graveler neared him. Before the rock type could hit him, Primeape utilized his powerful leg muscles and jumped high into the air to avoid the rolling mass of living rock. However, without halting his momentum, Graveler simply rolled straight into the ropes and then jumped into them, using the stretchy nature of the ropes to then propel himself up into the air at Primeape. Primeape was capable of performing fancy movements too though, because instead of panicking, he rotated himself upward and then used his arms to spring away off of Graveler's rocky body, assuring that he didn't get hit. As both Pokémon landed, Ash called out. Nice move, Graveler used there, Brock. The teen replied back, you too, Ash. Nice one on Primeape. From there, Graveler went rolling at Primeape again, but the fighting type was light and graceful on his feet, and this afforded him the ability to dance and spin away from each pass Graveler made that was meant to take him down. This is like our first battle back at your gym, right, Brock? Ash called over with a smile. I remember Primeape and Graveler battling once before as a Mankey and Geodude. Brock smirked. Yeah, but it's gonna be different this time around. Graveler, turn up the speed. On his trainer's behest, Graveler indeed increased his speed, but it seemed as though Primeape would not be outdone, for he simply did the same himself. This game of back and forth continued for the whole round, with neither Pokémon landing a blow on each other, even up until the bell rang. While Ash and Brock went up to their Pokémon's corners and started wiping them down and giving them some water to drink, though not in Graveler's case, the two trainers focused on coaching their Pokémon and did that all the way up until the bell rang, signaling the second round. Like before, Graveler started off by rolling quickly at Primeape. Though, unlike last time, Primeape didn't jump away. Instead, he waited until Graveler was almost right upon him and then, suddenly, he jumped up into the air, high, only to land right on top of Graveler. In a move seen before, Primeape kept perfect balance atop Graveler as the rock type continued rolling around the ring while the fighting type ran in place on top of Brock's Pokémon like a log roller. The crowd cheered, some laughed and others made sounds of awe as they watched Primeape balance and run atop Graveler with expert precision. Unexpectedly though, Graveler suddenly turned around mid-roll and opened himself up. This took Primeape by surprise as he fell forward off of Graveler, and as he did, the rock type opened up his four arms and wrapped them around the furry fighting Pokémon. Coming to a stop in the middle of the ring, Graveler stayed on the ground and began squeezing Primeape tightly in his rock-hard hold. Struggling against the powerful grip, Primeape gasped and tried to get free, but the harder he struggled, the harder Graveler tightened up his hold. Brock knew time was short since they only had until the bell rung to beat Primeape, so he shouted. Graveler. Tighten up your grip and use as much strength as you can. Seeing the rock type cinch down its hold on Primeape, Ash remained calm as his sharp mind came up with a solution rapidly. Primeape. Elbow Graveler in the face until it lets you go. He wasn't done and Primeape showed it. Struggling with determination, the fighting type began wailing Graveler in the face behind him with multiple hard, bruising blows via his elbow. Not expecting this, Graveler recoiled back in pain and loosened his grip, which was all the time Primeape needed to launch himself free just as the bell rung. As the two fighters headed back to their corners for another pep talk, Ash got in front of Primeape and gave him a drink while wiping his brow with a towel and saying seriously. Listen Primeape. Graveler is big, powerful and fast on those rolls. But you have speed, dexterity and agility on your side. Use it. He nodded to his trainer's advice while over in the other corner, Brock was giving Graveler some pointers of his own. You're gonna have to start fighting hand-to-hand Graveler, there's no other way. Primeape is fast and agile and he can avoid all of your rolls. This isn't ideal but it's the only way to go. The rock-type nodded as the bell rung and both fighters went back out to face off again. Graveler started off round 4 by charging at Primeape with all 4 of his fists flying out in front of him like a wall of punches. The fighting type, ready and well trained for head-to-head combat, charged at Graveler as well and threw up his guards. As soon as the rocky fists started to descend upon him, Primeape kept his guards up near his face and defended himself with a mixture of block guarding and also dodging, weaving and slipping. Dancing around the ring, and Graveler, like a ballerina expert, it became obvious to Brock that the far more experienced infighting Primeape was merely playing with his Pokémon. Graveler! He shouted. You gotta pick up the speed and power. Primeape is just messing with you. As the rock-type started frantically punching and swinging at Primeape, whom still remained 2 steps ahead, Giselle leaned forward in her seat. Graveler looks like he's starting to lose total control of the fight. I don't understand, it was a lot more evenly matched when he was using rollout to fight Primeape. Rebecca adopted a thoughtful expression and then made a postulation of her own. The benefits of being a fighter's daughter coming through in that moment. From what I've been seeing, I think Graveler is more of a brawler who relies on its moves like rollout to fight, instead of actual technique like Primeape. But when that didn't work, it was forced to resort to something it wasn't very good at, actual fighting. She appeared to be right too, since the more Graveler moved and swung his arms in an effort to hit the evasive Primeape, the more visibly tired he became. Until, with the ringing of the bell signaling the end of the 4th round, he tiredly walked back to his corner. While Brock tried to get his Pokémon re-energized for the next round, Ash just nodded at Primeape. I want you to turn up the heat and end it now, okay buddy? He nodded in understanding and then banged his fists together before walking back out into the ring again while Pikachu and V cheered for him. Hey Brock! Ash called out as he hopped down. This has been a really good fight, you guys have done great. Thanks Ash, you too. The older boy yelled back. But this fight isn't over. The messy-haired boy just smiled in reply as the bell rung and Primeape slowly hopped out towards Graveler. Tired, frustrated and fatigued from 5 rounds of constant fighting, Graveler moved in circles around Primeape while the fighting Pokémon just watched him. Then, after stalling as long as possible to find an opening, the rock-type lunged forward and threw a cross-jab haymaker. Primeape, ready for such an amateur move, simply held his own hand out and stopped the punch with his palm before stepping 1 pace and snapping a hard jab right into Graveler's face. The hit stung Brock's Pokémon enough that he stumbled back a pace or 2 while Primeape slowly stepped in closer still and threw another punch, this time a cross jab, into Graveler's face again. Picking his steps carefully and surely, Primeape began moving around Graveler and launching a series of quick, snapping punches, hooks and uppercuts into his opponent's solid body. Given the effective nature of such attacks, each blow landed was a harsh moment of pain for Graveler, who was now being backed up into the ropes by Primeape's decisive attacks. Brock kept yelling for his Pokémon to move and get away from the fighting type, but Primeape wouldn't allow it, and finally, as soon as he had his opponent back against the ropes, he unleashed hell. Primeape's punches began coming faster and faster and the power with which he threw them increased with each blow. All Graveler could do was try to block and move, but the punches were coming far too fast, and when it came to fighting, he was too outmatched now to be able to properly defend himself. Brock watched his outclassed Pokémon take Primeape's brutal beating and, when he saw Ash's own Pokémon barely breaking a sweat to do so, he knew that they had lost. His compassion as a Pokémon breeder shining through his mask as a Pokémon battler finally broke through and Brock moved. In the middle of the fierce beating, a white towel was suddenly thrown into the ring as Brock ran out while yelling. I give. We give up. Stop the fight. The bell immediately rung and the referee was ready to jump in and break up the fight. But, Primeape had already stopped beating on his current opponent and training partner as soon as he heard the bell ring and was now actually holding Graveler up to keep him from falling over. As Ash jumped into the ring and ran out as well, Brock reached the two of them and smiled gratefully at Primeape while he reached out to take over holding up his beaten Pokémon. Thanks Primeape, I'll take it from here. As he stepped back while helping Graveler out of the ring, the referee held up Primeape's fist as the announcer shouted, "Winner! Primeape!" The crowd cheered like mad again, but Ash cared more about his friend and was already out of the ring and running up to them. Brock! He hurried up and took Graveler's side as his friend looked over at him. Is he gonna be okay? Smiling at his friend's concern, Brock nodded and looked at Graveler. Yeah, he'll be fine, just a little beat up but nothing Chansey can't take care of. He then looked over at Ash again. Congratulations by the way Dash, Primeape jumped out of the ring and ran over to join them while Brock smiled. You both were awesome. Ash smiled sadly. Yeah, but I'm sorry about Dash. Though he was stopped by Brock. No Ash, don't apologize. That's what this was, a competition. We had a good fight and a good time, that's all that matters, so don't feel guilty, alright? You know me, I'm more of a breeder than I am a fighter, and I just couldn't watch Graveler get beat up like that anymore. Ash nodded in relief and smiled gratefully to the older boy while Primeape walked in front of Graveler and held out his hand. The rock type looked at it for a moment and then reached out with one of his hands to take it as the two former opponents shook hands and smiled at each other. Almost as if saying, good job, no hard feelings. Ash and Brock both smiled at their Pokémon's good sportsmanship and then followed suit by shaking hands with each other before making their way back to the locker room. After that, the fights for the rest of the night seemed to fly right on by. Anthony's Hitmonchan ended up going against a Mach-Hop that, while small, had some massive upper body strength and very quick feet. In fact, the fight between them lasted 5 rounds, and in that duration, Hitmonchan had been picked up, tossed around and slammed into the mat enough times to leave a small welt under his eye. Luckily for him, Hitmonchan had better fight technique and far more accurate punches. It took unleashing a massively huge barrage of dizzyingly fast punches and a lucky strike to the side of Matchup's face, followed by a walloping uppercut, to finally put the small fighting type out of commission. From that moment on, the fights just continued on and became more and more brutal the farther along the tournament progressed. Eventually, after about another hour and a half of constant fighting, the semi-finals were finally at hand and the number of fighters had drastically dwindled down to only a few contestants left. At the current moment, Ash and Primeape were doing some warm-ups in the locker room, keeping themselves ready for their next fight. Just then, however, Anthony called out as he pointed up at the TV screen. Hey Ash, you and Primeape are up next. The black-haired boy looked up and, sure enough, he saw his name lit up on the screen again. Although, as Primeape came up to stand beside of him, the boy's eyes narrowed as he saw their opponent. Lit up beside his name was the picture and name of the big, bald-headed trainer of the same Hitmonlee that had been tearing through its opponents all tournament long. And usually, in the most brutal, unmerciful ways possible. Not only that, but, from watching their fights, Ash and Anthony were both convinced that the man and his Hitmonlee were not above utilizing some less than reputable tactics just to win a fight. Ash's eyes soon enough found the same trainer and Pokémon in question, and as he and the older man locked eyes, the talented young enthusiast of all things Pokémon just stared down his opponent. The bald trainer wasn't fazed though, since he was doing the same thing right back at Ash. Only in a way that seemed to radiate a level of condescension towards the younger trainer. Even Primeape and Hitmonlee shared a passing hard glare between each other before the big man just smirked at Ash and then turned to leave the locker room, followed in step by his Pokémon. Ash continued to stare after the bully of a man, but, feeling a hand on his shoulder, he turned to look up at Anthony, who was now looking down at him seriously. You two be careful out there, Ash. Something tells me that guy and his Hitmonlee ain't necessarily all on the up and up, if you know what I mean. I wouldn't put anything past them, so just be careful. Ash nodded and then looked towards the only other competitor left in the locker room. Which was a slimly built man with glasses and blue hair, sitting on one of the benches with his Pokémon sitting beside of him. That Pokémon being a muscular-looking Golduck. You know. Depending on who wins these next 2 fights, you and I could end up facing off against each other. Ash observed as he looked back at Anthony. The former boxer just smirked and held up his thumb. Well, if that's the case, then may the best man win. Ash nodded and smiled in agreement before looking down at Primeape. Let's do it, buddy. Primeape banged his fists together and nodded while Pikachu and V jumped back onto Ash's shoulders again. They then made their way back out to the ring for their fourth fight. Soon enough finding the atmosphere of the whole building to be almost electric the closer it drew to the finals. Once Ash and Primeape were in the ring, the referee came up after the announcer was done speaking and ushered the fighters to gather in close for the standard readout of the rules. While Polly ran down the list for what was probably the 50th time that night, Ash and the bald-headed man Darius, plus Primeape and Hitmonlee, stared each other down with fire almost palpable in their eyes. Once the ref was finished giving the rundown of the rules, he stepped back and ordered them to shake hands, or in the Pokemon's case, tap fists. Ash and Darius grabbed each other's hands and gave a firm, hard handshake. Neither size leaving the other while Primeape and Hitmonlee hit fists hard enough to make a loud smacking sound. A few moments later, with both fighters back in their corners, the bell rung and they went to work. Hitmonlee exploded right out of the gate, propelling itself across the ring on one leg while the other was raised and rapidly kicking like a well-oiled machine. Primeape took his fighting stance and waited, not jumping the gun or reacting too hastily until Hitmonlee was right on top of him. Then, just before the first kick could land, he slipped underneath of it and spun away from Hitmonlee, his footwork gracefully taking him out of harm's way. Hitmonlee, however, simply turned around by spinning on its planted foot and then launched itself at Primeape with a hook-spinning roundhouse kick. Not able to dodge it in time, Primeape threw up first one arm to block the powerful kick heading for the side of his face. Then, he immediately had to throw up the other one at the opposite side of his head to block a second kick that Hitmonlee twisted its body around in mid-air to deliver. Primeape then threw his arms wide open and jumped up, fighting fire with fire as he launched a strong front kick at Hitmonlee's exposed gut. The other fighting type was just as fast though because it simply brought its arms down and across its front, trapping Primeape's leg before the kick could be completed and then spinning around and using a vital throw to toss the shorter Pokemon away. Capitalizing, Hitmonlee took off running and then jumped, extending one leg out and performing a appealing aerial side kick that was intended for the falling Primeape. Just before the kick could hit, Primeape brought his arms down in front of him to block it with his forearms. The force of the hit sent him flying forward out of his downward drop, but Primeape made use of the unexpected momentum to land sideways on the ropes of the ring. Then, like a springboard, he launched himself off the springy ropes and right at Hitmonlee. The kicking Pokemon was caught by surprise at such a maneuver and that caused it to root itself to the ring and bring its arms up to block its face as Primeape's flying right fist smashed into them. Coming right out of that punch, Ash's Pokemon began rapidly punching, at lightning-quick speeds, at Hitmonlee, his opponent now being forced backwards while it kept its arms up tightly to its face to avoid getting hit. Back and back Primeape pushed his opponent, his fists coming like blurs while large welts and bruises started to get left behind on Hitmonlee's forearms. Then, unexpectedly, he dropped down low to the ground and did a spinning low kick, knocking Hitmonlee's legs completely out from under it as the other fighting type was lifted up into the air and then fell backwards towards the mat. Thinking fast, Hitmonlee's hands saved itself by coming back behind its head to touch the mat and then, with a hard spring, the leggy Pokemon kicked itself up and forward again. On the way up, Hitmonlee performed a spinning hook kick, which Primeape ducked under and then jumped back while his opponent fully righted itself on both legs again. From there, Primeape was forced to engage Hitmonlee in a fierce competition of brutal kicks, fast combination techniques and non-stop battle as the two fighting types went head-to-head without giving either one any quarter. Soon enough, the bell signaling the end of the first round sounded out just as Primeape and Hitmonlee clashed together, the former's forearm stopping a kick from the latter while he was just about to try and counter with a jab. Once the two Pokemon were back in their respective corners, Ash gave Primeape a drink and rubbed his shoulders. Hitmonlee is really well trained and strong, Primeape. Keep fighting smart and don't rush anything. You need to let it get exhausted, and once that happens, you can move in. All those kicks will wear anyone out eventually, no matter how much stamina and endurance they have. Primeape nodded and then let Ash finish rubbing his shoulders, right up until the bell rang and he had to move out into the ring again. As soon as they were able, Primeape and Hitmonlee clashed once more, like a bitterly rivaling duo that had a score to settle. Hitmonlee was bound and determined to stay on Primeape the entire time and refused to so much as back off for a single minute, hoping that by staying on him consistently, it might overwhelm Ash's Pokemon. Unknowingly to it and its trainer, however, Primeape was in very good shape, and for every attack Hitmonlee threw to try and catch him off guard or wear him out, Ash's Pokemon stayed on top of it at every turn. On and on, all around the ring, they kept fighting viciously. Round passed into round until eventually, the 7th round was already upon them. By that point, both Primeape and Hitmonlee were finally showing signs of fatigue, and as he prepared his Pokémon for another round, Darius scowled and whispered to Hitmonlee while kneeling next to it in the ring. "Listen, I want you to take out that Primeape. However it's necessary." Hitmonlee nodded to its trainer's vague but yet still ominous words and then stood up as the bell rung. They lunged. Fists and feet were flying back and forth, all across the ring as Primeape and Hitmonlee fought with every ounce of strength and power they possessed. The crowd was completely enraptured by the sheer speed and ferocity both fighting types showed as they fought. Primeape was very well trained in endurance and stamina, and even Hitmonlee had impressive endurance itself to last so long without showing visible signs of fatigue. Misty, Giselle and Rebecca were on the very edge of their seats as they watched the opponents battle each other all across the ring. Neither one so much as giving an inch as they traded blows, some hitting and others missing, and demonstrating expert technique with every punch and kick thrown. Finally, after almost 2 minutes into the fight, the tables very unexpectedly turned at the drop of a hat. Primeape had just blocked a roundhouse kick from Hitmonlee and then turned and spun around, slamming his fist into the other Pokémon's side and sending it stumbling back. Ash's Pokémon was on it in a second though and performed a low sweep kick, succeeding in knocking Hitmonlee off its feet and onto the ground. As it hit the mat with a loud grunt, Primeape made to jump onto his opponent and begin ground and pounding it, but just then, before he could leap, Hitmonlee turned slightly to the side and swung its leg up and around, low. This swift action caused one of the claws on Hitmonlee's foot to pierce straight into the side of Primeape's heel. "Preethi I'm." Ash's fighting type bellowed in pain as he fell flat over onto his side, bringing his hands up immediately to cradle the puncture wound in his foot that was now bleeding out onto the mat. "Primeape!" Ash yelled as he grabbed onto the ropes while, in their seats near the ring, Brock, whom was now sitting with them, Misty and the other 2 girls gasped. "Primeape!" Giselle's hand went over her mouth. That was a cheating trick. Misty fumed as she stood up, the 3 of them being close enough to the ring that she saw what had happened. That trainer had Hitmonlee do what it did on purpose. "Hey Ref Dash," she yelled towards the ring. "Do something." "Huh?" Rebecca looked at her. "Misty, calm down. I know you're upset and I think you're right, but it could never be proven that Hitmonlee did it on purpose. That was basically a low leg kick, which was legal. They could just as easily say that Hitmonlee did it by accident." "She's right Misty, calm down, there's nothing we can do." Brock advised wisely while remaining calm. Even though, inside, he was just as angry at what had happened. The angry orange redhead glared down at the ring and cursed out loud while, in the ring itself, Hitmonlee had sprung up and jumped back while Primeape still struggled on the ground. "Finish it off Hitmonlee," the bald-headed trainer shouted. "Hurry up. Do it." Hitmonlee quickly lunged at Primeape, but the other fighting-type Pokémon had stronger will than suspected. Primeape managed to roll away just as Hitmonlee jumped and then slammed both feet into the ground, right where he had just been. Primeape was forced to use his arms to launch himself across the mat again though as Hitmonlee jumped once more and tried to foot stomp him. Not stopping, the long-legged fighting type acted as though it were attempting to smash a bug type as it began stomping at Primeape with hard and powerful downward stomps. Making use of the rest of his body that was uninjured, Primeape began rolling across the mat, using that same makeshift maneuver repeatedly to avoid getting crushed. Eventually, he managed to backward roll up onto his feet again, but the injury in his heel was too painful and Primeape immediately had to lift it again while pretty much balancing himself solely on one leg. This severely limited on his speed, agility and evasiveness, and Hitmonlee took aggressive advantage of that. Jumping in close quarters, the kicking Pokémon started throwing kick after kick at Primeape, each one coming at increasingly fast speeds. Ash's injured Pokémon did the best he could to block and evade the kicks, but having only one good leg to work with proved to be a major handicap. Before long, his ability to keep up with the increasingly fast attacks began to wane and Primeape started to eat kick after kick, to the body and face. Ash knew there was nothing he could do to help his friend and Pokémon right now with such a debilitating injury except to just yell support out. And that was exactly what he, Pikachu and V did. "Primeape, come on. Hang in there. Don't give in, don't give up. You can make it through this round, just make it through this round." Pikachu. V. Pika Pie. VV. Came the urgent, up and down jumping cries of the two smaller Pokémon with Ash. Primeape heard them, but all he could do, indeed, was throw his guards up and survive the round. Hitmonlee obviously wasn't keen on the idea though, and he backed up several paces before jumping at Primeape with a flying sidekick. Primeape was too much in pain to stop the incoming kick, and it resulted in him being launched back across the ring with a grunt of pain, sailing straight into the corner post that served as his end of the ring, where he slid right to the ground. The look of pain on his face was now palpable. Before Hitmonlee could capitalize though, the bell suddenly rang and gave a much-needed reprieve to the injured and tired Primeape. As soon as he was allowed up in the ring, Ash hurried over and helped Primeape back to his corner where, upon sitting him down on the little stool Pikachu brought up, he quickly commanded. "Pikachu, hand me that cream in the little bottle, and V, hand me that towel please." Both little Pokemon moved quickly, and as soon as he had what he needed, Ash knelt down and examined Primeape's wound. Seeing the puncture hole which was now caked in blood, Ash used the rag V brought and wetted it with some water before gently wiping the blood away, which made Primeape cringe in pain. "I'm sorry, Primeape. I'm sorry." He apologized while holding the leg down as Pikachu and V helped to control their teammates' arms. "I'm going to do this as quickly as I can, just hold on." He then took some of the salve fighters used to mend up wounds sustained during a fight, which was supplied for all P1 contestants in the ring before each new fight, and pasted it on the wound once he had cleaned it. Smearing the disinfectant medicine all over and in the hole before looking back up at Primeape. "Okay there, all done." He stood up and grabbed the water bottle before lifting it for Primeape to drink from. "Now listen." Ash looked over to where Darius, Hitmonlee's trainer, was smugly nodding to his Pokémon. Having not even bothered to get into the ring, so self-assured was he after having his Pokémon commit such a cheating act to try and win. "You aren't gonna be able to fight off Hitmonlee and win on your legs." He looked back at Primeape, whom he could still see had the fighting fire burning brightly within his eyes. "So you're gonna have to win this on the ground. Got that?" Primeape nodded as Ash got closer. "Remember all that ground fighting you did with Machamp, Hitmonlee and Hitmonchan back home, and I know you'll do great. That Hitmonlee you're fighting now may have good kicks, but I saw the way it acted when you got it on the ground earlier, it didn't like it. Use that to your advantage." Primeape nodded and then banged his fists together just as the bell rang. Hopping back out on one foot, which actually made Darius laugh out loud in derision, Primeape stared Hitmonlee down, whom did the same in return, before the referee gave the nod and stepped back, the 8th round beginning in full. As soon as the round started, Hitmonlee performed another jumping sidekick, but before the attack could hit him, Primeape simply fell back on the ground, sticking his uninjured leg into the air and catching Hitmonlee just as the other fighting type passed over him. With a hard upward press, Primeape launched his opponent in the far opposite direction across the ring. Hitmonlee flipped into a landing but still appeared stunned nonetheless that such a thing had happened in the first place. Narrowing its eyes, Hitmonlee took off running at Primeape again and started bringing axe kick after axe kick down onto the mat. However, the grounded Pokémon was fast and Primeape simply rolled to the side before beginning to repeat the same movement all over the ring, staying on his back, with a visibly frustrated Hitmonlee jumping after and trying to kick him. "That furball is making you look like a fool, Hitmonlee." The kicking Pokémon's trainer yelled out. "Hurry it up and end this already. It's injured, you shouldn't be struggling like this." This added fuel and fire to Hitmonlee's attacks as it began coming after Primeape much quicker and with a ferocious vengeance, hell-bent on taking him down and ending the fight permanently. Fortunately for Primeape though, this lapse of concentration and a turn towards raw anger gave him the upper hand he needed to overcome Hitmonlee due to its rapidly deteriorating sense of self-control. Coming right up to about the 2-minute mark in the fight, where Primeape had done nothing but move and roll around the ring on his back to save his injured foot, Hitmonlee finally made a fatal mistake. That ended up being very costly. Bringing another kick down at Primeape, though this one being as rage-filled and out of control as possible, Ash's Pokémon, instead of dodging the kick as before, reached up and caught the descending foot, unlike the other times, in a solid two-handed manner. Then, with a swift tug to the right, Primeape yanked Hitmonlee straight off its feet and pulled the other Pokémon down onto the mat with a loud slam. As soon as the surprised Hitmonlee hit the rough ring mat, Primeape moved like a darting Seviper and rolled himself up onto the other fighting type's body. Then, with his guards up and fire in his eyes, Primeape began throwing blow after blow down at Hitmonlee. who could only throw its own arms up frantically in a sloppy defense to block the downward punches. The sound of Primeape's hitting fists was like thunder reverberating out of the ring as he hammered Hitmonlee's arms, sides, and chest like the other fighting Pokémon was a ground and pound bag chained to the floor. Hitmonlee's strong legs were useless at the current moment due to its utter and complete lack of ground fighting skills. And the more Primeape clobbered it with punch after punch, the crowd itself began seeing just how one-sided the fight had practically become. Once Hitmonlee's arms became tired, Primeape's powerful fists were only too easily able to break through the meager defense and connect with the leggy Pokémon's unprotected face. Out of pure desperation, Hitmonlee utilized the only strength it had to itself, its legs, and began kicking them out and down frantically, all in a wild effort to somehow escape the beating it was now enduring. However, Primeape was having none of it and promptly spun around on Hitmonlee's body before falling back over top of his opponent while wrapping his legs around and underneath what would serve as Hitmonlee's mid-body area. With a vice-like grip using his legs that would make Onyx jealous, Primeape started to squeeze on Hitmonlee as hard as possible. Increasing the effort by grabbing the other Pokémon's arms and yanking on both of them to assist in the endeavor, like he was attempting to choke his opponent out. Even though it flailed and struggled desperately, Hitmonlee was now wide-eyed and in total panic mode, being utterly incapable of breaking out of Primeape's crushing grip no matter how hard it fought. However, amazingly enough, a white towel was suddenly thrown into the ring, courtesy of Hitmonlee's trainer. This being an act which caused the bell to immediately ding as the universal sign of surrender in a professional fight became evident. The referee ran out to break up the fight but Primeape had already let Hitmonlee go and rolled off to the side before struggling to get back to his feet. As soon the fight ended, Ash ran out onto the ring and put an arm around Primeape to help him stand up while Hitmonlee's trainer did the same thing for it. "It's okay, buddy. I've got you." Ash comforted as he helped Primeape to stand while the referee ran over and ushered both of the now standing Pokémon over. Afterwards, he lifted Primeape's arm into the air to show his victory and as soon as that happened and the crowd erupted into cheer, Hitmonlee's trainer didn't even stick around to congratulate Ash or Primeape. Instead, he simply walked out of the ring and strode off, Hitmonlee quickly falling in behind him, without so much as a single glance back. Ash couldn't help but stare after the poor loser of a trainer and found himself hoping, in that moment, that Hitmonlee wasn't going to be blamed or browbeaten too hard that it lost the fight. However, soon enough Ash turned his attention back to Primeape and helped him hobble down off the ring. "How do you feel, Primeape?" he asked as they slowly stepped down off the ring and onto the ground. Primeape. The injured fighting type nodded to his trainer with a slightly pained expression but smiled and gave a thumbs up, showing that he was too tough to let his injury get the best of him. Ash smiled in return and nodded to his Pokémon's strong resolve. "Good. I know you're tough, Primeape, and you showed it in that fight. We'll get you back down to Nurse Joy and get Chansey to heal you up, okay?" He then called for Pikachu and V to follow them as Ash helped Primeape walk back down to the locker room. Some time thereafter, Primeape could be found sitting on the long bench in the locker room with Chansey performing a final checkup healing on his now recovered foot. All while Ash and Anthony stood back with Nurse Joy. The big, muscular former fighter and Hitmonchan ended up having their own fourth match against the bespectacled man and his Golduck, seen earlier in the locker room. Shortly after Ash and Primeape came back from their match. In the time it took for Chansey to heal the worst of Primeape's ankle wound, Anthony and Hitmonchan had managed to defeat their opponents. Which, even though Golduck had been strong and fast, Hitmonchan's better technique and faster footwork simply won out in the end and earned them the match in the 6th round. Now, they were all taking an allotted intermission break before the final fight took place. Giving Ash, Anthony and their Pokémon a chance to rest and mentally resettle and the crowd to prepare for the last and biggest fight of the P1 Grand Prix. "That was some solid fightin' out there, Ash," Anthony complimented as he turned to the young boy. "That Hitmonlee and his trainer were playin' some dirty pool in that match but you and Primeape fought hard and didn't give up. You got one tough fighter there." "I appreciate it, Anthony," Ash replied as he turned to the big man. "You and Hitmonchan are really impressive too, I look forward to battling with you in the final round." He gave a firm nod in response. "And that'll be comin' up next too. You and me are gonna be squaring off in the finals. Hey! You too." Turning to the sound of the voice, he and Anthony saw Brock, Misty, Giselle and Rebecca coming towards them from the entry and exit way of the locker room. Ash. Giselle called out again as she ran up to him with the other three. We loved your last match, Misty smiled and held her hands up. You and Primeape were fantastic. You were too in your fight, Dad. Rebecca walked up as well and looked at her father and Hitmonchan. All the footwork and agility drills you two did really showed in that one. Golduck just couldn't keep up. Anthony smiled and hugged his daughter while thanking her as Brock looked at Ash. It looks like it's gonna be you two next, he informed his younger friend. This is the finals, you think you're ready? Ash looked at Primeape, whom Chansey was just finishing up with, and then smiled before nodding. Yeah, I think we are. The raven-haired boy turned to the squinty-eyed teen afterwards. Me and Anthony are gonna have a great match. The experienced and retired fighter looked over at the spunky young man and held out his thumb. You know it, Ash, we're gonna give it all we got and have a fun time doing it. Primeape, on a fresh foot now, came striding up and looked at Hitmonchan before nodding in respect and holding his hand out. Hitmonchan looked at the offered hand for a moment before smiling and extending his own arm to return the friendly gesture, demonstrating an unspoken promise of a fair fight and good sportsmanship. Likewise, Ash and Anthony shook hands as well and looked at each other intently but with smiles on their faces while Brock, Rebecca and the other two girls stepped back to allow the soon-to-be opponents their moment of pre-fight sportsmanship. Ladies and gentlemen. The announcer all but yelled through the microphone as the indoor community center, packed to the last chair with fans, appeared to be on the edge of their seats. All while an array of bright lights flooded this way and that across the ring itself. We have finally come to the final match of this P1 Grand Prix fighting tournament. The excitement has been incredible as we have seen some of the toughest fighters from all around battle their hardest just to reach this point. However, he paused and let dramatic suspense fill the air before raising his hand. Only one. One will be able to claim the grand prize at the end and take home all the glory. And after a long day of non-stop, all-out battling, we finally have our two finalist contenders ready to face off. He pointed to one end of the ring where the lights lit up and illuminated Anthony and Hitmonchan, who waved to the crowd. In this corner we have a man who's shown that years away from the ring has done little to temper his fighting knowledge and experience, and it's been proven by the expert way his Pokémon has fought today. You all know him and have cheered him on all day. Give it up for the awesome Anthony and his hyper-hitting Hitmonchan. The crowd went wild in applause for several seconds before they were silenced by the announcer holding his hand up and then pointing to the other corner. And in this corner, the lights went up on Ash's side of the ring, showing he and Primeape looking serious, as well as focused, as they ran in place before waving to the crowd. This young man seemingly came out of nowhere and has taken the P1 tournament by storm. His Primeape is like a well-oiled fighting machine. They work in perfect tandem and their fights up to now have been nothing short of breathtakingly impressive. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Ash and Primeape. The applause that followed was all but dwarfed, at least to Ash, by his friends in the seats near the ring. As such, he turned and gave them all a wave before he and Anthony were called into the center of the ring by the aged, ill-tempered, balding referee. As the man, Paulie, as he was known earlier, gave out the standard pre-fight rules, Ash and Anthony smiled at each other and nodded. Then, just before the time to begin the fight was upon them, the ref called for Hitmonchan and Primeape to touch fists. With focused determination, but no hostility in their eyes for the other, both fighting types quickly tapped fists and nodded respectfully to each other before heading back to their respective corners with their trainers. As Anthony prepared Hitmonchan by rubbing his shoulders and Ash, Pikachu, and V gave Primeape a final pep talk, Misty commented with a smile as she stood and leaned on the railing in front of their chairs. It's a really nice change of pace to see Primeape and Hitmonchan act so kind and respectful to each other, unlike the last fight between Hitmonlee and Primeape. Giselle nodded from where she sat on her own chair. Yeah, I agree. That fight was almost like a death match and Hitmonlee looked like it really wanted to take Primeape down. This fight is gonna be different though. Brock added in as he sat with crossed arms on the edge of his seat. Primeape and Hitmonchan are skilled fighters, but they aren't arrogant. I think they've both seen what the other can do and really respect each other because of it. Dad trained Hitmonchan to be that way and to always respect an opponent. Rebecca informed next to Giselle. And I can tell Ash did the same for Primeape. This is really going to be a great match, the best of the night. The lights above the ring continued to swirl and rapidly blink down upon the octagon before they finally settled for simply illuminating the ring. Hitmonchan and Primeape bounced and hopped in place, ready to go, soon being given the green light as the bell rung. And with that, the first round of the P1 Grand Prix Finals began in earnest. Like they were twin dynamos of explosive energy, Primeape and Hitmonchan exploded forth from their corners and went into immediate battle mode. Guards raised up tightly to their faces, the two fighting types began throwing a dizzyingly fast combo of punches at each other. Much like two expert boxers with many years of fighting experience under their belts while also on steroids. The sound of fists smacking upon fists rebounded off the walls of the rec center and enraptured the attention of the crowd as Primeape and Hitmonlee moved rapidly around one another while punching with unmeasured ferocity. Ducking, weaving, dodging, turning and spinning became the normal mode of movement for the two Pokémon as they went head-to-head and toe-to-toe, literally, with one another without either one giving so much as a single inch. So fast and precise were both Pokémon's attacks in fact that neither managed to hit the other at all during the starting phase of the match. They were both a blur, each one pitting speed, power and all-out endurance and strength against the other as they took turns moving the other back and forth across the ring. Prime. 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 Came the grunts of Ash's Pokémon as he repeatedly blocked, struck and then blocked again against every technique Hitmonchan threw. Hit. Mon. Hit. Mon. Chan. Anthony's own fighting brawler demonstrated just how light and lithe he was on his feet as he himself managed to slip or dodge away from all of Primeape's powerful punches without fail. At a few points, one or the other would just barely manage to get their opponent backed into the ropes and then would release a major volley of fast, brutal hooks, uppercuts and jab/cross hooks to the one who was trapped. However, Primeape and Hitmonchan both never spent much time in the corner before one was somehow spinning himself out of the box in space and then moving back in to deliver a vengeful countersalvo. This was how the first round passed, with neither side giving an inch or hardly even touching the other. Primeape and Hitmonchan didn't take long to rest in their corners though, so great was their enraptured focus to the battle they were currently having. All they would take was just a drink of water and then focus on each other right up until the bell rang so they could fight again. In fact, for the whole first 5 rounds, neither Primeape or Hitmonchan gave a single centimeter to each other. All they did was bash and pound away at one another, relentlessly, with expert precision and skillful form. Only a random few blows managing to pass through either fighting type's iron defenses, and even then, it was only a light grazing. As they watched Primeape and Hitmonchan move back and forth across the ring while fighting as hard and viciously as they could, Giselle held a hand up to her chest while her eyes followed the battling Pokémon. Look at them. Amazing. Those two are fighting so hard and fast. They're like a blur. Rebecca, her own fighting-trained eyes intently observing the action, nodded tensely. The atmosphere throughout the whole indoor recreational center being nothing but tense, electric and hypercharged. Yeah. They seem dead evenly matched. Hitmonchan has always been really fast on his feet and with his techniques, and that would seem to give him an edge, but Primeape's attacks are so strong and powerful and his endurance is incredible. It's almost like their strengths and weaknesses perfectly offset one another. Her brow furrowed. I hate to admit it, but at this point, this match could go either way. Misty watched Hitmonchan throw a whipping roundhouse head kick at Primeape with a loud hit, only for the furball of a fighting pro to block the kick with both arms and then slide in, retaliating with a snapping sidekick. I can't believe they've kept up this fast pace for the last 5 rounds, they don't even look tired. Brock narrowed his eyes. I wouldn't be so sure, look dash, he nodded down towards the ring. Look at Primeape's foot that was just recently injured. The 3 ladies in question did so, and as they did, they watched Primeape jump back to avoid a jumping front kick and spinning back fist combo from Hitmonchan. However, as soon as he landed, Primeape very lightly had to shift the weight off of his formerly injured foot in a way that was so slight, it was barely even noticeable. Brock had seen it however, and so did Misty, Giselle and Rebecca since he brought their attention to it. Chansey may have healed the injury Hitmonlee inflicted on Primeape earlier, but the area itself is likely still a little tender and it's beginning to affect his movement. Yes, but Primeape isn't the only one with a handicap starting to affect him. Rebecca bit her lower lip. Hitmonchan's endurance I'm starting to see isn't quite as good as Primeape's, and I can see the long day of fights is starting to get to him. She was right too. Hitmonchan was beginning to lightly sweat and softly breathe in the middle of the all-out toe-to-toe he and Primeape were engaged in. A very clear indicator that exhaustion was slowly starting to set in. Prime. A grunt came from Primeape as he caught a kick Hitmonchan through to the side of his head. Chan. The other Pokémon spun around in mid-air and backfisted Primeape across the face, a tactic which caused him to let go of Hitmonchan's leg and stumble back, dazed. Anthony's contender saw his chance and jumped forward, unleashing a rapidly fast volley on Primeape. Which Ash's Pokémon was fortunate enough to snap out of his daze quick enough to only suffer a few fast jabs to the body. Bringing his guards up, Primeape began blocking the fast punches and then retaliated by swinging his own fists in hard, powerful wallops that Hitmonchan too had to block in order to avoid them. Standing firm and going head-to-head, both fighting types ended up engaging in a rapid contest of quick punches. Followed by either side folding into a block guard at intermittent intervals before seizing the chance to go back on the offensive again. The last 5 rounds of non-stop, hardcore fighting was obviously beginning to take its toll as well, since both Hitmonchan, as well as Primeape, began making contact with their blows. Primeape took a blow across the side of the face. Hitmonchan ate a fist to the face, followed by a gut punch. Primeape suffered 2 hard rib punches and a strike across the cheek. Hitmonchan managed to endure a series of 1-2 punches to the face, then an uppercut to the jaw. By the time the 5th round was over and the slugfest came to an end, Hitmonchan and Primeape went walking back to their corners, slower than usual, and took a seat. Ash and Anthony only being able to offer water and words of encouragement at this point. Both of their Pokémon had been fighting so fiercely, so intensely, all matched that there were literally no words of advice or instruction they could offer. The battle was like that between gladiators, an all-out duel to the finish to see who could stay standing. All they could do was offer their Pokémon support and a pep talk. The break only seemed to last a short few moments, however, because within seconds, the 6th round was starting and both fighters were going right back at each other again. Even though they were tired, Hitmonchan and Primeape fought without giving so much as a single small inch to the other. By this point, sustaining bruising blows became far more common. Hitmonchan would back Primeape up with his extremely fast punches and then deliver a series of lightning-quick, stinging strikes all over the pig monkey's body. Primeape would only return fire by using his brute force and strength to break through Hitmonchan's weakening defenses and wallop the smaller, slimmer fighting type with a few bruising, punishing blows that Hitmonchan felt all over his body. The sound of hard hitting and grunting literally filled the big hall as the crowd watched in hushed, stunned silence at the 2 brawling Pokémon, whom were doing nothing less than brutalizing each other in the ring with a mad intensity that was all but over the top. Even Ash and Anthony were mostly watching, in enrapt fascination, as their Pokémon battled it out all across the ring like only they existed in the whole entire building. When the 9th round at long last finally came to a close a long while later, it was to Primeape and Hitmonchan merely hobbling back to their seats. Both of them dead exhausted and badly beaten up. Primeape had scuff marks, bruises, scrapes and glove burns on his body with a mouse swollen up under his right eye. Hitmonchan looked much the same, except his own left eye was all but swollen shut with the black eye he currently sported. Primeape's former injury in the fight against Hitmonlee was acting up, causing him to lightly limp, and Hitmonchan's right shoulder was almost out of commission due to Primeape hitting his rotator cuff with a crippling backhand hook in the top of the 8th round. As the 10th and final round of the final match of the P1 Grand Prix prepared to get underway, the crowd was at the absolute peak of emotional excitement and Ash and Anthony were doing everything they could to motivate their exhausted Pokémon. Come on, Hitmonchan. Anthony rubbed his Pokémon's shoulders and encouraged the beaten and battered fighting type on from behind. I know you got this, you can do it. You just gotta keep fighting as hard as you can, Hitmonchan, and I know you'll come out on top, you can do it. In their own corner, Ash was encouraging in a more calm but no less gripping fashion than Anthony was. In fact, kneeling before his Pokémon with his hands on Primeape's shoulders, Ash stared right into his eyes. Listen, Primeape. You've fought really long and hard to get this far. You've trained, you've worked, and you've struggled to get here. I know and believe you can win this, Primeape, I know you can. You just have to believe you can and dig down beyond your soul to find that will to win. Primeape nodded with a fire still gleaming in his eyes as he stood up and beat his fists together before walking back out to the center of the ring. Not wasting a single second as he pulled his guards back up and allowed Ash's words to motivate him on. Hitmonchan too met him in the middle of the ring, his own hands up and wearily defending his badly bruised torso and sides from any more of Primeape's devastatingly powerful power shots. As soon as the bell rang, signaling the final round of the tournament, both Pokémon went to work and gave it everything they had. As the fight progressed on, it was almost as if the match had become a test of will instead of either Pokémon's superior fighting skill over the other. For every punch Hitmonchan threw at Primeape that made contact, Ash's bruiser of a Pokémon would take the punishment and then rebound back with his own volley of punishing and fierce combo attacks. Hitmonchan threw a 1, 2, 3 combo strike into Primeape's face and side. Primeape retaliated by throwing a series of rapid hook punches, uppercut body blows and then a hard right to Hitmonchan's jaw. The blow was enough to stagger it, but the other fighting type refused to give in and merely threw himself back at Primeape again. This time it was a feint leg kick followed by a jumping side kick that made contact on Primeape's right side, rattling his ribcage and causing him to grunt in pain just before Hitmonchan threw a spinning back fist. Unable to dodge it in time, Primeape was knocked in a complete circle on one foot, spinning around as the fist made contact and caused him to rotate 180 degrees, spittle flying from his mouth. Exhaustion, fatigue and the harsh beating of the long match he had endured caused Primeape's vision to go cloudy as he went jelly-legged and then fell, limply, to the mat where he lay still. The crowd appeared to go silent for just a moment, with Ash's friends all gasping in fear as they watched Primeape crumple into a heap next to the ropes after the brutal spinning back fist. Primeape! Misty yelled out, a call that was mimicked by Brock and Giselle while Rebecca remained silent. Somewhat guiltily hoping Primeape would stay down and deliver the win to her father's exhausted Hitmonchan. The referee, seeing Primeape laying prone, ran up and knelt down as he began hitting the ring while calling out, 1, 2, 3, 4 dash. Ash, seeing the desperation, cupped his hands over his face and called out. Primeape! Primeape, listen to my voice. You've trained way too hard to come all the way here to your first big fighting tournament just to lose. Pulling on a longing he himself felt deep inside about his own aspirations, Ash slammed his hands down onto the edge of the ring and shouted. They say a rookie can't win anything big his first time through, but I don't believe that. You and me are a team, Primeape, and we've trained too hard to come here and lose. I know you can prove everyone wrong. Now get up and fight. On either side of him, Pikachu and V were both cheering on their partner. Pika. Pikachu Pi. Pikachu Pika. V. V. Slowly, Primeape's eyes fluttered open and all he registered at first was a hazy fog. Raising his head up and shaking it out roughly, the dazed Pokémon looked through the blurry ropes of the ring and saw Ash, Pikachu, and V cheering him on. Remembering where he was suddenly as the roar of the crowd, the feel of the mat, the lights above the ring and, most importantly, the counting of the referee sounded out, Primeape's eyes widened and he flexed his tired muscles. Mustering all of his willpower, Primeape pushed himself up with brute force just as the referee counted the final two numbers. 8. 9 dash. But that was as far as it went. With a cry of determination, Primeape soon found himself standing back up on his feet facing the crowd, breathing and holding his fists up while they roared their applause. Anthony and Hitmonchan's faces showed their obvious shock as Primeape returned to the land of the living and then spun around, fists up into a tight guard with fire blazing in his eyes. Ash, who at first began to cheer and praise Primeape along with Pikachu and V, suddenly stopped and just went still, arms raised in the air, as he saw a very familiar red aura begin to slowly suffuse Primeape's body from behind. He couldn't see his Pokémon's face currently, but Primeape, in his extremely exhausted and fatigued state, had pushed himself so far that he was beginning to fall into the energy-fueled, rage-induced state of anger point. Ash could already see what was happening before it even began, but he was too late to even hope to stop it. With a loud bellow of rage, Primeape exploded forward at Hitmonchan just as the red aura of energy that had started to appear around him completely blazed to life like a fire with gasoline fuel. The other Pokémon could only stand and stare with wide eyes of surprise, the confusion leaving him temporarily flat-footed and thus only able to bring his guards up into a lax lifting phase. It didn't matter, Primeape was already on him. Bellowing out a fierce, Primeape. The now enraged pig monkey ped back and then rocketed forth a super-fast right hook. Hitmonchan had no hope of dodging it, so instead, the punch ended up burying itself up into his abdomen. So far it almost touched his organs and actually lifted Hitmonchan up until he was hanging off of Primeape's fist with his feet off the floor. Mouth opening into a soundless gasp while spittle flew from it, Hitmonchan's arms fell by his sides while his eyes went unfocused for a moment. Though, that was the least of his problems, as Primeape just as quickly turned on his foot, pivoting back, while retracting his fist. Normally, such an act would have caused Hitmonchan to either fall to his knees or stumble forward, but Primeape, red-eyed and snarling, twisted around so hard, it looked like he had become a furry blur. In milliseconds, Primeape's other fist was literally smashing into the side of Hitmonchan's face with such force, it actually spun the other fighting type around in a total 360, like a top, as he went spinning over and over again in a backwards fall. The force of the hit was great enough that the smack it made against Hitmonchan's face echoed throughout the arena. However, for Anthony's Pokémon, knowing where one's place was in space quickly became a thing of the past. Visibly reduced to jelly on his legs, Hitmonchan continued to spin backwards until he had landed limply back against the ropes. Arms spread out on them and knees bent as he stared up at the ceiling while seeing more lights than there really were swimming in his vision. To his credit though, Hitmonchan had an undeniably strong fighter's spirit and managed to shake himself out of the daze just long enough to see Primeape closing with him again. This time, the punchy Pokémon managed to pull his guards up, and just as Primeape closed in on him and began unleashing a wild volley of rage-induced, furious punches, each one faster than the last, anywhere he could hit on Hitmonchan's body. Guard up, Hitmonchan blocked, weaved, ducked around and dodged the blows he could while gritting his teeth and stifling a groan at every punch that did make contact. Against Primeape's animalistic, non-stop frenzy, Hitmonchan could only dodge and block while valiantly attempting to fight back with as many counter-punches as he could. Both Pokémon, exhausted to their limit, resorted to an all-out slugfest as they just traded blows, back and forth, each one giving every ounce of energy they had. Primeape's glowing red eyes determinedly stared at his opponent while throwing his punches, while Hitmonchan, equally as determined not to let Anthony down, endured the pain of Primeape's enhanced hits and returned fire with as many as he could. The two combating fighters became nothing but a blur of fists in the corner as they traded blows. Though while Hitmonchan did his best to block what he could, Primeape didn't care, so lost in anger point was he that he didn't even feel the hits anymore. Unfortunately, Hitmonchan's muscles just finally began to give out, and as his punches grew weaker, so too did his guard, and thus, more of Primeape's blows began slipping through. Everyone watched the fight with rapt attention as the fight's dynamics rapidly began to shift. With Hitmonchan's punches and attacks growing weaker, Primeape's grew faster and stronger. Finally, all Hitmonchan could do was weather the punishment as Primeape started to rightly and truly beat the stuffing out of him with punch, after punch, after punch, after punch of righteous, unbridled fury. The blows came to the face, they came to the body, the sides, the arm. Hitmonchan's whole body became nothing more than a punching bag for Primeape, whom didn't appear likely to stop until his opponent was kissing the mat and seeing blackness. The more lithe and tall Pokémon's athletic frame was rocked from side to side as Primeape continued to batter him back and forth, side to side, across the ropes. It soon enough became apparent, to Anthony and Rebecca's plight and distress, that Hitmonchan was rapidly losing all ability to coherently defend himself as he became a victim of a fighter's most dreaded nightmare. A stand-up ground and pound cornered back against the ring. Placing a hand on Hitmonchan's chest, whom still attempted to resist and throw up his guards again even though he was nearly unconscious on his feet, Primeape ped back his right fist and then it fly with another bellow. The hit connected dead center into Hitmonchan's face and snapped his head back, spittle flying out of his mouth again as he leaned back into the ropes just before getting flung forward again. Putting his hand back on Hitmonchan's chest, Primeape repeated the same tactic and then fell into a CYCL of brutally smashing his fist into Hitmonchan's face, over and over again, all while using his other hand each time to stabilize his opponent for another pounding. This was repeated almost 10 times in a straight row before Hitmonchan became nothing but a jelly-legged rag doll that was getting systematically pushed and pulled against the ropes by Primeape's fist. The other Pokémon was very clearly hanging on to consciousness by nothing more than a willful, slim thread, and the threat to his permanent well-being became such a concern that Anthony pulled the towel he had off his shoulder and prepared to throw it into the ring. Ash apparently had the same thought in mind as Anthony too, fearing that Primeape had so far lost himself to anger point that he might seriously hurt Hitmonchan. With that fear in mind, Ash grabbed the ropes and was just about to pull himself up into the ring. Ready to forfeit the match if only it meant sparing Anthony's Pokémon from potentially life-threatening harm. However, both he and Anthony were stayed in their intended efforts when Primeape, instead of delivering the final punch that could have finished Hitmonchan off, just stopped, his fist ped back at his shoulder. His eyes were still red and his face was creased in a dreadfully angry-looking frown, but, through the outward appearance, something much more intense and desperate was being fought out in his mind. In his current state, being fueled by anger point, Primeape had the nearly unbearable drive pushing him on to ravage and brutalize his opponent into total SBMSN. Even if it meant risking said other Pokémon's life. This was the crux of his species' fight-loving nature. Anger point was a powerful and deadly hidden weapon accessible to them in desperate situations but at a terrible price. That being the wielder's very sanity and state of mental well-being in the moment of combat-driven passion. However, even though the one, wild and radical voice kept trying to push him on to just finish Hitmonchan, Primeape's rational mind could practically hear and see Ash standing in front of him, between his punch and Hitmonchan, begging him not to do it and to remember who he was. Primeape's fist shook with barely held control and his red eyes wavered while he stared upon the spectral form of Ash that he all but heard speaking right into his head. Remembering in that moment all the times his trainer had spoken to him about controlling himself and not letting his anger get the better him. Primeape. The ethereal form of Ash standing between Primeape and the all but unconscious Hitmonchan yelled. Primeape. Stop. This is not you. You are better than this. You're better. You aren't like the rest of your species, you don't have to give in to your rage and anger. Fight it, Primeape. Fight it, fight. Primeape. Primeape. Finally, as time seemed to slow with the real Ash grabbing for the ropes of the ring to swing himself up into it, as well as Anthony about to throw his towel out, all in slow motion, Primeape bellowed and then slammed his fist forward. Prime. The crowd all went silent, Ash stopped mid-jump and Anthony paused with his arm up over his head. In the stands, Brock and the other three girls were on the edge of anxiety, their mouths opened and gaped in suspense. Down in the ring, Primeape's fist had made contact with the ropes right beside of Hitmonchan's face. The other Pokémon's eyes were slightly wide, or at least the one not black and blue, as he stared at the furry fighter. Primeape's face was looking towards the ground and he remained that way for several moments without so much as moving a muscle. Finally though, with everyone in the whole rec center looking on anxiously, Primeape looked up. And his eyes were once more clear and cleansed of rage. The red aura of anger point had faded from him as well and as he looked up and stared at Hitmonchan, he was breathing and sweating, his face showing the scuff marks and wear of battle. The two fighters just held each other's gazes for a short time before Primeape shared a simple nod with Hitmonchan. A few seconds later, Anthony's Pokémon, as if understanding and silently communicating with his opponent, nodded in return and gave a very small smile. Then, in an act that shocked everyone, the punching dynamo simply slumped forward off the ropes and towards the mat below, his body limp and relaxed, a sign of surrender as Hitmonchan's fight finally left him. However, just before he could hit the ground, Primeape reached out and caught him, holding his former opponent up in a secure hold so that he did not make contact with the mat's hard surface. Anthony and Ash just halted with looks of stunned surprise on their faces, an expression mimicked by the whole rest of the crowd, as Primeape lowered Hitmonchan down to the ground and then stood back up after doing so. Fist held high in the air in a sign of victory, Primeape bellowed his name, this time in triumphant success. Primeape. Primeape. The aged, weighty and balding referee immediately ran out and knelt down beside the prone form of Hitmonchan and then began slamming the mat as he counted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 dash. The crowd was at an absolute tipping point for excitement by the halfway point. 6, 7, 8, 9 dash. Everyone knew what was about to happen as Hitmonchan hadn't moved a muscle. Giselle and Misty looked ready to erupt in applause while Rebecca's face gradually took on a small, accepting smile as she nodded to herself. Then, at long last, the final count of the match rung out inside the stadium. 10. With that last count, Polly the referee jumped to his feet and grabbed Primeape's arm before hoisting it high into the air in a universal sign of victory. At that point, the crowd exploded into raucous applause, all of them giving a standing ovation as every head in the building stood to cheer Primeape's victory. Anthony and Ash both jumped into the ring but for very different reasons. The former made a beeline for his longtime partner and friend and knelt down to help Hitmonchan into a sitting position while Ash, Pikachu and V ran straight for Primeape. Yeah. The black-haired boy jumped at his Pokémon and threw his arms around him, cheering for joy as he hung on tight. Primeape, you did it. I knew you could do it and you controlled your anger too, I'm so proud of you. Primeape wrapped his arms around his trainer and hopped back and forth on his feet, smiling and chanting in joy while Pikachu and V hopped up onto him as well as to congratulate their friend and teammate on his victory. As Anthony helped his Pokémon back to his feet with his arm around him, Hitmonchan looked down at the ground with obvious disappointment on his face. Yo, Hitmonchan. Anthony spoke as his Pokémon slowly turned his face to look at him. Then, with a smile on his face, the muscular man held up his thumb and winked. You did a great job, pal, no regrets. You gave it your all and that sure as heck wasn't any fight to be ashamed of. We'll just keep trainin' and go at it again next year. Seeing the honest sincerity and still burning determination in his trainer and coach's eyes, Hitmonchan allowed a small smile on his face and then nodded before the both of them looked towards the celebrating pair of Ash, Primeape, Pikachu and V and joined the rest of the people in applauding their victory. Soon enough, once the applause gradually died down, the silver-haired, well-dressed looking announcer walked back out onto the ring and came up to Ash and Primeape while speaking into his mic. Ladies and gentlemen, after a fight that can only be described as being one for the record books. One in which showed true fighting spirit and a deep inner bond between trainer and Pokémon, I hereby give you your new P1 Grand Prix champions. Please make some more noise for our first ever rookie winners. Ash and Primeape. The crowd once more went wild as the lights above the ring flickered and strobed down on the pair, confetti falling from the ceiling while Ash and Primeape smiled like fools and waved to the crowd. Then, as the referee stepped back into the ring as well, he could be seen holding a large black belt that was embroidered around the front with pure gold that was fashioned in the very middle into the shape of a pokeball. Along the edges of the golden ball, in a perfect circle, there were even small rubies embedded into the golden surface. And now folks. The announcer spoke again as Polly approached Primeape with the belt in his hands. Let us present to our victorious champion the sign of his incredible triumph here today. The P1 Championship Belt. Primeape looked at the belt with wide eyes but, just as Ash was about to reach for the black belt he wore around his waist as a prize from the Saffron City Fighting Dojo, he waved his trainer off and instead reached for the belt. As the referee handed it to him, Primeape turned to the crowd and held up the golden belt as he once more bellowed in victory. While he may have been proud of his trophy, the black belt he wore was far too precious an object to be taken from his person, that Primeape was sure of. Looking down then, Ash saw Brock and the others standing down beside the ring and he promptly waved them all up. His friends and Rebecca quickly ran up into the ring and as they did, Ash called Brock over. Hey! Brocko! Come over here and help me cheer Primeape. The squinty-eyed teen smiled and ran over to the other side of Primeape, where he and Ash both held up an arm each to the cheering crowd and displayed for the applauding people their new champion. The two boys had huge grins on their faces while Pikachu and V jumped up and down for joy in front of Primeape. Meanwhile, Giselle, Misty, Rebecca, Anthony and Hitmonchan continued to applaud heartily and enthusiastically for Primeape. Yeah! Primeape! Woo! Misty cheered with her hands over her mouth while Giselle clapped her hands and jumped up and down. Primeape and Ash, you won. I'm so happy for you too. Primeape looked out over the sea of applauding fans and felt tears prickle his eyes as he held his head back until the lights of the ring were completely bathing his face. And then, with a spirit-filled cry that rang throughout the entire building, Primeape gave one final shout of victory. Prythathyarime. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX of traveling companions standing across from he and his daughter the next morning after the tournament. Fuchsia City, Ash answered as he repositioned his pack up on his shoulders. It's got a couple things there we want to check out, for me primarily the Pokémon gym. Misty held up her finger as she smiled and looked at Ash. Don't forget the Seafoam Beach, this time of year it'll actually be one of the warmer places here in Kanto. Rebecca sighed. Oh, you guys have no idea how lucky you are. I'd give anything to get to go sunbath on a beach and get away from the cold where we live in Saffron. Anthony put his hands on his hips and laughed. What are you talking about, Rebecca? If we were at the beach, me and Hitmonchan would be going for a run. Workin' out in the sand is the best way to build up them leg muscles. Right, Hitmonchan? Anthony elbowed his fully healed and well-rested Pokémon in the shoulder, which made the fighting type look at his trainer and nod. Chan. Rebecca gave her father a wry glance and spoke dryly. Then you'd be running alone and me, Mom and Annie would be watching you from our sun chairs. Anthony looked humorously crestfallen at his daughter's response, which made Ash and company laugh. Of course, laughter had been a staple since the night before. Once the tournament had officially ended, Ash, Anthony and the others took Primeape and Hitmonchan to the Pokémon Center so their Pokémon could spend a whole night in much-needed recovery. Afterwards, the 6 of them, plus Pikachu and V of course, spent the whole evening down in the cafeteria of the Pokémon Center. Eating simple but tasty meals that a food vendor had been selling all day outside the center for the tournament. Even though the setting had indeed been simple and plain, conversation and laughs abounded at the table as Ash and his friends shared stories of their adventures while Anthony and Rebecca did the same concerning their training journey with Hitmonchan. Now, at the dawning of a new day, the small group stood on opposite sides of the road that lead outside of the small town the P1 tournament had taken place in. Ash and his friends stood southbound, their backs to the route that would take them to Fuchsia, while Anthony, Rebecca and Hitmonchan were on the opposite side that would take them home, back to Saffron City. So what are you 3 gonna do now? Ash asked a few moments later once the laughter had died down. Anthony put an arm around Rebecca and smiled. I think we're just gonna go home and take a little break from training for a week or 2. I need to spend some more time with my family and besides, there's always gonna be more tournaments and more training to do. A real fighter knows how to take a rest sometimes and enjoy the things that are important. Rebecca beamed proudly at her father, not having heard him say such a thing before. Oh Daddy, I know that will make Mom so happy. The brown-haired man shrugged his shoulders and then looked at Ash and the others. Honestly, I got you kids to thank for me seeing that. Such a comment confused all of them, Giselle giving voice to it. What do you mean? You and Rebecca seem so close. Anthony nodded. Yeah, Rebecca, her sister and her mother have been really supportive of me ever since I started training Hitmonchan for all these fights. And me and Rebecca bond over it, but, to be truthful with ya, I don't spend as much time with them as I should. He smiled somewhat guiltily and scratched the side of his temple. I've been so concerned with achieving my dreams through Hitmonchan that I think I've been neglecting my family a little too much. No Daddy, you don't neglect us. Rebecca tried to comfort her father, only for Anthony to hold up a hand. I don't mean to, Rebecca, but I do a little bit. You 3 have sacrificed so much and supported my dream for so long, but I don't think I've been appreciative of it enough. He then looked at Ash and his friends again. Seeing you kids and how you live right now, traveling around with no commitments, training your Pokémon and living life to the fullest, that's something I always wanted to do but never really had the chance, 'cause of choices I'd made. Then when I got a family, I guess I just started wishing for things that I just couldn't have no more. Wisely, for a man that most would say was just a boxing-obsessed brute, Anthony held up his finger. Ash, all you kids, I wanna offer you a piece of advice. Do what you love now and get your fill of it, because once you get a family, your obligation and dreams need to be about that. He then put his arm around Rebecca again and pulled her close. I seen that when I was watching you and Brock's Pokémon fought Ash. His eyes then ventured to Primeape, who was standing next to Ash, before flicking to Hitmonchan. Me and Hitmonchan have always trained, but you and your Pokémon Ash. You live for this stuff right now. It's your life. And it showed in our fight. Me and Hitmonchan wanted it bad, but you and Primeape were just on another level from us. He then wrapped an arm around Hitmonchan too and smirked as he drew his partner close as well. Of course me and Hitmonchan are still gonna train like crazy and we'll be ready for the next P1 Grand Prix, but from now on, I'm gonna try and be more mindful of my family too. Even though she, her sister and mother never complained about Anthony's obsessive dream to make Hitmonchan a fighting champion since, in many ways, it was him living vicariously through his Pokémon, Rebecca couldn't deny that it had been lonely at times growing up with her sister while Anthony spent such a large amount of time away training. There had been a point in her earlier teen years that Rebecca begrudged her father for it. But, as she got a little older and her mother explained to her how Anthony had given up his own fighting career after she and then her sister were born, in order to work and provide for them all in the meat packing plant he'd worked at for years, she came to understand her father a little better. That had been the point where Rebecca made the decision that, if her father couldn't give up on his dream, she would help him achieve it. And while they had shared many close moments as father and daughter during their long, arduous journey of training Hitmonchan, Rebecca still couldn't deny that she did wish her father would spend more time at home, with their family. So, naturally, to hear her father admitting such things now after facing Ash and Primeape, it filled the young woman with a sense of joy and contentment in her heart that she had only ever longed for. She knew her father would never stop training Hitmonchan to fight, it was just in his blood, but the thought of him taking a more balanced approach to it all made her far happier. Ash smiled in admiration at Anthony's declaration and nodded his head. You know, Anthony, I think that sounds really great. I also think you and Hitmonchan are gonna get a lot stronger that way, and I think your family will be a lot happier too. Anthony smiled as well, but before he could reply, a voice from the side road next to them leading out of the small town suddenly called to them. Excuse me. Excuse me, Mr. Ash. They all turned at that to see a man with slick black hair and dark glasses, as well as an expensive-looking suit, running up to them. Yes. Ash replied with a quirked eyebrow as the man stopped beside of them. How can I help you? The man smiled and held out a business card to Ash as he began speaking again. Let me cut to the chase, Mr. Ash. My name is Albert Pierce and I work as a freelance agent for the organizers of the P1 Grand Prix Professional Fighting Circuit. Ash looked over the card while Brock, Misty, and Giselle crowded around to look at it as well. Anthony and Rebecca seemed to be curious too, while the posh-looking man gestured at Primeape. We watched your match very closely and the higher-ups in our organization were quite impressed with what they saw out of your Primeape. We think he's got a lot of potential to become a big name on the P1 fighting circuit, and I'm here to offer your Pokémon a multi-year, high-paying contract if you'd be willing to let him come join the circuit and go out on the road with us. The agent smiled and held up a finger. We can promise him top access to the best fighting coaches, high-end training facilities, the best medical care in the business and luxury comfort living in and out of the fighting ring. And obviously, as your Pokémon, you yourself would receive very generous royalties of up to 30% of all profits earned. So, what do you say? Everyone was stunned into total silence at the extremely generous, totally surprising offer, and the state of current shock was best worded by Rebecca, who simply uttered, "Wow." Let me tell ya, Ash, Anthony stepped forward and pointed at the card. This is a real, legitimate offer. I've heard of this organization in my early days as a fighter on the circuit and even after I started training Hitmonchan. They're the biggest name fighting organization in the business, and they don't just offer this to anyone. Even winners of the yearly P1 fighting tournaments don't always get this kind of offer. Ash, after processing what had just been told to him for a few moments, blinked a time or two before looking back at the man. Well, I really appreciate the offer and all, but well, it's not my choice to make. He then looked at Primeape and held the card out to him. What do you think, Primeape? This is about you, not me. The fighting type took the card into his hand and just looked at it for several long moments without saying anything, his eyes slightly wide at the offer. Seeing the look on his Pokémon's face, Ash smiled and laid a hand on his shoulder, making Primeape look at him. Primeape. This is your life and your choice. If you want to go on circuit and train to become a regular P1 contender, then you go for it and don't let me or anyone else hold you back. Primeape looked at Ash with still wide eyes as his trainer held a thumbs up. I love you, Primeape, I just want you to be happy. The pig monkey's eyes watered at his trainer's words and he just looked at Ash, Pikachu and V, whom were smiling supportively up at him, and then Albert, before repeating the action a few times. Finally, he made his choice after about a minute or two of deliberation and stepped towards Albert. Then, holding the card out to the man, who appeared surprised, Primeape shook his head and then stepped back. Primeape. As the agent looked down at the card that had been placed back in his hand, Ash looked at Primeape seriously. Are you sure, Primeape? This could be your only chance to ever get to do something like this ever again. If you turn it down, then that's it. Primeape just looked at his trainer with a genuine smile of sincerity on his face and then nodded his head, placing his hand on Ash's shoulder in a firm sign of solidarity of who he chose to stand with. Ash felt his eyes grow moist knowing that Primeape would choose to stay and be his Pokémon instead of leaving to embark on such an incredible journey. However, he simply wiped his eyes and sniffled before nodding at Primeape. "Thanks buddy. I feel the same. You and me forever." Misty, Rebecca and Giselle's own eyes watered at the emotional declaration of commitment to Ash from Primeape as the boy walked up to Albert and shook his head. "I'm sorry sir, but Primeape has made his choice and I don't want to force him to do anything he doesn't want to." However, the suited man just held his hand up to Ash and smiled. "I understand young man, no hard feelings and no explanation needed. Obviously you are a very good trainer for your Primeape to feel so dedicated to you." He then stored his business card away into his suit again before nodding to them all and holding his hand up. "Well everyone, have very pleasant travels and do take care." He then looked at Anthony and smiled. "Mr. Balzoa, keep training that Hitmonchan of yours. We have our eyes on you and your Hitmonchan as well, and if you keep it up, we might just have a similar offer in store for you eventually. Possibly even by the next P1 tournament." The large man just gaped and blinked in shock at the man's words, nodding dumbly, before he was elbowed by his daughter, prompting him to speak. Thank you sir, and absolutely, we'll keep it mind." After that, Albert walked off and Ash turned to smile at Anthony. "Looks like you guys might just have a pretty bright future ahead of you after all." Rebecca smiled brightly and nodded while Anthony, shaking his head to clear it of the surprised shock that had settled over him, looked down at the smiling young man and gave a small chuckle. "Well, I believed before that Primeape was devoted to ya Ash, but to turn down an offer like that, now I know you're a real Class A trainer. You should be proud." Ash looked at Primeape and felt his heart warm. "No Anthony. I'm just one blessed guy to have such great Pokémon." Smiling, Anthony stepped forward and held out his hand. "Well, I know you two are gonna go far." Ash reached out to shake his hand while Anthony eyed Brock, Giselle and Misty. "You kids too, keep on fightin' hard and there ain't nothing you can't accomplish." Hitmonchan and Primeape faced each other and stared at one another for several long seconds. Neither one breaking eye contact with the other as they affirmed what had now become a friendly, yet still existent rivalry between the two skilled fighters. A rivalry that was cemented as they extended hands to firmly clasp hold of one another and seal the unspoken pact to never cease getting stronger. By the end of their final farewells, Ash and his friends separated from Anthony, Rebecca and Hitmonchan with an enlivened spring to their steps. The road stretching ever more before them, Ash glanced sideways to Brock as Primeape walked briskly on his other side. The P1 Grand Prix belt slung crossways on his body like a golden, shining testament of how far he had come under Ash's training. "So Brock, where to next?" asked the Pallet Town rookie trainer while Pikachu and V settled themselves on both of his shoulders. "Well." The spiky-haired boy examined the map in his hands. "Looks like the next town closest to us is called Gringy City." Misty's lip curled up in disgust. "Gringy City? That sounds nasty." "And dirty," Giselle agreed. Brock nodded in agreement as he examined the map and then the guidebook in his other hand. "Yes, but it also says here in the Kanto guidebook that Gringy City is home to another minor Pokemon gym." Ash's ears pricked up at that while Misty just sighed. "Here we go. Everyone." Ash hoisted his fist to the sky. "Gringy City awaits. Let's dash," he points ahead to the horizon. "Go." He then glanced over at Primeape and nodded. "I'll race you to that rock outcropping in the distance, Primeape." The fighting-type Pokemon beat his fists together and narrowed his eyes in serious concentration, the gauntlet having been laid down by his trainer and Primeape more than ready to answer it. "Primeape." With that said, both trainer and Pokemon took off down the road, leaving the others in a dust cloud and Pikachu and V to hang on to Ash for dear life. "Hey! Wait!" Giselle took off after the two of them with Brock and Misty in tow. "Ash! Don't leave us behind." But all that came back from the rocketing forms in the increasing distance was, "I'll beat you Primeape." "Prime." "Hey wait, no, that's cheating, no focus energy." Primeape." "No." "Hey. Cheaty-ear. XX. Ugh, this smell is so horrendous." Placing her index and middle finger over her nose, Misty clamped it shut and made a disgusted face. It smells like a mixture of sweaty gym socks, garbage, CRP and rotting food. Beside of her, Ash and Brock, as well as Giselle, were standing beside the flowing waterway that cut straight through the middle of the city they were in and twisted and circled around until it finally flowed out into the inlet beyond. 2 days of travel, only to end up in a place they could hardly breathe in. No kidding. Giselle agreed as she pulled the top of her shirt up over her nose and waved her hands in front of her face. The water almost looks black. Ash stared into the slowly flowing water down below with Pikachu and V standing on either side of his legs and doing the same thing as their trainer. Sticking his tongue out and then shaking his head, the messy black-haired boy whistled. Looks more like sludge than water. Brock, who was standing beside Ash but off to the side of Misty and Giselle, looked up from his map and glanced around the gloomy, dreary port town they had found themselves in after 2 days of travel. Well, I know this is the place, see dash, he then pointed at the map for his friends, who crowded around to see what he was pointing to. It shows here on the map that Gringy City is crisscrossed all throughout the city by waterways that flow into the big inlet just off the port bordering the town. His finger traced the blue little trails on the map around the small dot in the center of the area, which then lead to a bigger patch of blue that was distinguishable as being a body of water. These blue lines are the waterways dash, he looked up and gestured at the flowing, man-made stream below them before looking out to the side and then pointing at what could just barely be noticed as a large body of water across the port. Straight through the light mist that seemed to perpetually cover the town. And that must be the inlet or bay. Assured of his hypothesis, Brock folded the map up and then stowed it in one of his vest pockets before pulling out just the Kanto guidebook from another one. So we're in the right place. Misty, with her face still scrunched up in disgust, ended up speaking in a nasally pitch due to her fingers clamping her nostrils together. Well, I wish we weren't, this place really stinks. And it looks so gringy, too. Giselle observed as she glanced out past the wharf area they had entered the town by and saw several buildings, large and small, dotted throughout the city. Everything looks dark, depressing and dirty. She then looked skyward. Even the sky is all black, like smog. It's aptly named then, Ash commented as he stepped forward and looked into the distance, seeing a large factory that was shooting smoke into the air when he did. I think this is an industry town, so it's probably gonna be more polluted. The young, tracksuit-wearing trainer looked back at his friends then. So. He looked around the city outside of the wharf before grabbing the straps of his backpack. My Pokemon are all fine, if you guys don't have any objections then let's go see if we can find the gym around here. Brock opened the guidebook to the place he had marked and then navigated it with his eyes. Okay, well. It looks like the gym is somewhere in this wharf actually. He studied the guidebook for a few more seconds before nodding. Yeah, okay, I see it. Looking up, Brock pointed to the waterway they were beside and then out to the inlet beyond. It says the gym is right near the waterside near the docks, so if we follow this runoff to the water and then search around, we should find the gym pretty easily. Says here that it looks like a warehouse in a port. Misty rubbed her shoulders. Let's just find it then and get inside, it's cold out here. Setting out again, Ash and company ventured to the waterside of the city's seaport and, after arriving at the very foggy docks, the group of 4 started their search for the gym. A search which, all things considered, ended rather quickly. Before too long, they found themselves standing in front of a building that did indeed look a lot like a warehouse. The identifiable feature that set it apart from all the others, of course, being the big white and blue Pokemon League symbol above the door. This is it. Ash stepped up to the warehouse door. Come on guys, let's check it out. A few moments later, the young Pokemon trainers were standing inside the gym and found that, much like a normal warehouse, the interior was very much the same. Big, square windows were lined up on either side of the building, as well as up on the ceiling, chains dangled down from above that looked thick enough to hold up a boat, and the whole entire floor space of the warehouse itself was empty. Well, mostly empty anyway, save for a big rectangular square that had been converted into the battle arena for gym matches. Whoa. Talk about big, Ash surmised upon taking in the whole interior of the gym. Wonder where the gym leader is though. I'm right here. Came what sounded like the most bored and uninterested reply in the history of all responses to any question ever. Just hang on, I'm coming. From the far end of the gym walked out a young man with snowy white, short messy hair and bright green eyes. He was wearing a tight, sleeveless black neoprene shirt with long, baggy tan briefs and black sneakers on his feet. The boy looked to be in his late teens, perhaps 18 or 19, and he had the worst perpetual slouch. Like a lazy loafer whom moving was a terrible chore for, let alone walking any considerable distance. So. The voice of the young man was about as disinterested and blank as his facial features. Lemme guess. You're here to challenge my gym and there's no way you're just lost travelers looking for directions. Only at the last part did his voice take on any emotion whatsoever, and even then it was only for a glimmer of hope. Ash and his friends looked at each other with raised eyebrows before he turned around again and tried to think of how to reply to the bored-looking teen. Ah. Yes, I am. My name is Ash and I'm here to dash. However, he was cut off by the young man holding his hand up and sighing. Save it. Just follow me and let's get this started already. Ash looked at his friends again and then shrugged before following the teen out onto the battlefield. Once they were in position, Ash in one battle box and the gym leader on the other end of the ring in the other, he called out. So what's your name anyway? Branson. Came the stoic reply. Now I assume you probably already know the rules, right? 3 on 3, no time limit, whoever loses all their Pokémon first gets defeated, yada yada. He sighed again, the misery radiating from the other boy like a cloud of steam. We don't have a referee here so. Yeah. Anyway, let's just get this done with already. This guy is Major Bum. Misty whispered to Giselle and Brock as they stood off to the side in order to watch. And he's got a really bad attitude too. The brunette girl whispered back, a hand over her mouth as if afraid the uninterested gym leader would put the effort needed into straining to hear her. So. Branson pulled a pokeball out of one of his deep briefs pockets. Let's get this over with, Cacturn. Cacturn. Chanted the living embodiment of a walking cactus as the Hoenn native Pokémon appeared on the battlefield. Seeing this, Ash thought to himself with narrowed eyes before making his own choice as he reached for a ball. Alrighty pal. It's me and you time. He then threw the chosen spherical capture device into the air as he smiled. Butterfree, let's have some fun. Appearing in a blast of white and blue sparkling lights, Ash's second Butterfree donned and the green scarf fluttered high into the air while announcing his entry with a fierce, free. Free. Wow, Butterfree's looking good. Giselle complimented as she smiled at the sight of the flying insect Pokémon flying around in the air and performing a few impressive aerial acrobatics in a show of his hard-earned dexterity and grace. Of course, Branson looked like he could care less. Well duh. Misty grinned and pumped her fist. Ash has been training his current team like crazy ever since they've been with him. Cacturn. Branson flipped his hair. Use pin missile. Bending back, the grass and poison type extended both arms forward and then grunted its name as a rapid-fire burst of glowing needles launched themselves at Butterfree. The winged bug type didn't move at first, but within milliseconds of the barbed needles making contact, Butterfree vanished in a blur of speed and appeared to the right of the incoming attack. Seeing his Pokémon's attack had failed, Branson lifted one eyebrow just a bare inch. Huh. Fast. Butterfree. Ash called out. Use Gust now. Flapping his wings rapidly, Butterfree chanted his name as his powerful aerial appendages worked like a machine and sent a strong gust of wind at Cacturn. The darkly visaged Pokémon gave a sinister smile and then spread its legs out wide before hunching over and placing its bristly arms on the ground. The strong torrents of wind simply buffeted against Cacturn's spiky body but didn't leave so much as a scratch or mark on it. Seeing this, Ash narrowed his eyes. Cacturn's skin must be harder than I thought. Butterfree used Silver Wind. Flapping his wings hard again, Butterfree released several thin, glowing discs of sharpened wind and powdered down at Cacturn. Use Spiky Shield, Branson ordered lazily. Cacturn spread its arms out wide again as a bright green shield of energy, the likes of which appeared to have prickly spines in it, formed like a cocoon around the evolved form of Cacnea. The U-shaped discs of air slammed against the glowing green shield and dissipated into mere wisps as Cacturn suddenly went flying out of the shield, into the air, while raising its arms in front of it and then firing a burst of poisonous spikes at Butterfree. Look out! Ash yelled. That's Poison Sting. Butterfree took evasive action instantly and flitted to the side quickly in order to dodge the potentially dangerous attack. However, in a blur of speed, Cacturne showed that what it had done was merely a diversion to set up its real attack. Use Needle Arm, the white-haired gym leader commanded as Cacturne's right arm glowed green just before it swung the prickly appendage down at Butterfree. The attack hit home, square on the head, sending Ash's Pokémon tumbling down through the air, but the flying-type insect was as crafty as he was quick. Pushing his wings out to break his fall, Butterfree pushed himself back into the air with a hard move of his wings and used the momentum to slam himself into Cacturne's midsection. The hit flipped Branson's own Pokémon through the air, but since it couldn't fly, Cacturne landed down on the ground with bent knees and then grunted its name before using Pin Missile. The battle having quickly gotten away from trainer commands and fallen to the battler's individual fighting instincts, Butterfree utilized speed again to evade the attack, before this time using Whirlwind. The force of this wind-based attack was a little more powerful than Gust had been, and that caused Cacturne to bring its arms up to its face while straining against the force of air as its sticky legs were gradually moved backward across the floor. Butterfree took advantage of that and quickly transitioned from using just Whirlwind to adding the spores of sleep powder to it. Branson, seeing what was coming, finally took action as he lifted his hand, as if in slow motion to mimic his voice. Cacturne used Cotton Spore to neutralize it. Folding its arms inward and then throwing them out, Cacturne rooted itself to the ground as a cloud of puffy spores were released from its body and floated high up into the air, straight into the strong wind current itself. At the very same time, the spores of sleep powder came in contact with the great multitude of white, cottony spores. Then, in the eyes of everyone in the gym watching, both attacks seemed to gradually and slowly phase one another out. That was smart, Brock observed. Cotton Spore utilizes hundreds of tiny spores that are really porous. It was able to soak up and capture the spores of sleep powder, but in return, the spores of cotton ended up being dissolved. Giselle and Misty marveled at the impressive show of on-the-fly strategy, but the battle hadn't halted for a minute. With the wind current of Whirlwind no longer a factor, Cacturne was on the move again, and this time made use of the move Feint attack as the cacti-like Pokémon vanished into thin air and then appeared in a dark blur behind Butterfree. Ash didn't get to warn his scarf-wearing battle partner of what was coming before Cacturne used both arms to thwack Butterfree in a crossways motion across the body, managing to earn a grunt of pain from him as the bug type floated downwards several feet. Cacturne landed back on the ground again, but it didn't move, which confused Ash and his friends watching at first until it soon became clear why. In the process of hitting Butterfree, Cacturne had also managed to sneak a secondary blow in by planting a pod of leech seed onto Butterfree's wing. Both he and Ash noticed it too late, and within seconds, the parasitic plant pod opened up and wrapped its vines around Butterfree as it quickly began electrocuting him and stealing his energy away. Butterfree fell completely to the ground, unable to stay aloft any longer, and struggled against the tightly bound vines entrapping him, all while refusing to give voice to the burning pain he was feeling. Cacturne, on the command of Branson, used Pin Missile to perform a doubleheader combo on the imperiled Butterfree. Ash watched this occur for longer than he cared to consider, but he knew, at the same time, that Butterfree couldn't take such a pounding for long. Thankfully, an idea struck him and he put it into play. Butterfree used Confusion. Now, Ash's Pokémon were all nothing if not incredibly hardcore and determined after all the intense training they endured day in and day out. Butterfree mustered not only his energy but also his will and then focused on using the move he had been commanded. Eyes glowing blue and an aura of the same colored energy forming around him, Butterfree channeled that power into the vines holding him and used it to take control of them. Then, as they relaxed and eased their hold on Butterfree, he expanded the psychic energy outward and made the vines of leech seed stretch themselves out until they resembled a net. Breathing with the effort it took to perform such a move after having so much energy stolen from him, Butterfree took a rather substantial amount of pride from the look of surprise on Cacturne's face. A surprise that was so profound, it caused the grass and dark-type hybrid to cease using Pin Missile for a moment. That proved to be a mistake, a very serious mistake, as Butterfree took advantage of that lack of focus and used his psychic energy to literally throw the net of leech seed vines back at Cacturne. Bringing its arms up as its eyes went wide, Cacturne vocalized a shout of peril but still fell to the ground regardless as its own vines from leech seed wrapped around it and began sapping energy from the one who made it. At this point, Butterfree's eyes were still glowing from the use of confusion, but instead of the light fading, it grew more powerful and became fairly pronounced in its own right. Just then, at the apex of the bright glowing of Butterfree's eyes, the energy was transferred up out of his eyes and into his antenna instead. The psychic energy also changed color and began to resemble a pink, multicolored flame of telekinetic power. The energy itself coalesced into a junction between Butterfree's antenna and then, with a cry of determined ferocity, he released a powerful beam of psychic energy at Cacturn. Distracted by the vines it was trapped in and thus, unable to defend itself, Cacturn noticed the incoming beam of light too late and left the struggling Pokémon defenseless. Lifting its arm up, Cacturn made to shield itself from the blast just as it finally hit and caused a cloud of smoke and dust to shoot into the air. Butterfree must have just learned how to use Psybeam, but that won't have helped. Misty both explained, as well as woefully declared, while she, Giselle and Brock, as well as Ash, tried to see through the smoke cloud. I know, Psychic-type moves aren't effective against Dark types and Cacturn is part Dark type. Giselle made it her own task to cup her hands and call out to Ash. Be careful, Ash. You know that won't have worked. Sure enough, the smoke cloud cleared enough that it showed Cacturn standing up, having freed itself from the vines, but oddly enough, there was a small hole in the ground right in front of it. Branson, bored as he was, managed to look confused since it became apparent that Butterfree's attack never even hit Cacturn in the first place. Unfortunately for both he and his Pokémon, they noticed that rather important fact far too late. Butterfree was missing. All of a sudden, in the midst of Cacturn looking around for its opponent, Butterfree came rocketing down out of the air while announcing his incoming charge. Free! Cacturn looked up, but it was at that very same moment that Butterfree waved his wings downward and sent a powdery burst of silver wine down at Cacturn. This attack did lend the Dark/Grass type real cause for instant concern since, as part grass, the damage that was about to be dealt was no laughing matter. Caught flat-footed however, Cacturn was sent buckling to its knees as silver wind broke upon it. But if that wasn't enough, Butterfree finished his downward descent by smashing his head into Cacturn's back, making the other Pokémon's eyes bulge out as it gasped in pain and then fell onto all fours. Not ceasing or halting his onslaught in any way, Butterfree landed on top of Cacturn and then used Bug Bite, another hyper-effective move, over and over again, tearing into his opponent's prickly skin. Cacturn, flailing and panicking like mad under the assault, endured the savagery for as long as it could before, with a final head raise and a long, loud cry of pain, it fell face first into the ground and went still. Feeling his opponent no longer moving, Butterfree stopped attacking and then flapped himself off of Cacturn so everyone could see that its eyes were nothing but incoherent swirls. Unlike many trainers would react to losing a Pokémon in battle, Branson merely sighed and raised Cacturn's Pokeball before returning it with a head shake. Well. He stowed the ball away and then pulled out another. I was really hoping this would go faster, but another sigh escaped his downturned lips. I suppose not. Joy. Ash, who had been busy embracing Butterfree and celebrating his victory along with Pikachu and V, looked up and sweat dropped as he heard Branson's reply. His friends, on the other hand, all had thin eyes and their own sweat drops as Misty deadpanned with pursed lips. This guy could make a slowpoke look like the life of the party. No kidding. Giselle's eye twitched upwards. I had professors who were more interesting than him. Or maybe a rock, Brock supplemented as he tried to smile to put a lighter dot on the mood, only for it to come across as strained and awkward since his own sweat drop never disappeared. So. The Gringy City gym leader lazily tossed the ball in his hand up into the air. Come on then. Ash's eyebrows knitted into immediate thought and concern as Branson's second Pokémon appeared and revealed that it was a Pokémon from Sinnoh that he had studied about before, known as Toxicroak. Oh, this is bad. Brock's voice carried an ominous worry as he leaned forward and gritted his teeth. Toxicroak is a Pokémon I've heard about before and they're really dangerous. Not only are they poisonous but they can also move really fast and know how to use some punishing fighting-type moves. It's a deadly triple combo. Misty and Giselle gulped in concern for their friend while Ash looked up at Butterfree. Do you want to keep battling, Butterfree? Receiving a nod in reply, Ash allowed Butterfree to continue as his Pokémon flew back out into the ring and got ready to fight. However, before the powerful little bug type could even blink, Toxicroak was moving without any commands and it did so in a way that left Butterfree's head spinning. Blurring in a whirlwind of movement, Toxicroak ran from side to side, seemingly appearing and disappearing to either side of the ring like it was some kind of poke ninja. Butterfree struggled to keep up with the speed, turning his head from left to right, though he wasn't able to follow when Toxicroak appeared behind him and promptly moved its right arm into Butterfree's back using Sucker Punch. Crying out, the bug-type Pokemon tumbled through the air and then hit the ground hard but managed to utilize his reaction time and speed training to quickly push himself back into the air out of his roll. He had no time to rest however because within seconds, Toxicroak was charging at him again, this time with both fists glowing purple. Butterfree, look out! Ash yelled. It's using Poison Jab. Closing the distance between them in a moment, the Poison and Fighting type began throwing fast, rapid strikes at Butterfree with its poison-laced fists. Butterfree was a hardcore fighter with a determined spirit though, and he proved it in spades, showing just how far his training with Ash's other Butterfree and Beedrill had come. This officially began a close-quarters combat session, greatly resembling those seen days earlier during the P1 Grand Prix, where Toxicroak lively jabbed and struck at Butterfree while moving, ducking and sliding. All of it leaving Ash's Pokemon with the only option of using every ounce of speed available to him in order to dodge the dangerous blows coming his way. Finally, in an effort to get some space, Butterfree pushed himself back with his wings, but then, just as Toxicroak was about to follow, he promptly moved his wings forward again and started flapping them hard. The powerful and rightly timed use of Whirlwind pushed the two-legged frog back through the air and across the ring, but the perpetually smirking Pokemon merely crossed its arms after touching down again to shield itself from the wind. Toxicroak proved to be just as cunning as it was fast though, because, looking up, the vocal sac below its chin rapidly expanded just before the blue-skinned amphibian opened its mouth and launched a mass of purple gunk high up into the air, while above the wind Butterfree was churning around. The purple projectile, quickly recognized as Venoshock, was seen by Ash and he yelled out, "Butterfree, look out, it's coming down your way." Butterfree looked up and then had to quickly abandon the gale of wind he was using to keep Toxicroak at bay. Taking urgent evasive action, Butterfree flew back away from the purple, gooey projectile and managed to dodge it just before the blob of poison struck the ground and made a hazardous puddle from the splash. The distraction was all the time Toxicroak needed though, as the Pokemon, who seemed to be rather used to battling without its trainer's commands, probably just so the lazy slouch didn't have to actively participate in battle, charged forward and appeared in front of Butterfree in mere seconds. "I can't believe how fast Toxicroak is," Giselle exclaimed in disbelief, right at the very moment that Branson's Pokemon began its attack. Before Ash or Butterfree could react, Toxicroak struck the smaller Pokemon one more time, directly in the gut, and then followed it up by delivering several more rapid blows into Butterfree's exposed body. What made the onslaught even worse was that Toxicroak's fists were coated in poison and caused every hit of Poison Jab to take on a far more critical and severe undertone. With each hit, Butterfree cried out in pain and then, right after delivering the final blow, Toxicroak spun around in a full 360 on one foot, leaned back and puffed up its vocal sac again. Then, with a powerful expulsion from within, the Poison/Fighting type launched a veritable cannon of toxic, poisonous sludge straight into Butterfree's barely aloft form. The force of the sludge bomb attack propelled Butterfree back through the air with a shriek of pain and sent him careening into the battlefield, his body making a painful sounding smack as he hit it. "Butterfree!" Ash yelled out, concern for his Pokemon taking center stage in his mind as he watched Butterfree lay motionless on the ground with his conscious mind knocked for a dizzying loop. Realizing soon that Butterfree had been beaten, he smiled softly and returned his defeated Pokemon from across the battlefield. "Don't be upset, Butterfree," he spoke comfortingly to the ball in his hand. "You battled bravely, I'm proud of you." The boy then looked at Toxicroak again and silently contemplated his next choice while his opponent just sighed again. "Come on, let's hurry this along, I really want to go take a nap." Misty's eyes became beady and angry as she made to lunge forward with her fist in the air, though luckily Brock caught her and managed to restrain the fiery redhead. Unfortunately, it did little to temper her tongue. "You lazy, slouching, albino-haired bum. You're a gym leader, you don't have the luxury to act so lazy and uninterested in a match. Ash is the challenger and you owe him proper respect, you dull-eyed loser." "Misty, no, stop. It's not worth it." Brock fought against her wild squirms. "Let it go. Stop trying to get Ash disqualified." "Yeah, Misty, come on and just calm down, alright? Giselle attempted to placate with a nervous smile as she hesitantly approached the struggling Orangette and held her hands out, almost as though attempting to calm a furious Rhyhorn. Squinting an eye open as Ash's friends caused the commotion on the other side of the gym, Branson just sighed and shook his head. So troublesome. Ash, on the other hand, had been paying very little attention to the fuss Misty was making. So intent was he in his mental assessment of Toxicroak and the Pokémon best suited to take it on. Finally, he made his choice and pulled out the ball holding the Pokémon he knew could achieve victory. Alright. Here we go. Throwing the Pokeball into the air, Ash yelled. Raticate, let's go. Branson's one eye merely creaked open slightly again, the only sign he could bring himself to give showing any level of surprise, but Ash's friends were all practically gaping in open-mouthed shock. Like a carnivine trying to catch a flygon. Wait-a-lot. Raticate? The three chorused in a very loud unison. Seriously? Brock, even though his eyes were perpetually squinty, seemed to go wide-eyed, if only once in his life, and blinked several times. I know Ash is unique when it comes to strategies, but... He rubbed his eyes. Did he really just choose Raticate? Misty and Giselle both nodded, still stunned and gaping, and replied in a monotone tandem, neither one in any less disbelief than Brock. Yep. As Raticate growled and snarled on the battlefield, just as ready and anxious for a good scrap as he always was, Ash suddenly knelt down and waved him over. Hey! Raticate! Over here, quick! Turning around, the sharp-fanged rat Pokémon bounded back over to his trainer and then Ash leaned in and began whispering into his ear once he arrived. After a few moments of the silent whispering no else could hear, Ash pulled back and smiled at Raticate with a clenched fist. Think you can do that, bud? The normal-type rodent nodded and then warbled back, Raticate. Raticate. The brown-eyed Pokémon trainer grinned and then stood up. Let's do it then, go get him. Pikachu and V both cheered Raticate on from either side of Ash's legs and then watched their teammate run back out onto the battlefield. Raticate, far smaller than Toxicroak, showed no fear as he stared up at his opponent and snarled challengingly. Raticate. Branson, raising an eyebrow, just shrugged. Whatever, it's your Pokémon, your challenge. Toxicroak, go. The fast and powerful poison type bent its legs and blurred forward, seeming to appear from side to side in a zigzag fashion on its way to put down Raticate before the fight could even begin. However, to Branson's sincere, legitimate surprise, Raticate actually ran at Toxicroak instead of running away or preparing to dodge an attack. Within the span of a millisecond, Raticate and Toxicroak were upon each other and the latter began using a rapid slew of poisoned jabs to hit Ash's Pokémon. Raticate, however, showed himself to be far faster and a fair bit more agile than expected. Because of this, every jab, every punch Toxicroak threw, Raticate was able to easily evade and maneuver away from. His much smaller body proving to be key in getting around the bigger Pokémon's offenses. Raising an arm up, Toxicroak used its powerful legs to jump forward a few paces and slam its fist into the ground, though Raticate was able to scurry away before the blow could reach him. While Toxicroak pulled its fist from the ground, the gym leader's Pokémon suddenly let out a croak of pain as Raticate ran by its legs but took the opportunity to chomp a bite out of its right ankle in the process. Temporarily fainting to one knee, Toxicroak's eyes watched Raticate dart to the side and then it quickly tried to swipe at Ash's Pokémon to hit him. Raticate merely bounded swiftly over the arm however and then jumped right at Toxicroak, taking advantage of the other Pokémon's momentary kneeling position to slam his head into his physically stronger opponent's face. Toxicroak was actually sent sprawling onto its back by the attack and slid a few feet away, surprise showing on its face from the unexpected blow. Wow, look at him go. Giselle complimented with a big smile on her face. Raticate isn't doing too bad. Toxicroak didn't stay down for long though. Soon enough it was kipping back up to its feet and then launched itself at Raticate like it had been flung out of a slingshot. Raticate wasn't quick enough to dodge this time and ended up receiving an outright punt kick from Toxicroak, which lifted him off the ground only to then be clobbered by a right hook to the face. Raticate hit the grounded and rebounded off of it several times but the scrappy little Pokémon was nothing if not determined, focused on the battle and hellbent on winning at all costs. Coming out of his last flip through the air, Raticate landed on his back feet and then threw himself back at Toxicroak again. Branson's Pokémon puffed up its vocal sac quickly and began belching up several bursts of Venoshock at Raticate. However, the combative rodent was able to run and dodge around each glob of poison while Toxicroak hopped back on its quick feet and continued to fire the poisonous blasts. Ash started to see an opening for his secret ploy at that very same moment and grabbed onto the chance he saw. Raticate used Focus Energy and Quick Attack. Raticate quickly utilized both moves and then, right as he swerved to the left to avoid another Venoshock attack, his body took on a dual glow of red from Focus Energy and white from the use of Quick Attack. That combination increased Raticate's speed exponentially and took Toxicroak by surprise. Which was evidenced by Raticate suddenly appearing right at the feet of the larger Pokémon, a vicious snarl escaping his open maw while Ash sealed the deal. Raticate use Hyper Fang now. Put it into play. Taking advantage of Toxicroak's sudden off-balance demeanor, Raticate jumped up. And promptly sunk his sharp front teeth right into the soft flesh of Toxicroak's vocal sac. All eyes, including those of Branson's, widened as they saw Raticate now literally dangling off of Toxicroak's vocal sac with an absolute death grip. And it was a well-known fact that not only were Raticate's teeth as sharp as daggers but when they grabbed onto something with their teeth, they held on like a stubborn granbull. Feeling Raticate hanging off of its body with teeth that were as painful as having several sharp swords ran through its flesh, Toxicroak went into a well-right and all-out justifiable panic. Croak. Tox. Toxicroak. It bellowed in a tone that was not only fueled by excruciating pain but also unbridled, frenetic lunacy. All thoughts of skill, technique, style and instinct forgotten, Toxicroak's mental state devolved down to the simple function of becoming wholly focused on releasing the manic little Pokémon that was unceasingly clamped to the one part of its anatomy that Toxicroak desperately needed to stay intact and undamaged. Stumbling and spinning around in circles, Toxicroak reached up and tried to pry Raticate off of its delicate vocal sac, but the harder it pulled, the harder the determined and vicious little rodent held on. Of course, the more Raticate clamped down was the harder Toxicroak yanked, like a knee-jerk reaction. Unfortunately, Branson's panicking Pokémon quickly found that it could no longer even pull on Raticate to yank it off since the excruciating pain it would cause quickly caused the dual type to cease. As if to add insult to injury, Raticate swung his lower body up and dug his hind feet claws into Toxicroak's neck, which he began clawing and ripping it forthwith. At this point, Branson's bored demeanor started to get replaced by genuine worry and concern for his Pokémon, but he knew there was no way to help Toxicroak. Ash and Raticate had caught them completely by surprise and now they were paying for it. At long last, Toxicroak reached the end of its rope and dropped to its knees. All fight having left it as shock overwhelmed its system and caused the fighting amphibian to shut down. Raticate, sensing his opponent's surrender, released his hold on Toxicroak and jumped off, leaving only a second or two between that action and the bigger Pokémon landing in a heap on the ground. Luckily, Raticate had been easy enough with his bite that there looked to be no severe injury or damage done to Toxicroak's vocal sac, but it had still been enough to put it out of commission and out of the fight. Seeing his Pokémon defeated, Branson sighed but also frowned as he returned Toxicroak. "I see we underestimated you. And we paid for it." Uncharacteristically, his eyes suddenly became serious and his face turned to stone. "But that won't happen again. Looks like Branson has finally got into the battle," Brock said with a smile as he crossed his arms. "Not surprised though, Ash brings that out in people. And with such an off-the-wall strategy like that claiming victory in the last battle, I would feel like taking things a little more seriously too." Misty and Giselle both smiled as well and nodded in agreement while Ash cupped his hands over his cheeks and yelled out, "Raticate! Great job, I knew you could do it, the plan worked perfectly." However, when Raticate turned to face him, Ash became concerned due to seeing his Pokémon wobbling back and forth on his legs with a purple streak running across the bridge of his nose. Recognizing the look on Raticate and the purple strip over his Pokémon's face as the classic case of being poisoned, Ash cursed to himself and then ran out to catch Raticate before he could fall over. "CRP. I should have known, Raticate, I'm sorry." Ash frowned at himself in disappointment. Some poisonous Pokémon like Toxicroak can poison you just by touching them. "I'm sorry, I didn't think about that beforehand." Raticate, not one to show weakness or pain, just stood back up out of Ash's arms and shook his head. "Raticate." The young trainer looked at his Pokémon in surprise. "Do you do you still want to battle Raticate? Even being poisoned? Raticate looked back and nodded while narrowing his eyes in steely determination. Raticate. Ash's eyes grew soft, but then he nodded and stood up. Okay, I'll let you do what you think is best for yourself, Raticate. Battle as hard as you can, but if you get too tired, please just let me know. The battle-loving rat just nodded in agreement while Ash himself hurried back to his side of the field. Soon enough, Branson made his final selection and held out his final Pokeball. Come out. Carnivine. Well, that was rather convenient, at least to Ash's mind, that the very Pokemon he had mentally used as a comparison during the last battle between Raticate and Toxicroak was now the very same one he was facing off against in the final bout of the match. Regardless, both he and now Branson as well were fired up for the last battle of the match, and as their Pokemon stared each other down, Raticate versus Carnivine, the two trainers did the same from across the ring. Showing his newfound fire for the match, Branson drew first blood. Carnivine used Gastro Acid. A surge of what looked like it would have been saliva flooded up the stalk of Carnivine's botanical body in the blink of an eye, and then, as it opened its wide, circular, grooved mouth/head, a dark purple blast of acidic liquid went shooting out of the grass type and rocketed towards Raticate at high speed. Even though he felt his body being weighed down by the poison of Toxicroak running through his veins, Raticate still managed to use Quick Attack in order to dodge the gunky substance. Carnivine wasn't to be foiled that easily though, because without giving a single inch or wasting so much as a tick of time, the spindly grass type used the same attack again. Once more Raticate was forced to use Quick Attack to dodge, no longer able to rely on just his own speed because of his poison condition. The small stumble he had upon stopping making it all too clear that the effects of the poison was beginning to get at the iron-willed normal type. Before Raticate could try to get himself positioned to think of a retaliatory attack, Carnivine was once more using the same attack to keep him from being able to stay steady on his feet. Due to the odd angle that the third round of Gastro Acid came at him from, Raticate was forced to pull off an odd jump and rolling maneuver just to keep from getting hit. Raticate, you have to take the offensive or you're going to lose. Ash advised firmly, which had his gutsy Pokemon jumping back to his feet with pure will and grit before using Quick Attack to charge Carnivine. Teeth bared and beady eyes narrowed. However, that was apparently, from the smirk on Branson's face, just what he was waiting for. Carnivine. He let it trail off for a moment, just as Raticate came within a few feet of his Pokemon, before finishing. Use Vine WHP. The vines that appeared from the bottom part of Carnivine's plant-like form and surged forward at Raticate were almost too quick to see. Especially for the aforementioned rodent that was feeling the poison burning within him. In a whipping motion that was both laser-fast and completely unassuming, the vines that came from Carnivine lashed out and whipped Raticate's feet totally out from under him. Leaving the stunned Pokemon airborne for a second, before they quickly rose up and then smacked him down into the ground. Hard. Raticate grunted from the pain that rocked his body, and at that very same moment, the poison coursing through his system caused his body to lock up and freeze. All of it happened in the blink of a Venomoth's eye, and Branson used that same moment of misfortune to punish Raticate. Carnivine. He raised his hand. Use Leaf Tornado and Power WHP. The predatory grass type raised itself up as high as it could go and then chanted its name loudly, just once, as a massive tornado of glowing, razor-sharp leaves formed into existence around it. While Raticate struggled to stand again, Carnivine sent the swirling funnel of green at him, leaving Ash's Pokemon in peril and unable to move. Ash too was helpless to assist his Pokemon, and as the tornado of leaves swept Raticate up inside of it and began spinning him around while slicing into his fur with the sharp leaves, the situation was only poised to get worse. From Carnivine's body unfurled more vines, but these looked both bigger, fatter and more powerful than the ones from earlier. They were also shown to be quicker too, as they practically flew into the tornado of deadly foliage like a serpent striking at its prey. Raticate had only been trapped in the funnel of all-natural pain and agony for about 5 seconds, though it felt like about 5 minutes to him, before the new set of vines appeared inside of it as well and commenced to beating, smashing and whipping Raticate around like a pinball. Carnivine kept itself firmly rooted to the ground, so it wasn't pulled into the funnel either by its vines, but it didn't have to fight long because, in approximately 10 more seconds, Raticate went flying out of the top of it and soared high through the air. As if he had suddenly grown wings. Ash. watched his Pokémon slam into the ground only a few feet away from his side of the ring, and he wasn't surprised, upon seeing Raticate more clearly, that he had finally been defeated. He had simply taken all the abuse he could handle and, on top of the poison, his body finally gave in. Instead of getting upset, Ash walked out and bent down to scoop his unconscious Pokémon into his arms. Then, looking back, he asked. "Hey Brock, you got some antidote in your bag?" "I have some, but I need to focus on the battle, would you mind?" Brock quickly nodded and then ran out to take Raticate gently from Ash's arms before hurrying back over to Misty and Giselle, where he knelt down and slipped his pack off his shoulders. Ash watched his three friends, Misty and Giselle, helping Brock by holding Raticate while he grabbed a yellow bottle of antidote from his bag, prepared to administer the poison antidote to his unconscious Pokémon, so that at least he didn't have to deal with that particular affliction before they managed to visit the Pokémon Center. After he was assured that Raticate was in good hands, Ash turned around again and smiled. "Well Branson, this has been fun, and now we're both down to our last Pokémon." The other boy gave an actual smile in return. "Yes, and I should thank you, Ash, I haven't felt excitement from battling like this in a long time." The other, younger boy, nodded before looking down at V. "I think we could use Flareon for this gig, what d'ya say, V?" The unique and very powerful little fox-like Pokémon chirped his reply excitedly and then ran out to take his position as Ash's final Pokémon. "Pikachu Pie." Pikachu cheered his partner in all things anti-Pokeball on while V looked back and flicked his ears in friendly response. Then, facing forward again, the little Pokémon called out his name as he began to glow with the white fire of evolution. V. Branson was left with wide, disbelieving eyes as he watched the small Pokémon evolve right in front of him before, soon enough, the light died down and a fierce, powerful-looking Flareon was standing in V's place. "Flare-ee!" came the howl from the newly evolved Pokémon as V scraped his paw against the ground. "That's impossible." Branson pointed in disbelief. "I didn't see any kind of a fire stone being used." Ash merely smirked and gave a dismissive reply. "Sorry Branson, but my EV is unique and we're gonna prove it." The white-haired teen humphed and put a hand into his pocket. "We'll see about that." Carnivine used Toxic. Spitting up a dark, extremely poisonous mass of viscous goop from its mouth that took next to no time to create, Branson's final Pokémon unleashed one of the most effective, dangerous poison-type moves known to Pokémon battling. V, however, proved his speed, especially in one of his evolved forms, was no laughing matter. Utilizing a quick attack that was faster than Raticate's, V disappeared out of harm's way where Toxic fell and then reappeared on the other side of the ring. Though now he was running towards Carnivine using the same move to enhance his speed. Put on edge by the display of speed from a type-superior Pokémon, Branson gave another command, this one more hurried. Carnivine used Sweet Scent. Inside, he was hoping that maybe, just maybe V would have been a girl to his male Pokémon, but right as Carnivine released the pleasantly smelling pink powder into the air, V and Ash were one step ahead as the boy called out, "V use Fire Spin." Flora. The genetically modified Pokémon cried as he expelled a hot, rotating burst of flames from his mouth, which met the pinkish spores of Sweet Scent in the air and quickly neutralized and burnt them away. Without breaking stride, V continued on his way with Carnivine set firmly in his sights. Branson, becoming nervous, commanded his Pokémon to use Vine WHP again, hoping that such a ploy might work as it did on Raticate. Unfortunately for both he and Carnivine, V was far too agile and lithe on his feet to fall for something so elementary, and as the encroaching vines came his way, the multi-type Pokémon was able to easily dodge, swerve, duck and jump over each vine. At one point, Carnivine thought it would fake V out and swung the left vine at him while the right one made a forward jabbing motion. V, seeing the two attacks coming from two different angles, stopped in his tracks and then unleashed a small but hot ember attack from his mouth. Carnivine was not expecting this, and as its vines sailed straight into the flame, the grass-type cried aloud in pain while V jumped straight through the flames, on top of the now singed vines, and used Quick Attack to run across them like tightropes. Outmaneuvered and unable to move as dexterously as V, Carnivine ended up taking a head-on body slam as Ash's Pokémon threw himself full-on into the weaker-typed Pokémon. Carnivine fell back and tumbled onto the ground and then looked up just as V lunged at him again, intent on doing the same thing. This time, Both Carnivine and Branson felt the desperation of the moment, but Trainer was quicker than Pokémon and yelled, "Carnivine, use stockpile." Ash, as well as his three friends' eyes all widened upon hearing that, but it was too late for V, whom was already airborne. His own eyes widening in surprise, V ended up falling straight into his opponent's hugely gaping maw as Carnivine practically unhinged its mouth completely in order to make itself wide enough to catch V. As soon as the currently fire-typed Pokémon landed inside of Carnivine's mouth, the living plant snapped its jaws tightly closed, locking V inside with no way out. Smirking at the change of fortune, Branson commanded, "Now use Swallow and Ring Out in conjunction." With V struggling to get free inside of Carnivine's mouth, the grass-type Sinnoh Pokémon bore down on its opponent like it was trying to crush V with nothing but pure jaw strength. However, instead of crushing him, Carnivine commenced to chomping and down, like it was chewing on V, all while its body began glowing a faint green with sparkles emitting from it. Not understanding what she was seeing, Misty blinked, her brow creased in worry. "What's happening to V?" Brock furrowed his own brow as well. "I think Carnivine is using Ring Out, which is a move that squeezes the energy and health out of a Pokémon, and Swallow, which absorbs energy, to take out V from inside of its mouth. For every ounce of energy Ring Out robs from him, Carnivine uses Swallow to absorb that energy for itself." Ash, at first, seemed to be greatly concerned for his Pokémon's sake as Carnivine continued to both drain and steal V's energy. But, eventually, common sense struck home like a bell on a clock tower and he, for the moment, felt like a royal idiot. "Duh, of course." He smacked his forehead. "V. If you can hear me, use Fire Spin as hot as you possibly can." Fortunately for Ash, unfortunately for Branson and Carnivine, and a general point of interest for everyone else not involved in the battle, V not only heard him but was able to do more than Ash asked. Most people would not know unless they had studied a Flareon's internal anatomy, but that particular species of Pokémon had a fire sac within them, much like most all other fire-type Pokémon, of which gave them the ability to make fire. Now, for a Flareon, that temperature within the fire sac was able to reach incredibly hot temperatures. A whopping 3,000 degrees in fact, at its hottest. This, combined with the fact that V did indeed hear his trainer, spelled nothing short of impending doom and disaster for their opponent. From inside the darkness of Carnivine's mouth, V, whom was beginning to sweat in exertion from having his energy stolen from him, closed his eyes and began focusing on internally heating his fire sac up as hot as he could get it. To add fuel to the proverbial fire, he also focused on his current situation and allowed his irritation and frustration at it cause him to become angry, which heated his fire sac even more. Finally, after several long moments in which everyone, even Branson, who thought it impossible for Flareon to use an attack in such a state, was in a state of anxiousness, a light began glowing out from under the edges of Carnivine's mouth. Gradually, the light grew stronger and stronger, like there was a furnace smoldering inside of the grass-type, until suddenly and out of nowhere, Carnivine's eyes widened and it began feeling a terribly uncomfortable sensation. Like a furnace really was inside of it and rapidly heating up. The feeling grew until it became actual pain for the fire-hating Pokémon. That pain increased exponentially the hotter it became inside of Carnivine's body until, finally, it was forced to open its mouth. Well, forced was more the term. Just as Carnivine went to open up, a powerful torrent of flames went jetting out of its mouth like the pure grass-type had suddenly learned a fire-type move against all odds. For Carnivine though, it was the farthest thing from the truth. In many ways, it was like getting the entire inside of one's mouth scorched and burnt beyond belief. From the spiraling swirl of flames that came erupting out of Carnivine's mouth, V himself soon emerged as well, flying out of his opponent's burning maw like a bright, glowing shooting star. Then, as V flipped in the air and landed on all fours upon the ground, facing Carnivine, whose mouth was still on fire, literally, he growled and opened his mouth again. Due to all the extreme building of heat that V did inside of himself while he was trapped inside of Carnivine, his eyes were now practically glowing with flame and under his belly, the bright orange light of extreme heat was visibly burning inside of him for all to see. As his mouth opened and another spiraling ball of red-hot flames built within it, V widened his stance and then lifted himself up on his hind legs before dropping to the ground and releasing the attack he had been building. Flare. As he cried his name, a massive eruption of fire, far bigger than either Ember or Fire Spin put together, emerged and blazed its way towards Carnivine like a wall of red and orange living heat. Ash knew, right at that very moment, that because of all of V's heat building inside of Carnivine's mouth, the massive increase in temperature within his flame sac had allowed him to unlock Flamethrower. A move Ash also knew was one that, unless specially taught, a Flareon couldn't normally learn on its own. Carnivine, knowing there was no way to avoid the blast of fire coming for it, merely lifted up the leafy appendages on either side of its body that could be considered arms, and tried to shield itself. Soon, Branson watched his Pokémon become consumed in the light of the bright flames and actually had to avert his gaze, lest his eyes were hurt by such powerful light. Even the heat coming off of the attack nearly burned the arm that he had extended out to cover his face. The fire eventually died down and faded away, returning the inside of the warehouse to its slightly gloomy, damp condition while silence began to reign and all noise ceased. V, whom was breathing from where he stood, not moving, looked straight ahead where he saw his opponent, Carnivine, laying flat on its back upon the battlefield. Some smoke was still rising off of its unmoving body and there were blackened singe marks all over it. It was quite clear Carnivine was beaten. Knowing they had reached the end of their match, Ash let out the breath he had been holding and then ran out to V with Pikachu hot on his heels. V. He slid next to his Pokémon and wrapped his arms around his still warm partner's furry body. You did it. You won the match for us. While he jumped fully into Ash's arms to be embraced, V changed back into an EV in the process and then snuggled into his trainer's chest while the boy held him tightly and praised him continuously. Branson, smiling sadly and returning his defeated Pokémon, put his hands into his deep breathes pockets and then slowly slumped his way, lazily, up to his victorious challenger. The excitement of the battle having quickly passed for him and allowing the young man to once more return to a disenchanted state. Ash. He began as he came to stand before the black-haired boy. The trainer in question finished praising V and lifted the small Pokémon up onto his shoulder while smiling at the gym leader. That was a fantastic gym match, Branson. You pushed us hard and I enjoyed every minute of it. His friends walked up to join him while the white-haired teen rubbed the back of his neck. Yeah, well. I got into gym leading because I figured, if I set up shop around here, who'd really find me that often? But, you did and you beat me fair and square, so. I guess I should probably take this as a sign to train a little more than I do now. Maybe. Possibly. He shrugged his shoulders. At least I'll think about it. Ash and the other three with him just smiled in amusement at the young man's perpetual laziness before, in curiosity, Brock asked. Hey Branson, I just thought about it, when I read up on your gym in the guidebook, it never really explained what type you specialized in and now after seeing the Pokémon you used to battle with, I'm even more curious. The eternally sleepy-looking teenager looked at his gym-leading peer and shrugged again. Meh, it was too much of a hassle for me to get my gym certified in a specific type because that would have called for me to become a type-specific trainer and… Ugh. Just the thought exhausted me. So. He gestured around at his gym. I renovated this old shipping warehouse into a gym, got my license and decided to just be non-specific in type. At least when it comes to Pokémon. You probably notice I heavily favor one type of moves more than any other. Ash nodded. Yeah, it's poison type, isn't it? You used Pokémon that had the ability to use those types of moves. Right-o. The short white-haired boy clicked a finger at Ash. I don't train type-specific Pokémon but I do prefer poison-type moves over any other. A little shyly, he admitted with a sheepish head scratch. I do kind of admire Koga, the Fuchsia City gym leader. Suddenly, he snapped his fingers and then sighed. That's right, I almost forgot, here Ash. He then pulled out a small badge case from one of his pockets and opened it up for everyone to see. For defeating the Gringy City Pokémon Gym, I hereby. Branson stopped and then just sighed again. Look, I'm sure you've done this before, so here. Just, take this. It's called the Poison Badge. Ash reached out and took the shiny new badge in hand and as he did, he examined it closely. His new badge was oval-shaped and was colored a dark gray for the most part. There was a black line that went down the center of the badge and then separated around a smaller circle in the center of it, which was colored to be a more dark purple. He made a point to show the badge to Pikachu, V and his friends before looking at Branson. Again and nodding. Thank you, Branson, maybe we can battle again sometime. The white-haired boy stuffed both hands in his pockets and smirked. Yeah, but maybe just not around here. I wouldn't blame you for never coming back to this city. It's a total drag of a place and the atmosphere is just one big gray cloud of nothing. I like it because it's quiet but not really much of a tourist town. Yeah, about that, Misty spoke up as she raised her hand. Brock was telling us on the way here that this place used to be a really vibrant and lively town, at least from what the guidebook said about it. What happened to it? Branson dipped his shoulders and sighed again. Honestly, industry happened. Arceus knows we need it and can't live without it, and it's a little-known secret, but this is a power town, which means our main export and entire local economy revolves around generating electricity. We help power half the Kanto eastern seaboard with what we generate here, believe it or not. The lazy and uninterested young man looked up at one of the windows of the warehouse that served as his gym. When the electric company moved in here a few years ago and started to really churn out power by using all the water that comes in from the ocean around the town, our economy spiked, but pollution really began picking up. This used to be a fishing hub, but once the electric company came, all that changed. Now fishing is just a minor business around here. Once again, he sighed sadly. Pokémon pretty much left the area, save for a population of water types that keeps the fishing industry alive, and most of the people that didn't work for the power plant or owned fishing boats just cut their losses and left. We still have quite a few people here, but not as many as we did, and most of them just stay inside if they can since it always stays so cold and foggy around here. He then rubbed the back of his head. I don't know much more than that though. I only moved here myself about 5 years ago. Misty and the others nodded to his explanation, but Ash soon spoke up as he turned to face his friends. I guess we can just go find the Pokémon Center then and stay the night until morning. My Pokémon can get all rested up in the meantime and we can set out early tomorrow. Branson stepped forward at that moment. I can give you directions of how to get to the center if you'd like. I would go with you, but... He looked up and sighed in frustration. It's been so long now that I've had a challenger, I'm gonna have to rack my brain to remember how to register your victory in my computer for the league's record log. Record log? Ash asked as he blinked in confusion. Yeah, a record log. Brock began explaining for his friend. Every time a gym leader loses they have to record that loss for the Pokémon League. That way your badge and victory are considered legitimate. We all have to do it. I did yours back when you beat me for the Boulder badge before I left to come traveling with you, Ash. The boy nodded in understanding and then looked back at Branson. That's okay, we understand. Just point us in the right direction and we'll be out of your hair, he finished with a joking smile. The other trainer actually cracked a small smile at the jest and then showed Ash and his friends outside before pointing them in the direction of the Pokémon Center. Afterwards, they all said their goodbyes and then Ash and Troop set off for their next destination. They only ended up walking for about 10 minutes though and had just left the docks behind and entered into the city proper when, suddenly, they heard a loud yell. Help! Someone please! Help me! Wait, did you guys hear that? Ash stopped mid-step and looked down in the direction of the city he heard the yell come from. Misty and the other two stopped as well and listened closely before, sure enough, they heard another cry for help. I hear it. Giselle stepped forward and pointed down a far street that was on the other side of the road. That way. Without thinking, Ash narrowed his eyes and took off. Come on. Brock and the only two female members of the group quickly took off after their friend without waiting to argue and followed him as he charged down the street and closer to the source of the distress. Eventually, they came out into a large open square in the city where a large building that looked like it was some kind of a government office was situated. In front of the steps that lead up to the entrance of the building, just off to the side, was a slightly pudgy man wearing a fancy black suit with a balding head, save for 2 strips of brown hair on the side. The man also had a bushy brown mustache. The portly fellow was cowering down near the bottom steps and around him was a whole cluster of what the 4 traveling friends immediately recognized to be Grimer. And swarming ones at that. Look! Misty pointed. That man is being attacked by those Grimer. Ash ran forward a few steps and called over his shoulder. Come on, let's help him. At those words, Pikachu and V both jumped down off his shoulders, ready to fight, while Misty, Brock and Giselle all joined in and pulled out their chosen Pokeballs to help. Brock selected Graveler, Giselle picked Marowak and Misty chose her Starmie. Then, in haste, Ash looked down at his EV. I want you to turn into Vaporeon and use Water Pulse. The small little Pokemon nodded and then jumped forward before his whole body began to glow and he quickly evolved. Vaporeon. He cried out seconds later as he transformed into his water-type counterpart. Then, opening his mouth, he let loose a strong blast of water from his mouth in the form of a sphere which struck the first Grimer straight in the back and caused the entire group to turn and look their way. Seeing that they had the Grimer's attention and temporarily distracted them from the man, Ash and his friends went into full-on battle mode as their Pokemon jumped onto the front line. Marowak used Boomerang. Giselle yelled and gestured with a hand wave while Brock raised his fist. And you use Rock Throw Graveler. Misty, meanwhile, flung both arms out. Starmie used Water Gun and Swift. Ash looked down at Pikachu and Vaporeon as well. You two get in there and help too. Working in tandem, the whole troop of well-trained Pokemon fully engaged the large group of Grimer as they unleashed their attacks at almost the same time and dealt a hard first strike. The Grimer, untrained and skittish in battle, were woefully unprepared to deal with the surprise onslaught that came their way and because of that, ended up being slightly scattered by the combination of attacks. Vaporeon provided cover fire for Pikachu with moves like Water Pulse and Aurora Beam while the fast and vicious little electric type jumped right into the midst of the Grimer and began engaging all of them with moves like Iron Tail and Mega Punch. Meanwhile, the stragglers outside of Pikachu's vicinity, all the other Pokemon began attacking. Graveler used moves like Rock Throw and Rollout to fight against the Grimer while Marowak used a combination of Bone Club and Boomerang to do his part. Starmie, on the other hand, made use of Bubble Beam and Swift from a distance, much like Vaporeon. After only a very short time of engaging the Grimer, the group's Pokemon had them on the ropes and just about to flee. Seeing the time for a final victory, Ash called Vaporeon back to his side and then smirked. Pikachu. Use Charge and then Thunderbolt. And make it a big one. He finished with a flourish of his hand. The love of battle was like an electrical spark in the rodent Pokemon's eyes as Pikachu jumped away from all of the Grimer and then performed several little hops to get a safe enough distance away. Once he was in position, Pikachu got down onto all fours and began to build up electricity in his body, which was signified by his cheeks crackling with numerous sparks of electrical energy while his small little body itself practically began glowing from the power intake. Giselle and the others' Pokemon quickly retreated away from Pikachu's range and Ash himself made sure to call out to the still cowering man. Hey! Get away from there! Take cover, quick! The more rotund gentleman heard Ash and opened his eyes at that moment to see what was happening. Noticing the danger he was in, the man got up and clumsily stumbled away until he was hiding behind a pillar near the steps. Finally, just in time, Pikachu raised up and cried out his name in a loud chant as a massive thunderbolt erupted from his body and surged towards the Grimer, whom by now all seemed panicked. When the bolt of pure electrical force finally made contact, it illuminated the whole city square in blinding yellow light and set off an electrical charge that sent static throughout the whole area. Enough to put everyone's hair on end. When the bolt of thunder died down and disappeared seconds later, all the Grimer were burnt and smoking as they just looked at the now smirking Pikachu, blinked a time or two, and then took off, all in one direction down the opposite street. As fast as their slimy and now sparking bodies could take them. As Ash and company cheered their Pokemon and celebrated what could very well be considered a victory, Pikachu and the others ran back to their trainers. The former jumped up into Ash's arms while V returned to his normal state, but before anything could go any farther, the pudgy man hiding behind one of the stairway pillars stepped out. Oh my goodness! Thank you, young Pokemon trainers, you saved my life. He hurried up to them and quickly shook all four young travelers' hands. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. He then stepped away from the somewhat off-balance trainers and held his arms out. I felt for sure those Grimer were going to do me in, but then all of you showed up and chased them off. I've never seen such skill. He gestured at himself. My name is Harold Bitterman and I am the mayor of this town. He bowed his head low. Thank you so very much for saving my life, all of you. Ah. Ash blinked a time or two as he raised a slightly crooked finger. You're welcome. No big deal. So you're the mayor? Brock asked interestedly. The portly man nodded. Indeed. I've been mayor of this town for going on I'd say around 10 years now. His face dropped in shock at that moment. Oh my, this is terrible. I don't even know your names. May I ask who the brave young children are that saved my life? I'm Giselle. The brunette laid her palm on her chest. I was a former student at Pokémon Tech. Misty tilted her head and smiled. My name's Misty, I was the former Cerulean Pokémon gym leader. And I'm Brock. The older teen put his hands on his hips. I used to be a gym leader too, of Pewter City. Ash was last as he introduced his Pokémon. Well, first, the ones who really saved you for my part were these two. This is V-, he gestured down at the little genetic wonder, whom yipped cutely at the mayor. And this is my buddy Pikachu. He looked lastly up at the electric type on his shoulder, who held out a peace sign to Mr. Bitterman. And I'm Ash. He spoke lastly of himself. I'm from Pallet Town and I'm training to enter the Indigo Conference this coming year. Ah. The mayor rubbed his hands together and nodded. So a traveling trainer on his way to a big tournament, a young lady fresh out of a prestigious Pokémon school and two former gym leaders, well now it makes sense. No wonder you were able to drive those Grimer away. If you don't mind me asking, sir, Misty spoke again. Why were those Grimer trying to attack you in the first place? The mayor of Gringy City frowned and held up a finger, as if he was about to tell some grand story. Well, I had just gotten back from a budget meeting with the financial board at our Chamber of Commerce when those Grimer just came out of nowhere and attacked me, just as I was getting ready to walk up the steps. They were relentless. Giselle blinked. Well, yes, but why did they attack you though? Do you know if there was a reason? Brock nodded. Yeah, Pokémon don't normally just attack people unless there's a reason for it or unless they're just from a naturally aggressive species. The mayor sighed sadly and shook his head. Unfortunately. Such incidents have been becoming the routine norm for our town these past few months. We have no idea why, but the Grimer just suddenly showed up one day and began terrorizing the town. We've tried getting rid of them but so far, nothing has worked. He then looked up again and held out his hand. We recently hired 3 supposed experts who are well versed in the removal of Grimer from troubled areas but so far, nothing has changed. We haven't even heard from them since they were hired this last week. Ash and his friends shared a look with each other. Even though none of them said it, the cause for why the Grimer had moved in seemed rather clear. Grimer were Pokémon that loved filth, garbage and pollution, and from what they had seen so far, the whole city was like a disgusting paradise of just such an atmosphere. The mayor's eyes soon settled on V, however, and upon seeing the signs of what looked to be some battle wear on the Pokémon's pelt, he asked in curiosity. Is that Eevee quite alright? It looks a little disheveled. Ash looked down at his Pokémon and then shook his head. Yeah, we just got done challenging the Pokémon gym here. We were actually on the way to the Pokémon Center when we heard you call for help. Is that so? The rotund man pulled at his suit coat and gave a beaming smile. Well, if you would permit me, then I can take all 4 of you to the Pokémon Center. It is the least I can do for you, saving my life. That'd be great, thanks. Ash answered with his friends nodding in agreement. And so, after returning their Pokémon, the 4 young friends followed the mayor as he led them through the dingy, dark streets of the city and to the Pokémon Center. All the while, they were completely unaware that they were being followed by a mysterious levitating stalker. One that hid in the darkness given off by the eternally gloomy surroundings of the dirty city. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX. Upon arriving a short time later, they were all greeted by the sight of a massive building built into 3 diamond-like shapes, the stone as gray and dull as the rest of the city, with the emblem for the Pokémon Center emblazoned at the very top. Ah, here we are. The mayor made a grand gesture. Follow me if you will. He then led them through the double-slide doors of the center, and after walking inside, the wide-in-circumference politician guided the kids up to the front desk. After ringing the bell upon the counter's surface and waiting for several moments, Nurse Joy herself appeared from the back room, yawning and covering her mouth with a hand. Seeing the mayor standing at the counter, Joy just blinked a few times and then sighed, her immediate demeanor seeming very unlike most of her other family members. Mr. Mayor, what is it? I'm tired and was. Just she yawned. Taking a nap in the back room. Why did you come here of all places? You don't have any Pokémon. The mayor smiled jovially at the bored and disenchanted-looking Joy, her general aura being so off that even Brock didn't go crazy over her, before gesturing back at the ones who were with him. I just brought my 4 new young friends to you, Joy. They were kind enough to save my life from a horde of Grimer at the town hall, and as a kindness, I offered to bring them here. They were on the way before coming to my rescue. Besides the fact. He then nodded to Ash specifically. This gentleman here just finished battling against young Branson, and I do believe his Pokémon in particular could most likely use a nice, long recovery after what I am sure was a most arduous match. Finally settling her gaze on the 4 newcomers in question, Joy merely sighed again. Oh, very well. She then clapped her hands as a Chansey pushing the Pokémon cart soon came bounding in through an open hall archway behind the counter and into the lobby. Just put your Pokeballs on the cart and I'll get to them as soon as I can, the pink-haired nurse advised dismissively. This, of course, got some strange looks exchanged between Ash and his friends. Ah. Ash began as he raised his finger. Excuse me, nurse, but you wouldn't happen to be the oddball of your family, would you? Because no offense, but you're nothing like the other nurse Joys we've met. The Joy in question blinked at him a time or two before actually giggling and then waving her hand. Oh no, not at all. It's all the rest of my sisters that are the oddballs. The 4 Pokémon trainers face-faulted at her reply, but before they could move to place their Pokeballs on the cart, the lights in the center suddenly went out. Hey, what happened? Misty got up and looked around while Ash frowned. Looks like the power went out. The thin and lithe young woman looked at her friend with thin eyes as she replied sarcastically, oh really? I wouldn't have guessed that. Nurse Joy sighed in frustration and immediately began searching around under her counter. This is just great. Another rolling blackout. Another one. Giselle turned to the nurse as Joy pulled out a lantern and sat it on the counter, lighting it soon after so at least the lobby was illuminated in some light. Yes. Alas. The mayor gave his own tired-sounding sigh. Ever since those Grimer moved in the town has been experiencing blackouts. But how? Brock asked the obvious question and Joy answered. The Grimer are drawn to the power plant for some reason, possibly the energy pollution, and they try to get in through the seaway access panels that filters water into the plant itself. The only problem is that when they do it they always end up clogging the main waterway and it stops the flow of the water. The power plant needs the water to function properly, and if it doesn't get it. The mayor looked around. This happens. The whole plant shuts down and cuts power to the entire town. The worst part is though Joy interjected, this time her face actually coming to show genuine concern and worry. I have Pokémon here at the center and with the power out, I can't treat them properly. Even worse, some are in critical care in their healing incubators and unless we get the power back on soon, this could kill them. Ash and his friends all turned to face her with expressions of shock and serious concern on their faces. But what about a backup generator? Misty demanded. You have to have one of those here somewhere. Joy shook her head. We had to stop using them. Every time the power went out before and we used the backup generators, Grimer would come and try to attack them. We don't know why, but we can't use them because of that. Ash was immediate in his train of thought. Then the answer is obvious. We're gonna go to that power plant and see what's wrong. Brock and the others nodded vigorously to his proposal, which caused Joy and the mayor to look surprised. Really? She asked in astonishment. You would do that? Misty nodded. Of course. We can't just let Pokémon lay around and die. The mayor practically jumped for joy. Well, this is a fortunate turn of luck. Arceus really has sent you kids here for us, bless you all. If you children could really go and get our power back on, then we would be most in your debt. How do we get there? Brock asked, his squinty eyes narrowed seriously. It would be hard to give you directions from here since the city is so big, Joy answered. And it would waste time giving you directions, so just go to the police station instead. Officer Jenny can point you to the power plant far easier than I can since it's very close to her station. That's right. The mayor nodded. Just go from this center and head right back down the street you came from to get here. When you reach the first right in the road, take it and you'll see the police station. Ash nodded. Right. He then looked to his friends. Hurry guys, let's go. The four of them ran out of the Pokémon Center then with V and Pikachu taking to Ash's shoulders so they could keep up. As they left, the mayor and Joy both called after them. Good luck. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX turned away from the telescope he had been peeping through and looked back at his two companions. Dressed in heavy blue containment suits with diving helmets strapped to their heads, Jesse and James turned from where they were standing and looked back at the talking Pokémon. "We don't have time to go peeking and sightseeing, Meowth," Jessie snapped as she flung her arm to the side, very nearly hitting James and knocking him into the filthy brown water that was flowing through the sewer tunnel they were standing in. "Hey, watch it, Jesse," the blue-haired man whined as he waved his arms around like a bird to keep from falling in. "No, really, you guys need to see this," Meowth insisted as he turned and put his face back against the telescope again. The length of the telescope was stuck up through one of the grates of the sewer ceiling and had its head peeking up through some bushes above. All that was visible from the lens of the object was the big, slitted eye of Meowth as he watched Ash and his friends run down the street a short distance away. "You won't believe it, but the twerps are here," Meowth announced excitedly. "And they look like they're in a hurry." James and Jesse both looked at each other and grinned. "We might be able to take advantage of this sudden turn of good fortune," Jesse said with a cackle. "And get a whole lot more than a few measly credits just from mucking around the mud like this." James agreed enthusiastically. "If we play our cards right, Jessie began as she raised her finger. "We might be able to get Pikachu too." "Yeah, but first things first," Meowth interrupted as he turned in the little hovering red saucer he was standing in. "We got a job to do, and if we play our cards right, we might be able to get the twerps and all them Grimer at one time." "Huh?" The humans of the team responded together. "What do you mean, Meowth?" Jesse asked with a blink. "Well, let's think about it a minute." The cat-like Pokémon smugly closed his eyes and raised a clawed finger. "We're going to catch all those Grimer we were hired to take care of, right? We've already narrowed their location down to the power plant here in the city, and if we know the twerps, where there's something going on with Pokémon, they're always there." "Ah." James' eyes shone as he brought his hands up to his face into fists. "So you think we might run into them at the power plant?" "Good thinking, Meowth." He nodded a few times before smirking. "That's right. But first, he patted the hovering red saucer he was in. "We gotta get yous two down through that sewer pipe and into the power plant before we do anything else. Now jump in." "Arg, why don't you get into the filthy water and do it instead, Meowth?" Jesse fumed. "Yeah, why do we have to?" James complained plaintively. "Because." Meowth raised a finger again. "I have to stay up here so I can man the controls for your oxygen supply. You want a breath, don't ya? And besides, I don't got a suit like that in my size. Now in you go." Casually pressing a button on the saucer's control panel then, just as Jesse and James were about to jump him, Meowth sent a charge of electricity through the hoses attached to their air helmets and lit up the two of them like Christmas trees. Jesse and James convulsed and screamed as they were shocked while Meowth simply stood in place with his paws behind his back and a still smug look on his face. "I thought you'd see it my way," he taunted flippantly a short time later as his two teammates were slowly lowered into the sludgy water in the sewer runoff. "Now remember that it's the first tunnel to your right once you get to the end of this runoff. And hurry up cause you only got so much oxygen in these tanks up here." He reached out and patted the two large oxygen tanks next to his hovering saucer, which were connected to an automatic pump that fed the fresh air through the hoses. "And it'd be a shame if I had to find new teammates just cause you got turned around and suffocated down there. We won't forget this, Meowth." Jesse growled as their helmets were lowered under the murky water. For his part though, Meowth simply kept his smug composure and took no small matter of pleasure at the thought of his two comrades now swimming their way through the sludge, muck and filthy sewer water. "Well," he spoke to himself with a smile slowly stretching across his whiskered cheeks. "Nobody ever said those two weren't full of CRP." His humor was soon halted though after several minutes when the oxygen machine pump suddenly died down and finally halted altogether, his saucer's control panel doing the same soon thereafter. Looking around the sewer and not realizing that the power topside had been cut, he blinked. Somehow we just lost power. And if we lost power, then it means Jesse and James won't be able to get no fresh air down there. Sweat dropping, he raised a paw to his lips. Oh, they won't like that. And sure enough, it was only a short time later that, while they swam down the long sewer tunnel to their intended destination, James commented. You know, this actually isn't working out too bad. I suppose Meowth really did know what he was doing. Jesse smirked as their shoulder-mounted lights swiveled back and forth to help illuminate the horrible visibility of the murky water. I guess sometimes even idiot furballs get lucky with a good idea or two. That sentiment didn't last long though, since the loss of fresh, clean oxygen quickly caught up to them and made them realize it, since the horrendous stink of the water around them began filling their helmets. Gah! Jessie's cheeks puffed out and she reached her hands up to her helmet. That smell is horrible. Aga. James too hacked beside of her, their forward momentum halted in the blink of an eye as they began sinking like stones. Can't breath. James coughed as his eyes bugged out. Curse. You. Meowth. Jessie wheezed just as the hoses they were connected to went taut and then began yanking the two of them back through the water. A short while later, Jesse and James were laying sprawled out on the walkway beside the flowing sewer water, their helmets cast off to the side while they took huge, gasping breaths of precious air. No matter how foul it still smelled down in the sewer. Well, looks like we won't be gettin' in that way. Meowth commented casually as he hovered before them on his saucer. The city lost power, which means your suits won't work anymore and the little generator I used can only operate without live current for a few minutes. Which is probably why it took longer for us to notice the blackout. You. Little. Rat. Jesse heaved. We almost died because of you. You. Almost. Killed us. James breathed petulantly. But if it wasn't for me retracting your hoses and pulling you back, you'd both be collectin' sludge of your own down there. But. He crosses his arms. I think I got another way we can at least get Pikachu and forget the Grimer. He then opened his eyes and saw both Jesse and James now passed out on the dirty sewer floor, leaving him to sigh and shrug his shoulders. So hard to find good help these days. XXXXXXXXXXXXX. Look. Up ahead. Brock pointed to a small police station just a short ways up the street ahead of them. A police station. They can probably point us right to the power station. Ash and his friends hurried up to the station in question, and as soon as they arrived in front of it, he knocked on the glass door. Within seconds, a visibly hurried-looking officer Jenny opened the door and stepped outside with a phone stuck to her ear. Luckily, the situation was important enough that Brock remained on good behavior. Hey, wait a minute sir, I'm sorry, just give me a minute. She then focused on the 4 kids in front of her after putting her caller on hold. What do you kids want? Is there something else the matter now? The tone of her voice conveyed that Jenny had apparently been dealing with quite a bit of frustration, and Ash only confirmed her suspicions. Yes officer, I'm sorry, but we're on a mission given to us by the mayor to go to the power plant and try to get the power in the city back on. Yes ma'am, Giselle nodded. We're Pokémon trainers. The female officer's eyes widened. Pokémon trainers? Well she turned her face and practically yelled into the phone. I said give me a minute please. She lowered the phone from her ear and then looked over all 4 trainers while holding it to her chest. So you're looking for the power plant? She turned and pointed to a factory a short distance ahead with smoke stacks rising up into the sky. That's it right there. She then looked at them again. Listen, I don't know what led to the mayor asking you for to do this, and normally I wouldn't allow it without me being along in case of danger, but I'm so swamped from this power outage that I have no choice. She saluted to the kids. Please go and do what you can to help get our city's power back. I am almost willing to guarantee that this has something to do with the Grimer again. Please do what you can and be careful. They all nodded. Will do officer, thank you. Ash responded before they took off down the road once again. Jenny watched them off from the doorway of the station and blinked worriedly. Good luck you kids. The incessant chattering on the other end of the line had her growling and putting the phone back to her ear though. I said I'd be right back. was all that was heard from her before she stormed back inside and shut the door. XXXXXXXXXXXXX. Man, this place is totally empty. Misty finished for Ash as she and her 3 friends with her stepped in through the doors of the power station and were greeted with total and complete darkness. There was an eerie silence. A chill in the air of the deserted hallway stretching before them. That only came from being in a giant building that was supposed to be filled with people. Only for it to not. A few seconds later, Brock was turning a flashlight on he had pulled from his backpack and panned the light back and forth across the hallway. This place really is deserted. Giselle walked past him and looked around before commenting. I don't see anything that looks like there were any struggles in here, so maybe most of the workers are just home for the night. Ash stepped forward and put his hands on his hips. I don't know, but we have to try and either find some people that work here or find the Grimer instead that caused the power outage and chase them off. Brock shone his light at his friend and suggested with a shrug. You could always try catching them once we find the Grimer. Giselle stuck her tongue out a little in disgust, along with Misty, at the thought of catching the infamously smelly, dirty Pokémon, but Ash scratched the nape of his neck and scrunched his face a tad. Honestly, I'm really not a fan of catching multiple Pokémon of the same type. He shrugged, looking up at Pikachu and then to V on his other shoulder while smiling. I just think it makes it to where it's hard to have a really close bond with your Pokémon when you've got more than one of the same species. That and He grinned a little goofily. It's hard to tell them apart too. Hey, look at this. Misty suddenly walked over and pointed at a floor plan layout of the whole power plant. It looks like the control room is over in this direction. Her finger traced a straight line all the way to a red spot on the map that was shown to be the control room. Well, I guess we'll just follow that then, Brock suggested as he readjusted the pack on his shoulders. The 4 of them then set off down the dark hallway with Brock's flashlight leading the way. Though, after only following the long, dark hall for a short time, Misty, whom was in the back, felt as though something were moving around behind her. Looking over her shoulder quickly and seeing nothing, she shook her head and kept following after her friends. At least until she once more got the same feeling a second time. Misty then spun around fully and caught just the barest glimpse of something disappearing back up into the shadows near the ceiling. Feeling her skin crawl with terror, the orange-haired girl took off running out in front of her friends and then turned around and pointed as soon as she was in front of Ash. There's something back there. Her arm was shaky and her eyes were alight with the concern and fear she felt. I saw it move right there. The other 3, plus Pikachu and V who were now on the ground, turned around to see what she was pointing at. Misty. Giselle began gently, trying not to say anything insensitive. There isn't anything there. Ash blinked and then looked back at the older girl. Are you sure there was really something there, Misty? I'm not trying to pick on you or anything, but sometimes the mind plays tricks in dark places like this. She rapidly shook her head. No. I know what I saw and it was right back there. Why don't we just keep going and see if it shows up again then? Brock offered placatingly, which received a nod from Misty as they began going about their way. Once more in the back, though this time with Ash in front of her where he insisted to be to help give her comfort, Misty was visibly on edge. Eyes shifting back and forth and hands held together at her chest, she tried to convince herself that it was only her mind playing tricks on her. She was just beginning to calm down too when, right behind her, almost at the back of her head, she felt more than heard something levitate down by her neck. The hair on her nape seemed to stand on end from the weak charge the figure seemed to give off and, most unnervingly, she heard a metallic sounding, might, speak up from the same stalker. As soon as she heard this, Misty practically jumped out of her skin and screamed as she ran around in front of Ash and hid herself behind the younger trainer. Brock and Giselle, as well as Ash, jumped in a start at hearing Misty scream and they, as well as Pikachu and V, went on automatic alert. Misty, what is it? Ash demanded. Why the heck did you scream like that? I just saw it again. I know I did. She yelled frantically. I saw it right behind me. Yet again, the 3 of them just looked at Misty for a time before he put his hands on his hips and sighed. Look. Misty. Maybe this whole creepy dark power outage thing is really beginning to get to you. It's okay if it is too, I'm not Dash, however Misty cut him off with. No. I know what I saw. He sighed again. I'm not saying you didn't. All I'm saying is that sometimes your mind can play tricks on you and you never realize it at the time. He continued to go on, but at that time, Brock and Giselle finally saw what Misty was talking about as a levitating shape lowered itself down from the ceiling behind Ash. And I mean really guys, if we keep getting spooked at every little thing then how are we? He trailed off upon seeing the jointly scared expressions on all three of his friends' faces. Which lead him to raise an eyebrow as he held his hands out. What? Seeing the thing now hovering right behind his head, Giselle pointed a shaky finger at him while she and the other two huddled together closely. Hey Ash. Turn around. Look behind you. Confused beyond complacent satisfaction, he did so, and as soon as he did, Ash found himself face to face with a big, glowing eye. And the reaction was instantaneous. Wah! The young man yelled as he jumped back and fell down onto his backside while pointing a shaky finger up in the air. What the heck is that? All four petrified friends stood quivering in the eerie dark of the hallway. Each of them staring fearfully at the unknown entity hovering before them in the shadows while Pikachu and V huddled near Ash's legs. Finally, Brock had the sense to lift his flashlight upward, and as soon as he did, the answer to their mystery stalker was revealed. As the light bathed the creature and illuminated its identity, all of them stared in open-mouthed disbelief at what was very clearly a lone Magnemite hovering before them. Magnemite. It mechanically vocalized while they continued to stare. It's just. Misty began. A Magnemite. Giselle finished. Feeling relieved, all of them relaxed as Ash stood up and brushed himself off. Phew. Glad that's over, I thought it was a real monster there for a second. Misty appeared towering over him a few seconds later and practically roared at him. Oh yeah? Who's seeing things now, Mr. Genius, huh? He held his hands out to her and smiled placatingly while he laughed nervously and sweat dropped. Brock, on the other hand, decided to give voice to the more logical concern at present. Why is a Magnemite following us though? Yeah, that's a good question, Giselle agreed as the metallic Pokémon floated closer until it could be seen more clearly. Do you think it lives here? Misty questioned. However, before they could contemplate the matter any farther, Magnemite hovered over to Pikachu and tried to get as close to the electric type as it could. Pikachu merely flicked his ear at the wild Pokémon's closeness for a moment before moving a few steps away. The other electric/steel type Pokémon followed him though and tried to get close again. Ah! Giselle opened her mouth and allowed anything else she was about to say just hang suspended as Pikachu moved away once more, only for Magnemite to follow. This became a strange trend that persisted without fail. Pikachu attempted to get away from Magnemite, but the other Pokémon simply followed him wherever he went. Why do you think Magnemite is following Pikachu around like that? Ash pondered amongst his friends as he intently watched the odd scene and tried to figure out what exactly was going on. Brock shook his head. I don't know, but... He furrowed his brow slightly. Magnemite is almost acting like it's infatuated with Pikachu or something. Finally, the electric Pokémon got tired of being tailed around like a houndar on the trail of a scentret and turned around, bristling out his fur, growling and baring his fangs while his cheeks sparked with electricity. Pikachu! He snapped warningly as the cheek sparks got bigger. Although, instead of scaring Magnemite, Pikachu's actions seemed to only spur it on. Evidenced by the way the metallic Pokémon drifted ever closer into Pikachu's electrical range. Seeing this, Brock smiled and laughed. Yeah, I think that's it. Magnemite is infatuated with Pikachu. You really think so? Misty asked. I think he's right, Giselle nodded. Look at Magnemite's face. Sure enough, as they all looked closer, it became evident that Magnemite's face right under its eye was blushing a faint pinkish hue. But how? Misty gaped. Magnemite isn't alive in the same biological way Pikachu is, that makes no sense. Brock shrugged. I mean it could. Think about it, Pokémon like Magnemite are very attracted to electrical currents and Pikachu is an extremely powerful electric type with energy to spare. Maybe Magnemite is attracted to that. Can metallic Pokémon even feel love? Giselle asked, which made Ash himself shrug. Well, no one knows everything about Pokémon, so it's a possibility, I guess. They are alive after all, otherwise they wouldn't be able to move around. Before they could contemplate on the matter any further, however, the air vent above their head started to shake and tremble before it caved outward, busting to the ground as several dark blob shapes dropped to the floor. Ash and his friends stepped back as they tried to see what was falling from the ceiling and splatting on the ground, and when Brock directed the light toward it, their eyes collectively widened upon seeing a whole group of Grimer falling from the ventilation. Uncurling from their blob shape, the large pack of living sludge rose up and threw their arms in the air as they cried out ominously, in total unison, at the group of trainers. Yelling in fearful tandem with his friends, Ash reached down to grab V and Pikachu while turning around on his heel. Too many to take on without the rest of the Pokémon. Run. They all took off down the hall, running as fast as they could without even looking back to see if the Grimer were following them. Are they still following us? Misty yelled as she ran hard with her fists pumping up and down in front of her face. I don't know. Ash called back. Don't look back. Just keep running. Soon enough, they turned down another hall, but just as Ash and Brock took a few steps forward, they suddenly slammed straight into two other men and knocked all four of them to the ground. Ack! Ash and Brock both grunted in surprise as they hit the floor at the same time. What the heck? The former groaned as he rubbed his head. The two of them, as well as Misty and Giselle, who immediately started to help them up, were drawn to the strange men they had just bowled over and saw they were wearing one-piece blue and black uniforms that seemed to give away their identities as power plant workers. Hey, what are you kids doing in here? The first man, one with dark hair that hung in a messy poof over his forehead, demanded. The second man, this one with short brown hair, stood up as well and looked sternly at the four young trainers, shining his flashlight at them. Yes, what are you doing here? This is private property, you shouldn't be here. As Giselle finished helping him up, Ash replied urgently. Sir, look, we don't have time to explain. There are a whole group of Grimer following behind Dash. He was cut off by the sound of suctioning, gross slime hurrying its way down the opposite hall. As well as the repeated chorusing of Grimer trumpeting their impending arrival. That. Misty pointed. We're running from that. The two power plant workers recognized the sound and became urgent as they gestured for the group of trainers to follow them. Come on. The dark-haired one yelled. Follow us to the control room, we'll lock ourselves in. They wasted no time and followed the two men quickly. Soon enough, the six of them were running down the hallway as fast as their legs could carry them until they finally reached a door with a keycard lock. The brown-haired worker took such a card out of his pocket and unlocked the door before urging everyone in as soon as it opened. Quick everyone. Inside. Once they were all in, he shut the door and it automatically locked again while everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. Now explain what you kids are doing here. The dark-haired man demanded after they'd recovered their breath. Ash quickly stepped forward and explained why they were at the power station, which caused both employees' eyes to widen as he finished. So the mayor sent you? One of them asked to Ash's head nod. Well, I guess the situation throughout the town is more severe than we thought. The brown-haired man said to his coworker. Yeah, definitely, he agreed. Especially if he sent Pokémon trainers to help take out the Grimer. Why are there only two of you here? Giselle asked. And how did this happen? The power outage. The worker who had just finished speaking looked at Giselle to answer her. We're the graveyard shift, so it's just the two of us here tonight running the control room. Everything is automated here, so at the minimum, the plant only needs 2 people in here at night until full staff come on in the morning. The other one took over for him. And we're not exactly sure, but from past experience, we're almost positive it's because the Grimer blocked up the water going to the engine turbines again. Do you know how many Grimer are inside the building? Brock asked, to which he shook his head at. There shouldn't be any in here because we locked the place down as soon as the power went out. His comrade nodded. We were just on our way to lock the front door up when you kids got in here. But we don't know the Grimer got in, it's never happened like this before. We know how, Ash answered. They got in through the vents. The vents? They both responded in tandem. Well, I'm not surprised. The black-haired one shook his head. I suppose it was only a matter of time before they found the ventilation S. We need to find a way to get them out of here and unblock that waterway, Ash spoke up, stating the obvious. Is there any way we can get them all corralled into one place and chase them out? The two workers shared a look between them before the dark-haired one looked back to Ash. There might be one way. The other one hurried up to one of the massive computer monitors in the control room and input a few keys on the keyboard before a giant map of the interior of the power plant appeared on the screen. Here he pointed up to a section of the floor plan where a room was located that had a long pipe going from it and merging with a map of the outside complex of the station, which was displayed next to the interior map. This room has a tunnel that helps direct the water drawn in from outside into the turbines here in the plant itself. The other worker looked at the kids. If you can chase the Grimer into that room and down that tunnel, you can force them back out into the bay outside and unclog the waterway at the same time. He then walked over to one of the drawers that was built into the control terminal and opened it up before pulling 3 sets of 2 walkie-talkies and flashlights. Here. The power station worker carried them back over to the 4 young trainers. Take these. Ash and his friends took the communication devices and flashlights, except Brock who had his, while he kept one set for himself. If you 4 would be willing to go and help chase them to the aqueduct room, then you can use these to help communicate your positions and know when the Grimer are approaching you. The other worker pointed to the map of the power plant up on the monitor. The hallways in here are all interconnected. So that means you'll be able to chase the Grimer through these different connected points until you reach the room. The other man held up the 2 walkie-talkies he kept. I'll go stand near the door, and as soon as you get them corralled into the room, I'll unlock it with my key card. Ash and his friends all nodded in understanding and then looked at each other. So who's gonna go with who? Brock asked, though the worker standing at the terminal spoke before anyone else could. Actually, in order to do this right, each of you will have to take up separate positions at the different points in the hallways that lead to the aqueduct room. He gestured to one of the 2 walkie-talkies his co-worker held. If you 4 head out into the halls, each junction is labeled with a number and letter so you'll be able to find your way if you follow them. He then gestured at the monitor again. To get the Grimer corralled to the room we've mentioned, the best way would be to lead them down halls A, 2, B, 6, C, 1 and D, 8. Ash looked at his friends. Then I'll go find where the Grimer are at and chase them to A, 2 first, that'll be my position. If that's the case, the same worker spoke again. Then wherever you find them, lead them to hallway A, 2 and from there, it'll be a relatively straight line connecting the other 3 points together. I chose that particular route because at those junctions, there are only 3 ways to go, and if 2 of you block off the ways they aren't supposed to go, they'll only have 1 way left. The way we need. But what if the Grimer don't run and instead turn to attack us? Giselle asked. I don't know, Giselle, Ash spoke up. Remember, those other Grimer got pretty scared and ran off when we had our Pokemon attack them while they were after the mayor. Just don't let up when they come your way, and besides, as we get them farther along it'll also mean that more of us will be turning up to help each other as our own jobs are completed. She nodded as the dark-haired man walked up with his walkie-talkie in hand. Okay, I'll head out to the aqueduct room and everyone but Ash can head out to the hallway junctions we need someone at. It doesn't matter who goes where, just make sure you're there, and if you're in question about where you are, just radio and ask one of us. After everyone was ready, Ash looked down at Pikachu and V and smiled. Let's go, you two. V, go ahead and turn into Flareon please. The evolutionary Pokemon nodded and then transformed into his fire-type form, much to the amazement of the 2 power plant workers. Then, as soon as he was finished evolving, Ash and the others headed out the door and into the hallway, immediately looking in both directions to make sure there were no Grimer anywhere. Not seeing them, Ash looked at his friends. They must have moved on. I'll head out and find them and then get to the A2 junction. From there I'll chase them to the next point, so whoever is waiting for me, good luck. Brock, Misty, and Giselle both wished him well and then headed out down the opposite direction with the worker who would be waiting at the aqueduct room. Ash, meanwhile, hurried in the opposite direction with Pikachu and V in tow. As well as Magnemite, who still tailed them at a distance. Of course, seeing this, he merely shook his head and chuckled. Well, more the merrier I guess. At least it's not against us. The young Pokemon trainer searched the halls for the Grimer and luckily managed to pass the A2 hallway on the way, which he committed to memory before speeding on. After a time of searching, he finally found the pack of sludgy menaces congregating together near a doorway, only a short distance away from him, as soon as he rounded a corner. Okay. He looked down at his two Pokémon. You both ready? Pikachu and V both nodded in response and then followed Ash as he jumped out into the open and shouted, "Hey! Over here! You! Come on!" The group of Grimer all seemed to hear him in tandem and then turned around to lay eyes on Ash. As soon as they did, the toxic waste Pokémon all threw their arms up and gave a guttural roar before immediately giving chase. "That's our cue," Ash announced as he turned around and called over his shoulder. "Come on guys, let's run." Pikachu and V were quick to follow after their trainer as the Grimer began chasing after them, almost like they had full garbage bags attached to their backs. "Boy, I hope I remember how to get back to that junction," Ash said aloud as he and his Pokémon rounded another corner. The sounds of the Grimer behind them filling their ears with every step they took. One particularly sour Grimer decided to shoot a goopy mess of sludge at Pikachu's back, but Magnemite took the surprise initiative of turning around and sending a strong thundershock at the incoming sludge ball. Ash heard the commotion and had turned around only to see the ball of sludge coming for Pikachu. He had no time to warn his partner though before he saw Magnemite come to Pikachu's rescue. As the two attacks cancelled each other out, Ash smiled and pumped his fist. "Way to go, Magnemite. Thanks." Just then, Ash managed to reach the A2 hallway junction and said a silent thank you to Arceus above before taking off down that particular indoor route. He could hear the Grimer still in hot pursuit, but since he knew he was now on the right path, all he had to focus on was getting to the next junction, where one of his friends would hopefully be waiting with their own Pokémon to take the pressure off of him. Ash had never been more glad for the flashlight he had in his hand than he was right now, because he knew that if he had been forced to run in the dark, he would have been utterly and completely screwed. Finally, as they kept running, Ash saw another flash of light and in seconds, his own flashlight illuminated Giselle's form standing near the B6 junction. She was standing with her Marowak out as they blocked off the other hallway they weren't supposed to allow the Grimer to go down, leaving only two ways for them to go, and Ash was about to bar off the way they were coming now. As soon as he reached the brunette with Pikachu, V and Magnemite right behind him, Ash turned around and looked back at the approaching wave of Grimer. "They're coming, Giselle. Get ready." "Okay, Ash," she yelled back before looking down at Marowak. "Get ready, Marowak." Whack! He responded back while slamming his bone club into his hand. At that moment, Ash finally reached them and then turned the corner, pressing himself up against the wall flat while Giselle stood her ground firm. Then, just as the Grimer turned the corner and saw them standing there, Giselle moved quickly and called out. Marowak used Rage and Boomerang. Her Pokémon growled aloud as he started to glow red and then, in a fierce rage, began thrashing around before chucking his bone at the throng of poison types in front of them. This sudden, surprise attack took the Grimer off balance, and due to their more cowardly nature, it caused them to stop dead as Marowak's bone club smacked one or two of them before twirling back into his hand. Seeing the other Pokémon raging in front of them as Marowak smashed and bashed his club into the floor, the group of Grimer were stunned still in surprise and also in slight fear, none of them making a move to attack Giselle's Pokémon. Ash took that moment of lax concentration to gesture to his own Pokémon and then, staying to the wall, slid out into the other hallway and slipped around behind the group of Grimer so they couldn't see him. Then, once he was in position, the young man called out. Pikachu used Thunderbolt. V used Flamethrower. Both Pokémon released their attacks and aimed them directly at the floor behind the Grimer. This sudden explosion of electricity and fire behind them caused all of them to turn in fright. Seeing Pikachu and V standing in front of Ash, blocking the way they had just come, the Grimer turned and went to flee down the way Giselle was standing, only to see Marowak in their way, still raging madly as he slammed his bone club into the ground. This caused them to turn and flee down the only other way they could, which was the hallway Ash and Giselle had been attempting to chase them down in the first place. Seeing that they had succeeded, both of them cheered and then followed after the Grimer as they fled down the opposite hall towards the next junction point. "Hey!" Ash yelled into his radio as he pulled it out of his pocket and pressed the button on the side. "Whoever's at the next junction, get ready. They're coming your way." There was a few moments of static before Misty's voice responded back. "We're ready here. Keeping the fleeing group of Grimer in sight, Ash and Giselle followed hot after them with their own Pokémon staying close behind. Finally, when they rounded a slightly curved turn, they saw the Grimer approach the next hallway junction where Misty was already standing at the ready with her Staryu and Starmie. "Both of you get ready," she commanded while standing in between her star-shaped Pokémon. "Steady. Steady." Misty waited until the whites of the Grimer's eyes were visible and then shouted. "Use Swift." Staryu and Starmie both unleashed a hail of jagged, spinning energy stars at the incoming horde of Grimer, and the attack itself took the already panicked poison types by surprise. As soon as the spinning discs of doom began washing over them, the Grimer all cried out together in fright and actually tried to backpedal, before getting stopped by Ash and Giselle. Having stayed right on their tail, the two trainers bringing up the rear had Pikachu, V, and Marowak use a combination of attacks to keep them from getting around their makeshift barrier. The tactic worked, and with the way back, as well as Misty's own direction, both blocked off, the power plant invaders were forced to retreat down the C1 junction. Which was exactly where they were supposed to go. This time, Ash and Misty, including Giselle, chased after the Grimer together while he called into the radio once again. "Brock, they're coming your way." He received a quick, "Got it," in reply, and then focused on giving chase to the Grimer until, in the matter of only a minute or two, they were coming within sight of Brock up ahead. Whom was already having his Graveler begin to direct the approaching Grimer down the last D8 junction by forming and then tossing large rocks at them. The combined effort of this and the other three ordering their Pokémon to attack from behind drove the large group of Grimer down the hall and toward the cleverly set trap. There was no time to celebrate though, because as soon as they caught up with Brock, all four of them were charging down the dark hallway with flashlights bobbing. "The Grimer are heading your way," Ash informed the worker waiting at the door of the aqueduct room. "Be ready with the door." Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the walkie-talkie came alive again and the power station employee was responding. "That's great. I'm ready here." Just a few short moments after saying that, he saw the large troop of Grimer stampeding his way, and as soon as he saw it, he slid his keycard into the door and then opened it wide. On the heels of him doing this, Ash and the others appeared behind the Grimer with their Pokémon chasing after them and using whatever attacks were necessary to keep the scared Grimer going the right way. The power plant worker stood with his arms bravely extended so they couldn't go past him, but, fortunately, they chose the open door instead and began flooding into the aqueduct room. "Shut the door behind us," Ash instructed as he and his friends drew upon the door and ran through it. "We're gonna make sure they get chased out of this place for good." The man nodded and called after them a word of good luck and safety before quickly shutting and locking the door as soon as they were all inside. Once Ash and the others were in the room, all four of them shone their flashlights around to illuminate their surroundings and saw a large aqua channel stretching through the center of the large room. A big pipe on one side of the wall fed the water being channeled through it across the room and into several large, clear plastic pipes that took in the water and ferried it up through the ceiling above. Or at least, it would have been if the power was still on. Though as it was currently, the water was remaining stagnant in the channel. "Look!" Misty suddenly exclaimed as she directed her light towards the waterway. "The Grimer are disappearing down that pipe." They all looked ahead and, sure enough, the last of the Grimer were flooding down the main channel pipe. Which was easily big enough to accommodate all of them. "Come on," Ash instructed. "Let's go after them and make sure they make it back out to the bay." "Right." His friends agreed as they followed him over the railing and down into the ankle-deep water. The water level having marginally dropped since the power cut off and no more was being drawn in. The four of them then disappeared down the long, dark recesses of the water pipe and kept their lights shining on the backs of the fleeing Grimer as they went. "V, use flamethrower to keep them going," Ash commanded. "Flare-E." The currently fire-affiliated Pokémon called out as he sent a hot torrent of flames rushing at the retreating forms of the Grimer. The attack only served to bolster their flight as the group of wild Pokémon started to move even quicker to escape their pursuers. Eventually, they started to see the gloomy light of the outside fill the otherwise dark pipe as the slats of the waterway's great covering came into view. A covering that was filled with still more Grimer, revealing the cause of what had made the water flow stop and thereby, the power plant to shut down. "There it is." Giselle pointed and yelled, her voice echoing throughout the pipe. "Let's get them outside." Ash called back in reply just as the Grimer reached the end of the pipe where their brethren were waiting. However, before they could slip through the bars of the grate in order to join the horde of other Grimer that Ash and his friends could see waiting outside in the bay, there was a sudden disturbance that caused all the many waiting at the exit to flee. Whatever it was also caused the Grimer they had been chasing to quickly slip through the grate and flee from the pipe as fast as they could go. This of course only caused the 4 trainers that had been chasing them to stop and adopt expressions of confusion. What just happened? Misty asked rhetorically. Something seemed to have scared them off, but what was it? Giselle screwed her eyes up in a perplexed fashion, but none of them were given the time to ponder on the oddity of the situation before their questions were answered. The water out in front of the pipe in the bay started to bubble and roil, and then, from the depths like an emerging sea monster, a huge, humped-up, purple mass of sludge emerged. As they watched from inside the pipe, what could only have been described as an unnaturally large monstrosity rose up from out of the bay and expanded itself in width until its sheer size totally covered the entire expanse of the circumference of the pipe. What is that? Giselle stammered in a voice of fear and disbelief. At that moment, the glowing eyes of the creature recoiled inward on itself before opening its mouth. Having a bad feeling at what was coming, Ash yelled, "Everybody down," and then dropped to his belly on the bottom of the water-filled pipe, pulling Pikachu and V both close to him as he did so. Even snatching Magnemite out of the air and into his chest as well so the metallic Pokémon wouldn't get hurt. Misty, Brock and Giselle managed to do so with their own Pokémon. Even though Graveler and Marowak were loath to have even been walking through water, let alone getting submersed belly first in it. At that same moment, the creature outside of the pipe expelled a massive ball of what looked to be condensed sludge at the grating covering the pipe, which easily smashed straight through the steel bars and sent them flying back into the pipe. A few pieces of the jagged shards very narrowly missing the trainers and their Pokémon that were now ducking for cover. Looking up with wide eyes after the attack was over, Ash knew they were sitting ducks inside of the pipe, so he quickly commanded his Pokémon. "Pikachu, V. Quick! Use Thunderbolt and Flamethrower to scare that thing away from the pipe." Then, as an afterthought, he added, "But try not to let your lightning hit the water, Pikachu." Wriggling out from his hold, Pikachu and V both ran a few paces forward and then unleashed their attacks, attempting to contain them as much as possible so their trainers wouldn't be hurt in such close quarters. The combined electricity and fire attacks managed to succeed in making the giant creature draw away from the pipe and out into the bay a little more. This gave Ash and the others the chance they needed as they all shot up and ran for the now clear exit and stopped right at the edge. Since the mouth of the pipe was big and wide enough to hold all of them at the same time, it allowed each of them to get a look out into the bay where they saw the identity of the monster that had attacked them. That thing is," Brock began in a shaky voice. "Massive." Misty finished as sweat dropped from the side of her temple. In front of them, only a short distance away from the pipe, was the hulking form of the by far biggest Grimer any of them had ever seen. Its sheer mass and height alone was easily triple that, or more, of a normal Grimer, and the sludge making up its body seemed to be a richer, darker shade of purple than its nearby smaller kin. "Flying Flygon, that thing is huge!" Misty exclaimed in a complete stupor. "I didn't know Grimer got that big. Let's admire it later and get out of this pipe." Brock yelled as an urgent advisory. "We're sitting far-fetched here." "Up." Ash pointed to a walkway with railing on the side that was just above the pipe they were standing in. "Come on guys, climb up with me." With Pikachu and Flareon both climbing up onto their trainers' shoulders and Magnemite still tailing them as usual, Ash jumped up and grabbed hold of the edge of the walkway before pulling himself up. Then, using his legs once he was up high enough, he scrambled onto the walkway and then made room as Brock did the same once he returned Graveler. The two of them helped up Giselle and Misty after they returned their own Pokémon, and then once all 4 of them were standing upon the wraparound walkway that skirted the side of the power plant and overlooked the bay, they faced the veritable sea of Grimer awaiting them out in the water. "Grimer!" The abnormally large Grimer bellowed as it suddenly fired a massive glob of sludgy poison at them. Pikachu used Thunderbolt. Ash yelled quickly, which startled Pikachu into action as he jumped up and released a powerful energy bolt with a loud "choo." Both attacks collided in mid-air and cancelled each other out, while Magnemite immediately seemed to attach itself to Pikachu again after witnessing his electric power once more. Pika! The little electric mouse complained as he leaned back on one foot and tried to get away from the metallic menace, but to no avail. There was no time for humorous pondering on poor Pikachu's plight however, because at that moment, the big Grimer pointed forward with a sludgy arm and seemed to command its smaller kin to charge. As soon as that command was given, a large force of the Grimer in the bay began charging at the side of the power plant's outside walkway. Although, they were mostly aiming for the pipe that Ash and his friends had just escaped from. "Guys, can you handle the smaller ones while we take the big guy down?" Ash looked at his friends and, upon getting a firm affirmation nod from them, he took off running further down the walkway while Brock, Misty, and Giselle called out their Pokémon again to do battle with the menacing horde of incoming Grimer. While Staryu, Starmie, Graveler and Marowak began to do battle with all of the smaller Grimer to keep them away, Ash drew the big one's attention by having V hit it with a flamethrower. As soon as the fiery attack hit, the diversionary tactic worked and the oversized Grimer turned its attention to them. Then, roaring in anger, it moved quickly to them over the water in order to engage them in battle. As soon as it reached them, Ash commanded Pikachu to use Thunderbolt on Grimer, which he did with a loud cry of his name. However, the large mass of living sludge took them all by surprise as it suddenly shrunk down temporarily, marginally so using the move Minimize, in order to evade Pikachu's attack. Then, afterwards, it shot back to its full size and sent a thick glob of poisonous sludge hurtling towards the walkway they were standing on. As the bay behind them was quickly illuminated by the battling and flying attacks of Brock and the girls' Pokémon taking on and chasing away all the other Grimer, Ash raised his hand. V used Flamethrower and Pikachu used Thunderbolt. Quick! Both Pokémon unleashed their attacks just in time and managed to collide in mid-air with the sludge ball, the combined attack being enough to beat it into a stalemate and cause a draw. The big Grimer was more adept at battling than they would have figured for a wild Pokémon though, since it came up with a quick backup move and started shooting rapid ball of smaller, more compact sludge at its perceived foes. Pikachu jump up and use a spinning Thunderbolt to knock those ball out of the air. Ash ordered. And V use Rapid Fire Flamethrower. Pikachu jumped up on the railing of the walkway and then sprung into the air, spinning himself around in a dizzying circle while he commenced to using Thunderbolt again. Only this time, the bolts of electricity shot out from his body in widespread patterns and, in conjunction with V using Rapid Burst Flamethrower, the dual effort served as an effective defense against the incoming wave of sludge ball. However, even though Ash was glad their 2 consecutive counterattacks had worked, he knew there was no way they could win with Grimer fighting them from out in the water. V and Pikachu, both, would be at a disadvantage in the water and, furthermore, there was no place to stand. Just as he was contemplating their current situation though, watching Pikachu and V continue a long distance back and forth with Grimer, Ash saw Magnemite hover down in front of him and begin communicating with him in its own way. Confused, Ash watched Magnemite float around and make the metallic sounds it emitted to speak and, eventually, he was forced to just ask. "Magnemite, what are you trying to tell me?" The dual steel/electric type Pokémon looked down at Pikachu and then began floating up and down before it finally went up under Ash's hand and used its head to push upward on it. The boy observed this strange behavior for a short time before, finally, the gears in his head began turning and realization struck him. "Hey! You want Pikachu to get on top of your head so you can ferry him out to Grimer and defeat it, don't you?" Magnemite floated up and down again, as if nodding its head, while Ash looked taken aback. "Magnemite, are you sure? You really want to help us?" The metallic Pokémon made the bobbing motion again, which made Ash smile. "Okay, thanks. I'll take you up on that." He then looked down at Pikachu and got his attention. "Hey Pikachu, come here." The electric type turned around and jumped down off the railing before hurrying over to Ash, leaving V to handle the battle with Grimer for now. "Listen Pi," Ash began. "Magnemite wants to help us out and I think I know how you can do it." He then gestured at the other electric Pokémon while Pikachu seemed less than pleased at the idea of working with the one who had stalked him ever since they entered the power plant. "If you jump on top of Magnemite, it can fly you out to Grimer and then you can launch a surprise attack against it at close range." Pikachu looked up at Magnemite and flipped his ear to the side for a moment before sighing. "Pika." As if resigning himself to what he knew had to be done. "V." Ash turned his attention to the at-present fire type. "I want you to use Fire Spin and distract Grimer so Pikachu and Magnemite can get close to it, okay?" V barked a reply and then launched a widespread, spiraling circle of flames from his mouth that dispersed out over the water and caused Grimer to recoil back a little with an arm up due to the brightness and intensity of the heat. At that same moment, Pikachu hopped up on the railing again and then jumped onto Magnemite's head as the metallic Pokémon got into position. Holding on tight, Pikachu kept himself low while his magnetized ride began swiftly moving out across the bay towards Grimer. V turned up the power of the fire spin by increasing the heat of his fire sac, which in turn made the flames brighter still until the oversized Grimer was soon thoroughly blinded. Across the water, Misty had to duck to avoid a wayward ball of sludge which impacted on the wall behind her. This was followed by her stereo spinning over and shooting a cannon of water from one of its pointed ends, effectively hitting and subduing the Grimer that had tried to attack her. Seeing the brightness of the intense flames over near Ash's way, the orange-haired girl yelled. "What's Ash doing?" "I don't know but Brock paused a moment to clench his fist in satisfaction as his Graveler hit a small cluster of Grimer down in the water with a large rock. "We really need to focus on our own situation right now." "I agree." Giselle called back, which was followed by her ordering Marowak to use Boomerang on a few Grimer that were trying to get inside the pipe. At that same moment, on the other side of the bay, Pikachu and Magnemite managed to get right up on Grimer while the flames V was fueling began to finally die down. However, just when the abnormally large Grimer opened its eyes again and looked to the side, finally seeing Pikachu and Magnemite within feet of it, it was too late for it to act. At that point, Ash yelled. "Now Pikachu. Use Thunder." From atop Magnemite's head, Pikachu's cheeks sparked and the sky overhead grew even darker as he built up his power for the coming attack. Then, right before he unleashed the powerful lightning attack, Magnemite surprised Ash and Pikachu both by sending out a Thunderbolt to go with large bolts of thunder Pikachu sent tumbling down out of the clouds. The dual electric attack caught the giant Grimer by surprise and, unable to move away in time, ended up taking the high-voltage charge dead on. The bay seemed to light up like a firework celebration was underway as the colors of bright yellow and gold washed the area in a blinding burst of electrical, statically charged rays. The likes of which caused the battling between Ash's friends and the smaller Grimer to halt, immediately. When the bright light show comprising the aftereffect of the double electric type attack finally passed a short time thereafter, Ash removed his arm from his eyes and looked down into the murky, black water below. There, in a gooped-up heap, floating atop the water, was the lead Grimer, the unusually large ball of living sludge now unconscious as sparks of electricity still danced on and off of its unmoving form. "All right." Ash pumped his fist. "You see that, guys? Great work." V jumped up and down beside of him while Pikachu made a happy smiling face and then looked down at Magnemite. "Pika." The kindly-sounding chirp in his voice was apparently enough to convince Magnemite that Pikachu no longer was irritated or annoyed with it for following him around because of his electrical energy. "Magnemite." The metallic Pokémon replied back as its eye seemed to upturn like it was smiling as well at their teamwork. Ash then looked down at the unconscious Grimer and narrowed his eyes. "I need to make sure this guy here can never rally those Grimer again and try to invade the power plant." He then reached back into one of the pouches of his red and black backpack that he kept his empty Pokeballs in and pulled one out without looking. Then, as he enlarged it, the boy spun the ball in hand before tossing it down at Grimer. As soon as the Pokeball made contact, it popped up and then snapped open before pulling the unconscious poison type into it. Ash watched it land on the water's surface and then wobble around in the water itself for several long, 10 seconds before it finally came to a stop and then went still. Seeing the stars burst forth from the ball, signifying a successful capture, Ash grinned and snapped his fingers. "All right." Without needing to be commanded, V changed into his Vaporeon form and jumped down into the water. After swimming up to the ball and grabbing it in his mouth, the multi-type Pokémon swam back to the walkway and jumped up onto it before dropping the ball at Ash's feet. Reaching down, he grabbed the ball and then stood up again before smiling and holding it out. "We got a Grimer, you guys." Pikachu and V both cheered at their trainer's proclamation while, across the bay, all the other Grimer had started to flee out of fear after seeing the massive electrical attack. "Look, they're running away." Giselle pointed at the fleeing Grimer. "Back out into the sea. I wonder what did it." Misty wondered aloud as she rubbed some sweat from her brow and then bent down to examine Starmie, whom had taken a sludge attack but didn't seem to be poisoned. Their questions were soon answered a short time later though as Ash came running up to them with a wide grin on his face. "Hey! Guys!" he yelled out while waving to them. "Ash!" they all said together as he finally joined them with Pikachu, V and Magnemite in tow. "Are you okay?" Giselle asked in concern. "What happened to that big Grimer you were battling?" He smiled at her. "We took care of it." He then looked around. "Looks like all the other Grimer finally ran off too." Brock nodded. "Yeah, after you apparently had Pikachu use one of his electrical attacks, they all got scared and ran off." "So how did you handle that big one?" Misty asked as she came up closer to Ash. "Did it flee too?" "That was all thanks to these three." He looked down at his Pokémon. V used an attack to distract Grimer and then Pikachu and Magnemite actually worked together to defeat it. "Magnemite helped out?" Giselle asked in amazement while Brock and Misty appeared equally surprised. "Yeah." Ash smiled and nodded. He and Pikachu combined their electric attacks together and fried Grimer. Didn't stand a chance. "Wow." Misty then looked at the metallic Pokémon and smiled as well. "Well, thanks for your help, Magnemite." "Yeah, thanks." Giselle agreed with a friendly smile while Brock did the same. "You're a regular hero now, Magnemite." The floating electric type almost appeared to blush as it looked down and shifted its gaze away from their admiring stares. "But you know," Brock began in a serious manner, "that Grimer might come back again and bring its buddies with it." "No, it won't," the black-haired boy shook his head before holding up the Pokeball now in his hand. "Because I caught it." Misty and Giselle's eyes went wide while Brock appeared taken aback. You caught it?" Smiling again, Ash waved the ball at them. "Yep. Right here." Somehow. Misty's surprised expression relaxed and she shook her head in fond amusement. "I'm not really surprised after all." "I'm happy for you, Ash," Giselle chirped cheerfully. "That just means another addition to your growing family." He smiled in reply but Misty suddenly exclaimed while pointing up. "Look! Smoke is coming from the top of the factory again." They all looked to where she was pointing and indeed, the power plant had evidently started running again, which made Brock put his hands on his hips. "Good. That means the Pokémon at the center won't be in any danger anymore. That's a relief." Ash wiped his forehead with the back of his arm. "I was really beginning to worry what would happen to those Pokémon if we didn't get the power going again." Suddenly, the radio he was carrying started to beep and after answering it, they heard one of the two power plant employees on the other end of it speaking. "We just wanted to let you kids know that whatever you did worked, the Grimer are all gone and we got the turbines running again. Thank you so much, we couldn't have done it without you." Pressing the button on the side, Ash responded back. "No problem. We'll see you guys soon, heading back now." After that, the group of four returned their Pokémon and headed back into the power plant with Magnemite still following closely in tow. Only this time, having it around wasn't as much of a burden as before. Especially not to Pikachu, whom had seemed to make peace with it and was now even freely chatting with Magnemite from his perch on Ash's shoulder. All in all, it was an all-around win for everyone. Save for the destructive Grimer, of course. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX. Everyone, I really don't know how to thank you properly for everything you've done for us. The mayor said in a tone of gratitude the next morning as Ash and his friends stood outside the Pokémon Center and prepared to leave. "If it wasn't for you, our whole city could have been in dire distress, so on behalf of all of our citizens, I just want to say thank you." He bowed his head lowly in respect and Nurse Joy did the same. "Yes. If it was not for all of you then the Pokémon at my center would have very possibly died, so thank you as well." She then looked up again and smiled. "In fact, seeing how all of you tried so hard to help us has inspired me to become a better nurse and take this job more seriously. Like my sisters." "Ah, hey, come on." Ash waved them off humbly. "It was no big deal, honestly." "Yeah," Misty chimed in. "We just wanted to help out and if the power wouldn't have come back on then a lot of people and Pokémon would have suffered." Giselle nodded in agreement while Brock spoke up himself. "Like Ash and Misty said, don't thank us. But if I may, I do recommend trying a little harder to keep your city more clean and maybe even trying to clean up this pollution. If you don't, even without their leader, those Grimer are sure to come back eventually. Ash nodded. Brock is right. Industry and factory work is a really important mainstay for any economy that hopes to be healthy, but steps can always be taken to help ensure that at the same time, a community is doing everything in its power to stay clean and efficient. You don't have to shut down your factories, shut down your production or halt it all with a bunch of burdensome regulations, Misty added. Because then everyone will suffer when the power plant starts to lose productivity and the energy output is decreased. Giselle completed the small collective advisory. But if you just try to find ways to work with the power company and come together to work at coming up with ideas to help clean things up and limit on your pollution, without harming your production, then everyone will win. Pollution is the natural CYCL to humanity, Brock said wisely. Everyone that lives pollutes a little bit and you can't stop the natural CYCL of things, you'd be a complete idiot to try. But you can always try a little harder to find ways to limit and in some cases even eliminate what you make unclean if you just work together and find common ground. A community is a family, Ash said simply. You can't have it all one side's way, but if you work together, there's no telling what you can do. The mayor nodded, glad to see such wise words coming from so young a mouths. You children are wise beyond your years indeed. And you are correct as well. In fact, I spent all last night starting up a framework for a mass cleanup bill that I intend to bring before the committee this weekend. Working together with our citizens, the board and our local industry leaders, hopefully we can indeed come to a lasting solution that will benefit everyone. At that moment, his eyes suddenly widened a little as he snapped his fingers. Oh, that reminds me. He then dug around in his inner suit pockets for a minute before withdrawing a small, spherical device wrapped in cloth. Here, young man, those 2 workers you helped at the power plant last night asked me to give this to you this morning when I stopped by to see how things were doing. They said this was a thank you for all you did for them. It was found in one of the generator rooms where Magneton frequently gather. Ash took the item and unraveled it to reveal a small, bright and shiny yellow ball laying in the cloth wrapping. It was a normal yellow color concerning the sphere itself, but inside seemed to be a bright, golden light. Almost like a ball of electricity harnessed into a small, condensed space. Wow, that's a light ball! Giselle exclaimed in amazement. I learned about those in Pokémon Tech. They boost an electric Pokémon's power to varying degrees depending on how strong the Pokémon is that holds it. Wow! Ash examined the ball as Brock pointed at it. Hey Ash, Pikachu would really benefit from that in battle. The black-haired boy nodded. Yeah, I was already thinking the same thing. He then held it up to Pikachu on his shoulder. What do you think, buddy? Would you like me to maybe make a necklace out of this for you? It's right about your size. The little electric mouse leaned forward to sniff the ball. Only for the object to send out a current which zapped his nose and caused Pikachu to recoil his nose back and shake his head. Pika. They all laughed and Giselle pointed out informatively. That means Pikachu has a lot of electrical power that the ball is reacting to. It should really give him a big boost. So? Ash asked while smiling. What do you think? Pikachu looked at the ball and back at his trainer before smiling and holding up a peace sign. Pikachu. They also wanted me to apologize to you 3, the mayor continued with a small frown. Those boys looked all around for something they might be able to give you as well and even tasked the day shift crew to help, but they couldn't find anything they thought you would like. They said they thought of Ash with that ball because Pikachu was an electric type that they vaguely were aware would benefit from it. That's no problem, Misty said with a smile. We were just glad to be able to help out. Yeah, that's reward enough for itself, Giselle stated, which Brock nodded and hummed in agreement to. The mayor and Nurse Joy both smiled in relief, and then Ash looked at his friends after putting the light ball away in his pack. Well guys, we better get going. Giselle and Brock seemed to agree, but Misty just pointed. I think we're still forgetting something. Ash looked to where she was pointing and saw Magnemite floating a short ways away, never having left even after they all retired into the center the previous night. Smiling softly, Ash walked up to the metallic Pokémon. Magnemite, he began. We're all really grateful for you helping us. If it wasn't for you, it would have been harder for me, Pikachu and V to take down Grimer. Nodding in enthusiastic agreement, Pikachu smiled and chirped at the other electric type, whom he had grown rather fond of in their short time together. Quite a stretch from how it had all first started out. You take care of yourself, okay? Ash bade. However, Magnemite just got closer to Ash. And then floated down atop his head, where it spoke simply in its monotone, metallic voice. Magnemite. Ah. Ash blinked up at the Pokémon now resting on his head and then, observantly, Giselle hypothesized. You know Ash. I think Magnemite wants to come with us. The young man looked back up at Magnemite and asked with a blink. Is that true, Magnemite? Looking down at the human, Magnemite gave a small tilt forward of its head in the gesture that obviously meant yes. Gradually smiling a smile that stretched ear to ear, Ash nodded. Well, all right then, you're more than welcome to come with us. After that, Magnemite floated down off his head and just hovered in front of him while Ash pulled a Pokeball out from his pack and then gently tapped the electric and steel type's head. Magnemite soon disappeared into the ball with a red flash, and it didn't even struggle one time before dinging, signaling a completed capture. Letting Magnemite out as soon as its capture was complete, Ash pulled it into his arms and spun the Pokémon around before holding it up. I've got a Magnemite. Pikachu/V. Pikachu and V both cheered as they jumped in celebration with their trainer. Misty, Brock, Giselle and even the mayor and Nurse Joy smiled gladly for Ash and Magnemite, but the celebration was short-lived as they suddenly heard a loud noise. Turning to the source of the noise, they only had enough time to turn around fully before one of the sewer covers in the road suddenly exploded skyward and a metallic arm came erupting out of it and grabbed Pikachu off of Ash's shoulder. In seconds, the arm was retracting back and then, raising up off of some kind of platform was Jessie, James and Meowth. Each one dressed in strange blue suits while Pikachu had been stuffed into some kind of a glass box container. Oh come on. Ash stepped forward and yelled. Not you three. Jessie laughed aloud, her face taking on a nasty sneer as she jeered at him. You won't ever be rid of us, little boy. We want your Pikachu and we won't stop until we have him. James laughed as he looked down at the glass box he was now holding in his hand, the one containing Pikachu. And it looks like we already succeeded at that too. Heh. Meowth smirked up at Pikachu, whom was now glaring daggers at the three of them. And yous can just forget about trying to shock your way out of there, buddy boy, that glass box is totally electric proof and lined with RBB. Well, at least you three finally ditched that stupid motto of yours. Ash shot back. If I had to hear it again, I think I'd rip my ears off. The three of them shot him a glare as Jessie growled. Watch what you say, boy. Our motto is not dumb. And we didn't abandon it, James pointed. We just haven't gotten to use it yet. Wait a minute. The mayor suddenly pointed at them as his eyes widened. I recognize you three. You were the ones we originally hired to get rid of the Grimer. Jessie smirked and put her hands on her hips. That's right, and we appreciated the down payment. We'll send you our full bill of services later, okay? James taunted before the three of them broke into laughter together. The portly mayor gritted his teeth and clenched his fists as he growled. Those charlatans. We paid them good money and all they did was disappear and not do a single thing about the Grimer before you kids showed up. That's because they're dirty rotten cheats, Misty stated with narrowed eyes. And they're just a bunch of practical jokesters too who can't do anything right. Hey, we resent that. James shot back. We're only failures who don't get things right most of the time, not all the time. With a loud whap, he was suddenly laying on the ground with swirly eyes as Jessie hissed at him. Don't talk about us like that. We're top-tier winners. You guys are just a bunch of losers and lowlives who steal people's Pokémon. Giselle accused. There's nothing good or right about any of you. Oh, cry me a river, Miss Goody Goody. Jessie sneered back in a condescending tone. You and your little boyfriend are just a couple of no-count do-gooders that never prosper, and your two friends are just the stupid little cheer squad. Team Rocket, why don't you just leave us alone? Brock yelled angrily. Your own group isn't doing too hot nowadays, I heard, so why don't you go be of some real use to them instead of trying to capture one little Pikachu? For supposed members of such a feared organization, you look like nothing but big jokes to me. Team Rocket. The mayor exclaimed in fear as he and Joy stepped back while he pointed shakily. Those three are with that horrible criminal organization we've been hearing about on the news? Misty snorted. Please. They're just a bunch of clowns. Oh yeah? Meowth shot back. Well, look who's Logan now, we got Pikachu and you can't do nothing to get him back. They all laughed again before Ash stepped forward and glared. I'm warning you three. Give me back Pikachu. Now. Or what? James demanded. V went to jump in so he could save his partner, but instead, Magnemite floated out instead. Ash, seeing that the metallic little Pokémon appeared ready for battle by the look in its eye, asked. You want to battle and free Pikachu then? Magna. It responded back while the magnets on the side of its body began to spark. Meowth blinked. Hey, that's a Magnemite. He then smirked. Looks like the twerp's got himself a new Pokémon. Jesse and James both smirked as well and pulled out their Pokeballs. Fine then, we'll just have to teach them a lesson. The magenta-haired woman announced as she threw out her Pokeball and called out Arbok, quickly followed by James who summoned Weezing. Together, they called out. Arbok use Poison Sting. Weezing Sludge Attack. Magnemite be on your guard. Ash advised, which earned him a quick nod as the dual-type Pokémon got ready. Seeing Poison Sting coming first, he commanded. Dodge that and then look out for Sludge Attack. Showing impressive speed, Magnemite swerved to the left to avoid Arbok's poisonous barbs and then dropped downward to also avoid Weezing's. Arbok use Bite. Jesse ordered while James had Weezing use Tackle. However, Magnemite merely waited for Arbok to come upon it and then levitated up just as the snake went to bite at it. From there, Ash's new Pokémon simply dropped its metallic weight down and smashed itself into Arbok's head before hovering right in front of its opponent's head. Then, just as Weezing was preparing to smash into it, Magnemite feinted to the side and caused James' Pokémon to collide with Jesse's and knock them both to the ground. Watch where your Weezing is falling. Jessie demanded as she raised a fist at James, whom cowered back with a hand up in front of his face. I'm sorry, it wasn't my fault. Alright Magnemite, let's end this. Ash raised his hand and called for the attack he was aware Magnemite knew. Use Thunderbolt. Magnemite. The robotic Pokémon chanted as its small body became shrouded in an electrical charge, which made the rockets nervous. Get up you two. Jessie commanded, only for her eyes to widen fearfully as she saw that Arbok's coils were wrapped around Weezing from the fall. Too late to avoid it, the two struggling Pokémon were sitting targets as Magnemite finally unleashed its stored-up electrical charge with a chant of Magnemiate. Arbok and Weezing were both struck and illuminated by the bright bolt of lightning and started to get painfully electrocuted as their bodies froze up entirely. Pretty soon, the bolt exploded and each large Pokémon was thrown back at their individual trainer's feet while Magnemite's magnet arms began rotating and spinning rapidly. Being that he didn't call for the move, Ash didn't know what Magnemite was about to do until he saw several slicing sound waves of pure energy emit from his new Pokémon's rotating magnets. Realizing the move as it hit as being Sonic Boom, Ash and the others watched Arbok and Weezing get blown straight into Jesse and James. Which also caused the glass and plastic cage holding Pikachu to fly up out of James' hand and into the air. Magnemite was already on the right track however and aimed one final Sonic Boom at the box, which broke it into pieces upon impact and allowed Pikachu to jump free. Landing on the ground next to Magnemite, Pikachu looked at his newfound teammate and nodded in gratitude. Pika. Looking down, Magnemite I smiled and nodded while Ash smirked. Nice work Magnemite. Okay, you two ready to send these guys packing? They each nodded seriously, leading him to smile and raise both hands. Alright, good. Both of you, use Thunderbolt and end this. While Jesse, James, and Meowth attempted to struggle up from under the weight of the two Pokémon laying on top of them, Pikachu and Magnemite charged up their respective attacks and then, at the exact same time, each electric type called out in perfect tandem and released their attacks. Choo! Magnemiate. The two bolts of thunder actually intertwined in the air on the way to their targets and combined instead into one, even bigger bolt which fell upon the three rockets and their Pokémon in a bright illumination of golden light and arcing static. Everyone else had to cover their eyes from the brightness of the dual thunder attack's fury, and as soon as it exploded, the once again defeated Team Rocket were sent hurtling skyward. We were so close. James whined pathetically as his hair smoked at the very top. Next time we're going with an all-plastic cage that can't get smashed apart. Jessie fumed as she shook her fist at him. You idiot. Meowth, meanwhile, only sighed. We shoulda took the twerp's other Pokemon too before grabbing Pikachu. The last thing that was heard from them was their routine blasting off again, motto while, down on the ground, Ash ran out and picked Pikachu up. Embracing him and then grabbing Magnemite at the same time to pull it close with the other arm. You two were a fantastic team. He praised. Really? You worked great together on that last attack. Pikachu smiled at his trainer's praise and Magnemite seemed a little embarrassed while Brock chuckled. Well, that was a heck of a send-off. I'm just glad those Pokemon thieves are gone now, Joy said in relief as Ash walked up to his friends again with both Pokemon still in his arms. Alright, now we can go since the crazy weirdness for the day is over with. He smiled in amusement though as Giselle cracked jokingly. Don't jinx us, Ash, or we might end up running into them a second time in one day. Oh, I hope not. Misty dipped her head and sighed woefully. Putting up with those idiots once a week even is enough. Everyone shared a laugh of agreement at her admittedly accurate, if not still humorous comment. Though eventually, with Team Rocket dealt with, all four eventually bade their goodbyes to the mayor and Nurse Joy and then set off down the road and on their way out of Gringy City. Do you think this city will actually be able to succeed at cleaning itself up? Misty asked a short time later as she and the others walked along a road that led out of the city near the waterside at the bay. I hope so, Giselle replied as she walked with her hands in the straps of her pink backpack. It'd be a shame if those Grimer ever came back. Brock smiled. Well, if they can all come together and work for the mutual betterment of this place and compromise, I don't see why they can't. Here's to hoping, I suppose. Ash, however, looked out at the distant horizon where the sun was actually shining over the sea and bathing the usually gloomy city in a rare moment of light and sunshine. Then, a few moments later, after they walked out of the harbor and up a small hill that led out of the city, Ash turned around and looked down on the currently sunbathed town. With Pikachu and V on either shoulder and Magnemite floating beside him out of its Pokeball, the young man gave a small smile as the slightly chilly December wind blew through his messy locks. His friends standing around him as well and now looking down at the rare picture of serene beauty that the sunlight offered the gloomy city, almost like a pleasant harbinger of good tidings to come, Ash said in a way that seemed to carry a sense of surety to it. If people were